It's called Pet a Cat When You Encounter One on the Street. And it's the most personal chapter in the book. It's a lot about my daughter. And my daughter was very ill when she was a kid, but particularly when she was a teenager. She had a very terrible time of it. She had juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and she was between the ages of 14 and 16. It first destroyed her hip, which had to be replaced, and then it destroyed the ankle on her other leg, which had to be replaced. And she walked around for 2 years on broken legs, and she was taking massive doses of opiates and could hardly stay awake. And she had this advanced autoimmune disease, which produced all sorts of other symptoms that were just as bad as the joint degeneration, but which are harder to describe. And so it's just bloody brutal. And as a test of your faith, there's almost nothing that's more direct than a serious illness inflicted upon an innocent child, right? And so the chapter's a meditation on that, and also on what to do in a situation like that, because everyone is going to have a situation like that in some sense, because you'll be faced with illness in the people that you love and in crisis. And so it's a practical guide to coping with those sorts of things. And one of the things you do when you're overwhelmed by crisis is you shorten your time frame. It's like you can't think about next month. Maybe you can't even bloody well think about next week, or maybe not even tomorrow. Because now is just so overwhelming that's all there is. It's like, and that's what you do. You cut your time frame back until you can cope with it. And if it's not the next week that you see how to get through, then it's the next day. And if it's not the next day, then it's the next hour. And if it's not the next hour, then it's the next minute. The eternal problem is, how do you deal with tragedy and malevolence? And you can say, well, I'm not prepared. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Unsurprising, especially if you were overprotected as a child. It's not a good idea to overprotect your kids, because the snakes are going to come into the garden no matter what you do. And so then instead of trying to keep the damn snakes away, what you do is you arm your child with something that can help them chop them into pieces and make the world out of it. So that the trick for human thriving in the face of suffering and malevolence is strength, not protection. It's a completely different idea. We also know this clinically. We know, for example, that if you treat people with exposure therapy for agoraphobia, which is, roughly speaking, the fear of chaos, I would say, the fear of everything, you don't make them less afraid. You make them braver. It's not the same thing. Because with an agoraphobic, see, what happens to them is the fall. They never conceptualize death and suffering. They're naive, right? It never enters the theater of their imagination, and it's because they're protected from it. But then something happens. This often happens to women in their 40s, because they're the people most likely to develop agoraphobia. Something happens. They've been protected from chaos by authority their entire life. So maybe they had an overprotective father, and then they went to an overprotective boyfriend, and then they went to an overprotective husband. And maybe they were willing to be subjugated to all three of those because of the protection, right? So that's the bargain. They stay weak and dependent, and maybe they have to, because that's the only way they can appeal to the person who's hyperprotective. But the price they pay for that is that they're not sufficiently competent. And then something happens in their life, often in their 40s, they develop heart palpitations, maybe as a consequence of menopause. Their heart starts to beat erratically, and they think, oh no, death. It's like, well, who are you going to talk to about that, right? There's no protection from authority for that. Or maybe their friend gets divorced, or maybe their sister dies, or something like that. It brings up the specter of mortality, and maybe the specter of malevolence and mortality. And it brings it up in a way that recourse to authority cannot solve. And so then they have panic attacks. What happens? They go out, they get afraid, they feel their heart beating, then they get afraid of their heart beating because they think, oh no, I'm going to die. And they think, oh no, I'm going to die, and I'm going to make a fool of myself while I'm doing it and attract a lot of attention. So the two big fears come up: mortality and social judgment. And then they have a panic attack. It's like fight or flight's gone out of control. Very, very unpleasant. Then they start to avoid the places they've had a panic attack. Then they end up not being able to go anywhere. So then Tiamat has come back, right? A huge monster, a little victim. And so what do you do with them? Well, there's no saying, no, there's no Tiamat. That's done, right? Their naivety is over. They've had a direct contact with the threat of mortality and social judgment. They've met the terrible mother, and they've met the terrible father. And there's no going back. There's no saying, oh, the world is safe. It's not safe.
Not at all. It's not safe. The fact that you think it's safe means that you were living in an unconscious bubble that was sort of provided to you by your culture. It's a gift. And now that's been shattered. And so now what do? Well, the answer is you retreat until you're in your house and there's nowhere you can go. You're the ultimate frozen rabbit, right? And your life is hell because you can't function. The alternative is, let's take apart the things you're afraid of. Let's expose you to them, carefully and programmatically. And then you'll learn that you're actually tougher than you think. You never knew that. And maybe you didn't want to take on the responsibility because, people play a role in their own demise, so to speak. When you had opportunity to go out and explore or withdraw because you were afraid, you chose to withdraw because you were afraid. So it's not only that you were overprotected often, it's that you were willing to take advantage of the fact that you were overprotected and run back there whenever you had the opportunity. So maybe you're a kid in the playground, right? And you're having some trouble with other kids. And in the back of your mind, I should deal with this myself. But you go and tell your mom and get her to intervene. And you know that that's not right. You know that you're breaking the social contract. But it's easier. And so that's what you do. You run off to an authority figure and hide behind the great father, right? Roughly speaking. Well, the problem with that is you don't learn how to do it yourself. So then you have to relearn it painfully when you're 40. So then you take people out. You say, well, what are you afraid of? Rank it from 1 to 10. So 10 is, make a list of 10 things you're afraid of. The thing you're least afraid of, we'll call number 10. So we'll start with that. Okay, well, I'm afraid of elevators. Okay, well, let's look at a picture of an elevator. Let's have you imagine being in an elevator. Let's go out to an elevator and let you watch the terrible jaws of death open, because that's how you're responding to it symbolically, right? And you're going to do that at the closest proximity you can manage. You find out, you go do that, it works. You're nervous as hell, especially from an anticipatory perspective, shaking. You go out, you stop, you watch it happen, and you actually calm down. You do that 10 times and it no longer bothers you. Well, what you've learned that you didn't die, but more importantly than that, you've learned that you could withstand the threat of death. That's what you've learned. And then you move a little closer, and then you move a little closer, and then you move a little closer, and finally you're back in what's no longer the elevator from a symbolic perspective. It's a tomb, right? It's a place of enclosure and isolation. And you learn, turns out I can withstand that. And then you're much more together, much more confident. And that's often one of the things that often happens in situations like that. I've seen this multiple times, is that if you run someone through an exposure training process like that and toughen them up, they'll often start standing up to people around them in a way they never did before, because they wouldn't stand up for themselves before, because they weren't willing to undermine the protection. See, if you're protecting me, I can't bother you, because I can't afford to forsake your protection. So if I'm going to play that game, I'm going to hide behind you, then I can't challenge you. So that's no good, because that's sometimes why people, you see this with guys very frequently, they're still deathly afraid of their father's judgment when they're in their 30s or 40s. It's like, well, why? Because they still want to believe that there's someone out there that knows. And so they're willing to accept the subjugation, because it doesn't force them to challenge the idea that there's someone out there that knows. Because that's the advantage of having your father as a judge, right? Because he knows. Well, what if he doesn't? What if no one knows any better than you? Well, that's a rough thing. You don't, until you realize that, you're not an adult, right? That's really technically the point of realization of adulthood, is that no one actually knows what you should do more than you do. I mean, it's a horrible realization, because what the hell do you know? It's a terrible realization, and people will often pick slavery, permanent slavery, to the spirit of the great father, let's say, over that realization, and it's completely understandable. But the problem with it is that there's more to you than you think, and so if you continue to hide behind that figure, then you never have a chance to understand that there's more to you than you think, far more to you than you think. Maybe there's enough to you so that you can actually withstand the threat of mortality without collapsing. Maybe even withstand the threat of malevolence without collapsing. Who knows? It's certainly possible. And it's not an abstract question. It's exactly the sort of question that you address in the psychotherapeutic process. It's always the question that you address. And the answer is often in the affirmative. because people can get unbelievably tough. And you know that because people work in emergency wards in hospitals, right? Or they work in palliative care wards, or they work as mortuary assistants. I mean, these people have bloody rough jobs, or they're on the front line of police investigation into, heinous child abuse crimes. And so they're confronting malevolence on a regular basis. And, those are very stressful jobs, but people do them. And some people do them without even being damaged by them. Although that's a harder thing because you can see horrible things, things you'll never forget. The problem is, it's true. You're oppressed, you're oppressed, you're oppressed, you're oppressed. God only knows why. Maybe you're too short, or you're not as beautiful as you could be, or your grandparent was a serf, likely, because almost everybody's great-grandparent was. It's like, and you're not as smart as you could be, and you have a sick relative, and you have your own physical problems. It's like, frankly, you're a mess. And you're oppressed in every possible way, including your ancestry and your biology. And the entire sum of human history has conspired to produce victimized you with all your individual pathological problems. It's like, yes, true. Okay, but the problem is that it is true. And so if you take the oppressed, you have to fractionate them and fractionate them. It's like, you're a woman, yeah, okay, well, I'm a black woman. Well, I'm a black woman who has 2 children. Well, I'm a black woman who has 2 children, and one of them isn't very healthy. And then, well, I'm a Hispanic woman, and I have a genius son who doesn't have any money, so that he can't go to university. And, I had a hell of a time getting across the border. It was really hard on me to get my citizenship. My husband is an alcoholic brute. It's like, well, yeah, that sucks too. And so let's fix all your oppression. We'll take every single thing into account, then we'll fix yours too. We'll take every single thing into account. No, you won't, because you can't. You can't. It is technically impossible. First of all, you can't even list all the ways that you're oppressed. Second, how are you going to weight them? Third, who's going to decide? That's the bloody thing. Who's going to decide? That's the thing. Well, what's the answer in the West? It's like, in free markets, oh yeah, Christ will never be able to solve this problem. No one can solve it. What are we going to do about that? We're going to outsource it to the marketplace. You're going to take your sorry, pathetic being, and you're going to try to offer me something that maybe I want. And I'm going to take my sorry, pathetic being, and I'm going to say, well, all things considered, as well as I can understand them, maybe I can give you this much money, which is actually a promise, for that thing. And you've packed all of your damn oppression into the price. And I've packed all my oppression into the willingness to pay it. And that solution sucks. It's a bad solution. But compared to every other solution, man, it's why 10% of us have freedom. And so there's a tremendous illogic at the bottom of this. It's like, you have to fractionate the oppressed all the way down to the level of the individual. Oh, that's figured out. There's a couple of figures who have mythological roots in our culture. People who get separately because they're able to make mistakes. Well, I understand that things about religions. It's not an accident that the axiomatic Western individual is someone who is unfairly nailed to a cross and tortured. It's like, yes, right, exactly. So what do you do about that? Well, I thought about that for a long time too. Well, you get together the damn bomb. Because all that does is allow you to be horrible as you can possibly imagine. That's a bad idea. How about we don't do that? Well, there's a deep idea in the West too. It's like, pick up your damn suffering and bear it. And try to be a good person so you don't make it worse. Well, that's the truth. I read a lot about the terrible things that people have done to each other. You just can't even imagine it. It's so awful. So you don't want to be someone like that. Do you have a reason to be? Yes. You have lots of reasons to.
Interval may triumph, and there may be no event. And I was trying to show you that there is a polarity between the event and the interval between events. in such a way that you can no more have the one without the other than you can have the crest of the wave without the trough. And that this goes on and on and on in endless cycles, where there are small intervals making up small intervals and waves, which group together and make up a set of intervals and waves, and they in themselves constitute the crest of a larger wave with a much longer trough. And then again there comes the group of intervals and waves on a short rhythm. And that this thing that goes like, you see, like this, you see, that this thing in its turn is the crest of a still greater wave, and that the nature of being is that this is the scheme of things. But the joke about it, what makes it exciting, is the constant anticipation that there might not be anything again after the interval, that it might all come to an end. And the real problem, in order to turn death into a joke, that is to say, suddenly to recover from this terrible anxiety that it might be finished, and then transmute the vibration trembling of anxiety into laughter. It is the same thing. Only the trembling of laughter is the trembling of anxiety seen from a different point of view. Now, what are the things that are obstacles to our being able to see that? It's almost as if life were itself a guru. And you know how gurus throw out tests to their students to see if they can pass these various initiations, all of which require nerve in the face of some formidable obstacle. All fairy stories are full of this. And so life itself throws out all kinds of reasons for supposing that we are faced with something serious instead of something playful. And I want to discuss with you a few ways which in Western history this obstacle has been thrown out, and how we today are bamboozled by these obstacles. In the history of Western civilization, there have really been, in the past 2,000 years, two dominant mythologies. One has had a long run and the other has had a fairly short run. But they are both ways of terrifying you so that you won't see the point. But at the same time, they are perhaps not merely negative things, but challenges, barriers of the same kind that a guru would offer. For example, in the study of Zen, each one is referred to as a barrier. And if you can pass the barrier, you see, you get in. But the function of the teacher is to put the barriers up to see how you'll react to them. So, in a way, we could say that the two great mythologies which have dominated the Western world in the past 2,000 years are two barriers. The first, of course, is the Christian mythology. And in the Christian mythology, the individual is made to feel that he is strictly on probation, that he does not really belong, that if he is at all a son of God, he is so by adoption and grace. He isn't really one of the family. Let me explore the theology of that a moment. In Christian theology, God has only one son. The monogenes, or the only begotten Son of God, who is the second person of the Trinity, the Logos, the divine idea of itself. The Trinity constitutes a family. And naturally, it's therefore threefold. because all for the Greek mind, and it was the Greek mind that molded Christian theology, meaning entirely depends on the structure of the Greek language. And Greek, in common with all Western languages, and indeed also Sanskrit, from which it is derived, has a sentence structure in which there is the subject, the verb, and the predicate. And we can't make any sense without those three things. We have to have an I love you or an I know you sentence for there to be any love or for there to be any urge. There must be the lover. The lover can't love without having a beloved, and the lover doesn't relate to the beloved without the relationship of love between them. So there you have the subject, the predicate, and the verb. And so naturally, in Greek ideas, the very inner nature of reality of the Godhead itself must be threefold, following the structure of Greek thought and Greek grammar. So, in this way, the inner life of the Godhead is completely self-sufficient. There is the Son, the object of God's love, so that God doesn't need any created world of finite beings as the necessary object of his love, so that he can be love. You see? So then, the created world is something extraneous. It's something that the Lord threw off in a fit of exuberance. And although it is very much beloved by him, he doesn't in any way depend on it. He, in a sense, fathered it, but he fathered it out of nothing. It had no true mother. And so, in a way, it's an orphan. And the relationship between the creator and the creature in popular Christianity has always been the relationship between the king and the subject. And the relationship between the king and the subject is very, very strange, estranged, because the king, in the archetypes of kingship, which existed in the Near East in ancient times and upon which this theological imagery was originally modeled, the king was really afraid. He always appeared in the throne room with his back to the wall. He didn't stand in the middle of his people and say, you know, and look around at everybody like that. He stood with his back to the wall like this. It's funny how all altars and Buddhas and things have their backs to the wall, because there you can't be stabbed. And you have your guards and your henchmen on either side of you. And all the people prostrate themselves, because that way you can watch them all. They can't see you and you can see them. So you're safe. And that's the imagery, you see, which has given us our Western conception of God. Of the father whose children have become a little bit too much for him. He's had too many. And they have to be kept in their place. And so he's a little bit frightened. And so the rules are set up. You just do so and so and so and so. And you must feel grateful for having been fathered. You're a miserable worm. And therefore, inwardly, because without me you might not have been. You owe everything you have to my having produced you. And you are a debtor. And because you are a debtor, you have a duty. Duty is the same word as debt, debit. You owe life to me who produced you, although I won't admit I had a great deal of fun doing it. And so you must all crawl. Now, you see, that conception of our relationship to reality has been the popular idea for centuries in the Western world. So that you never really knew where you stood with the authority. Because the authority gives you the impression that you are so bad intrinsically that at any time you ought to be punished and eaten up. And it's only a matter of mercy that you're not being eaten up. So the prayers of the Christian church are full of the idea, "O Lord, we are not worthy. And since it is only of thy great mercy that we continue to survive at all, we humbly beseech thee," etc., etc. Imagine going around with that feeling about the nature of reality, that it is watching you all the time, that you're always on probation, like a released prisoner. And therefore there is an all-seeing eye at every moment of the day and night surveilling you much more efficiently than any big brother could watch you through tiny TV cameras in your bedroom. I know a friend of mine who is a devout Catholic, and in her toilet, but she is different, she has a sense of humor. And in the toilet, it's an old-fashioned one, there's a tank and a pipe coming down to the john. And there's a little placard on it with a big eye painted. And in Gothic letters underneath it, it says, "Thou, God, seest me." So always, everywhere, according to this mythology, there is the eye of the paternal judge watching you. Now, what can you do with a situation like that? If that's the way things really are, you don't know whether this Lord has a sense of humor, and whether you can say to him, "Hey, look, don't take such an advantage of me like that. Turn down that light a little. Close off your eyes sometimes. You don't need to be all that particular. You know I can't do anything to you. I can't knock you over. Why do you need to bug me all the time?" Sort of attitude is too much. And so people couldn't stand it. 600 years of it was enough.
This fear of discomfort, people have this extreme feeling in their mind when it comes to their associations with exercise. They want to avoid discomfort. They feel like any type of exercise is just something to be avoided. That's not for me. I don't want to sweat. I don't want to strain. And a lot of times this association that they have is about the beginnings of getting in shape. It's not about once you're actually fit. Because once you're actually fit, exercise is something you look forward to. It's an alleviation of stress. It feels great. Like if I can't get a workout in, I look at my schedule. I go, oh shit, I don't have any time for a workout, which means I'm not going to get that good feeling. And so instead of looking at it like, oh, I've got to go grunt and sweat, I'm thinking I'm not going to feel good. I'm not going to feel relaxed. I'm not going to feel carefree. And I'm not going to feel even appreciative. Like my appreciation of things, it gets enhanced greatly after exercise. I just feel better. I feel like I can take things in for what they are rather than, whatever sensory data that I'm getting from any event is just one more distraction that gets in my way. That's a lot of times how I look at things if I'm overstressed or if I'm working too much. Our bodies, for whatever reason, most people, their associations are to avoid anything that's uncomfortable. But it's so illogical because when you look at comfort and you look at success and progress and the feelings of accomplishment and of getting past certain hurdles in terms of like how you feel about life, a lot of those are connected to discomfort. Like discomfort is your friend. It really is. Like discomfort and not being happy and content with certain situations in life or certain feelings in life, they're massive motivators, and they're amazing at facilitating change. And yet our instinct is to avoid those and just sit on the couch and watch some fucking reality show about dudes who make moonshine with our jaw open, like it's bizarre. And for me, at least, when I get like really disciplined and I get really consistent with my workouts, one of the things that I almost feel momentum. I feel like there's like a push behind me, like, all right, like after I get out of the gym, I have a really good workout. I'm like, yeah, now I'm doing it. I'm doing it all the time now. And I'm looking forward to the next time. And it makes that resistance much weaker, and it makes my motivation and my discipline much stronger. But it's based on just the consistency, like blowing something off, like blowing off an exercise that you planned is not just bad for you physically, it's also bad mentally, because then that option is now available. The option to fuck off is available, and you did it before, and you're probably going to do it again, and you'll get mediocre results, not just in that aspect of your life, but maybe in all aspects of your life. Because I think that option to fuck off, when you embrace it, that is a pathway that you might choose when it comes to dealing with conflict in your personal life, dealing with business decisions, dealing with career decisions, like an uncomfortable decision that you might be faced with, where you may need to make a change as far as like what your pathway is in life, but you don't do it. Instead, you fuck off. And that inclination to fuck off, I think, that gathers momentum as well. The inclination to be disciplined, that comes with momentum too. I think both things, like you take a path, the path of the healthy person or the path of the fuck off. Like this is not, like your body is like a race car that you can juice up yourself. Like you can add the fat tires, you can add the improved suspension, you can beef up the horsepower in the engine. You can do all that yourself. Or you could just choose to have this shitty body that's always falling apart on you, because we're essentially ecosystems. We're in charge. This weird consciousness that has all this resistance and has all this inclination towards comfort and fucking off and blowing things off is what is in charge of making all these things happen that keep this ecosystem healthy. It's almost like if Earth itself had like a shitty manager, if like there was a manager or a natural manager of Earth that was like, oh God, who cares if it rains? Oh God, I'm gonna stop growing things. I don't give a shit anymore. It's all stupid anyway. People that don't exercise, they physically feel their own body diminishing, and they just feel it's inevitable. It is what it is. You're wasting your time. You're out there running around, but no, we're not, because this experience right now, it's not like no one's under the illusion that you're gonna live forever, but you are enhancing the experience that you're currently involved in right now. And you are alive, you do experience this life, but do you experience this life optimally? Is it as enjoyable as it can be? And we all know that there's a spectrum for that enjoyability. Like we've all had times in our life where it's not been so great. And then times in our life where everything came together, like, what a fucking great day. Woo! Make more of those. Like you can make more of those. And I think when that whole thing is better, it affects everybody you touch, everybody that's around you, everybody you come in contact with, and that in turn, I mean, it sounds so grandiose, but in turn can affect the entire race of human beings.
We will begin by refreshing memories as to what went before. In discussing the theme of the Joker, I have been talking about a point of view, the Joker's point of view, from which not only our social institutions, but also all the formations of the natural world are seen as games. Be careful of the word game. It doesn't mean as trivialities, because when we say it's just a game, this often means it is just trivial. There can be important games, as when we play the piano or musical instruments. We are not necessarily doing something frivolous, but we are playing. And there is something in the nature of all play that is not serious, but at the same time may be sincere. And I tried to give you the picture of the multiplicity of natural forms on the one hand, and of human social institutions, and all the things that we do and consider important and busy ourselves with as human beings. I tried to give you the point of view from which these can be seen as games, as things being done, as it were, simply for themselves, and not for some ulterior motive. And therefore, these games are in a way best played when they are played as games. Although it's really not right for people to take them seriously, except that they are a little bit deprived. They're missing something. And so when the Joker sees a person taking his life seriously and regarding himself as extremely important, there is something a little bit funny about it. He is inclined to get the giggles. And it's all he knows that the very intensity of seriousness with which the individuals concerned are taking these games will be a kind of foil for the subsequent bursting into laughter when he sees that it wasn't serious after all. You see that? You might say there are these classes of people. There are the very far out people and the very far in people. Now, ordinarily, we say someone's very far out when they are oddballs, when they are exceedingly unconventional. But I want you to turn the picture around and look at a conventional person, look at a square as a person who's very far out. That is to say, he is so involved in the seriousness of the game he is playing that he is lost. He doesn't know where he started from and he thinks he's there. But he's completely lost because he is actually under the cover of his assurance, of his status, of his position in society. He's really a very anxious person. I said a lot yesterday about the way in which our society shows anxiety because it cannot permit the existence of people who don't belong. And it cannot really permit the criticism of laughter. It cannot permit the presence of the old-fashioned court jester. Because these people are so far out. They're so involved, and one from a certain standpoint, you see, from the Joker's standpoint, he doesn't condemn such people. He rather congratulates them on their heroism for getting so lost and involved. But to keep the far-out people from going quite insane, there have to be far-in people. And the far-in people are those who keep contact with the original goings-on behind the scenes. They are like the prompter in the theater, where there are the actors out on the stage, relying on their memories, etc., and they're supposed to get completely involved in the play. But there's a concealed prompter with the script in front of him. And he is the connection of the actor on the stage with the green room behind the stage. And you see in this dramatic analogy of the universe, the green room is the central point, the still point of the turning world. The green room is how God is when he's back home, not involved in all these games, and takes off the mask. See, on the Hindu theory that everybody is a mask of God. Like a wonderful line in one of Chesterton's poems. And now a great thing it seems any human nod, where move in strange democracy the million masks of God. The million masks of the Joker, because the Joker is the player, the trick player, who plays ultimately the great trick on himself. So really, there can be no resentment about this. Nobody to blame, nobody to turn around to in the end and say, you bastard, you did this to me. Because it's always you who are ultimately responsible. So this prompter, you see, keeps the actor on the stage in touch with the green room. And so there are certain people in the world who might be a kind of a priesthood sometimes, although priesthoods are apt to become corrupt and square, but a kind of people in the know. There always has to be somebody around in the know, so that, as it were, the wheel of society and of existence, the wheel of the squirrel cage, the wheel of the rat race, can have an axle firmly planted. And at the center then there have to be the far in people. So this is the domain of jokers. Now, having developed that side of the joker, the person who sees through the social institutions as games, I went on in the second session to discuss another aspect of the joker as the sly man, in comparison with the monk, the fakir, and the yogi, who undertake, all those three undertake in certain different ways disciplines which have the intent of releasing them from their karma. The individual, in other words, challenges his involvement, his attachments, his limitations, his finitude, and endeavors to overcome it. But in each of these three cases, the individual involved stirs up an immense opposition, because he serves notice upon the devil, or shall we say upon his karmic creditors, that he is about to leave town. And so all the creditors come rushing to the door. All his past sins catch up with him. And the devil lays his temptations in the way all the more thoroughly. So that the sly man is the one who, when he is going to leave town, does so instantaneously without any prior announcement. And so in this way there is, shall we say, a cunning manner of becoming a Buddha. And that is to become one instantly, without any preparation or warning whatsoever. This is why Zen is called the sudden school, and why Satori is a sudden awakening. Because it has to be done without the slightest warning. Now, but then I pointed out that the moment you have any idea about doing this, you've already ceased to be sudden. That is to say, the moment you seek for some spiritual attainment, which is becoming a Buddha, becoming awakened, becoming released, getting in there, you've already served notice upon your creditors. So that somehow or other, you find that you have to do it without intending to do it. And that is a double bind, which you impose upon yourself when you say, I must find a way of doing this spontaneously. That's the old basic double bind. You must be spontaneous. You are commanded, or you command yourself to do something which is acceptable only if it happens spontaneously. Then you think about that and say, well, what a fix that is. Here am I saying, I must be surprised, and I'm going to lay plans to surprise myself. So by going through this, you discover naturally that can't be done. You can't surprise yourself on purpose. Yet that's what you have to do. So what about it? You come to a state of total paralysis. You're stuck. The one thing that is terribly important to be done can't be done. It has to happen. It really does if you're earnest about this. You want to get out of the trap. Anything about it, either actively or passively. But then as you begin to see what you are doing all the time, you notice a very odd fact, which is that you can't help being spontaneous. If I say to you, good morning, and you say good morning, what is that? Did you plan this answer? Did you make preparations to grow your hair? Do you make decisions about having blue eyes? You see, about breathing? Is this all planned? About beating your heart? And what about your thinking? Even if it's very blocked thinking, even if you feel from a certain point of view that you're all mixed up, what is going on anyway? You see, you can't stop it. It's like trying to, we were discussing the Gurdjieff thing yesterday, the remembering exercise, the attempt to live completely in the present. Well, that's not only a Gurdjieff idea, that's a very ancient yoga and Buddhist discipline, to be completely here and now. But of course, as you pursue this, you discover you can't do it, because you couldn't even, know when to go shopping unless you made plans and started thinking about the future. So you couldn't move. But then you discover, you see, that in the long run, there's nothing to think about except the here and now. There really isn't anything else. Because even when you make plans for the future and you remember the past, you're doing it all in the present. Your memory is a present activity. There's no way of not being self-remembering and having presence of mind. So when you discover that, there's nothing left to you but to have a good laugh. Well, now, I want to develop to a greater extent something I only touched on yesterday afternoon when we were discussing anxiety and laughter and the relationship between the two. I suggested that anxiety and laughter are really the same phenomenon, but seen from different points of view. As we all know, we can have shudders of horror and shudders of delight, tears of grief, tears of joy. And it's the same shudders and the same tears in either case, but they have a completely different meaning. Now, life is a matter of oscillation. Life is vibration. It's the whole time and all the way through. The question is, how are you going to interpret that? Is it tremble, 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 or is it laugh, laugh, laugh? That's the great thing. And sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. So that the whole thing of the Joker is he comes into being, as it were, at the point when the anxiety interpretation of the trembling becomes the laughing interpretation. We were talking about monks who had skulls in their cells to remind them of mortality. And we think a grim thing. The skull is a grim thing. But Chesterton had the poem about the skull. Chattering finch and waterfly are not merrier than I. Here among the flowers I lie, laughing everlastingly. No, I may not tell the best. Surely, friends, I might have guessed, death was but the good king's jest. It was hid so carefully. So you can see the skull not as a grim thing, but as a laughing thing. It's all that's left of a human being. And all the surface is peeled off, and nothing but this beautiful bone remains. It laughs. Now why? What is it about death being a jest? We discussed the problem of the zebra. You remember whether a zebra is a yellow horse with black stripes or a black horse with yellow stripes. And of course, you can see it either way. And you can argue till all is blue about which side is right. And let's suppose that a black horse is a horse of ill omen, even though striped with yellow. And a yellow horse, the horse of joy and good omen, even though striped with black. This is our eternal problem. We are in the state of egocentric consciousness, firmly convinced that death is a threat. We are so convinced of this, even though individuals may say, well, I'm not really afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is dying in an unpleasant way. Nevertheless, since almost all moralists and people concerned with ethics seem to agree, whatever their differences of opinion, that survival is a good thing. In some sense, if not survival in this body, even the most, the people who would rather be dead than red, firmly believe that that is true because they believe there is a hereafter, where they can go and where they can be rewarded for the courageous stand against evil which they have taken. You see? So that's still some kind of insistence on the value of survival. And we all cling to this idea of survival with tremendous passion. But we have been fooled, because survival is an important ideal only so long as you have bothering you the bugbear of death, that the world might stop altogether, and that your death, so far as you are concerned, is curtained forever. And that is really the bogey. You see, that's all very well to rationalize and say, no, it's not death I'm afraid of, it's the pains of death. But if you think about it deeply, there are several stages in thinking about it deeply. The first stage is the real horrors of endless night, of the futility, of the whole conception that one's own life, or indeed the whole life of the cosmos, might be nothing but a flash, and beyond that, nothing. Nothing, nothing, in all directions. When, for example, we think of the physicist's idea that the universe is running down, that all energy is seeking a stable state. Supposing, for example, to give an illustration of what they mean, I have a jar of black pepper and a jar of salt. And I pour them together into another jar, and I can see the white salt and the black pepper fairly well delineated. Then I start shaking the jar. Slowly, 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 the black and the white disappear into a gray. That can never be sorted out again into black and white. In this sort of way, as things go on, the universe, they say, it tends to attain a stable state, to run down, run down, run down, until that's the end. And nobody knows how it could possibly start all over again. But I always say, and I feel it in a sort of funny, intuitive way, that what happened once can happen again. If this world started at some time, supposing there was a colossal explosion which set all these galaxies flying out, then what existed before that explosion, it must surely have been something like the stable state to which we shall run down in the end. And if it went bang once, there's absolutely no reason why it shouldn't go bang again. I suppose there are temperaments in logic. I have a temperament whereby I just cannot, I mean, it seems to me absolutely basic that what happened once can happen again. But there are other people who so cherish the unique that they can consider the idea of something like existence happening only once. But you see, something that happens only once doesn't happen at all. What happens if a given sound consists of only one vibration? What is the up crest of a wave apart from the down crest? Can you conceive that? That's the same koan as what is the sound of one hand. You see, it always takes two. You can't have a purely left-sided person. Imagine. So, in this way, just as you can't have just one vibration, I mean, it's like the saying, the greatest strength of mind is to eat one peanut. and so it can hardly be done. So there isn't just one vibration. And a dit but no da, sort of thing. You have to have it do more. So in just the same way, when you magnify this principle, there isn't just one cosmos, or one big explosion that starts and stops. All stopping implies starting. Someone just wrote to me, we haven't parted because we never met. So the whole point of saying this is the realization that existence is eternal. The going out of existence implies the coming in. And St. Thomas had some points here when he said, there could never have been a time when there was not being, because if there had been a time when there was nothing in nothing to produce something. But he didn't quite have the point, because what he didn't see was that nothing is productive in the sense that you can't have nothing without something. They go together. And all this thing is an argument, again, about whether the zebra is yellow striped black or black striped yellow. And what we see is that the black and the yellow, the darkness and the light, are simply two phases of the same. And that realization is exactly what transforms anxiety into laughter. Suddenly to see that you just, after all this anxiety, that you don't have anything to worry about. And it became intolerable. That doesn't mean
God, there's reasons to be resentful about your existence. Everyone you know is going to die. You know, you too. And there's going to be a fair bit of pain along the way, and lots of it's going to be unfair. It's like, yeah, no wonder you're resentful. It's like, act it out and see what happens. You make everything you're complaining about infinitely worse. There's this idea that hell is a bottomless pit, and that's because no matter how bad it is, some stupid son of a bitch like you could figure out a way to make it a lot worse. So you think, well, what do you do about that? Well, you accept it. That's what life is like. It's suffering. That's what the religious people have always said. Life is suffering. Yes. Well, who wants to admit that? Well, just think about it. Well, so what do you do in the face of that suffering? Try to reduce it. Start with yourself. What good are you? Get yourself together for Christ's sake, so that when your father dies, you're not whining away in the corner, and you can help plan the funeral, and you can stand up solidly so that people can rely on you. That's better. Don't be a damn victim. Of course you're a victim. Jesus, obviously. Put yourself together, and then maybe if you put yourself together, you know how to do that. You know
Here we
what's
are
wrong
again.
with you.
Hey, Joe.
Hello,
You know
Jordan.
there's a few things you could, like,
How are you
pull.
doing, man? I'm doing great. You have the schedule that you have and the amount of energy and enthusiasm you maintain with the schedule is very remarkable. Because you're not stopping, you're not slowing down. I mean, you've had your foot on the gas for like 2 solid years now.
Make hay while the sun shines.
I guess so. Is that what it is? Is that how you feel about it?
Well, you know, when you have an opportunity that's completely preposterous, you're a fool to take it for granted.
Yeah,
You know,
I guess that's
so
right.
and yeah, so Tammy and I have been to 100 cities since January. So everywhere, you know, and part of what keeps us going, well, first of all, I have a really good crew, you know, like the CAA guys, they're really good. Live Nation's been really good. They make sure the theaters are smooth, and we've had no problems at all. And then I have lots of people who are helping me with my scheduling, and Tammy travels with me. And then the lectures themselves, well, I really like doing them, partly because I do a different lecture every night. And so that keeps me sharp, and it makes sure that I'm thinking about new things all the time and trying to formulate my thoughts more precisely. And they're also unbelievably positive. So that's also something that makes it a lot easier to do, because you know, I go to a city and there's 1,500 to 2,000 people waiting for me there, which is like staggering in and of itself wherever I go. And they're all there listening intently, and it's a sophisticated discussion, or at least as sophisticated as I can make it. And I'm communicating directly with the audience, and all the people are there to try to get their lives together. And so the feeling in the hall is really, really positive. And then I usually talk to about 150 people afterwards, and you know, all of them, well, many of them, you know, they just say hi and they're polite, and we have a photograph and all that. But lots of them have stories about how they've been putting their lives together, and they're thrilled to death about it, you know, that they're out of the hole they were in, or they've started a new business, or they've sold a new business, or they just decided to get married, or they're going to have some kids, or they fixed up their relationship with their parents, or they quit drinking, and they're not addicted. I talked to one guy in Europe. He'd stopped. He was addicted. I don't remember what to, but it was something that wasn't good. He'd stopped for 9 months and got 9 of his friends to quit too. So he comes up, he's just like bouncing, you know, he's so damn happy that his life is better. And not only that he had this additional positive effect on other people. So, and it's so fun because I have these conversations with people. They're brief, but they're very personal, and they're very intense, you know, because you think people have to trust you to tell you that their lives weren't going so well. And then they have to trust you even more to tell you that they're going better now, because of course, what you want when you tell someone that things are going better is you want real encouragement and real sense from the person you're talking to that they're happy for you. And I'm absolutely thrilled to hear these things. Like, I was in Whole Foods this morning. I went down near where I'm staying, and 2 of the guys that work behind the meat counter came out to talk to me, and independently, and they'd both been reading my books and watching my lectures. And one of them said he had a 7-year-old son. He really wanted to do right by him. He was looking for ethical and moral guidance, and you know, he found the books really helpful, and then it was helping him put his life together. And so guy at the car rental place last night told me the same thing. And so it's so exciting, so ridiculously exciting to go everywhere around the world, and to go into airports, or to walk down the street and have people come up and say, I've been watching you on YouTube. They often mention you. I've been listening to what you say. I've been developing a vision for my life. It's really helped me out a lot. Thanks a lot. And Jesus, like, to be able to have that happen, you know, time after time, day after day, all over the place, that's just absolutely, it makes going to 100 cities like continually energizing, because it's so positive.
And so, and then there's all this weird crap in the press, you know, about my dangerous followers and all this alt-right nonsense. And it's so ridiculous, you know. I've talked to 250,000 people in 7 months. We haven't had one incident that was negative in that entire time. Not one, nothing. No misbehavior on anyone's part. We had one heckler who was obviously not a fan of mine, given that he was a heckler. That was it. Other than that, the audiences behave perfectly. They all dress up. They come in suits, which is really cool. A lot of the young guys, they dress up. So they have a little suit competition with me, which is quite fun. So that's an additional bonus. And yeah, it's pretty damn good, Joe.
I think it's really fantastic. And I think what's going on is it makes me very optimistic, because I think that one of the things that new media has provided is these new avenues for information to get out there. And these new things like these lecture circuits. When was the last time you saw public lecture circuits that were popular to the tune of thousands and thousands of people? I saw the ones that you and Sam Harris did on YouTube, and you know, Sam's doing them with a lot of other people as well. You're doing them with a lot of other people, with Dave Rubin as well.
Yeah.
These are, I mean, this is a very unique thing.
That's for sure.
And also this desire to understand new paths of behavior and patterns of thinking, and that these are corrective paths and patterns that can lead you to a more fulfilled and happier life.
Yep.
And recognize the pitfalls of certain types of behavior that people just fall into.
Yep.
And I think oftentimes the difference between someone who lives a fulfilled life and someone who lives a life filled with disaster is following incorrect patterns and not knowing what the correct ones are.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good people out there that live shitty lives.
Yep.
And they don't do it because they're just dumb or because they're bad. They do it because they've been influenced by certain patterns. They've fallen into patterns, whether it's because of the people that they surround themselves with, or the neighborhood they grew up, the people that are around them have this way of being, and they kind of fall into that, or it's drugs or it's alcohol or whatever it is. But then they find a new one.
Yeah.
And then they can slide right into that new one. And all of a sudden they feel energized when they wake up in the morning instead of hungover. They're getting exercise in. They're eating healthy. They're starting to think about things correctly and do good things. And the momentum of them doing those good things leads them to feel good about themselves and energized. And these are all things that you promote and I think are genuinely really significant.
Yeah.
Like really important.
Well,
The thing is, it gets maligned. You get pushed into this
weird,
what we were talking about before the podcast, by a small select group of people. It's a very small but vocal minority that wants to misrepresent you.
Yeah.
And then there's the periphery that listen to this small group, and then they sort of parrot those words out without any real thinking about what you've said.
Well, you know, one of the things that I have made a mistake about in the past that I just realized in the last couple of weeks was that, you know, people often accuse me and they say, well, most of the people that listen to you are men. And I think, you know, when you're accused like that, your automatic response is, well, you wouldn't be accused if you weren't doing something wrong. So there must be something wrong about that. It's like, why isn't it 50% women? And so I've said things like, well, you know, 80% of the people who watch YouTube videos are men. And so the fact that 80% of the people who watch my videos are men isn't that surprising given that base rate. But then about 3 weeks ago, I started thinking, well, what the hell am I doing? It's like, what, is there something wrong with talking to men? Is that actually a problem? It's like I mean, I didn't set out to do that specifically, but if that's the way it's working out, and there is a majority of men coming to my shows, say, then why is that all of a sudden supposed to be a bad thing? I'm asking men to, you know, to be more honest, and especially in their speech and their thinking, and to be more responsible for themselves and for their family and for their community, and to grow up and to shoulder their burden and to live a responsible and meaningful life, and putting those two things together conceptually. And it's like, and then there's an accusation about that as if there's something wrong. And I thought, why am I even playing into this? It's like, fine, I'm talking to men, I'm encouraging them, and I am absolutely thrilled. Like every time someone comes up to me, and that's happening, I mean, maybe 100 times a week or something like that, and tells me one of these stories about how they put their life together. It's like, I'm absolutely thrilled about that. And so I don't see, it's just a sign of how pathological our times have become in some sense, that there would have been any guilt about that to begin with. Because how is that not a good thing, man?
It's weird. I think a lot of that has to do with this concept that men are running everything and that men have this massive advantage. There's a white male advantage and privilege that we all enjoy and share, and that men have this advantage financially. There's disparity in terms of the gender gap in pay, and income, and that if you were really a good person, you would be trying to balance that out, and that you wouldn't be trying to pump up the winning team.
Right. Well, and that's the funny thing. Well, that's it. And that's part of that narrative that, well, if there's winners, there has to be losers. And the reason that there are losers is because there's winners. And that's complete bloody nonsense, because as far as I'm concerned, and I really believe this, is that every single person who sets out to put themselves together ethically is a net positive to everyone around them. There's no downside to that. And my book has been criticized by people who've read it very poorly, especially chapter 1, when I talk about hierarchies, that I'm somehow supporting the idea that power in a hierarchy is the right way to be. And there's absolutely nothing in what I've written that suggests that at all. Like, I'm suggesting that human hierarchies are very complex, and that the way that you win in a human hierarchy is by being competent and reciprocal. And so, I mean, for example, even if you're selfish, let's say, you got to think very carefully about what that would mean if you were selfish and awake, because you have to work to take care of yourself and what you want, say, in this moment. But then there's you tomorrow, and there's you next week, and there's you next month and next year and 10 years from now and when you're old. So because you're self-conscious and because you're aware of the future, you're actually a community unto yourself. And if you're selfish and impulsive, all that means is that you're serving the person you are right now, in that impulsive way, but not the person you're going to be. And so that's not a good grounds for any sort of ethical behavior. And I see that if you serve yourself properly, there's no difference between that and serving your family properly and serving your community properly. Those things all mesh in a kind of a harmonious manner. And one of the things that's really been effective in the lecture tour is a discussion about that idea and its relationship between that and meaning and responsibility. Because one of the things that strikes the audience as silent constantly, because I'm always listening to them to see, when the attention is maximally focused, is whenever I point out to people that the antidote to the meaninglessness of their life and the suffering and the malevolence that they might be displaying because they're resentful and bitter about how things have turned out, the antidote to that is to take on more responsibility for themselves and for other people. And that's aspirational, which is kind of cool. The conservative types, the duty types, and I'm not complaining about them, they're always basically saying, well, this is how you should act, because in some sense that's your duty, right? That's how a good citizen would act. And that's a reasonable argument. But the case that I've been making is more that, well, there is value distinctions between things. Some things are worth doing and some things aren't, and you can kind of discover what that is for yourself, and then you should aim at the things that are most worth doing. And what you'll find if you watch carefully is that the things that you find worth doing are almost always associated with an increase in responsibility. Because if you think about the people you admire, for example, you spontaneously admire people, and that's a manifestation of the instinct to imitate. Again, people are very imitative. You don't admire people who don't take care of themselves. Like, unless there's something wrong with you, you at least want an admirable person to be accountable for themselves. And then if they've got something left over so they can be accountable for their family, well, then that's a net plus. Obviously, that's someone you think is solid. And then maybe they take care of some more people. They have a business or they're involved in the community in some positive way. You see, well, that's a person whose pattern of being is worth imitating. And that's all associated with responsibility. And it's so interesting because it's as if everybody kind of knows this, but that it hasn't crystallized. It's like, well, you should be responsible because that's what a good citizen is. It's no. You should be responsible because you need to have a deep meaning in your life to offset the suffering so you don't get bitter. And the way you do that is to bear a heavy load, to get yourself in check for you now and for you in the future, and then to do the same for your family and your community, and that there's real nobility in that, and there's real meaning. And more, the other thing that I've been suggesting to people, and I also believe this, is that, and I think that the guys that have come to talk to me, especially the ones that have had real rough lives, they really understand this. If you don't get your act together and you let yourself slide, then what kind of moves in to take the place of what you could have been is something that's really not good at all. So it's not only that if you're living like a dissolute life, that you're not aiming at anything positive, and so you don't have any real meaning, and you're subsumed by anxiety and all of that hopelessness, but something kind of hellish moves in there too to occupy that place, and so then you end up making things worse. And when one of the things I learned about studying totalitarian systems, whether they were on the right or the left, was that part of the reason that the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century manifested themselves was because average people didn't take on the proper responsibility. They shut their eyes when their eyes should have been open, even though they knew it. And they did and said things they knew they shouldn't have done and said. And that was what supported those horrible systems. So, if you don't get your act together, then you leave a little space for hell. And I really believe that.
Don't you think when things are happening, like something like Nazi Germany, I would imagine that during that time, the people that were not in support of it felt helpless. Whether you're in Germany, you're a part of this country is turning towards this horrible situation where Jewish people are being put on trains, and the people that didn't speak out in that, I don't necessarily know if it's a lack of discipline or just complete fear and paralysis
it's a fear for sure. I mean,
knowledge of how to deal with it or what to do, and
too,
wanting to protect your family as well, so not wanting to step out of line.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. The problem is that if you're going to forestall that sort of thing, you have to do it early. Because the longer you wait, the higher the price you pay for it.
But isn't it? It's hard to take that jump early because you're not exactly sure where it's going.
That's true, and you're also likely to be jumped on. Yes. I mean, you can see that happening in our own culture. You make a mistake on Twitter, or even something that isn't a mistake, and you can pay what feels to be a pretty high price. Right. Now, whether it is a high price or not is hard to tell because Twitter is so weirdly fictional. It's so hard to get a grasp on exactly what's going on.
Well, it's also your comprehension of what is your emotional reaction to people that you don't know being mean to you. Like this is like what is that price?
Well,
and some people want to dismiss that as being just nothing. It's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal. It causes people to commit suicide. I mean, it has absolutely. Bullying online has caused many people to commit suicide.
Well, the thing is, the weird thing about that online communication is that, like, I find that I tend to react to a negative Twitter comment as if it's someone sitting across from me talking to me that I know. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not, and I don't even know if the person is real because the accounts are often anonymous, right? So that person isn't really real. But your emotional response is still, well, someone's gone out of their way to be harshly critical to you.
Right.
And that doesn't happen that often in your day-to-day life. And so, if you're a reasonable person, you're very sensitive to criticism,
right,
because it's rare and because you might be wrong, especially if there's a lot of people criticizing you, because you kind of have to be psychopathic in order just to brush that off. It's like, well, 100 people think I'm wrong. There's nothing to that. It's like, well, if it's 100 people out of 100 million, but you can't tell on Twitter,
right,
then it's irrelevant. But if it's a mob of 100 people that show up outside your house, which is quite kind of what Twitter feels like, then you think, well, God, I must have done something wrong, because otherwise, why would all these people be here?
Right.
And I think that's why so many people are driven to apologize, when they do something on Twitter or do something, and then the Twitter mobs go after them. They think, oh God, I must have done something wrong. I should do some soul searching. And so some of that's not even fear. It's more like it's in a sense, it's a morality that's misplaced because of our inability to calibrate the social messaging. I've almost completely stopped reading Twitter comments in the last month, and I'm definitely better for it.
It makes you way happier, right?
Oh yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
Crazy.
It's too crazy.
Yeah. What is your number up to now? The number of followers?
About 1 million on Twitter.
That's when it's about time to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still following people and reading what people are posting, but no, the comments, I'm just
not worth it.
No, it's not. And I think it does have something to do with the technology itself. Like, I do believe that small limit facilitates angry, impulsive responding.
Perhaps because you're trying to get people to respond to you, but the alternative is Facebook, where you have these long posts that are just rambling first drafts that people put out. Like, when they start ranting about politics or
Mhm.
what have you, I just can't get involved.
Mhm.
They're just too big. And then people jump in and comment on them, and often their comments are massive as well. It's just too verbose.
Mhm.
Whereas the good thing about Twitter is it makes you boil down what you're trying to say to a very succinct thing. Although I do enjoy when someone has a good Twitter thread.
Mhm.
Like there was a really good Twitter thread. What was that gentleman's name? Respectable Lawyer? Respectable Law. He wrote a long history of the Sentinelese people that that's that uncontacted tribe in the Indian Sea where this gentleman went there to try to convert them to
Missionary,
Christianity
yeah.
and he shot him full of arrows. Yeah, and he wrote this long history of these people and what they've had to endure with being, a few people going to them and doing some awful things and diseases and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I enjoy when someone will do that, like these long, like every now and then someone will use it in a novel way.
Mhm.
I really like that.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of it is just people just trying to get a reaction, and what's the reaction they can get by pissing you off? That's
Mhm.
like the best one.
Well, they also
Insulting
might
you.
be the ones that are most like, we don't exactly know what motivates people to respond on Twitter, and it might be that the fundamental motivation for a Twitter response is anger,
Yeah.
rather than the desire to share something, because we don't know anything about how these new communication techniques function psychologically.
Right.
Like maybe Twitter is skewed 90% towards people who are impulsively angry at that moment. It could easily be. We don't know. Like, if you're driving in your car and someone cuts you off, you curse, or at least I do. And it's often a situational issue rather than a personality flaw on the part of the other driver, even though it's easy to assume that. But you respond impulsively. I mean, God only knows how much of our social media networks are set up to differentially reward impulsive behavior. And it's also not that easy to hold people accountable in some sense. And maybe there's some utility to that, but with anonymous accounts and all of that, the anonymity is also problematic because it certainly enables people to allow their worst to manifest themselves, especially if they're resentful and angry. So
The only benefit that I can see to anonymity is it gives you the opportunity to explore controversial ideas without blowback.
true. I
If it's
think,
used correctly.
well, that's it. I think that's true. I think there's some utility. I mean, I don't think that it should be forbidden, but well, like most things, it has its advantages and its disadvantages.
Like most things, it's not entirely negative to be anonymous.
Hey, so I figured something out that I
Okay.
thought I'd tell you about. This took me like 30 years to figure out, and I figured it out on this tour. So there's this old idea, that you have to rescue your father from the belly of the whale, right? From some monster that's deep in the abyss. You see that in Pinocchio, for example, but it's a very common idea. And I figured out why that is, I think. So imagine that we already know from a clinical perspective that, if you set out a path towards a goal, which you want to do because you need a goal and you need a path, because that provides you with positive emotion, right? So you set up something as valuable. So that implies a hierarchy. You set up something as valuable. You decide that you're going to do that instead of other things. So that's kind of a sacrifice because you're sacrificing everything else to pursue that. And then you experience a fair bit of positive emotion and meaning as you watch yourself move towards the goal. And so the implication of that is that the better the goal, the more full and rich your experience is going to be when you pursue it. So that's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons for developing a vision and for fleshing yourself out philosophically, because you want to aim at the highest goal that you can manage. Okay, so you do that. And then what you'll find is that as you move towards the goal, there are certain things that you have to accomplish that frighten you. Maybe you have to learn to be a better speaker, a better writer, a better thinker. You have to be better to people around you, or you have to learn some new skills and you're afraid of that. Whatever, because it's going to stretch you if you pursue a goal, and so that'll put you up against challenges. Okay, so all the clinical data indicates the opposite of safe spaces, as Jonathan Haidt has been pointing out, that what you want to do when you identify something that someone is avoiding that they need to do because they're afraid, you have them voluntarily confront it. And so you break it down. What you try to do if you're a behavior therapist is you break down the thing they're avoiding into smaller and smaller pieces until you find a piece that's small enough so they'll do it. And it doesn't really matter as long as they start it. Then they can put the next piece on and the next piece. And what happens is they don't get less afraid exactly. They get braver. It's like there's more of them. And here's why. So imagine you do something new, and that's informative, right? There's information in the action, and then you can incorporate that information and turn it into a skill and turn it into a transformation of your perceptions. So there's more to you because you've tried something new. So that's one thing. The second thing is, and there's good biological evidence for this now, that if you put yourself in a new situation, then new genes code for new proteins and build new neural structures and new nervous system structures. Same thing happens to some degree when you work out, right? Because your muscles are responding to the load, but your nervous system does that too. So you imagine that there's a lot of potential you locked in your genetic code. And then if you put yourself in a new situation, then the stress, that's the situational stress that's produced by that particular situation, unlocks those genes and then builds new parts of you. So that's very cool, because who knows how much there is locked inside of you. Okay, so now here's the idea. So let's assume that that scales as you take on heavier and heavier loads. That more and more of you get more and more informed because you're doing more and more difficult things, but more and more of you gets unlocked. And so then what that would imply is that if you got to the point where you could look at the darkest things, so that would be the abyss, right? That would be the deepest abyss. If you could look at the harshest things, like the most brutal parts of the suffering of the world and the malevolence of people and society, if you could look at that straight and directly, that would turn you on maximally. And so that's the idea of rescuing your father, because imagine that you're like the potential composite of all of the ancestral wisdom that's locked inside of you biologically. But that's not going to come out at all unless you stress yourself, unless you challenge yourself. And the bigger the challenge you take on, the more that's going to turn on. And so that as you take on a broader and broader range of challenges and you push yourself harder, then more and more of what you could be turns on. And that's equivalent to transforming yourself into the ancestral father. Because you're like what would you call it? You're the consequence of all these living beings that have come before you. And that's all part of your biological potentiality. And then if you can push yourself, then all of that clicks on and that turns you into who you could be. That's the re-representation of that positive ancestral father. So that's why you rescue your father from the belly of the beast.
So you think that this ultimate goal of sacrifice and of risking your life in order to save someone who's truly important to you, that this somehow or another maximizes your potential as a human being?
Well, I think you can think about it religiously too. So you think about it this way. So in the Christian story, for example, you have Christ does two things that are messianic. One is takes the suffering of the world onto himself, because that's a weird idea. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's think about it psychologically. Well, maybe it means that, well, that's your job, is the world's full of suffering, and you should accept that as your responsibility, past, present, and future. You're supposed to do something about that, as much as you can about it. And maybe you start with your own localized suffering, put yourself together, but then you expand that outward and you decide that you're not a victim of that, even though, you're part and parcel of it, but you're the potential solution to that. And so you accept that as a responsibility. So that's part of taking on a load. That's part of bearing a cross. You could look at it that way. The cross is sort of a symbol of the place of maximal suffering. Okay, so you accept that as a challenge, not as something that you're victimized by. Maybe you accept that as the price of being. Okay, so that's one responsibility. You're responsible for addressing the suffering in the world. So that could give you some meaning, seems to me. And then the next thing is, there's a story, of course, that Christ met the devil in the desert. And so that's the encounter with malevolence. So that would be the other thing, because the two major problems that people face, obviously, are suffering, tragedy, and malevolence. And so that's the other thing that you're responsible for, is that you're supposed to look at the capacity for human evil as clearly as you possibly can. It's a very terrifying thing. That causes post-traumatic stress disorder in people that aren't accustomed to it. And in the mythology that's associated with the encounter with evil, it's almost always the case that the entity that does the encountering, even if it does it voluntarily, is hurt by it. So the Egyptian god Horus, for example, who's the eye and the falcon, the thing that can see and pay attention, when he encounters his evil uncle Seth, who's the precursor of Satan, he loses an eye, because it's no joke to encounter malevolence. It can really shake you. But the idea would be that if you can face the malevolence and you can face the suffering, then that opens the door to your maximal potential. And then the optimistic part of that is, and this is why it's so useful to peer into the darkness, let's say. The optimistic part of that is that although the suffering is great and the malevolence is deep, your capacity to transcend it is stronger. So what you get out of the most negative viewpoint is the most positive possible consequence. Because one of the things you'd like to know, if you wanted to know something deep about yourself, is that you could face the worst that there was and prevail. And I believe that people are capable of that. I think that despite how tragic life is and how malevolent things are, that fundamentally our spirit, let's say, has the capacity to confront that and to fix it, like psychologically, so to confront it courageously, to be able to bear up under that if you do it voluntarily, but also to address it. Not only to deal with it psychologically, but to deal with it practically. And that we could make things much better.
There's always a striving towards utopia, right? Like this is the ultimate goal. That if you ask people, what would you like out of civilization? Well, I'd like everyone to be happy and everyone to get along, and there'd be no war, nothing, no suffering, no anything. But in order to really truly learn about yourself and about life, you have to overcome adversity. You have to experience things. And I firmly believe that in order to truly appreciate love, you have to understand and really have felt hate. And to really appreciate camaraderie, you have to feel loneliness. So this is just a part of being a person for whatever reason. Like,
yeah, well, maybe see the other thing that I've been thinking along the same lines is that, it isn't so in the biblical stories, in the Abrahamic stories, for example, Abraham basically hangs around his dad's tent till he's like 80. He's one of these guys that fails to launch, in a big way. And God eventually gets sick and tired of him, like, playing video games in his basement, and says, get the hell out there into the world and have a life. And so he does. He leaves his father's tent and his community and his country, which is what he's commanded to do. And then he goes out and has an adventure. But, the first thing he encounters is a famine, and then he encounters a tyranny, and then he encounters a bunch of people in the tyrannical state that want to take his wife. And so you can imagine that Abraham's response to that is like, it was a hell of a lot better sitting in my dad's tent playing video games. But what's cool about that story, what I realized when I was doing the lectures on it last year, was that was a call to adventure. And that the right way of conceptualizing what we're talking about isn't that utopia would be a place where everyone was happy. Because and I think because of what you just laid out is you need that polarity, and people need a load, and we need adversity, and we need difficulty. We need all of that. So maybe what you want is an adventure, the greatest adventure that you could have. And that would involve, something to push against. It would involve real challenge. And so just see, Dostoevsky knew this, because when he wrote Notes from Underground, which I would highly recommend to everyone who's listening, it's a great book and it's a very short book. He criticized socialist utopia back in like 1860, way before it became the sort of widespread idea that it is now. And what Dostoevsky said was that, well, human beings are these very peculiar creatures, and if you gave us a utopia so that we had nothing to do but eat cake and busy ourselves with the continuation of the species, that was his line, that the first thing we do is smash it all to bits, just so that something unexpected and troublesome would happen, because we're built for adventure and not for peace and happiness.
Well, we're designed to overcome the natural world. The natural world is filled with that. The natural world is filled with things trying to eat things. This is just everywhere you look, that's all you observe. You observe predators and prey and animals eating vegetables, and that's it. And I think that this concept of overcoming adversity is so human. It's so a part of what we are, that I want to bring it back to you. Because one of the things that I've been considering is that I've said this many times, and I just had a conversation with my good friend Steve Brunello the other day where he brought it up independently. He said, I think Jordan Peterson is the most misunderstood and misinterpreted guy in the world. And he's like, people are always like, not just misinterpreting, but misstating what you believe in, misstating what you say. This opposition to you, this, like we were talking about this GQ interview, which I thought was, I thought that woman was far more intelligent than and her approach was far better and far more reasoned and well thought out than some of the other attacks on you before. So they're bringing in the varsity level players, is what I'm saying. It's like, But I think this is important. I think this is part of what forges this message is that you are, and and this is one of the things that Eric Weinstein and I had said about you, is that you're essentially the Hoist Gracie of the intellectual dark web. If you don't know what that means, is the early days of the UFC, no one knew what the best martial art was. And the idea was like, there was all these martial arts that are running around independently, and they were all claiming that they had the best technique, and let's see what happens. And Hoist Gracie was the one who represented jiu-jitsu and went out there and beat all these people with superior technique and superior strategy.
South American?
Yes, he's from Brazil.
Brazil, yeah, okay, I know about him, yeah.
And he launched this and his family launched this Brazilian jiu-jitsu empire that has since taken over the world of martial arts. But you are the one who's consistently engaging in these people. You're the one who's involved in these Vale Tudo events where you're debating these people who are coming at you hostile with notes. And I think as uncomfortable as those moments are, like, who was the woman that said, so what you're trying to say is...
Yeah, Kathy Newman.
Yeah, I think her approach... I think she misunderestimated you. I think she underestimated you. I think she misinterpreted who you are, and she thought that she could come at you with this straw man sort of article and argument rather, and frame your positions in a very unflattering way. It just didn't work.
No.
It was like the early days of Hoist Gracie. Guys would come at him flailing and he'd get him in an arm bar and they'd tap out and they'd go, fuck. That's kind of what happened with you. But now this woman who you had this conversation with in GQ, she was much more skilled.
Yeah.
She was better verbally.
Yeah.
Her arguments made more sense.
Yeah.
She seemed more reasonable, more well-read.
Yeah.
She was able to think on her feet quicker. But still, these are really important conversations.
Well, it was a funny day because I went to the hotel room in Baltimore, and I went out of my way to do it. And she was hostile to me the second I walked into the room.
Really?
Yes, and that really kind of put me off.
How so?
Well, she basically told me that we were going to have a war. Not so many words but just there was a coldness to her and a distaste for me that was sort of radiating from her. So she was animus possessed from a Jungian perspective. That's the right way of thinking about it. One of the ways of thinking about that is that she had a chip on her shoulder in relationship to me. So she'd already formulated who I was in her imagination.
Right.
And it was also maybe a form of projection. So like I was the embodiment of all the things that she found distasteful. And that's who she was. So there was no willingness to consider on her part that I could be different than her preconceptions of me, right? And so she was hostile to me in the way that you would be if you were prejudiced against someone right from the beginning. And so by the time it was uncomfortable in the room, and by the time and there was a photo shoot, and so by the time the conversation started, I was more impatient than I would normally be, because one of the things that I do expect from journalists, and Kathy Newman was like this, by the way, and so some of the other people that have gone after me, at least they had the professionalism to be civil before the interview started. Right. Because there's a certain amount of politeness, I would say, that not that I'm owed, but that someone you're interviewing is owed if they come out of their way to go talk to you.
It's just human decency.
Yes.
There's no real conflict, right? Until you have this conflict, it's just hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Two human beings interacting with each other.
Yes,
Yeah.
on relatively
Socially,
professional.
yes.
Well, even just professional, right? Even just professional grounds. It's like, well, we're both here to do a job, and I've agreed to come, but no, there was palpable enmity in the air right to begin with. And when I actually thought at the end of that interview, I thought, geez, maybe I've done enough interviews, because I found that I was more impatient than I would have liked to have been. Now, luckily, it doesn't seem to have gone overboard, because I've been watching the comments on that GQ interview, and I think it's got about 4.5 million views, some ridiculous number of views. And people have said that I was more impatient and a little harsher than usual, which I think is true. And I thought, God, maybe I'm starting to run out of patience. which isn't good, right?
Right.
I don't want to run out of patience.
Because then it will flavor the message that you're putting out there.
Definitely.
And people will take it in the wrong way, and they'll take it in with that bitterness.
Yes, exactly. Well,
Yeah.
and one of the things that I think is very important is that you don't become resentful. Like, and when I'm on this tour, for example, like there's no resentment for me, because you might think, well, this is a lot of work, and I've been running around like mad, and it takes a lot of organization, and it's quite demanding, and all of that, and that's all true, and that none of that is a complaint. And I decided with Tammy right at the beginning that, well, first of all, that this was going to be work and not a vacation, because we're not stupid. We know you can't have everything at the same time. If you have any sense, you're lucky if you get some things that are good at once, So we're very grateful to have that opportunity, and that I was going to continue to do this as long as I was thrilled to be in front of the audience. And then when I meet people afterwards, that I'm not looking at the end of the line to see when the night ends, because I want to be sure that every single person that comes to meet me, I'm, present for. Absolutely. Because I am actually quite taken aback and thrilled, I guess is the right word. Grateful.
Right.
That's better.
Yes.
That they're there. It's like,
Yeah.
God, man, some of these people, like they're coming from all over the place. People fly in from Australia to Europe. They've flown. Lots of Eastern Europeans came to England. They're making huge treks. There was guys who came from they took them like 12 hours to get through Russia to come to Finland to watch the talk there. And then not just a few people like that. People are really going way the hell out of their way. And then they line up, and it's not inexpensive, because these venues are expensive and all of that. And I'm doing, and it's the same with the damn interviews. It's like I'm doing my best to not take any of this for granted and not get annoyed about it. And that goes for the conflict too. It's like, well, I've tried to have my agent screen out maybe the more egregious interviews, the ones that would just be nothing but combat, because I find them quite stressful, though I wouldn't say I'm hiding from them. But you don't know, to begin with, how an interview is going to go. And I could just say, well, I'm done having interviews for a while. But I can't help but see that the conflict is a necessary part of this, even though I don't find it pleasant. Like, people think, they accuse me of being a provocateur, of enjoying the conflict. It's actually not true at all. I don't enjoy it at all. It usually takes me about 3 days to recover from a particularly contentious interview, because I find conflict, interpersonal conflict, quite stressful.
Yes.
But I think
everyone does.
Yes.
And to pretend you're either a sociopath or you're a liar.
Yes. Well, there are people who seem to enjoy that kind of intellectual combat, that they and the political types are more like that. But
But I think they still afterwards feel it, and if they read the comments and people are against them, it's just the unease. It carries.
Well, you would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how people deal with it, because I'm being fortunate, because although I've had a fair bit of negative press coverage, the comments on YouTube in particular, which is where the bulk of them are, and I would say among the general public, have been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know what the hell it would be like to be in a world where that was reversed, where
Right.
the majority of people are against you.
I've seen
Jesus.
it. I've seen it happen with guests that I've had on the show, where I've met them afterwards, and you see a physical effect on them. You see them beaten down, like, Jesus Christ, those comments are so mean. I'm like, you can't read those.
Yeah.
You can't read those. And you see how it's affecting them. Like, they can't sleep. They read
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It fucks with them. They'll stay up for nights. It's not good. It's you're taking in all of these opinions of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that you don't even know. You
Yeah.
don't know if they're coming from a healthy place, and most of those opinions, they would not express it that way if they were talking to you.
Yeah,
Even
right.
if they could get the same message across, like, I think you were ignorant to these facts. I think you are biased in your perceptions. Even if they had an opinion that was unflattering, the way that to express it to you, they'd be considerate about you and your feelings as a human being. And if they
Yeah.
weren't, you wouldn't take into consideration what they're saying, because like, this
Yeah.
guy's just an asshole.
Yeah, right.
But when you just see it in type, we just see print. It just doesn't. It could be a smart person. It could be a psycho. It could be a fool. It could be anything.
Well,
But
it's
just
also
words.
funny too, because the the negative comments that are part of social media seem to be just as potent as negative comments in real life, but the positive comments don't seem to be as positive as the positive comments in real life.
Yes.
Like, and they don't seem as real. And I guess
Right.
that's partly because we're wired, to be more sensitive to threat and to negative emotion because we can be hurt.
Well, it's also
But-
healthy too to not stroke your ego too much. If you're just like concentrating only on the like there's something distasteful if you go to someone's page and they just retweet all the positive things that people say to them,
Mhm.
because then it has this sort of reinforcing side. Like people know that if I say something really positive to Jordan, he's going to retweet me.
Mhm.
Like there are some people that they engage in this sort of commerce.
Mhm.
Like you say something positive, they retweet you, and it's a little too strokey.
Right, right.
People get really into that, stroking their own back.
Yeah. Well, I guess the danger of that is that possibility of that ego inflation that you really
Yes.
want to avoid, because that's a bad idea.
Yes. Oh,
That's
it's
a very bad idea.
Well, you've done a wonderful job of avoiding those waters, because this is for a guy who's in his 50s who becomes famous out of nowhere and doesn't just become famous, but becomes this culturally significant sort of lightning rod. I mean, that's how I view you, and a lot of these talks that you're doing, a lot of these debates like you're having with this woman at GQ, or some of your interviews. What you're doing is you're expressing yourself in a brave but very controversial way, and a lot of people are paying attention to this. But then you're backing it up with your research, you're backing it up with real science, you're backing up with a tremendous amount of history of the human race and of religion and of the scientific studies that have been done that show correlations between different types of behaviors in human beings. And all this is rich. It's very rewarding if you could take it all in. But when it goes against what people have, their preconceived notions or their own set of beliefs that they're bringing to your conversations, to your debates, then it creates this hostile battle where what you're saying is very contrary to the way they've been living their life, or these
Really saw that in
preset patterns of behavior.
Really saw that in Scandinavia. Yeah, well, I was there. I went to Stockholm twice, and Oslo twice, and Helsinki twice, and Copenhagen once in the last month. And I spent there was a lot of interviews and a lot of discussion about the so-called gender paradox. And that's a very interesting thing, because it's really put their tails in, and not in Scandinavia. And that makes sense, because the Scandinavians are going to have to deal with this first, because they've gone the farthest down the road for like making their society gender equal.
But explain that to people.
Yeah,
They don't.
I will. Okay, so imagine, first of all, that there's two kinds of equality that you might pursue. One would be equality of opportunity, and so that would mean that there's wide range of talent across people, regardless of their type, whatever that might be: sex, gender, race, ethnicity. There's talent distributed everywhere, and it's a kind of a truism, and I would say a truism of the West in the deepest sense, that each of the individuals within those groups should be put in a position where their talents they're encouraged to manifest those talents, partly because that would be good for them spiritually and psychologically, but also because that would be of obvious benefit to the community, right? I mean, talent's rare, which people don't understand. There's lots of different kinds of talent, but in each domain, it's rare. And so it's to everyone's benefit to exploit talented people to the maximal possible degree. So even if you're just selfish, you want to push for equality of opportunity, because the more talented people there are out there, the more cool stuff you get to have, and hopefully the more diverse and interesting your life is. So you can pursue equality of opportunity policies, and the Scandinavians have done that, especially trying to knock down barriers for women in the workplace. And by all accounts, by all standard theories, the Scandinavian countries and places like the Netherlands, Canada to a slightly lesser degree, have gone farther than any other countries in pursuing those policies. Okay, and part of the consequence of that is that some of the differences between men and women have been minimized. So obviously there's far more women in the workplace than there were 40 years ago. And in many occupations, there's actually dominance by women. There's dominance in the universities. There's dominance in the healthcare fields. And so women have poured into the workplace. And hypothetically, there's problems with that because it's put a lot of stress on family structure. But hypothetically, that's for the best. And because it gives people a broader range of choices and it gives everyone access to more talent. So, and then also, if you look around the world, you see that one of the best predictors of the probability of economic development in developing countries is the attitude in those countries towards equal rights for women. And it looks causal. The more positively the country is predisposed to female rights, the more likely they are to develop economically. And maybe that's because that indicates that they're open to new ideas or something like that, or open to transformation. So, okay, so that's one kind of equality. Open up the playing field so that everybody has a chance to compete and cooperate and land where they will. But then the other kind of equality is equality of outcome. So, and that's often described as equity in today's language. And so the ultimate equity utopia would be take every job, every conceivable kind of job, and then stratify that by every conceivable level of authority within every job. And then ensure that every single category of person is represented in precise proportion to their prevalence in the population. So every job should be 50% women and 50% men, and say 13% non-Western ethnic minority, and whatever that happens to be. And then you could break that down. And so, and otherwise there's evidence of systemic prejudice. Okay, now, first thing to say about that is that's impossible. And the reason it's impossible is because there's no limit to the number of ways that you can categorize people into groups. So, you know about sex and ethnicity and race, maybe those are the obvious ones, but now you have gender, and then you have ethnicity, and, and then there's attractiveness and intelligence and temperament and height and age and socioeconomic background. And I mean, let's say there's 20, but there's a lot more than that. There's no possible way that you could ever regulate a society so tightly that every single one of those groups was equally represented in every single one of those occupations at every single level of the hierarchy. That is
so they
impossible.
Want to concentrate on the significant ones, which are men and women and race.
Well, yeah, but who's to say those are the significant ones? That's the other thing. It isn't even obvious that they are, because I would say that like a more significant one is cognitive ability, because that's a way bigger predictor of long-term life success than sex or race. So I don't even think that we've necessarily identified the canonical groups. We've just decided that gender and race are maybe they're the most obvious.
Right, but isn't there a problem is that people don't, what they don't do is they don't take in terms of cognitive ability, they don't get on a team. They don't get on, like, there's people that are sexist.
Yeah.
But it's very rare that someone is elitist in terms of their cognitive ability.
Well, hard to say, Joe. I mean, I think one of the reasons that
I shouldn't say elitist, prejudiced is a better word.
I don't know. You could be right, but look, I think one of the reasons that, like, here's something that's kind of
Actually,
peculiar.
It doesn't even make sense now that I'm thinking about it. Of course they are.
There's one thing that's quite peculiar about the United States in that regard. It's like most working class people, let's say, are far more irritated with the intellectual elite than they are with the wealthy elite. And that's because they think they could become wealthy, and they could, but they don't think they could become part of the intellectual elite. And it isn't obvious to me that the intellectual elite, so those would be the liberal left-leaning types that dominate the media and academia, are particularly positive in their attitudes towards the typical working class person. I think they're prejudiced and elitist. I do believe that that's the case. And I think they're also what would you call it, patronizing. And I think that the typical working class person, say, who voted for Trump, is very, very sensitive to that. And so they're much more concerned with the 1% who are the cognitive elite than they are the 1% who are the economic elite, because at least they think that's a game they can play. So anyways.
Isn't that also because there's caricatures, right, of the 1% of the economic elite? You just think of people that are in these lofty positions that are in control of the financial institutions, but the 1% of the intellectual elite you think of in terms of like some of the more preposterous things you're hearing out of universities now and safe spaces and
there's that too.
Yeah.
And there's that too. There's no appreciation on the part of the intellectual elite for the pathologies of rationalism.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing stupider than a smart person who went wrong.
Mm.
You know, like you can tangle, and I've seen this in my clients, you know, frequently. Like if I have a particularly smart client who's particularly disordered in their personality, that's often just that's so difficult. It's almost unimaginable because they're so
as a
good at
clinical
rationalizing,
psychologist,
for
you're talking
example.
about when
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
what is your approach to handling someone like that who's like super intelligent but yet completely their life is in disarray?
Well, you know, I usually take a very practical approach. Like, you know, we try to identify, because I start always in my therapy practice, I always start with behavioral principles. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can identify a few areas, you know, through negotiation that are really causing you grief and misery. You know, like what's wrong with your life as far as you're concerned. And so that often takes a lot of discussion. And then we might try to figure out what's causing that. And that's often very difficult to figure out too, because it might be something physical. You know, you might be sick in some way, because lots of depression is autoimmune related, and anxiety can be a side effect of all sorts of physiological disorders, or eating improperly, or sleeping badly, or not exercising, you know, enough to kind of keep yourself regulated. So you try to figure out what's causing it, and then you try to sketch out some possible solution that we could both test. And then with the more intelligent ones, you know, often they can come up with all sorts of reasons why none of this is going to work, or 1,000 reasons why. Usually 1,000 reasons why none of this is going to work. And with people like that, sometimes it's useful to turn to their dreams if they dream, because one of the things that's cool about dreams is that even though they're hard to interpret, they never lie. And so sometimes you can take someone who's hyper rational, they'll have a dream and they'll tell you the dream, and then you can work through an interpretation, which is a tricky business. And the dream will tell them something, and there's just no denying it. It's like, well, it's a statement from nature. So what are you going to do? You're going to pretend that that's not the case, you know? So that's often extremely useful. So well, back to the equality issue. So here's what's happened. So psychologists have, and this is what's putting a tail, not in the tail of the Scandinavians. Psychologists have come to pretty decent agreement about standard personality models, right? So there's extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. And they look fairly stable cross-culturally. And that was all done by asking thousands of people hundreds and hundreds of questions and then grouping them statistically. So it was theoretical, basically. It took computational power and statistics to find out that these are how traits group. So extroverted people are sociable and happy, and neurotic people experience a fair bit of negative emotion. So that's the positive and negative emotion dimensions. Agreeable people are maternal, and disagreeable people are competitive. And there's a fair bit of male-female difference there. Conscientious people are dutiful and industrious and orderly, and the open people are creative. And so those are your basic 5 dimensions. Okay, so that's been established, and everyone more or less agrees on it. Now, maybe there's 7 dimensions, and we've got a questionnaire that breaks the 5 down into 10. That's called Understand Myself. But basically, there's good consensus on the 5. Okay, so now, as soon as you have the 5 basic traits, you can ask some questions like, well, do men and women differ? And so what you do is you just give the questionnaire. You can either fill it out yourself or have other people fill it out on your behalf. So, and it could be a teacher, it could be a parent, you know, and that's all being done. And what you find is there are systematic differences between men and women. And the biggest differences are that women experience more negative emotion, and that they're more agreeable than men. So, and that's borne out by the psychiatric evidence, because higher levels of negative emotion are manifested in depression and anxiety, and women are diagnosed with higher levels of depression and anxiety all around the world. And with agreeableness, that's also borne out by the clinical literature in some sense, the medical literature, socio-medical literature, because disagreeable people are more likely to be incarcerated, because it's the best predictor of being incarcerated, even though it's not a very good predictor. And men are incarcerated at about a 10-to-1 rate compared to women, and are more likely to be antisocial and conduct disordered. So the personality differences are mirrored in the socio-medical literature. Okay, so there are differences, but then there's a question. Are those differences a consequence of socialization, or are they biological? And the answer to that is tricky, because how much something is social and how much it is biological actually depends on the social circumstances. So, well, here's an example. If you have a society where no one has enough to eat and people are starving, then there's a huge cultural effect on people's intelligence, let's say, that's mediated by economic factors, even though it's got a biological origin, right? The starvation. So the relationship between biology and culture is actually partly culturally dependent, so it makes it complicated. But in any case, here's how the scientists decided to address this.
Change the way you do dinner with HelloFresh. From now on, the pressure is off. Because you'll be taking it step by step. So get ready to save the day. And nail it. Every single night. It's time to come to the table. Because with pre-portioned ingredients and simple recipes, dinner is solved every time. HelloFresh. Once we were all together, east, west, center, it didn't matter. But 2020 had us shook, so we gave the world another look and saw a future of differences celebrated. Every voice advocated. Just imagine the possibility of a world where we are we. Our faces reflect who we are. In each emotion, from every touch, your skin tells your story. Care for it with Nivea Q10 Power. Containing a Q10 coenzyme identical to the one made by your skin. It hydrates to help boost skin's elasticity for visible cell repair in 2 weeks. Skin that makes you 100% you with Nivea Q10 Power.
At Sleep Country, we offer a large and exclusive collection of luxury and wellness pillows that help improve the quality of your sleep. Like one of our best, the Cool pillow. It maintains cool and comfortable sleeping so you can comfortable. The secret is Chill Cool's unique applicator. Its soothing advanced gel layer is designed to disperse heat, making the surface cool to the touch. The breathable, removable cover is made with CoolMax technology, which improves airflow and wicks away moisture. Plus, the JetCool pillow has premium memory foam that provides orthopedic alignment for your head and neck. And it's great for side, back, and stomach sleepers. For a limited time, when you buy one JetCool pillow, you'll get a second one absolutely free. Shop online with a Sleep Extra or visit any of our convenient locations to get your buy one, get one free JetCool pillow. Don't miss out on this incredible offer and start sleeping better. Sleep well, stay well.
Quaker Chewy bars are packed with wholesome Canadian oats and delicious flavors. So when your kids are shooting hoops, doing backyard tumbles, and making a little noise, we have the snack that's packed with fun.
things you don't know. Mondays at 2 only on E! This program contains violence and mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
She's had respiratory problems before. Ready to hospital. Next month, Toya, her husband was waiting at the hospital. Hang in there, Leah. Oh, she too soon to tell a lengthy story this fire. I think the kids at the fire the same from the beginning. I think it was an accident. Okay, or murder. Stay with his body and see what we say. We're gonna take him, my boy. Get him over for an autopsy. We're very sorry about your loss. I saw Patrick ready for school this morning. I went to 5 o'clock. He wasn't supposed to be here. He didn't last time. Grandfather. Ever don't say. I was basically rebellion. He's lived here with me since he was 10 years old. Not anything except the fire. Why? No, he wouldn't do that. This was our home. We almost finished renovating it while we lived there. I was all he had. He was all I had. Mr. Johnson, anything you can tell me is going to make this easier. Patrick wasn't perfect. He talked back, he broke curfew, and I didn't always approve of his friends, but he was a good kid. There's no way he would have done this. Okay. Thank you for your help. Facial. Well, doctor, the concentration of carbon monoxide in his blood was 70%. That makes the cause of death asphyxiation. Or you could just say died of smoke inhalation. You said potato? What about his hands? He may have set the fire. Third degree with burns? Took a whiff. Oh yeah, definitely some sort of chemical. Do you think you could find somewhere in your heart to give me a sample? Thanks, Doc.
Alright, I am back. They ran some tests and cleared me for duty. I wish I could say the same for Officer Montoya. You know, she's still in the hospital. Okay, Ryan, look, I'm sorry. I know that I should have waited for the fire department. It was a really stupid thing to do.
Kelly, you're always gonna be here. You couldn't have saved that boy. He's better than the start of the fire.
What? Can I take a look? Looks like it's some sort of an oil-based solvent.
Jesse, do me a favor, find Dawson's painter. Because I think this might be arson. So I found fingerprints on Patrick Dawson's hands. Well, that's excellent. Wow. I think that kid has actually set this far. Huh. Well, if there's not an explanation for the temperature. After all, he's a painter's too. Southwest being renovated. When I talked to the painter, he said he hadn't worked in the shore. If we find evidence of turpentine, is it Patrick Dawson set this fire and the body? Oh, there's fire over here. First things first. Let's look at the area where the beam is traveling. Now tell us to fire again and start measuring. Hey, millimeters. 17. Okay, 22 millimeters. 18. 9 millimeters. 26. Hey guys, I think I got the big one. 32 millimeters. Anybody got one deeper than that? Okay, here's the point of origin. Let's see what the mini red picks up. .700 parts per million of turpentine. Maybe the kid did start the fire. You're wrong, I didn't do this. You guys for the draft? I'll do this plenty of room for dress. No, I don't know. This place is weird. You've been watching too many Rob Zombie movies. You don't believe it? Hey, check this out. This house has a sprinkler system. Yeah, I was here during the fire. We had this sprinkler system. Maybe they shut it off during the renovation. Hey, you know those guys? Step in with your movie. I don't see any insulation in this whole house. Big up. Don't pass up fire protection. That's highly illegal. Whoever was working on this house turned it into a killer. We need to find out who that contractor was. This is crazy. I didn't start that fire, but you let it burn. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been building houses for 15 years. You're in blatant violation. Allegedly for everything I did. The minimum code requirements. So insulation.
Yeah, it's on.
You
So just playing that.
How is that possible?
Turn it around.
Take the part out.
What? I don't know what part you're talking about.
Roll season.
So maybe a little after I arrest you. For one, your negligence resulted in the death of a 15-year-old boy. That's what.
Okay, following the fire, starting with point of origin. There's a strange surface burn on the wall. It's inconsistent with normal fire movement. Looks like the light continues out into the hallway. There's some sort of an oily substance. But that wax paper. This looks like a second point of origin. It's a totally different fire from turpentine. Hey, Ratio, give me a call when you get a chance. I've got a wax paper trailer leading to a second point of origin. It's way too sophisticated for this kid. I don't think he did it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah.
You can see me.
Pull it together.
That kid's dead.
Pull it together, Duquesne.
Which one?
That kid you just saw. Him. He's dead. He's in the morgue.
It's you believe it, right? You believe it set the fire? I don't know what to believe. Would you believe me if I was dead? I'd have to follow the evidence. You had burns on your hands. It's possible this could have come from starting a fire. But they didn't. Okay, look, just give me a second, okay? It's not like I've ever seen it.
Ha ha.
Game day. With the games postponed, I'm bringing all the indoor games to eat. Celebrity Game Day. Watch 3 celebrity couples battle it out over a handful of outrageous games, all for charity. Are you guys ready? We're ready. So bad. So bad. Kevin, did you just compliment your own show?
Yeah, Celebrity Game Days with host Kevin Hart. Series premiere August 20th. Welcome to June's Journey.
Super easy, right? If you can do that, you can do this and this. And all you need is this. And that, my friends, is all you need to conquer the kitchen.
Yep. More clouds moving in
With Chef's Plate.
from Vancouver.
Order now at chefsplate.com.
Guacamole. And good gravy. Get into the kitchen. Good Mary. Ooh, different. Mary's Kitchen Crush. All new Sunday at 7. Only on CTV. Then stream anytime.
Gotta get it. The Soup. All new Wednesdays at 11 on E!
Oh, gonna make Oracle for you.
Violence and mature
Remember that
subject
that
matter.
meal?
Viewer discretion is advised.
Got the
That's my lunch on there right now. I haven't had both
make it
chickens.
sometime this week.
Had both chickens on there, so I'm only gonna eat one.
Oh, those are chickens.
Yeah.
It looks like sirloin steaks or something.
Yeah. Then you got Cajun spice in it.
His workers aren't supposed to start until 8 a.m. But they're there every day at 6. making
Just going
nice
through my
sandwiches,
stuff.
making
You'll see a little bit of a mess here at the next couple of days, but go through all of it and
I had to go
show you get rid of stuff I don't need.
Why did you say the wrong people there? I just wanted to send Dawson a message. Absolutely not.
Where were you this morning?
Oh, you can shut the box up.
Or trying to, just like every other morning.
No, the radio's off.
Oh, don't worry
Isn't
about
that
it.
your
Yeah.
job? Look, I am done talking about this. If you can prove I was at that
I'm
house,
gonna
you
set it outside anyways.
Don't leave town.
Yeah, the Looney Tunes.
She's hiding something, Frank.
Yeah, Richard's hiding something.
Horatio always knows.
Yeah, man.
You would be.
You're lying. You're bluffing.
Yeah, I call.
You're-
I call.
I call it. I double it. Double down now, motherfucker. You've only got 4 in your hand. Wow. You want one to tell you?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, when it's as easy as just get a job, or, you know. Yep. Moccasins. Have you worn my moccasins? Yes. Worn my shoes? Any of us, really. This judgment, please. Team look.
What's she gonna say one day when you say, "Hey, Mom, I'm taking you to Pearson's for tonight."
Yeah.
What?
I mean, exactly. Oh, we're going to Holland. Let's visit all our relatives. This is what I want to do.
I was taking you to the best chalet there. $35 a place. Guess you can afford it. You don't know. I got some zeros on
What you think about it? Your grandson had 200,000 reasons to set that fire. I don't see that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find out who the firebug is. 4 people in the case. of suspects. Where? Here? Yeah, Louis.
died?
No, she's not dead. Still from
Social media networks are set up to differentially reward impulsive behavior. And it's also not that easy to hold people accountable in some sense. And maybe there's some utility to that, but with anonymous accounts and all of that, the anonymity is also problematic because it certainly enables people to allow their worst to manifest themselves. Morning, I went down near where I'm. Them, you know.
3, 2, 1. Here we are again.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Jordan.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. You have the schedule you have and the amount of energy and enthusiasm you maintain with the schedule is very remarkable because you're not stopping. You're not slowing down. I mean, you've had your foot on the gas for like 2 solid years now.
Make hay while the sun shines.
I guess so. Is that what it is? Is that how you feel about it?
Well, you know, when you have an opportunity that's completely preposterous, you're a fool to take it for granted.
Yeah,
you know?
I guess that's
so.
Right?
And yeah, so Tammy and I have been to 100 cities since January. So everywhere, you know, and part of what keeps us going, well, first of all, I have a really good crew, you know, like the CAA guys, they're really good. Live Nation's been really good. They make sure the theaters are smooth and we've had no problems at all. And then I have lots of people who are helping me with my scheduling, and Tammy travels with me. And then the lectures themselves, well, I really like doing them, partly because I do a different lecture every night. And so that keeps me sharp, and it makes sure that I'm thinking about new things all the time and trying to formulate my thoughts more precisely. And they're also unbelievably positive. So that's also something that makes it a lot easier to do because, you know, I go to a city and there's 1,500 to 2,000 people waiting for me there, which is like staggering in and of itself, wherever I go. And they're all there listening intently, and it's a sophisticated discussion, or at least as sophisticated as I can make it. And I'm communicating directly with the audience, and all the people are there to try to get their lives together. And so the feeling in the hall is really, really positive. And then I usually talk to about 150 people afterwards, and you know, all of them, well, many of them, you know, they just say hi and they're polite, and we have a photograph and all that. But lots of them have stories about how they've been putting their lives together, and they're thrilled to death about it, you know, that they're out of the hole they were in, or they've started a new business, or they've sold a new business, or they just decided to get married, or they're going to have some kids, or they've fixed up their relationship with their parents, or they quit drinking, and they're not addicted. I talked to one guy in Europe. He was addicted. I don't remember what to, but it was something that wasn't good. He'd stopped for 9 months, got 9 of his friends to quit too. So he comes up, he's just like bouncing, you know, he's so damn happy that his life is better. And not only that he had this additional positive effect on other people. So, and it's so fun because I have these conversations with people. They're brief, but they're very personal and they're very intense, you know, because you think people have to trust you to tell you that their lives weren't going so well. And then they have to trust you even more to tell you that they're going better now, because of course, what you want when you tell someone that things are going better is you want real encouragement and real sense from the person you're talking to that they're happy for you. And I'm absolutely thrilled to hear these things. Like I was in Whole Foods this morning. I went down near where I'm staying, and 2 of the guys that work behind the meat counter came out to talk to me. and independently. And they'd both been reading my books and watching my lectures. And one of them said he had a 7-year-old son. He really wanted to do right by him. He was looking for ethical and moral guidance. And, he found the books really helpful, and then it was helping him put his life together. And so guy at the car rental place last night told me the same thing. And so it's so exciting, so ridiculously exciting to go everywhere around the world and to go into airports or to walk down the street and have people come up and say, I've been watching you on YouTube. They often mention you. I've been listening to what you say. I've been developing a vision for my life. It's really helped me out a lot. Thanks a lot. And Jesus, like to be able to have that happen, time after time, day after day, all over the place, that's just absolutely, it makes going to 100 cities like continually energizing because it's so positive. And then there's all this weird crap in the press, about my dangerous followers and all this alt-right nonsense. And it's so ridiculous, I've talked to 250,000 people in 7 months. We haven't had one incident that was negative in that entire time. Not one, nothing. No misbehavior on anyone's part. We had one heckler who was obviously not a fan of mine, given that he was a heckler. That was it. Other than that, the audiences behave perfectly. They all dress up. They come in suits, which is really cool. A lot of the young guys, they dress up. So they have a little suit competition with me, which is quite fun. So that's an additional bonus. And yeah, it's pretty damn good, Joe.
I think it's really fantastic. And I think what's going on is it makes me very optimistic, because I think that one of the things that new media has provided is these new avenues for information to get out there. And these new things like these lecture circuits. When was the last time you saw public lecture circuits that were popular to the tune of thousands and thousands of people? I saw the ones that you and Sam Harris did on YouTube, and Sam's doing them with a lot of other people as well. You're doing them with a lot of people, with Dave Rubin as well.
Yeah.
This is a very unique thing.
That's for sure.
And also this desire to understand new paths of behavior and patterns of thinking. And that these are corrective paths and patterns that can lead you to a more fulfilled and happier life.
Yep.
And recognize the pitfalls of certain types of behavior that people just fall into.
Yep.
And I think oftentimes the difference between someone who lives a fulfilled life and someone who lives a life filled with disaster is following incorrect patterns and not knowing what the correct ones are.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good people out there that live shitty lives.
Yep.
And they don't do it because they're just dumb or because they're bad. They do it because they've been influenced by certain patterns. They've fallen into patterns, whether it's because of the people that they surround themselves with, or the neighborhood they grew up, the people that are around them have this way of being and they kind of fall into that, or it's drugs or it's alcohol or whatever it is. But then they find a new one.
Yep.
And then they can slide right into that new one. And all of a sudden they feel energized when they wake up in the morning instead of hungover. They're getting exercise in. They're eating healthy. They're starting to think about things correctly and do good things. And the momentum of them doing those good things leads them to feel good about themselves and energized. And these are all things that you promote and that I think are genuinely really significant, really important.
Well,
the thing is, it gets maligned. You get pushed into this weird. What we were talking about before the podcast, by a small select group of people. It's a very small but vocal minority that wants to misrepresent you, and then there's the periphery that listen to this small group, and then they sort of parrot those words out without any real thinking about what you've said.
Well, one of the things that I have made a mistake about in the past that I just realized in the last couple of weeks was that, people often accuse me and they say, well, most of the people that listen to you are men. And I think, when you're accused like that, your automatic response is, well, you wouldn't be accused if you weren't doing something wrong. So there must be something wrong about that. It's like, why isn't it 50% women? And so I've said things like, well, 80% of the people who watch YouTube videos are men. And so the fact that 80% of the people who watch my videos are men isn't that surprising given that base rate. But then about 3 weeks ago, I started thinking, what the hell am I doing? It's like, is there something wrong with talking to men? Is that actually a problem? It's like I didn't set out to do that specifically, but if that's the way it's working out, and there is a majority of men coming to my shows, say, then why is that all of a sudden supposed to be a bad thing? I'm asking men to be more honest, and especially in their speech and their thinking, and to be more responsible for themselves and for their family and for their community, and to grow up and to shoulder their burden and to live a responsible and meaningful life, and putting those two things together conceptually. And it's like, and then there's an accusation about that as if there's something wrong. And I thought, well, why am I even playing into this? It's like, fine, I'm talking to men, I'm encouraging them, and I am absolutely thrilled. Like every time someone comes up to me, and that's happening, I mean, maybe 100 times a week or something like that, and tells me one of these stories about how they put their life together, it's like, I'm absolutely thrilled about that. And so I don't see, it's just a sign of how pathological our times have become, in some sense, that there would have been any guilt about that to begin with. Because how is that not a good thing, man?
It's weird. I think a lot of that has to do with this concept that men are running everything, and that men have this massive advantage. There's a white male advantage and privilege that we all enjoy and share, and that men have this advantage financially. There's disparity in terms of the gender gap in pay, you know, and in income. That if you were really a good person, you would be looking out, you would be trying to balance that out, and that you wouldn't be trying to pump up the winning team.
Right, well, and that's the funny thing. Well, that's it, and that's part of that narrative that, well, if there's winners, there has to be losers, and the reason that there are losers is because there's winners. And that's complete bloody nonsense, because as far as I'm concerned, that, and I really believe this, is that every single person who sets out to put themselves together ethically is a net positive to everyone around them. There's no downside to that. You know, and my book has been criticized by people who've read it very poorly, especially chapter 1, when I talk about hierarchies, that I'm somehow supporting the idea that power in a hierarchy is the right way to be. And there's absolutely nothing in what I've written that suggests that at all. Like, I'm suggesting that human hierarchies are very complex, and that the way that you win in a human hierarchy is by being competent and reciprocal. And so, I mean, for example, even if you're selfish, let's say, you got to think very carefully about what that would mean if you were selfish and awake, because you have to work to take care of yourself and what you want, say, in this moment. But then there's you tomorrow, and there's you next week, and there's you next month, and next year, and 10 years from now, and when you're old. So because you're self-conscious and because you're aware of the future, you're actually a community unto yourself. And if you're selfish and impulsive, all that means is that you're serving the person you are right now, you know, in that impulsive way, but not the person you're going to be. And so that's not a good grounds for any sort of ethical behavior. And I see that if you serve yourself properly, there's no difference between that and serving your family properly and serving your community properly. Those things all mesh in a kind of a harmonious manner. And one of the things that's really been effective in the lecture tour is a discussion about that idea and its relationship between that and meaning and responsibility. Because one of the things that strikes the audience as silent constantly, because I'm always listening to them to see, you know, when the attention is maximally focused, is whenever I point out to people that the antidote to the meaninglessness of their life and the suffering and the malevolence that they might be displaying because they're resentful and bitter about how things have turned out, the antidote to that is to take on more responsibility for themselves and for other people. And that's aspirational, which is kind of cool. You know, the conservative types, the duty types, and I'm not complaining about them, you know, they're always basically saying, well, this is how you should act, because in some sense that's your duty, right? That's how a good citizen would act. And that's a reasonable argument. But the case that I've been making is more that, well, there is value distinctions between things. Some things are worth doing and some things aren't, and you can kind of discover what that is for yourself, and then you should aim at the things that are most worth doing. And what you'll find if you watch carefully is that the things that you find worth doing are almost always associated with an increase in responsibility. Because if you think about the people you admire, for example, you spontaneously admire people, and that's a manifestation of the instinct to imitate. Again, people are very imitative. You don't admire people who don't take care of themselves. Like, unless there's something wrong with you, you at least want an admirable person to be accountable for themselves. And then if they've got something left over so they can be accountable for their family, well, then that's a net plus, obviously. That's someone you think is solid. And then maybe they take care of some more people. They have a business or they're involved in the community in some positive way. You see, well, that's a person whose pattern of being is worth imitating. And that's all associated with responsibility. And it's so interesting because it's as if everybody kind of knows this, but that it hasn't crystallized. It's like, well, you should be responsible because that's what a good citizen is. It's no. You should be responsible because you need to have a deep meaning in your life to offset the suffering so you don't get bitter. And the way you do that is to bear a heavy load, to get yourself in check for you now and for you in the future, and then to do the same for your family and your community, and that there's real nobility in that, and there's real meaning. And more, the other thing that I've been suggesting to people, and I also believe this, is that, and I think that the guys that have come to talk to me, especially the ones that have had real rough lives, they really understand this. If you don't get your act together and you let yourself slide, then what kind of moves in to take the place of what you could have been is something that's really not good at all. So it's not only that if you're living like a dissolute life, that you're not aiming at anything positive, and so you don't have any real meaning, and you're subsumed by anxiety and all of that and hopelessness, but something kind of hellish moves in there too to occupy that place, and so then you end up making things worse. And when one of the things I learned about studying totalitarian systems, whether they were on the right or the left, was that part of the reason that the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century manifested themselves was because average people didn't take on the proper responsibility. They shut their eyes when their eyes should have been open, even though they knew it. And they did and said things they knew they shouldn't have done and said. And that was what supported those horrible systems. So, if you don't get your act together, then you leave a little space for hell. And I really believe that.
Don't you think when things are happening, like something like Nazi Germany, I would imagine that during that time, the people that were not in support of it felt helpless. But you're in Germany, you're a part of this country. This country is turning towards this horrible situation where Jewish people are being put on trains, and the people that didn't speak out in that, I don't necessarily know if it's a lack of discipline or just complete fear and paralysis
it's a fear for sure. I mean,
no knowledge of how to deal with it or what to do, and
too,
wanting to protect your family as well, so not wanting to step out of line.
Absolutely. That's the thing. The problem is that if you're going to forestall that sort of thing, you have to do it early. Because the longer you wait, the higher the price you pay for it.
But isn't it? It's hard to take that jump early because you're not exactly sure where it's going.
That's true, and you're also likely to be jumped on.
Yes.
I mean, you can see that happening in our own culture. You make a mistake on Twitter, or even something that isn't a mistake, and you pay what feels to be a pretty high price. Right. Now, whether it is a high price or not is hard to tell because Twitter is so weirdly fictional. It's so hard to get a grasp on exactly what's going on.
Well, it's also your comprehension of what is your emotional reaction to people that you don't know being mean to you. Like this is what is that price?
Well,
and some people want to dismiss that as being not just nothing. It's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal. It causes people to commit suicide. I mean, it has, absolutely. Bullying online has caused many people to commit suicide.
Well, the thing is, the weird thing about that online communication is that, like, I find that I tend to react to a negative Twitter comment as if it's someone sitting across from me talking to me that I know. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not, and I don't even know if the person is real, because the accounts are often anonymous, right? So that person isn't really real. But your emotional response is still, well, someone's gone out of their way to be harshly critical to you.
Right.
And that doesn't happen that often in your day-to-day life. And so, if you're a reasonable person, you're very sensitive to criticism, right? Because it's rare and because you might be wrong, especially if there's a lot of people criticizing you, because you kind of have to be psychopathic in order just to brush that off. It's like, well, 100 people think I'm wrong. There's nothing to that. It's like, well, if it's 100 people out of 100 million, but you can't tell on Twitter,
right.
Then it's irrelevant. But if it's a mob of 100 people that show up outside your house, which is quite kind of what Twitter feels like, then you think, well, God, I must have done something wrong, because otherwise, why would all these people be here?
Right.
And I think that's why so many people are driven to apologize, when they do something on Twitter or do something, and then the Twitter mobs go after them. They think, oh God, I must have done something wrong. I should do some soul searching. And so some of that's not even fear. It's more like it's in a sense, it's a morality that's misplaced because of our inability to calibrate the social messaging. I mean, I've almost completely stopped reading Twitter comments in the last month, and I'm definitely better for it.
Yeah, it makes you way happier, right?
Oh yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
Crazy.
It's too crazy. Yeah.
What is your number up to now? The number of followers?
About
you
1
have?
million on Twitter.
That's when it's about time to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm still following people and reading what
Yeah.
people are posting, but no, the comments, I'm just
It's not worth it.
no, it's not.
Yeah.
And I think it does have something to do with the technology itself. Like, I do believe that small limit facilitates angry, impulsive responding.
Perhaps
so-
because you're trying to get people to respond to you, but the alternative is Facebook, where you have these long posts that are just rambling first drafts that people put out. They're like, when it get good, when they start ranting about politics or
Mhm.
what have you, I just can't get involved.
Mhm.
They're just too big. And then people jump in and comment on them, and often their comments are massive as well. It's just too verbose.
Mhm.
Whereas the good thing about Twitter is it makes you boil down what you're trying to say to a very succinct thing. Although I do enjoy when someone has a good Twitter thread.
Mhm.
Like, there was a really good Twitter thread. What was that gentleman's name? Respectable Lawyer? Respectable Law. He wrote a long history of the Sentinelese people that's that uncontacted tribe in the Indian Sea, where this gentleman went there to try to convert them to
Missionary.
Christianity, and
Yeah.
they shot him full of arrows. Yeah, and he wrote this long history of these people and what they've had to endure with being, a few people going to them and doing some awful things and diseases and stuff like that. So I enjoy when someone will do that, like these long, like every now and then someone will use it in a novel way.
Mhm.
I really like that.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of it is just people just trying to get a reaction. And what's the reaction they can get by pissing you off? That's like the best one.
Well, they also
Insulting.
might be the ones that are most, like, we don't exactly know what motivates people to respond on Twitter, and it might be that the fundamental motivation for a Twitter response is anger,
Yeah.
rather than the desire to share something, because we don't know anything about how these new communication techniques function psychologically.
Right.
Like, maybe Twitter is skewed 90% towards people who are impulsively angry at that moment. It could easily be. We don't know. Like, if you're driving in your car and someone cuts you off, you curse, or at least I do. And it's often a situational issue rather than a personality flaw on the part of the other driver, even though it's easy to assume that. But you respond impulsively. I mean, God only knows how much of our social media networks are set up to differentially reward impulsive behavior. And it's also not that easy to hold people accountable in some sense. And maybe there's some utility to that, but with anonymous accounts and all of that, the anonymity is also problematic, because it certainly enables people to allow their worst to manifest themselves, especially if they're resentful and angry. So
the only benefit that I can see to anonymity is it gives you the opportunity to explore controversial ideas without blowback.
true. I
If
think
it's used correctly.
Well, that's it. I think that's true. I think there's some utility. I mean, I don't think that it should be forbidden, but like most things, it has its advantages and its disadvantages.
Like most things, it's not entirely negative to be anonymous.
Hey, so I figured something out that I thought I'd tell you about. This took me like 30 years to figure out, and I figured it out on this tour. So there's this old idea, that you have to rescue your father from the belly of the whale, right? From some monster that's deep in the abyss. You see that in Pinocchio, for example, but it's a very common idea. And I figured out why that is, I think. So imagine that we already know from a clinical perspective that, if you set out a path towards a goal, which you want to do because you need a goal and you need a path, because that provides you with positive emotion, right? So you set up something as valuable. So that implies a hierarchy. You set up something as valuable. You decide that you're going to do that instead of other things. So that's kind of a sacrifice, because you're sacrificing everything else to pursue that. And then you experience a fair bit of positive emotion and meaning as you watch yourself move towards the goal. And so the implication of that is that the better the goal, the more full and rich your experience is going to be when you pursue it. So that's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons for developing a vision and for fleshing yourself out philosophically, because you want to aim at the highest goal that you can manage. Okay, so you do that, and then what you'll find is that as you move towards the goal, there are certain things that you have to accomplish that frighten you. Maybe you have to learn to be a better speaker, a better writer, a better thinker. You have to be better to people around you, or you have to learn some new skills and you're afraid of that. whatever, because it's going to stretch you if you pursue a goal, and so that'll put you up against challenges. Okay, so all the clinical data indicates the opposite of safe spaces, as Jonathan Haidt has been pointing out, that what you want to do when you identify something that someone is avoiding, that they need to do because they're afraid, you have them voluntarily confronted. And so you break it down. What you try to do if you're a behavior therapist is you break down the thing they're avoiding into smaller and smaller pieces until you find a piece that's small enough so they'll do it. And it doesn't really matter as long as they start it. Then they can put the next piece on and the next piece. And what happens is they don't get less afraid, exactly. They get braver. They get it's like there's more of them. And then here's why. So imagine you do something new, and that's informative, right? There's information in the action, and then you can incorporate that information and turn it into a skill and turn it into a transformation of your perceptions. So there's more to you because you tried something new. So that's one thing. The second thing is, and there's good biological evidence for this now, that if you put yourself in a new situation, then new genes code for new proteins and build new neural structures and new nervous system structures. Same thing happens to some degree when you work out, right? Because your muscles are responding to the load, but your nervous system does that too. So you imagine that there's a lot of potential you locked in your genetic code. And then if you put yourself in a new situation, then the stress, that's the situational stress that's produced by that particular situation, unlocks those genes and then builds new parts of you. So that's very cool, because who knows how much there is locked inside of you. Okay, so now here's the idea. So let's assume that scales as you take on heavier and heavier loads. That more and more of you get more and more informed because you're doing more and more difficult things, but more and more of you gets unlocked. And so then what that would imply is that if you got to the point where you could look at the darkest things, so that would be the abyss, right? That would be the deepest abyss. If you could look at the harshest thing, it's like the most brutal parts of the suffering of the world and the malevolence of people and society. If you could look at that straight and directly, that would turn you on maximally. And so that's the idea of rescuing your father, because imagine that you're like the potential composite of all the ancestral wisdom that's locked inside of you biologically. But that's not going to come out at all unless you stress yourself, unless you challenge yourself. And the bigger the challenge you take on, the more that's going to turn on. And so that as you take on a broader and broader range of challenges and you push yourself harder, then more and more of what you could be turns on, and that's equivalent to transforming yourself into the ancestral father. Because you're like what would you call it? You're the consequence of all these living beings that have come before you. And that's all part of your biological potentiality. And then if you can push yourself, then all of that clicks on, and that turns you into who you could be. That's the re-representation of that positive ancestral father. So that's why you rescue your father from the belly of the beast.
So you think that this ultimate goal of sacrifice and of risking your life in order to save someone who's truly important to you, that this somehow or another maximizes your potential as a human being?
Well, I think you can think about it religiously too. So you think about it this way. So in the Christian story, for example, you have Christ does two things that are messianic. One is takes the suffering of the world onto himself. Because that's a weird idea. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's think about it psychologically. Well, maybe it means that, that's your job. Is the world's full of suffering, and you should accept that as your responsibility, past, present, and future. You're supposed to do something about that, as much as you can about it. And maybe you start with your own localized suffering, put yourself together, but then you expand that outward and you decide that you're not a victim of that, even though, you're part and parcel of it, but you're the potential solution to that. And so you accept that as a responsibility. So that's part of taking on a load. That's part of bearing a cross. You could look at it that way. The cross is sort of a symbol of the place of maximal suffering. Okay, so you accept that as a challenge, not as something that you're victimized by. Maybe you accept that as the price of being. Okay, so that's one responsibility. You're responsible for addressing the suffering in the world. So that could give you some meaning, seems to me. And then the next thing is, there's a story, of course, that Christ met the devil in the desert. And so that's the encounter with malevolence. So that would be the other thing, because the two major problems that people face, obviously, are suffering, tragedy, and malevolence. And so that's the other thing that you're responsible for, is that you're supposed to look at the capacity for human evil as clearly as you possibly can. It's a very terrifying thing. You know, that causes post-traumatic stress disorder in people that aren't accustomed to it. And in the mythology that's associated with the encounter with evil, it's almost always the case that the entity that does the encountering, even if it does it voluntarily, is hurt by it. So the Egyptian god Horus, for example, who's the eye and the falcon, the thing that can see and pay attention, when he encounters his evil uncle Seth, who's the precursor of Satan, he loses an eye, because it's no joke to encounter malevolence. You know, it can really shake you. But the idea would be that if you can face the malevolence and you can face the suffering, then that opens the door to your maximal potential. And then the optimistic part of that is, and this is why it's so useful to peer into the darkness, let's say, the optimistic part of that is that although the suffering is great and the malevolence is deep, your capacity to transcend it is stronger. So what you get out of the most negative viewpoint is the most positive possible consequence, because one of the things you'd like to know, if you wanted to know something deep about yourself, is that you could face the worst that there was and prevail. And I believe that people are capable of that. I think that despite how tragic life is and how malevolent things are, that fundamentally our spirit, let's say, has the capacity to confront that and to fix it, like psychologically, so to confront it courageously, to be able to bear up under that if you do it voluntarily, but also to address it, not only to deal with it psychologically, but to deal with it practically, and that we could make things much better.
There's always a striving towards utopia, right? Like, this is the ultimate goal, that if you ask people, what would you like out of civilization? Well, I'd like everyone to be happy and everyone to get along, and there'd be no war, nothing, no suffering, no anything. But in order to really truly learn about yourself and about life, you have to overcome adversity. You have to experience things. And I firmly believe that in order to truly appreciate love, you have to understand, I really have felt hate. And to really appreciate camaraderie, you have to feel loneliness. So this is just a part of being a person, for whatever reason. Like,
yeah, well, maybe see, the other thing that I've been thinking along the same lines is that, you know, it isn't so. In the biblical stories, in the Abrahamic stories, for example, Abraham basically hangs around his dad's tent till he's like 80. He's one of these guys that fails to launch, you know, in a big way. And God eventually gets sick and tired of him, like, you know, playing video games in his basement, and says, get the hell out there into the world and have a life. And so he does. He leaves his father's tent and his community and his country, which is what he's commanded to do. And then he goes out and has an adventure. But, you know, the first thing he encounters is a famine, and then he encounters a tyranny, and then he encounters a bunch of people in the tyrannical state that want to take his. And so you can imagine that Abraham's response to that is like, it was a hell of a lot better sitting in my dad's tent playing video games. But what's cool about that story, what I realized when I was doing the lectures on it last year, was that that was a call to adventure. You know, and that the right way of conceptualizing what we're talking about isn't that utopia would be a place where everyone was happy. Because and I think because of what you just laid out, is you need that polarity, you know, and people need a load, and we need adversity, and we need difficulty. We need all of that. So maybe what you want is an adventure, the greatest adventure that you could have. And that would involve, you know, something to push against. It would involve real challenge. And so just see, Dostoevsky knew this, because when he wrote Notes from Underground, which I would highly recommend to everyone who's listening, it's a great book and it's a very short book. He criticized socialist utopia back in like 1860, way before it became the sort of widespread idea that it is now. And what Dostoevsky said was that, well, human beings are these very peculiar creatures, and if you gave us a utopia so that we had nothing to do but eat cake and busy ourselves with the continuation of the species, that was his line, that the first thing we do is smash it all to bits, just so that something unexpected and troublesome would happen, because we're built for adventure and not for peace and happiness.
Well, we're designed to overcome the natural world. The natural world is filled with that. The natural world is filled with things trying to eat things. And this is just everywhere you look, that's all you observe. You observe predators and prey and animals eating vegetables, and that's it. And I think that this concept of overcoming adversity it's so human. It's so a part of what we are that I want to bring it back to you. Because one of the things that I've been considering is that I've said this many times, and I just had a conversation with my good friend Steve Brunella the other day where he brought it up independently. He said, I think Jordan Peterson is the most misunderstood and misinterpreted guy in the world. He's like, people are always like, not just misinterpreting, but misstating what you believe in, misstating what you say. This opposition to you, this, like we were talking about this GQ interview, which I thought was, I thought that woman was far more intelligent than and her approach was far better and far more reasoned and well thought out than some of the other attacks on you before. So they're bringing in the varsity level players is what I'm saying. It's like, but I think this is important. I think this is part of what forges this message is that you are, and and this is one of the things that Eric Weinstein and I had said about you, is that you're essentially the Hoist Gracie of the intellectual dark web. If you don't know what that means, is the early days of the UFC, no one knew what the best martial art was. And the idea was like, there was all these martial arts that are running around independently, and they were all claiming that they had the best technique, and let's see what happens. And Hoist Gracie was the one who represented jiu-jitsu and went out there and beat all these people with superior technique and superior strategy.
South American?
Yes, he's from Brazil.
Brazil, yeah, okay, I know about him, yeah.
And he launched this and his family launched this Brazilian jiu-jitsu empire that has since taken over the world of martial arts. But you are the one who's consistently engaging in these people. You're the one who's involved in these Vale Tudo events where you're debating these people who are coming at you hostile with notes. And I think as uncomfortable as those moments are, like, who was the woman that said, so what you're trying to say is...
Yeah, Kathy Newman.
Yeah, I think her approach, I think she misunderestimated you. I think she underestimated you. I think she misinterpreted who you are, and she thought that she could come at you with this straw man sort of article and argument rather, and frame your positions in a very unflattering way. It just didn't work.
No.
It was like the early days of Hoist Gracie. Guys would come at him flailing and he'd get him in an arm bar and they'd tap out and they'd go, fuck. That's kind of what happened with you. But now this woman who you had this conversation with in GQ, she was much more skilled.
Yeah.
She was better verbally.
Yeah.
Her arguments made more sense.
Yeah.
She seemed more reasonable, more well-read.
Yeah.
She was able to think on her feet quicker. But still, these are really important conversations.
Well, it was a funny day because I went to the hotel room in Baltimore, and I went out of my way to do it. And she was hostile to me the second I walked into the room.
Really?
Yes, and that really kind of put me off.
How so?
Well, she basically told me that we're going to have a war. Not so many words but there was a coldness to her and a distaste for me that was sort of radiating from her. So she was animus possessed from a Jungian perspective. That's the right way of thinking about it. One of the ways of thinking about that is that she had a chip on her shoulder in relationship to me. So she'd already formulated who I was in her imagination.
Right.
And it was also maybe a form of projection. So like I was the embodiment of all the things that she found distasteful. And that's who she was. So there was no willingness to consider on her part that I could be different than her preconceptions of me, right? And so she was hostile to me in the way that you would be if you were prejudiced against someone right from the beginning. And so by the time it was uncomfortable in the room, and by the time and there was a photo shoot, and so by the time the conversation started, I was more impatient than I would normally be, because one of the things that I do expect from journalists, and Kathy Newman was like this, by the way, and so have some of the other people that have gone after me, at least they had the professionalism to be civil before the interview started. Right. Because there's a certain amount of politeness, I would say, that not that I'm owed, but that someone you're interviewing is owed if they come out of their way to go talk to you. It's
just decency.
Yes.
There's no real conflict, right? Until you have this conflict, it's just hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
This is
thank you
just
for coming.
Two human beings interacting with each other.
Yes,
Yeah.
on relatively
Socially,
professional,
yes.
well, even just professional, right?
Right.
Even just professional grounds. It's like,
Yes.
well, we're both here to do a job, and I've agreed to come, but no, there was palpable enmity in the air right to begin with. And when I actually thought at the end of that interview, I thought, geez, maybe I've done enough interviews, because I found that I was more impatient than I would have liked to have been. Now, luckily, it doesn't seem to have gone overboard, because I've been watching the comments on that GQ interview, and I think it's got about 4.5 million views, some ridiculous number of views. And people have said that I was more impatient and a little harsher than usual, which I think is true. And I thought, God, maybe I'm starting to run out of patience, which isn't good, right?
Right.
I don't want to run out of patience.
Because then it will flavor the message that you're putting out there.
Definitely.
And people will take it in the wrong way, and they'll take it in with that bitterness.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the things that I think is very important is that you don't become resentful. Like, and when I'm on this tour, for example, like, there's no resentment for me, because you might think, well, this is a lot of work, and I've been running around like mad, and it takes a lot of organization, and it's quite demanding and all of that, and that's all true, and that none of that is a complaint. And I decided with Tammy right at the beginning that, well, first of all, that this was going to be work and not a vacation, because we're not stupid. We know you can't have everything at the same time. If you have any sense, you're lucky if you get some things that are good at once, So we're very grateful to have that opportunity. And that I was going to continue to do this as long as I was thrilled to be in front of the audience. And then when I meet people afterwards, that I'm not looking at the end of the line to see when the night ends, because I want to be sure that every single person that comes to meet me, I'm present for. Absolutely. Because I am actually quite taken aback and thrilled, I guess is the right word. Grateful. That's better.
Yes.
That they're there. It's like, God, man, some of these people, like they're coming from all over the place. People fly in from Australia into Europe. They've flown. Lots of Eastern Europeans came to England. In fact, they're making huge treks. There was guys who came from they took them like 12 hours to get through Russia to come to Finland to watch the talk there. And then not just a few people like that. People are really going way the hell out of their way. And then they line up, and it's not inexpensive, because these venues are expensive and all of that. And I'm doing, and it's the same with the damn interviews. It's like, I'm doing my best to not take any of this for granted and not get annoyed about it. And that goes for the conflict too. It's like, well, I've tried to have my agent screen out maybe the more egregious interviews, the ones that would just be nothing but combat, because I find them quite stressful, though I wouldn't say I'm hiding from them. But you don't know to begin with how an interview is going to go, and I could just say, well, I'm done having interviews for a while. But I can't help but see that the conflict is a necessary part of this, even though I don't find it pleasant. Like, people think, they accuse me of being a provocateur, of enjoying the conflict. It's actually not true at all. I don't enjoy it at all. It usually takes me about 3 days to recover from a particularly contentious interview, because I find conflict, interpersonal conflict, quite stressful.
Yes.
But I think
everyone does.
Yes.
And to pretend you're either a sociopath or you're a liar.
Yes. Well, there are people who seem to enjoy that kind of intellectual combat, that they and the political types are more like that. But
I think they still afterwards feel it. And if they read the comments and people are against them, it's just the unease, it carries.
Well, you would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how people deal with it, because, I'm being fortunate, because although, I've had a fair bit of negative press coverage, the comments on YouTube in particular, which is where the bulk of them are, and I would say among the general public, have been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know what the hell it would be like to be in a world where that was reversed, where the majority of people are against you.
I've seen it happen with guests that I've had on the show, where I've met them afterwards, and you see a physical effect on them. You see them beaten down like, Jesus Christ, those comments are so mean. I'm like, you can't read those. You
Yeah.
just can't read those. And you see how it's affecting them. Like they can't sleep. They read
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It fucks with them. They'll stay up for nights. You know, it's not good. It's you're taking in all of these opinions of hundreds, if not thousands of people that you don't even know. You
Yeah.
don't know if they're coming from a healthy place. And most of those opinions, they would not express it that way if they were talking to you.
Yeah,
Even
right.
if they could get the same message across, like, I think you were ignorant to these facts. I think you are biased in your perceptions. Even if they had an opinion that was unflattering, the way they would express it to you, they'd be considerate about you and your feelings as a human being. And if they
Yeah.
weren't, you wouldn't take into consideration what they're saying because like,
Yeah.
this guy's just an asshole.
Yeah, right.
But when you just see it in type, we just see print. It just doesn't. It could be a smart person. It could be a psycho. It could be a fool. It could be anything.
Well,
But
it's
just
also
words.
funny too because the negative comments that are part of social media seem to be just as potent as negative comments in real life, but the positive comments don't seem to be as positive as the positive comments in real life.
Yes.
Like, and I don't, they don't seem as real. And I guess
Right.
that's partly because we're wired, you know, to be more sensitive to threat and to negative emotion because we can be hurt.
Well, it's also
But-
healthy too to not stroke your ego too much. If you're just like concentrating only on the like there's something distasteful if you go to someone's page and they just retweet all the positive things that people say to them,
Mhm.
because then it has this sort of reinforcing side. Like people know that if I say something really positive to Jordan, he's going to retweet me.
Mhm.
Like, there are some people that they engage in this sort of commerce.
Mhm.
You know, like you say something positive, they retweet you, and you know it's a little too strokey.
Right,
You know?
right.
People get really into that, stroking their own back.
Yeah. Well, I guess the danger of that is that possibility of that ego inflation that you really
Yes.
want to avoid, because that's a bad idea.
Yes. Oh,
That's
it's
a
one-
very bad idea.
Well, you've done a wonderful job of avoiding those waters because this is for a guy who's in his 50s who becomes famous out of nowhere and doesn't just become famous, but becomes this culturally significant sort of lightning rod. I mean, that's how I view you and a lot of these talks that you're doing, a lot of these debates like you're having with this woman at GQ or some of your interviews. What you're doing is you're expressing yourself in a brave but very controversial way, and a lot of people are paying attention to this, but then you're backing it up with your research, you're backing it up with real science, you're backing up with a tremendous amount of history of the human race and of religion and of the scientific studies that have been done that show correlations between different types of behaviors in human beings, and all this is rich. It's very rewarding if you could take it all in, but when it goes against what people have, their preconceived notions or their own set of beliefs that they're bringing to your conversations, to your debates, then it creates this hostile battle where what you're saying is very contrary to what the way they've been living their life, or these
Really saw that in
preset patterns of behavior.
Really saw that in Scandinavia. Yeah, well, I was there. I went to Stockholm twice and Oslo twice and Helsinki twice and Copenhagen once in the last month. And I spent there was a lot of interviews and a lot of discussion about the so-called gender paradox. That's a very interesting thing because it's really put their tails in and not in Scandinavia. And that makes sense because the Scandinavians are going to have to deal with this first because they've gone the farthest down the road for like making their society gender equal.
But explain that.
Yeah,
They don't might
I
not know
will.
what
I
you're-
will. Okay, so imagine first of all that there's two kinds of equality that you might pursue. One would be equality of opportunity, and so that would mean that there's wide range of talent across people regardless of their type, whatever that might be, sex, gender, race, ethnicity. There's talent distributed everywhere, and it's a kind of a truism, and I would say a truism of the West in the deepest sense, that each of the individuals within those groups should be put in a position where their talents they're encouraged to manifest those talents, partly because that would be good for them spiritually and psychologically, but also because that would be of obvious benefit to the community, right? I mean, talent's rare, which people don't understand. There's lots of different kinds of talent, but in each domain, it's rare. And so it's to everyone's benefit to exploit talented people to the maximal possible degree. So even if you're just selfish, you want to push for equality of opportunity, because the more talented people there are out there, the more cool stuff you get to have, and hopefully the more diverse and interesting your life is. So you can pursue equality of opportunity policies, and the Scandinavians have done that, especially trying to knock down barriers for women in the workplace. And by all accounts, by all standard theories, the Scandinavian countries and places like the Netherlands, Canada to a slightly lesser degree, have gone farther than any other countries in pursuing those policies. Okay, and part of the consequence of that is that some of the differences between men and women have been minimized. So obviously there's far more women in the workplace than there were 40 years ago. And in many occupations, there's actually dominance by women. There's dominance in the universities, there's dominance in the healthcare fields. And so women have poured into the workplace. And hypothetically, there's problems with that because it's put a lot of stress on family structure. But hypothetically, that's for the best. And because it gives people a broader range of choices and it gives everyone access to more talent. So, and then also if you look around the world, you see that one of the best predictors of the probability of economic development in developing countries is the attitude in those countries towards equal rights for women. And it looks causal. The more positively the country is predisposed to female rights, the more likely they are to develop economically. And maybe that's because that indicates that they're open to new ideas or something like that, or open to transformation. So, okay, so that's one kind of equality. Open up the playing field so that everybody has a chance to compete and cooperate and land where they will. But then the other kind of equality is equality of outcome. So, and that's often described as equity in today's language. And so the ultimate equity utopia would be take every job, every conceivable kind of job, and then stratify that by every conceivable level of authority within every job. And then ensure that every single category of person is represented in precise proportion to their prevalence in the population. So every job should be 50% women and 50% men, and say 13% non-Western ethnic minority, and whatever that happens to be. And then you could break that down. And otherwise there's evidence of systemic prejudice. Okay, now, first thing to say about that is that's impossible. And the reason it's impossible is because there's no limit to the number of ways that you can categorize people into groups. So, you know about sex and ethnicity and race, maybe those are the obvious ones, but now you have gender, and then you have ethnicity, and, and then there's attractiveness and intelligence and temperament and height and age and socioeconomic background. And I mean, let's say there's 20, but there's a lot more than that. There's no possible way that you could ever regulate a society so tightly that every single one of those groups was equally represented in every single one of those occupations at every single level of the hierarchy. That is
so they
impossible.
Want to concentrate on the significant ones, so men and women and race.
Well, yeah, but who's to say those are the significant ones? That's the other thing. It isn't even obvious that they are, because I would say that like a more significant one is cognitive ability, because that's a way bigger predictor of long-term life success than sex or race. So I don't even think that we've necessarily identified the canonical groups. We've just decided that gender and race are maybe they're the most obvious.
Right, but isn't there a problem is that people don't, what they don't take in terms of cognitive ability, they don't get on a team. They don't get on, like, there's people that are sexist.
Yeah.
But it's very rare that someone is elitist in terms of their cognitive ability.
Well, hard to say, Joe. I mean, I think one of the reasons that
I shouldn't say elitist, prejudiced is a better word.
I don't know. You could be right, but look, I think one of the reasons that, like, here's something that's kind of peculiar.
It doesn't even make sense now that I'm thinking about it. Of course they are.
There's one thing that's quite peculiar about the United States in that regard. It's like most working class people, let's say, are far more irritated with the intellectual elite than they are with the wealthy elite. And that's because they think they could become wealthy, and they could, but they don't think they could become part of the intellectual elite. And it isn't obvious to me that the intellectual elite, so those would be the liberal left-leaning types that dominate the media and academia, are particularly positive in their attitudes towards working class person. I think they're prejudiced and elitist. I do believe that that's the case. And I think they're also, what would you call it, patronizing. And I think that the typical working class person, say, who voted for Trump is very, very sensitive to that. And so they're much more concerned with the 1% who are the cognitive elite than they are the 1% who are the economic elite, because at least they think that's a game they could play. So anyways,
Isn't that also because there's caricatures, right, of the 1% of the economic elite? You just think of people that are in these lofty positions that are in control of the financial institutions, but the 1% of the intellectual elite, you think of in terms of like some of the more preposterous things you're hearing out of universities now and safe spaces and
there's that too.
Yeah.
And there's that too. There's no appreciation on the part of the intellectual elite for the pathologies of rationalism.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing stupider than a smart person who went wrong. You know, like you can tangle, and I've seen this in my clients, you know, frequently. Like if I have a particularly smart client who's particularly disordered in their personality, that's often so difficult. It's almost unimaginable because they're so good at rationalizing, for example.
What is your approach to handling someone like that who's like super intelligent, but yet completely their life is in disarray?
Well, you know, I usually take a very practical approach. Like, you know, we try to identify, because I start always in my therapy practice, I always start with behavioral principles. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can identify a few areas, you know, through negotiation that are really causing you grief and misery. You know, like what's wrong with your life as far as you're concerned. And so that often takes a lot of discussion. And then we might try to figure out what's causing that. And that's often very difficult to figure out too, because it might be something physical. You know, you might be sick in some way, because lots of depression is autoimmune related, and anxiety can be a side effect of all sorts of physiological disorders, or eating improperly, or sleeping badly, or not exercising, you know, enough to kind of keep yourself regulated. So you try to figure out what's causing it, and then you try to sketch out some possible solution that we could both test. And then with the more intelligent ones, you know, often they can come up with all sorts of reasons why none of this is going to work, or 1,000 reasons why. Usually 1,000 reasons why none of this is going to work. And with people like that, sometimes it's useful to turn to their dreams if they dream, because one of the things that's cool about dreams is that even though they're hard to interpret, they never lie. And so sometimes you can take someone who's hyper rational, they'll have a dream and they'll tell you the dream, and then you can work through an interpretation, which is a tricky business. And the dream will tell them something, and there's just no denying it. It's like, well, it's a statement from nature. So what are you going to do? You're going to pretend that that's not the case, you know? So that's often extremely useful. Well, back to the equality. So here's what's happened. So psychologists have, and this is what's putting a tail, not the tail of the Scandinavians. Psychologists have come to pretty decent agreement about standard personality models, right? So there's extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. And they looked fairly stable cross-culturally. And that was all done by asking thousands of people hundreds and hundreds of questions and then grouping them statistically. So it was atheoretical, basically. It took computational power and statistics to find out that these are how traits group. So inextroverted people are sociable and happy, and neurotic people experience a fair bit of negative emotion. So that's the positive and negative emotion dimensions. Agreeable people are maternal, and disagreeable people are competitive, and there's a fair bit of male-female difference there. Conscientious people are dutiful and industrious and orderly, and the open people are creative. And so those are your basic 5 dimensions. Okay, so that's been established, and everyone more or less agrees on it. Now, maybe there's 7 dimensions, and we've got a questionnaire that breaks the 5 down into 10. That's called Understand Myself. But basically, there's good consensus on the 5. Okay, so now, as soon as you have the 5 basic traits, you can ask some questions like, well, do men and women differ? And so what you do is you just give the questionnaire. You can either fill it out yourself or have other people fill it out on your behalf. So, and it could be a teacher, it could be a parent, you know, and that's all been done. And what you find is there are systematic differences between men and women. And the biggest differences are that women experience more negative emotion, and that they're more agreeable than men. So, and that's borne out by the psychiatric evidence, because higher levels of negative emotion are manifested in depression and anxiety, and women are diagnosed with higher levels of depression and anxiety all around the world. And with agreeableness, that's also borne out by the clinical literature in some sense, the medical literature, socio-medical literature, because disagreeable people are more likely to be incarcerated, because it's the best predictor of being incarcerated, even though it's not a very good predictor. And men are incarcerated at about a 10-to-1 rate compared to women, and are more likely to be antisocial and conduct disorder. So the personality differences are mirrored in the socio-medical literature. Okay, so there are differences, but then there's a question. Are those differences a consequence of socialization, or are they biological? And the answer to that is tricky, because how much something is social and how much it is biological actually depends on the social circumstances. So, well, here's an example. If you have a society where no one has enough to eat and people are starving, then there's a huge cultural effect on people's intelligence, let's say, that's mediated by economic factors, even though it's got a biological origin, right? The starvation. So the relationship between biology and culture is actually partly culturally dependent, so it makes it complicated. But in any case, here's how the scientists decided to address this. They thought, well, why don't we rank order countries by how egalitarian their social policies are, which you could do with a fair degree of reliability. You know, you put the countries where women are second-class citizens at the bottom, and you'd put Scandinavian countries at the top. You can get good reliability across raters for how you'd rate those countries. And then look at the magnitude of the differences between men and women by the egalitarian social policies. And so then you'll find out, and here's the hypothesis. If the differences between men and women are primarily social, then as cultures become more egalitarian, men and women will become more alike. That's not what happened. The opposite happened. The more egalitarian the society, and it turns out the richer the society, because that's also being discovered now, the more different men and women become. And so the differences are not huge. So with agreeableness, for example, if you took the average man, if you took a typical man and a typical woman out of the population, just randomly, and you had to bet that the woman was more aggressive than the man, you'd be wrong 60% of the time. So there's quite a bit of overlap, right? Because you'd be right 40% of the time. But the problem is that a lot of selection takes place at the extremes. Maybe you're only concerned about disagreeable people when they become violent. And maybe it's only the 1 in 50 most disagreeable person who's violent, and they're all men. So you can have quite a bit of similarity at the average level and big differences at the extremes. And the extremes is where people do things like employment selection. So the biggest difference that's been discovered between men and women, and this is the one that gets biggest in the Scandinavian countries, is interest. Men are more interested in things, and women are more interested in people. And it's a big difference. It's one full standard deviation. And so what that means is that if you were a man, you would have to be more interested in people than 85% of men to be as interested in people as the 50th percentile woman. And you'd have to be more interested in things than 85% of women to be as interested in things as the typical man.
And how do you define things? Objects?
Gadgets.
Okay.
Gadgets.
Oh,
things. Okay. Non-animate things.
Cars.
Tools.
Yeah.
You know, technology.
Right.
STEM fields. Yeah. Because the other thing that's happened is that the more egalitarian the society, the fewer women go into the STEM fields. The fewer.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So now this unravels in a big way. It's like this is a hugely relevant issue politically, because it means that you cannot have equality of opportunity and equality of outcome at the same time. It's not possible, because as you make your society more egalitarian and you open up the opportunity for equality of outcome, you increase how different men and women are, and that changes their occupational choice. So if men are more interested in things, which they are by a substantial margin, then way more of them are going to be engineers.
Wouldn't that possibly support this idea that an enforced model of equality would allow people to be themselves more? I mean, this is almost what you're saying.
Well,
but because they're so
that is the optimistic viewpoint. Like,
The optimistic
look, it's so funny because the Swedish foreign minister told me to go climb back under the rock that I came out from under when I was in Scandinavia, because I was describing this science.
I read that, but I'm not exactly sure why.
Well, she regards me as misogynist because I think that because I've been putting forward the evidence that there are genuine differences between men and women.
But she should be held accountable for that, because that's just a flippant thing to say. Like you should have, especially in a position of power like she's in, you should have a very specific argument. Saying for a leader to have such a base thing to say, such a crude, dumb thing to say, crawl back under the rock that you came from.
Well, I thought she was making a joke about lobsters, but I don't think she was.
The lobsters go into rocks? I guess they do. They're growing cracks.
Yeah, and the bigger lobsters have better rocks.
That was another very interesting thing in the GQ thing, where the woman was challenging you on your neurobiology, your neurochemistry.
Yes. Well, hardly any psychologists understand that serotonin is associated with hierarchies. It's like a truism. It's been known for 30 years. So
we can definitely get back to that. But I'm very curious about this, because this idea of enforced equality, right? Ensuring that there is such a high emphasis placed on equality, that you have the equal amount of men, the equal amount of women, and the opportunities are absolutely available as much to women as they are to men. This is enforced. That this creates an environment where there's less resistance. Now, in an environment where there's less resistance, perhaps women don't feel as compelled to say, "I'll show you."
Yeah, that is what seems to happen.
This is
here's an example. So there are fewer women mathematicians in the higher echelons. Okay, but here's something interesting about mathematical ability. First of all, it's very rare, so that's the first thing to keep in mind. Now, it looks like, if you look in junior high, that mathematically gifted men and males and females are approximately as common. Now, there's a little bit of debate about that, because there is some evidence that maybe at the very upper extremes there's a male advantage, just like there's a male disadvantage at the low end, because the male distribution for intelligence might be flatter. And so that's the greater male variability hypothesis. There's been papers putting that forward that have been retracted as a consequence of pressure from politically correct people, even though greater male variability is actually quite common in the animal kingdom for a variety of reasons. Men are more expendable, that males are more expendable in some ways, or you could say that males are more likely to pursue high risk, high return strategies. You can look at it either way, and it's certainly possible. In any case, the males in junior high who happen to be mathematically gifted are less likely to also be verbally gifted, whereas that doesn't seem to be the case for the females. And so if you're a male math nerd, then math is a pretty logical pathway for you, because you don't have as many other options. Whereas if you're a female math nerd, you have other options, because you're more likely to also be verbally gifted. And so that's enough to, at least in principle, account for some of the reason why there are fewer women mathematicians than men mathematicians.
They have other options.
They have other options. And there's lots of complex reasons like this. And so we have this reflexive idea, and this is very much the case, because this is like the core idea among the feminist neo-Marxist types, is that if there's differences in outcome, that's proof of prejudice. And that's support for the idea of the patriarchal tyranny. And that's like the core axiom of the radical left, is the patriarchal tyranny, as far as I'm concerned. That's God for them, the patriarchal tyranny. It's like, well, if it turns out that many of these differences in outcome between men and women aren't a consequence of the patriarchal tyranny, in fact, even get bigger when you reduce the tyrannical aspect of the patriarch and even the patriarchal aspect to it, then it makes that free not only wrong, but opposite of the truth, which is the worst kind of wrong. And so, if men are more likely to pursue careers in the STEM fields, which seems to be the case, under conditions of optimal freedom for men and women, then that's going to drive income disparities, because the STEM fields pay more. And they pay more partly because they're scalable. Like, it's really hard to scale care for people. Like if you work in a daycare, you're going to care for 3 infants. You're not going to care for 50, because you can't. It's not scalable. But if you're like a software designer, it's infinitely scalable. And so there's a much wider range of possibility for generating much larger much larger income pools and much larger pools of wealth. You know, and men are also more likely to work longer hours. And if you work 10% longer hours, you make 40% more money. There's a nonlinear return on. That's a good thing for everybody who's listening to know. If you have a job, you want to be the guy or the woman who's working that extra 10% because the return on that is nonlinear. So that's a really useful thing to know. Men are more likely to work outside. They're more likely to work in dangerous businesses. They're more likely to run full-time businesses rather than part-time businesses. And they're more likely to move in pursuit of their career goals. And that all contributes to differences in among Uber drivers, they make 7% more money because they drive faster. So anyways,
That's not good though.
well, no, but it's a high risk, it's a high risk, high return issue, right?
It's a pattern male,
common. It's
male
more risk.
pattern.
There's more risk in it,
Yes.
so there's more return as long as you don't get hurt.
Right.
And I think that's a pretty common male pattern. Is there's more risk, there's more return as long as you don't get
The
hurt.
problem seems to be when discussing these things in any way romanticizing or glorifying male behavior or putting any emphasis whatsoever on there being a positive aspect to a lot of the things that we think of as being negative, like aggression or ambition or competition.
Well,
Competition amongst men is fine. Competition with men against women is often thought of as cruel.
Yeah, well, yes, well, and there's a certain amount of reason for that as well, because obviously physical competition it's easy for that to border on cruel.
This is why we were talking before the show that instead of calling people men and women when referring to because there's this very disturbing, in my opinion, trend of transgender women entering into these competitions now with women who are biologically female and dominating them.
Yeah.
And that instead of calling people men and women, let's dispense with that.
Yeah, you can be a man or a woman.
Just say
you can be a man or a woman. That's your choice, and you can change it whenever you want. So you're a man or a woman, and that's your choice. But we're going to have a new rule, which is that if you have an XY chromosome, so you're an XY person or an XX person, then if you're an XY person, you don't get to engage in physical combat with an XY person.
Yes.
Men or
with
women.
an XX person.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah. How would that?
If you're XY, you can't engage in physical combat with XX.
That's right. XYs cannot hit XXs. How's that? And maybe they can't run in running contests against them, and maybe they can't play tennis against them. Not within, and maybe that's just reasonable. Right?
It is reasonable.
Yes, it is certainly
It is reasonable, but if you talk about that, especially someone like you who you were against this bill that was going to enforce these pronouns and the compelling the use of these pronouns, that you're thought to be a transphobic person because you feel like there maybe should be some rational discussion about the physical limitations of certain body structures, because that's what it is. If you're talking about my field of business, you're talking about combat sports.
Right.
I've been involved in combat sports my whole life, and there is a difference. And it's not to say that females aren't competent. And I mean, I had Miriam Nakamoto on yesterday. She's a good friend of mine. She's an 8-time world Muay Thai champion. I mean, she's a monster. But she doesn't fight against men, and she shouldn't fight against men, although she probably could beat a bunch of them.
Right.
It's not, she shouldn't have to. And she's
A tough woman can beat a variety of men.
Oh, yes.
But a really tough man can beat all women.
Yes.
Right. So that's the problem.
That's the reality.
Yes,
And
that is definitely
there's
the
just-
reality.
you know, and people don't like to hear these things, and they want to pretend that you can even out the playing field with hormones. No, you can even it a little. There's certain things, like I've always said, if you gave Brock Lesnar a sex change and put him in a dress, he's going to run through every woman that's ever lived in the history of women. There's not a single woman that's going to be able to deal with that bone structure and that mind that guy has had with testosterone pumping through it for 39 years. It's just preposterous that we even have to have the discussion. It's so absolutely ridiculous. It's the one thing that I was attacked on more than anything in my entire life, is saying that I think it's ridiculous to have a trans woman compete against women in mixed martial arts. I was like, you want to have them do it in chess? You want to have them do it in something that's non-physical? Sure. You want them to be a woman? Yes, okay. You want them to be recognized as a woman? You sure. But as soon as you're compelling people, like here's one that's going up lately. If you don't want to date a trans woman, then you are some sort of a bigot. That if you're a man, even if you want a family,
You know, you remember in Brave New World, in Huxley's book, it was considered immoral to reject anyone's sexual advances because it was prejudicial.
Oh yes.
And the thing is, it is prejudicial. That's the thing. Now, see, so that makes the question even more interesting, because the question is, at what point do you have the right to your prejudices?
Right.
And one of the things that we seem to cling to, and I would say rightly, is that we're allowed to be prejudiced when it comes to who we interact with sexually, and who we choose as friends, and that's right. That's the right to association. And you say,
but
well,
only up to a certain point.
Well, that's.
This is because this new logic is kind of leaking into even sexual preference now. Like if you have a problem with someone being overweight, then you're a sizeist or something. Like that. Like what is that?
Well, the thing is that you can't have preferences without having prejudices, right? And so that's a big issue. So what does that mean? You don't get to have any preferences? How's that going to work out?
In terms of like what you like to eat, or what kind of films you enjoy, or what kind of books you read, you're allowed to have these preferences. But when it comes to what you're sexually attracted to, there's new emphasis now trying to draw that line and saying, like, wait, but it's preposterous people that are pushing this, and almost everybody's pushing back. But I find it interesting when these things come up.
It's a logical conclusion to all these other things that have been happening, because that is where the rubber hits the road. It's like, I've seen this in debates that I've had publicly, where people, talk about prejudice, and I've pointed out to them that they have prejudicial attitudes with regards to their sexual preferences, because they don't just sleep with anyone who asks them.
Right.
So it's like, well, how is that not a prejudice? Well, of course it's a prejudice. Well, then the question is, under what circumstances are prejudices justifiable? And that's a conversation we don't like to have, because we believe that there are no circumstances whatsoever under which prejudices are acceptable.
There's a big difference between prejudices and discrimination. I think those two get conflated.
There you go.
Yes, there is a big difference between prejudice and discrimination.
Preference.
Right.
Preference.
And also,
hopefully discrimination has to do with
Preference and discrimination.
setting your standards in relationship to the task at hand.
yes.
Right, that's what you'd hope for. That's the appropriate form of discrimination. That's like intelligence.
Sure.
Everything isn't the same about everything all the time. So you discriminate, you rank order things, and you need to rank order them even to pursue things that are valuable. This is one of the problems with the people who are so anti-hierarchy, like the radical leftists. Well, there shouldn't be hierarchies. It's like, okay, then why do something?
Well, that argument is so foolhardy that it's difficult to take seriously, but you do have to engage in it. And I think when you engage in it, it's really fascinating to watch, because it's like you're playing a game of chess with someone who only has a couple of pieces. They have this strong move that they do, but you've got all these other pieces, and you're like, well, let's just keep this game going until this comes to this logical conclusion, which is checkmate. There's hierarchies all throughout nature. It doesn't mean people should suppress people. It doesn't mean people shouldn't have rights. It doesn't mean people should enforce themselves or force themselves on other folks. That's not what it means.
It also doesn't mean that the hierarchies, especially if they're human hierarchies, then, well, or that they're only, that's right, not that they're good necessarily, or that they're predicated on power. Like one of the most pathological elements of the postmodern types, especially people like Foucault, is their insistence that all hierarchical structures are predicated on power, and that there's nothing other than power. And that's completely preposterous. I mean, I use examples of plumbers in my lectures more recently because it's rather comical. It's like, well, on what basis do you hire a plumber? So imagine that there's a hierarchy of plumbers ranging from very successful to very unsuccessful. Okay, and you say, well, what makes plumbers successful? Well, the power theory would imply that there are roving bands of mafioso plumbers who like come pounding on your door at 3 a.m. and tell you that if you don't get their particular posse to fix your pipes leaking or not, that they're going to come and burn down your house. Of course, it's completely absurd. When you go to hire someone like a plumber, well, the first thing you want to know is reputation. Can they actually fix a pipe? Because you actually want your pipe fixed. And then you want to know, well, do they deal with you fairly? And part of what's tangled up in that, in all likelihood, is do they deal with their employees fairly? Because that's going to make their business function properly. And so the hierarchy of plumbers, which is part of the patriarchal tyranny, is almost entirely predicated on competence.
Yes.
And almost every enterprise in the West is like that. Because I keep wondering, well, where the hell is this patriarchal tyranny? Is it massage therapists? Is it nurses? Like, most nurses are female. If you get females organized into a hierarchy, which you do in nursing, is that all of a sudden, is that part of the patriarchal tyranny? Or is it the fact that now all those people are women? Does that mean it's no longer, well, it's still a hierarchy. Is it no longer a tyranny? Is it no longer patriarchal? Like, is it patriarchal only because there's men in it, or is it patriarchal because it's a hierarchy? All of this stuff is so incoherent that it just, all you have to do is think about it, and that hasn't been done to any great degree, and it just dissolves in your hands.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that if you're entering into a job straight out of college, you leave university, and now you're entering into, you know, your first year in the workplace. It's just a natural fact of life that there's going to be people that are further ahead in this race than you.
Yeah, because they're better at what they do.
They're
Some of them,
better at it, they
because
have more experience,
and
they have
some
more
it might be
education.
some of them are more crooked and sneaky
Sure,
too.
that's
You know,
possible as
well, because
but it's the agreeing, everyone agreeing that this is a game.
yes,
This is some sort of a competition.
yes,
And you're going to have hierarchies and competitions. You're going to
Yes.
have people who win. You're going to have people who do better.
yes.
You know,
No matter what the so
Right.
well, that's the fundamental issue. As soon as you, so we could look at it this way. As soon as you, let's assume people have problems. Everybody can agree on that. Then we could assume that people would like solutions to those problems. So we could agree on that. Then we could say, well, then if you implement a solution socially, so with other people, then you're going to cooperate and compete in relationship to the solution. And that's instantly going to produce a hierarchy. Because no matter what the problem is, some people are going to be better at solving it than others. And then if you have any sense, you put the people who are good at solving it at the forefront, because then they solve it faster and cheaper and better. And then everybody benefits. But then you get a hierarchy.
Right. The people who solve those problems get financial incentive to solve those problems.
Yes, and they
This is
do that because the rest of us are greedy and desperate. It's like, you know, we want the people who are good at solving the problems to keep solving them. And so what we're trying to do is to reward them so that they'll keep doing it even if it's difficult,
Yes.
to give them some
Reward them
status.
extraordinary.
If necessary,
Yes. I mean,
yes.
when you look at the people that are the head of giant industry, the CEOs of super successful companies, they're the ones who have the giant yachts and the big houses. And this is the incentive for people to try to get to that position. And the idea that there's no incentive and that there should be no incentive, but yet you're still going to have all this innovation is ridiculous. It's not how it works. It's not how human beings work. If human beings are going to work really hard, there has to be some sort of a reward, and it can't be an equal reward.
Yes, and then what you could say, like, so okay, so the right, that would be roughly speaking a conservative position. And then you can take a left-wing position that's reasonable, and you can say, yes, there are hierarchies, but we have to stay awake because they can degenerate into power-hungry tyrannies, so that it's no longer competence. It's political machination and game playing and tyranny that produce the positional differentiation.
Right.
So we got to stay awake to that.
Yes.
And so we got to criticize the hierarchies, not the fact of hierarchy, but the structure of hierarchy, so they stay honest.
Yeah.
And then we also have to be careful, because when you do set up a hierarchy, then a lot of people collect at the bottom. That's the necessary consequence of a few people collecting at the top. And so then you have to be concerned about those people at the bottom. And so there's a variety of things that you would do to express that concern. Is one, you might want to have a lot of hierarchies, so that people of different talents could play different games. And a complex society is pretty good at that. But you're still going to have people who stack up at the bottom of all hierarchies, right? Those are going to be people who are sick, mentally and physically, and maybe people who are cognitively impaired, or, you know, or who've experienced some kind of catastrophe in their life. And then you want to set up your system so that those people don't suffer unduly, partly because that's bad and partly because that destabilizes your whole society. And so you could say, well, that's the left's place, is to speak on behalf of the unjustly dispossessed. And the right's position is to stabilize and maintain functional hierarchies
and encourage competition.
and encourage competition that's of benefit to the whole,
Yes.
and to the individuals within the competition. And then the political dialogue is a continual discussion between the left and the right, saying, well, you know,
Right.
this hierarchy's getting a little too steep and a little too rigid,
Mhm.
and well, for me, that's also the fundamental reason for the necessity of free speech. It's because
That's the only way to discuss this.
It's the only way of working it out.
Yeah.
And it is the case. You're going to produce hierarchies. If you're going to pursue things of value socially, you're going to produce hierarchies. And they're necessary.
There's also, I have a giant issue with the concept that these things are mutually exclusive, that you can't have competition and also have a good social environment. I think that's ridiculous.
A preposterous idea. I mean, one of the things I really like about the psychologist Jean Piaget, who I would say the world's foremost expert on games, is that he did a very careful analysis of, say, competitive games. Okay, so let's take hockey or soccer, doesn't matter, same example. Okay, you say, well, because people now, they have kids play these games and don't keep score, which of course the kids keep score because they're not stupid like the adults, but well, we can't have it be competitive. Okay, so let's take it apart. It's like, well, is hockey a competitive game or a cooperative game? Okay, well, so first of all, everyone's trying to do the same thing. That's cooperative. It's not like half the people are playing chess and another, a third of them brought a basketball and two of them are boxing in well, sometimes they do in hockey, boxing in a corner, but everyone's trying to do the same thing. So that's cooperative. Okay, everyone plays their position. That's cooperative. They all follow the same rules. That's cooperative, right? So there's competition, but it's nested inside a fundamental structure of cooperation. And the cooperation is the basis of the game itself. Let's all arbitrarily agree that it's important to put this black disc in the net, which is to get your aim right. And then let's cooperate within our teams to do that, because we're going to pass and we're going to pass to each other. And we're also going to work so that each of us is a good player, but so that we all work for the betterment of our team, because we want to win games across multiple games. So that's also cooperative. And then you want to interact with your enemies, let's say the other team, in a way that's indicative of good sportsmanship so that the entire league can flourish. And to think of that as competitive is absolutely, it's so, there's no other way of describing it than stupid. That's what it is. It's an ignorant unidimensional analysis. It's put forward by someone who's reflexively opposed to anything that smacks of competition and who isn't thinking it through at all.
They're denying the benefits of competition and the fact that they reap those very benefits of competition by enjoying the products that are created by these corporations.
Yes. Well,
it's very hypocritical.
And well, that's for sure. That's called a performative contradiction. It's like, well, I like to complain about left-wing issues on my iPhone.
Right. Exactly.
It's like, well, yeah, fair enough, but you have a little gratitude for the fact that you've got your iPhone to complain about. And those organizations, those corporations are unbelievably competitive, and they fall apart almost instantly when that competition stops being an issue, because then there's no constraint on the behavior of the system. So yes, and the issue with men, I think, with young men, and this is one of the things I've been trying to address, is that if your fundamental presupposition is that our culture is a patriarchal tyranny, which is an appalling presupposition, along with the idea that the best way of looking at history is that it was the oppression, the continual oppression of women by men, which is also something that I regard as an absolutely reprehensible doctrine, then, okay, so it's a patriarchal tyranny.
But that, in their defense, that did exist. There has been continual oppression of women. It's just not the only thing that's happened.
Well,
there's been women that have been revered. There's been women that have been celebrated. There's been women that have accomplished great things, but there's been a lot of oppression. So they concentrate primarily on that oppression, and that's their main point of study. And that's the thing they want to talk about all the time. They kind of have a point in the fact that if you're looking at all the events that have ever taken place, there's a significant number of them that have been women being oppressed.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's more women who've been oppressed than men who've been oppressed.
That's a very good point.
So I would say that the entire history of, you look at it this way, is that we oppress ourselves personally with our own malevolence and stupidity. And then we're all oppressed by the kind of the crushing hand of the social world that molds us in one way and not in another. And then, of course, nature is doing her best all the time to give birth to us, but also to kill us and take us out. And so there's this endless, what would you call it, vulnerability that characterizes our existence psychologically and socially and naturally. And I would say 150 years ago, that was even more intense than it was now, because the typical person in the West lived on less than $1 a day before 1895. And so the way I think that we should view the history of the world is that men and women labored under virtually impossible conditions for the entire bulk of human evolution, and they did their best to cooperate and to compete, but to cooperate so that they had some possibility of a modicum of security and satisfaction, and that's the right framework. And then within that, of course, there's power games that are played by people who are corrupt.
Yeah, within that,
But-
there's horrible events,
Of
there's
course
terrible
there
things that
are.
have taken place, but there's a massive amount of hypocritical thinking when you are criticizing the actions of so many people and talking about how many people are complicit in these things while you're carrying around a phone that's made by someone who gets $1 a day.
I was talking to a journalist in Slovenia who's a lefty and not a very sophisticated one, and she was talking about the 1%. And I said, well, do you know that if you make more than $32,000 a year that you're part of the 1%? She said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, that's the worldwide statistic. It's like, so you're part of the 1%. Well, she didn't. First of all, she said, well, I don't believe that statistic. And I thought,
That's
well, that's fine.
ridiculous.
You can go look it up yourself. But what was so interesting was that for her, that characterization, the 1% victimizers, was only relevant within the confines of her national border.
Right.
As soon as I said, well, no, it's all you have to do is expand that out a little bit and you're the problem and not the solution, then that was completely untenable for her.
Exactly.
She couldn't include herself in the population of victimizers, even though, she lives in a Western country and she's a well-paid journalist and she lives a very privileged life, so to speak, by historical and
In
world
comparison to
standards.
someone living in the Congo or something.
Well,
Or
or
anywhere.
anybody living
Guatemala,
anywhere
right.
in the entire history of the human race.
Up until
Right.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
If you make $34,000 today, you absolutely are in the top 1% of everybody who's ever
Oh,
lived. ever.
definitely. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Especially given what you can buy with it.
The only reason I deny that is because it doesn't fit what you've come into the argument with.
Right.
It doesn't fit your predisposed notion that you have. Your idea that it's so rigid. This idea that you are not one of the ones that's oppressing.
That's right. That's
Even though
exactly
you're
it.
carrying that iPhone with that laptop and all these different things that you enjoy that are created by these corporations that you support them financially, but yet they're the ones that are destroying this earth. These are the ones that you're rallying against. These are the ones that you hate against.
Well, the victim-victimizer narrative only works if you assume that you're a victim.
Right.
And as soon as you assume that you're a victimizer, well, then it's not so much fun. One of the things, I wrote the foreword for the new version of Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, the abridged version. It came out November 1st. And I was trying to figure out why the Russian Revolution went wrong so rapidly, because it went wrong right from the beginning. And Solzhenitsyn quotes this guy named, I think his name was Walter Latsis, if I remember correctly. I got the Latsis part right anyways. And he said, when you're interrogating a member of the bourgeoisie to decide whether they constitute an enemy of the state, you don't give any credibility to such niceties as individual guilt or innocence. All you care about is their group and their background and their economic status. And if they're in the wrong group, the bourgeoisie, then that's it. That's the end of them. And Solzhenitsyn comments not just the end of them, but the end of their children and their grandchildren as well. And Latsis was eventually executed by Stalin. Somebody wrote me and just told me that after I wrote the foreword. But one of the things I figured out was this, and this is really worth thinking about, man. So the intersectional claim is that, each person has more than one group identity. So fundamentally, if you're going to calculate their victim status, then you have to calculate it across all the different groups that they might be victims in. And so, maybe who knows, a Native American is one form of victim in this line of thinking, but a Native American victim is female is like twice the victim, or however you would calculate that mathematically. It's like, okay, and maybe you can be put into 6 different groups. We already talked about that a little bit. But here's the bloody rub. If I put you in 6 groups, in one of those groups you're a victimizer. You can bloody well bet on it. And then here's the next rule. If you're a victimizer among any possible dimension of analysis, then it's the gulag for you. And so that's the fundamental danger of that group identity, victimizer-victim narrative, is that you fragment your identity in multiple dimensions. You'll find out that you're a victimizer, and then everyone's a criminal, and then everyone's guilty. That's exactly what happened in Russia. And then you think, well, wait a minute, there are a bunch of people who are really compassionate about the poor. It's like, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that at the beginning of the Russian Revolution, that 20% of the communists were really concerned about the poor. Maybe we could say 50%, just to be arbitrary about it. The other 50% were jealous and resentful about anyone who anything more than they did. All right, now that you put those two groups head to head in a battle for 4 years and see who's standing at the end. Even if you are one of those utopians who actually cares for the dispossessed, when the revolution comes, you can bloody well be sure that your head's going to be first on the chopping block, because the people who are motivated by hate are going to be a lot more vicious in their attempts to eradicate than you're going to be, what would you call it, effective in your attempts to save. That whole game, that whole identity politics game, that is dangerous beyond belief. And it's predicated fundamentally on resentment and the desire to devolve people back into tribal antagonism.
It's so important that you talk about it this way. And I think it's really interesting when I see the resistance to you talking about it this way, and how many people are unwilling to look at it as this multi-level historical sort of record that you could look and see how this played out, and you can look and see what's going on right now with these control games that people are playing socially, and that they are enforcing certain types of behavior and certain ways of thinking, and then trying to rein in earnings and rally against capitalism and support communism and socialism, and doing so in this sort of weird trendy way without understanding the full scope of the historical implications when it's been tried in the past. That it's not as simple as like, you got this Anne Ryan thing doing, you're looking at this world that's, capitalism against socialism. It's good people who care about folks versus people who are ruthless. It's not that.
Well, that isn't even how capitalism doesn't even work like that. You know that managers are more stressed by the people they manage than the people they manage are stressed by their managers. I mean, and think about it, right? Just all you have to do is think about that for a minute. It's like you're an employee and you have a manager, and the manager's a bit of a jerk, let's say, but there's 20 of you.
Right.
So there's like, you're kind of 1/20th oppressed by the manager. But now you're the manager and you're managing 20 people and you're responsible for them. And we're assuming that you're not a psychopath. And you're probably not, because you probably wouldn't have been able to get to be a manager if you were a psychopath, because psychopaths generally aren't very successful and they have to keep moving as people figure out who they are. So the idea that like psychopathic power is a good route to power in a functioning organization is a stupid theory.
Politics.
There are some organizations that are pathological enough so that works, but they don't last very long either. So you're the manager and you're a decent human being and you've got 20 people who are dependent on you, and at least 2 of those people are real trouble. Like they're serious trouble, and they're your concern all the time. And so you see this as people move up the corporate hierarchies, you think, well, they have more and more power. It's like, yeah, but not really. They have more and more responsibility, and their behavior is actually monitored with increasing severity.
Yeah,
it's like
that's true.
You're quite constrained in most high-level positions of authority in complex organizations. Like you have to behave pretty damn carefully, or you're going to get yourself in trouble very, very quickly.
Well, certainly today. I think that wasn't necessarily the case a decade ago or 2 decades ago.
It was
It's
less
certainly-
the case.
Yeah, less the case. Today, it's far easier to get called out on things.
But even so, like, even 20 years ago, like if you didn't treat your customers properly, and carefully, reciprocally in long-term relationships, you were going to be a failure.
Yeah.
And in any corporation that produces anything of any value, I mean, the production is one thing, so you have to be competent at the production. You have to be in constant communication with your buyers and foster those relationships personally, because there's intense competition, and if those personal relationships aren't of high quality, then your business fails. And one of the things I really learned, because I spent a lot of time with business people as well as academics, is that business people do a tremendous amount of socialization compared to academics. Like academics can judge each other's work more or less on the basis of its scientific merit. And so they don't have to establish personal relationships to the same degree. But business people are always wondering, well, can I trust you? Can we enter into a reciprocal relationship that's going to be of mutual benefit over the long run? And so they're testing people out socially all the time. And if you're not capable of reciprocating honestly over some decade, say, then you're going to screw things up in an absolutely horrible way.
It's one of the reasons why they like to use golf as a metric.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
Golf is 2 things. One, you get to see how someone handles competition.
Yeah.
You get to see if they cheat.
Yeah.
Because people do cheat in golf. it's an interesting story. A good friend of mine, his dad was playing golf with this man, and his wife was there as well. And the wife saw the dad saw this man that he was playing golf with move the ball. And she said, do not go into business with this man. Do not trust this man. He's a cheater. He cheated at golf. And he thought it was not that big a deal. It's like, it's just a game of golf. She's like, no, this is a big deal. Turns out the guy was a fucking criminal. It just took a while to find out. I mean, he wound up doing a lot of other things. That how you do some things is oftentimes how you do everything.
Yeah, well, that's why people are so interested in games.
Yes.
Because
To
games.
see who a person really is.
Well, games. This is again why I'm such an admirer of Piaget, because he knew very well that game is a microcosm of reality.
Yeah.
That's why we like. I mean, you have to have an explanation for why people like games.
Yeah.
And I've been talking about this a lot in my lectures too. Is you think, well, any game, like you think any competitive game, soccer is a good example. It's basically a hunting game, okay? Because you're firing a projectile at a target. Okay, so the target's the goal and the projectile's the ball, but it doesn't matter. Is that so? You have teams that are figuring out how to hunt properly. Then you think, well, to hunt properly, you have to put the ball in the net as many times as you possibly can. So you organize yourself in a hierarchy to facilitate that. But then that's not the whole story, because you tell your kids, doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it matters how you play the game. And the kid's all freaked out about that because he doesn't know what you mean. And he says, well, what do you mean, Dad? I'm supposed to try to win. And you say, I don't know what I mean, but it's still true. But here's what you mean, is that if you're in a league, you're not trying to win the soccer game. You're trying to win the soccer championship. And to win the championship, you have to win a whole bunch of games. And the rules to win a whole bunch of games aren't the same as the rules to win one game. Like you could go flat out as the prima donna and bend the rules and cut corners and exhaust everyone and win the game and then lose the next three, because that's a stupid medium to long-term strategy. Or you could be like the superstar and hog the ball all the time and never give your teammates a chance to develop, but then you're injured and your team is out. So that's a stupid strategy too. So you think, well, what you have to do to win the championship is that you have to organize your team so that the best players lead, but that everybody gets developed, and that you play the medium to long-term game in a fair way, in a fair and decent way. Okay, and so you think, well, that's how you win a championship. I talked to a coach a while back, and he said one of the things he did to select athletes was to watch what happened when they scored a goal. And if they were celebrating on their own, in sort of an egotistical way, then that wasn't such a good sign. But if they scored a goal or a touchdown or whatever it was, and their whole entire team came in and mobbed them and then lifted them up on their shoulders, and they thought that guy is an athlete, because not only can he put the ball in the net, but he does it in a way that benefits the entire team, and that's the person you want around for the long run. So then the goal isn't just to put the ball in the goal. The goal is to put the ball in the goal the largest number of times while simultaneously benefiting as many of your fellow players as you can.
Well, although I think that's a great strategy, I don't think that's necessarily the meaning of it doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's how you play the game. I don't think people think of it in terms of like a long-term strategy for championship leagues. I think when they're saying it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game, meaning don't cheat.
Yeah.
Do your best and learn.
Right, but
learn
I think
from your endeavor.
That's right. Well, learn how to handle failure.
Right.
Learn how to handle victory.
Will also learn from the experience itself. Like if you make a mistake and you're trying your hardest, but you make an error because someone has a counter to that, then you learn from that. That is how you play the game.
Right.
If you play it stupidly and you don't think and you win just because you got lucky, that's not as good as playing intelligently
and expanding your skill
and losing.
Yes.
Because the other people are superior, and then you learn from the fact that they figured out a way to have solutions to all the problems that you present.
Yes. Okay. So one of the things that you're pointing out is that while you're playing, you want to be expanding your range of skills so that you get better at playing the next game. But then you think, well, even the soccer championship isn't the whole game,
right? Because
your life is a whole series of games of championships of different types.
Well, the idea is that championships will come if you continue to excel and get excellent.
Yes, and also if people invite you to play.
Yes.
So there's both of the. So those are the two things. So that's the goal, right? The goal isn't to put the ball in the net. The goal is to get excellent and to be invited to play.
Right.
And the mechanism is that you put the ball in the goal. And that makes sense. See, that helps explain why people find competitive sports so unbelievably compelling. Because you can be cynical about it. You can say, well, look, there's 50,000 people there watching, somebody kick a spheroid object into a net. Who the hell cares? But that's not the issue. What you are in fact doing is you're going there to watch people develop expertise and to learn to play reciprocally in a noble and ethical manner. And all of that sport, when it's done properly, is a direct physical incarnation of that ethic. And so it's not surprising that that's why people get so excited when they see an athlete do something. Imagine the best thing that you can see at a sports event is someone who does something purely in the spirit of fair play and in a manner that's unbelievably excellent. Wayne Gretzky was very good at that, right? Because he was an excellent sportsman and also unbelievably skilled. And so people loved him, and that's perfect because he was a player who played the game like it was more important to play it properly than to win, and he was on the top of his game at the same time. And that's what you want to be in life.
Didn't cut corners.
That's right. There's no cutting corners.
Yeah.
And so that's very cool, and you see a very high order ethic emerge out of that. You want to be the kind of player that everybody. I kind of wrote about that in 12 Rules for Life, when because part of my advice in Rule 5 was not to let your kids do anything that makes you dislike them. And that's part of the idea there, is that if you're really on the side of your children, you help them develop in a manner that makes them eminently desirable to other children and capable of interacting properly with adults, because then the whole world opens up to them. That's a really, and then you do that. The thing that's cool about that too is that this is what makes the postmodern and the Marxist type so wrong, is that your best strategy for success in life isn't the exercise of raw power. It's a really counterproductive strategy. It doesn't even work very well for advanced animals. Your best strategy is skill and reciprocity. So, and there's a real high order ethic in that. That has nothing to do. So the idea that our hierarchies are predicated on power and they're corrupt because of that, and the whole world is a battleground between hierarchies of, different power hierarchies, and it's winner take all, and the devil take the hindmost. That's completely inappropriate psychologically.
There's a real situation where you very rarely find people who excel at competition and who have benefited from competition who are against competition. And you very rarely find people who have no skill in competition at all and who have never engaged and have shied away from it their whole life that support it and believe that it's an important part of our culture. I think people want to believe and they want to support things that reinforce their idea of how they're living their life correctly. Mm-hmm. And if they shy away from competition, if it makes them nervous, if they've never excelled at it, if it doesn't feel right to them, if it makes them uncomfortable, they want to feel like there's some better way. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the things that leads young, sensitive, kind, compassionate people towards socialism. Mm-hmm. And this concept that capitalism and any form of competition at all ultimately is going to lead to a few people hogging up all the wealth and dominating all the people.
Well, the other thing that's kind of sad about that is that no matter what system you set up, that's the outcome.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the Pareto distribution, so if that's the distribution of wealth, you find that in every society that we know of, whether it's capitalist or socialist or communist for that matter, a small proportion of the people have a disproportionate amount of the resources. So the other thing that I've been trying to explain in my lectures is that if you were really concerned about the dispossessed and the poor, you wouldn't put hierarchical dispossession at the feet of capitalism, because it's a way worse problem than that. Because the Marxist types, they think, well, if we didn't have capitalism, there wouldn't be hierarchies and there wouldn't be dispossession. And that's complete bloody rubbish, because the problem of hierarchy and the problem of dispossession is way deeper than the problem of capitalism. So like if you look at Neolithic grave sites way before there was capitalism, you see that a small number of people are buried with all the gold. So the fact of unequal distribution of resources, that's as old as hierarchies are old. It's unbelievably old. And so for the leftists to take an anti-capitalist position and assume that that's going to be a benefit to the dispossessed is an idea that's at least 145 years out of date, as far as I'm concerned.
But we do want to discourage tyranny. We do want
Yes.
to keep that. We do want to keep someone from accumulating so much wealth that they dominate the world and have a disproportionate effect on culture and do things that are detrimental, that could be in fact detrimental for decades and decades to come. I mean, look, to this day,
Well, that's why you have a balance of powers in the United States too,
Right.
because well, the thing is, it's not the case. You should, like, the fact that you can't characterize the West as a patriarchal tyranny doesn't mean that hierarchies don't become tyrannical. Sometimes they do, and we have to be alert to that. I mean, that's been known for a very long time.
So is it fair to say that the West has some aspects of a hierarchical tyranny?
Of course, and that's, I would say, that's a mythological truism. So, like, the way that society is represented in our deep narrative structures is always twofold. There's a wise king and a tyrannical king, and they're pitted against each other. And your job is to amplify the wise king and keep the tyrant under control. That's the evil advisor to the king, like Scar in The Lion King.
Yeah.
Right? So there's always this shadowy figure in the background that's malevolent and psychopathic and power obsessed, that's attempting to take over the hierarchy by ill-gotten means. That's evil itself in some sense. It's the archetype of evil, and so that has to be taken into consideration. But the problem with the viewpoint that's so prevalent in our society right now, that's the patriarchal tyranny viewpoint, is that it's only the evil king. And then that's particularly hard on young men, because if you believe that all of our hierarchies are predicated on nothing but arbitrary power, and that that's a natural consequence of masculinity, then whenever you see anyone who's masculine manifest anything that's associated with competence or confidence or let's say competitiveness or heaven forbid aggression, then you immediately assume that that's nothing but a manifestation of tyrannical power, and that you discourage it or you certainly fail to encourage it. And I think that that's a dreadful mistake, because that masculine energy, whether that's characteristic of women or men, because women can certainly manifest that, that's something that should be integrated and celebrated. And the way you do that, that's partly why mechanisms like competitive sports are so necessary, is that you want to take kids, let's say boys, the more competitive and aggressive boys, just for this example, you want to take them and you want to socialize them intensely so that they take that aggressive competitive impulse and they're capable of manifesting it inside a social structure like a game, so that it's of benefit to everyone. And you can do that. It's not a problem. You teach an aggressive kid that it's beneath his dignity to bully someone weaker.
There you go.
So you can attach that right to the competitiveness. It's like, you're a loser. You bully someone weaker than you, you're a loser. That's pathetic. It's like it speaks right to that competitive drive. It says,
That's
I
where
don't
the
want to be a loser.
Tenets of martial arts are so critical.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the major tenets of martial arts. This is it is a huge part of what's taught in traditional martial arts academies. Is there's a very clear way of behaving. And you're never supposed to do anything remotely like bullying.
Right.
And you're supposed to have,
because it's a
extreme
misuse
reverence.
of your power.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And you're supposed to have extreme reverence for the people who taught you.
Mhm.
I mean, your master. You literally call them a master.
Right.
And in almost all martial arts, they're referred
Right. And
to
so
in
that's
some way
another.
then.
Well, so that's another thing that's really interesting about a functional hierarchy. It's like, because the leftist critics look at a hierarchy and they think every position is up looking down. Right? But what you're saying, what you're pointing out is, no, in a functional hierarchy, there's plenty of respect going up, right?
Yes.
So it's not just power. It's like it's power, it's authority and subordination at the same time, voluntary subordination, because you should be properly subordinate to the people who are better at what you're doing.
Yes.
And in a functional organization, that happens naturally. And the other thing that happens too, and the radical leftists never take this into account as far as I'm concerned, is that one of the things I've learned about people who run successful organizations, whether they're academic or business, is that they really love mentoring young people. It's an intrinsic pleasure, because you think, well, for the evil capitalist, it's winner take all and to hell with everyone else. And that's an unbelievably cynical view of human nature. It only really applies to people who are genuinely psychopathic, and they're very rare. And so most of the people I know that have been hyper successful
All right, so this is very old. The number of psychopaths you see at the top end of these shitty ladders, you know, the billionaires, how many fucking times over? I think we'd all agree on this in time. All right, carry on.
Non-stop about the beneficial effect that he had on their life. You know, he found a lot of them were, you know, they were young and smart, but weren't really all that properly oriented in the world. And he picked them out and gave them opportunities. And he certainly did this for me. Has opened all sorts of doors for me. And that was a huge source of pleasure in his life. I think maybe the primary source. He had a family as well, and obviously his family was of primary importance. But in his professional career, it wasn't his name on papers and his name in the marquee. It was all these young people whose careers he could foster. It's a never-ending source of satisfaction.
Yeah, I think that's a critical aspect of being a successful person, that you have to realize that there's a great personal benefit in helping other people, and that you feel this. This is not just like something that looks good on paper. When you can show some young person who's coming up the way, you're 10 years ahead of them, and you can say, these are the mistakes that I made.
Yeah.
I can help you get through this. And then you see them flourish. There's a great deal of personal satisfaction.
Oh, definitely.
And there's got to be some sort of an evolutionary benefit to this kind of behavior.
That's part of, that's the thing is, we are evolved for reciprocity.
Yes.
We really are. We're not evolved for power.
Right.
This is what's so deeply wrong about the damn postmodernists and the Marxists, is that isn't what first of all, power is not the best strategy to attain success. It's simply not. It doesn't even work for chimpanzees, because the brute chimps, you know, the ones that rule purely as a consequence of force, as soon as they weaken two subordinates that are reciprocally engaged, so that have a friendship, tear them into pieces. So I don't care how strong you are. Three guys that are like 2/3 your strength are going to take you out. So you're much better situated in society and in life if you're in an interactive network of reciprocally beneficial relationships. That works in games, but it also works in life. And to reduce that, and if you're competent, so there's the killer combination: hyper competence and the capacity for genuine reciprocity. That makes you unstoppable.
Why is there this lack of understanding and appreciating this nuance in people that oppose these ideas? Like, what's the willingness to be ignorant about all the variabilities, especially when you consider the bulk of the research?
Well, I think some of it's justification for failure. You know, like if you're not doing very well, then it's really easy to think that the game is rigged. It's also easy to be resentful about people who seem to have more than you have, especially if you're not thinking about it very clearly. You know, and that's another thing that I've been trying to lecture to people about, is that you should be very careful about assuming that someone else has more than you do. I mean, one of the best predictors of whether someone has money is how old they are. So old people are richer than young people. Well, obviously, right? Because they had their whole life to accrue wealth. It's like, well, who's got it better? You want to be rich and old or young and poor? You know, I mean, you can't buy youth with money. So it isn't obvious who's better off in a situation like that. It's, in fact, I think most people who are old and rich would trade it for young and poor fairly damn quickly.
Well, that's why people really get angry when they see young rich people.
Yeah, I know, that's just too much to bear.
Yeah, like a young, rich, famous rapper. Like, what's that fellow, this 17-year-old? Lil Pump, how about that? Famous, 17.
But you know,
I was in high school.
Well, the funny thing too, though, is that, you know, even with people who have that sort of, let's call it good fortune, you know, independent of their talent, you don't have to scratch beneath the surface very far, even in successful people's lives, until you find a pretty decent vein of tragedy. You know, and so that jealousy of the successful is also based on a really unidimensional view of exactly what constitutes success. You know, you see the trappings, whatever they might be. Let's say it's a yacht and more money than you know what to do with, and you assume, well, that's going to put that person at the pinnacle of a satisfying life. But there's no shortage of dreadfully unhappy and addicted celebrities. And it isn't obvious always that more money is good for people. You know, I mean, you say, oh, well, that's a problem I'd like to have. It's like, look, fair enough. I mean, there are worse problems, but celebrity and fame and fortune are also not that easy to deal with, and they come with their own pitfalls. Plus, there's lots of things they don't protect you against. You know, people still get divorced and they still get sick and they still die and their parents still get Alzheimer's and all of that. Like the fundamental tragic elements of life are still in place.
One of the interesting things about people that are jealous of other people that are extremely successful is that you're missing one of the core lessons of competition. One of the core lessons of competition is to be inspired by those who are more successful and not to try to chip them down and take away their accomplishments because they don't make you feel good.
Yeah.
The people that are piss poor at competition are always the ones that are trying to diminish the accomplishments of those who are extremely successful.
Mm-hmm.
You see this in sports fans.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a loser, fat sports fan talking about what a piece of shit LeBron James is because he dropped the ball or he missed a shot, like this, the extreme reaction that they could have to someone who's extraordinarily successful is almost always in direct proportion to how much of a failure they are in their own life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons why, in contrast, it looks so ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's part of the danger. I would say that's part of the danger of the entire identity politics movement is that, you know, that reasonable care for the dispossessed, which we already talked about, is easily contaminated by hatred and resentment for people who are not only successful, but who are the most annoying person who's successful is the person who deserves it, not the person who doesn't deserve it. Because you can write the person who doesn't deserve it off.
Right, the lottery winner.
Mm-hmm. You can say, oh yeah, well, you know, he
You
just got
inherited
lucky.
his money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But then you see the person who's broken themselves in half and, you know, come out of a really pathological background and has been successful, and you're uselessly wasting your life away.
Yes.
That's the sort of person that you really don't like because they cast you in a very dim light.
So this is where competition is so important, because the person that has a background in competition, has been involved in competition, sees a person who's busted their ass and become something really extraordinary, and it's incredibly inspirational.
Mm-hmm.
And you look to those people and you want to read their biographies,
Right.
and you want to watch documentaries on them because it literally gives you fuel.
Yep.
Whereas the person
Yep.
who shies away from competition, is afraid of their own insecurities and failures, and really has never tested themselves, those are the ones that find these people extremely distasteful, because when they put themselves in comparison to these incredible people, they come up short.
Yeah, well,
So
every
they find
ideal,
out excuses.
right, every ideal is a judge.
Yes.
And so what's the answer to that? No ideals. That's a stupid suggestion. No, it certainly doesn't, because then it leaves people without any
Yeah.
meaning in their life. You know, so
Well, I think it speaks to what you were talking about earlier, that we need adversity. That we need adversity, we need difficulty, we need struggle. You need a weight to carry. And if you don't have any of this, you do not get your character tested. You do not advance in your own perception of who you are in this world and how you engage with all the other people around you.
you don't call out what's best in you.
Yes.
And then you can't live without that.
Yeah.
You need that. And so, and the trick seems to be that voluntary acceptance of the adversity. See, that's one of the things that I think is core to the mythos of Christianity, because there's an idea that you should pick up your cross and stumble uphill. And that's really what that means, is that you set your eyes on some high level vision, the city of God on the hill, whatever that happens to be, you know. And then you take the burden, whatever burden you're capable of lifting, which is obviously going to be a burden of suffering, at least to some degree, and you carry that voluntarily. That's the trick, is that, and then you say, well, you need a purpose in your life. It's like, well, look, there's a lot of problems around you in the world. You have some problems even that bother you, right? Personally, they seem to call out to you those problems. Maybe those are your problems. Those are the problems you should solve. And those, I think, are the call to adventure. It's like, there's a problem, it bugs me. Okay, do something about it. That's your problem.
There's a certain amount that you can tolerate. I mean, I think it's like weight training. There's a certain amount where it becomes detrimental, where you've overtrained, your body's breaking down. There's a certain amount of problems that you have in your life that are extremely beneficial, because through going through these problems, sorting them out, you build your spirit, you build your character. And if you don't accomplish anything and you never encounter any problems, you are this gelatinous, soft, atrophied soul. And you don't have the intestinal fortitude or the spirit or the human potential has not been developed to the point where you can overcome adversity. The only way to overcome adversity is to face it.
So that that optimum that you were talking about. So I've really been interested in the neurophysiology of the sense of meaning. Because neurophysiology, yeah, because the meaning, the feeling of meaning is an instinct.
Right.
It's not a thought. It's not a secondary consequence of rational processes. It's way deeper than that. It's something that drives rationality itself. So now you were just
vary amongst people.
Definitely,
Yeah.
but it varies in this way, as far as I can tell. So imagine, as you said, that there's an optimal load, right? You exceed that, and to your detriment.
Yes.
And you see that in the weight room. You pull a muscle, you'll hurt yourself.
Yeah.
You can injure yourself very badly, right? You can take yourself out for the count. But then if you work too little, well, then there's no gain in it. You have to find that thin edge where you're competent at what you're doing, but you're pushing yourself. That's going to be where meaning lies. That's what meaning tells people. It says you're on the edge where you're competent and out of undue danger, but pushing yourself enough so that you're continually developing. That's the instinct of meaning. And that looks to me like it's a consequence of the interaction between the right and the left hemispheres, and a consequence of the interaction between the negative emotion systems, anxiety and pain, that regulate you, that protect you from harm, and the exploratory and play systems that drive you forward. You want the exploratory and play systems to drive you forward, but then they're regulated by these negative emotions so you don't hurt yourself. And if you get that optimally right, then that's the point of maximal challenge. And that makes you really alert because your positive emotion is functioning. That's what's driving you forward. This is worth doing. And your negative emotions are alert too, saying, yeah, but be awake and be careful. And you know what that's like in the weight room. If you're lifting something that's at the edge of your ability, you've got a spotter. You want to push and you can barely do it, and you want to make sure that you're not going to pull your arm down and rip the hell out of your muscle. But you're right on that edge, and that's the place of maximal gain. And that sense of meaning, that's what puts you on the border between chaos and order, right? Because too much order means you're just practicing what you already know. And then you stultify and stagnate. And too much chaos means you better look out because you're going to hurt yourself. You're pushing yourself beyond your limits. You stay right on that edge. That's where there's maximal meaning. And you're wired for
that edge is
to push it. Yeah. Now, one of the things I recommend to young people, especially true for people in their 20s, is that you should push yourself beyond your limits of tolerance in your 20s to find out where it is. How much can you work? How disciplined can you become? Like, can you work 12 hours a day? Can you work 8 hours a day? Can you work 3 hours a day? Like, flat out. Where's your limit? And how much work can you do, and how much socialization? You should find out. Push yourself past and then back off to that point where it's optimally sustainable.
That's what a lot of people do, isn't it? I mean, they party too much when they're in their 20s. They make a lot of mistakes.
It's what they're doing, and I would say in sort of a haphazard way, right? Because there's that instinct to go out there and do more,
right?
But it's unregulated, and it's not as self-conscious as it might be. It's good to know that it's good to think about that as a goal. It's like you're trying to discover what your limitations are when you're in your 20s, so that you can hit that edge, so that you can sustain yourself across the decades. And so, yeah, because you don't want to have too much fun, right? Too much fun takes you out. You don't want to be the oldest guy at the disco. It's not fun being the 40-year-old at the singles bar, precisely. So you want to make sure that what you're doing is age appropriate, and you want to push yourself in every direction that you can, but you should be doing that with an aim in mind. It's like you're trying to make yourself into a better and more competent person. And so some discipline along with the fun is a good idea. So to take care of yourself and the people around you, that's one of the things I recommended to people, and I've had quite a few people actually tell me that they've done this, interestingly enough. I said, well, one thing you could aim at, if you had any sense when you were young, is to be the most reliable person at your father's funeral. And so I think that's a good challenge. And I had a bunch of people come up to me in this last tour and tell me that that's exactly what they did. These were often young guys, like before 20. Said, my dad died suddenly, or, he died after a year's illness, and it was just taking me out. And no wonder, He said, I was listening to your lectures. You said you want to be the most reliable person at the funeral because everyone else is grieving, and what the hell else are you going to do? He said, that's what they tried to do, and that got him through it. So, that's part of that, picking up that load as far as I'm concerned. You get a little self-respect out of that too, in a real sense, right? Because, you're this sort of sad, suffering creature that's capable of a fair bit of malevolence. But if you find out that you can carry a heavy load and take care of yourself and have a little left over for some other people, then you can wake up at 3 a.m. and think, well, man, I could be worse.
And this is not a political perspective. This is a positive, constructive way of looking at how to navigate the world. But when you break down these sort of behavior types, whether it's the people that generally support socialism or socialist ideas, or they're anti-competition versus people that are pro-pushing yourself, they fall into these right-wing, left-wing sort of paradigms in this really weird way. That, I mean, I don't...
Especially that, I think that's especially true on the radical ends, but I think you get that on the radical right too, because you get people who are collectivist in their fundamental orientation, you know, and they're trying to take undue credit for who their racial ancestors were, or they're okay. What I would say with the political issue is that I think that you can build decent, responsible people who are on the middle right of the spectrum and the middle left, you know, because I think that you can have left-wing political beliefs that are genuinely aimed at aid to the dispossessed without being resentful of the hierarchies and without contaminating it with jealousy for the successful. It's hard, right? You have to, because when I worked for the NDP when I was a kid, when that was the Socialist Party in Canada, the leaders, some of the leaders were people like that. Like a lot of the low-level party functionary types, they were the activist types that you still see today, and they're mostly resentful. I didn't like them at all. But some of the leaders were genuine advocates for the working class, you know, and they had their flaws, obviously, but they put their money where their mouth was, and they were trying to ensure that the hierarchies were open to advancement for let's say the common person, so to speak, the person who's stacked up at the bottom, or for their children, which might even be more important, you know, so that the hierarchies remain open to genuine competition based on competence, which would be a perfectly reasonable thing for the left to insist on, right? Is that let's bloody well make sure that it's a fair game, and so that people don't get locked out of movement forward because of arbitrary positions of power. Right. And that's a reasonable part of the discussion. So I think if you build better people, you can build better people on the left and on the right.
And people that are going to appreciate that rules to the game are better for everyone. They're better for the people that win. They're better for the people that are coming up. They're better for everyone.
Yes, if
you
that's
have
right.
to have real structure and real rules,
yes.
And that you're better off being a guy like Wayne Gretzky.
Yes.
Better off being a guy who's respected, who plays the game correctly and just does his best and really truly becomes a champion and loved by all because of it.
You're better off in every way.
Right.
Right. And that's the most stable. The other thing that's so cool about that. So imagine this. This is the antidote to moral relativism. Okay. So the first thing is that there are real problems, and hierarchical organizations can offer real solutions, socially and personally. So you can confront the problems courageously and you can solve them. So that's real. It ameliorates suffering and limits malevolence. And so there's nothing morally relative about that. The second is that sense of meaning that we discussed. That's not some philosophical second order consequence of thinking. It's way deeper than that. That sense of meaning tells you when you're Vygotsky, the Russian psychologist, called that the zone of proximal development, which I believe is where the phrase the zone came from. And so in the zone of proximal development, this is what adults do with children, little kids that are learning to talk. Adults automatically talk to little children who are learning to talk at a level that slightly exceeds their current vocabulary. They do that without even knowing it. And that puts those kids in the zone, right? Because if you just talk baby talk to kids, then all they learn is baby talk. And if you just talk like an adult, then they don't understand a word you're saying. So you find this happy medium in between where the kid mostly understands what you're talking about and that you're pulling them forward. So that puts them in the zone. And that's a meaningful zone. And so you can feel the operation of that zone in your own life. That's what the Taoists are on about, because they say, well, Tao is the way, right? And that's the pathway between chaos and order. That's meaning. And you can feel that in your life when you're deeply engaged in something. Like we have deeply engaging conversations, okay, which is part of the reason that we keep having them, and I think why they're popular. And we're not paying attention to how the clock is ticking or how time is flowing or even to the fact that we're doing what we're doing. We're just having a conversation. And it's meaningful, it's engaged, it keeps our eyes focused and our senses concentrated on what's happening. And the reason for that is that there's enough information flowing between us so that we're being slightly transformed as a consequence of the discussion, right? So we're both comfortable, we trust each other, we trust that the conversation is aimed at something that's of mutual benefit, We trust each other to tell the truth to the degree that we're capable of doing that. And then when you engage in this exchange of information, and to the degree that it's breaking you down a little bit and building you up in a different way, that's a little death and rebirth. There's constant little deaths and rebirths in a meaningful conversation. Then that keeps you alive and functioning. And that focuses you, like that speaks to you so deeply that focus happens without any consciousness. And that's meaning. And that's that line between chaos and order. And that's real. That has nothing, and I would say, here's another thing that's cool. So that line between chaos and order, that's the same thing that's happening when you're playing a game properly, right? Because you're in the game and you're exercising your skill, but you're pushing it. But you're pushing it in a way that's also a benefit to your teammates and to the progression of the game as such, and to being a better general player. You're doing all that at the same time. And you're evolved with enough natural intelligence so that the sum total output of your nervous system says to you, you're in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. And that's what makes your life meaningful. And that's real. And I think it's more real than anything else. I think it's more real than suffering. I think it's more real than malevolence, because it's the antidote to both of those. And so the whole moral relativism issue for me is a non-starter. It's just wrong. There's lots of ways of interpreting the world, but there aren't very many ways of interpreting it optimally. And you can feel when you're doing that. It makes you stronger. And then the people that come to me after my talks and say, well, I've been putting my life together. I've developed a vision. I've been trying to be more responsible. I've been trying to be more honest and put my relationships together. They're all sparkly-eyed because of this, or crying sometimes, because it's really had an impact on them at a deep level. They think, oh, wow, this actually works. It's like, yeah, it actually works. It's real. It's real. And I would say as well that that's associated with the idea, the deep Western idea of the logos, which is meaning in action and speech. So, if we have a conversation that's meaningful, then that's a manifestation of the spirit of the logos. And that's a thing that destroys and recreates at the same time. Because you learn something, it destroys a little presupposition that you had that was erroneous and replaces it with something that's healthier. And every time you have a meaningful conversation, that happens. It's like a little tweak. And I wasn't quite right here, click. That moves and something new takes its place. So, and that's a little death and rebirth instead of the catastrophic death and rebirth that you might have to have if you weren't paying attention. So that's all tied together. That's all tied together with that phenomenon of meaning. And that's the same as the adoption of responsibility. That all ties together so nicely.
Yeah, the concept of meaning, like what is important, that it's so huge to people, but so fleeting. It's so difficult to what is meaning? Well, there's the simple ones, right? Like family and loved ones and companionship and community and finding something that you enjoy doing that, you can do that seems bigger than you or bigger than yourself. But meaning, like the meaning of life, what is meaning? It's one of the things that gives people so much existential angst. And I think is the cause of a lot of despair, because there's no real answer.
Well, you can question it.
Yes.
But the thing is that's one of the dangers of rationality, is that, see, the Egyptians associated, the Catholics did this to some degree too, they associated rationality, the proclivity to malevolence, partly because rationality tends to fall in love with its own productions. Intelligence has this inbuilt arrogance. And the Egyptians in particular were really insightful. They tried to replace the idea of intelligence as the highest virtue with the idea of attention as the highest virtue. This is something Aldous Huxley knew. He wrote a book called Island. And the island was an island that was populated had a lot of birds on it, and the birds could talk, and all they did was say, pay attention, to remind everybody on the island to pay attention all the time. But you can undermine your sense of meaning and you can question it, but the best thing to do is to actually pay attention to when it manifests itself, because it's a phenomenon like color or like love or like beauty. It exists. It isn't something you create. It's something that you discover, and you can discover it. You just have to watch. Like you're ignorant about yourself. You think, okay, well, I've told my clinical clients to do this, and my students, watch yourself for 2 weeks. Just watch like you don't know who you are, and notice when you're doing something that you're engaged in. It's like you'll see it. Maybe it's only 10 minutes because your life is pretty balanced, but you'll see that, oh man, I was engaged in something there for 10 minutes. It's like, why? What did you do that was right, that engaged you? You were in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing for a few minutes. What was it? What were the preconditions? There's this line in the New Testament. Christ says, the kingdom of God is spread across the earth, but men do not see it. And that's what it refers to, is that you wander into paradise now and then when you're engaged, when you're deeply engaged in something, but you don't notice it. You don't think, oh, look, I'm in the right place and everything's out right now. It means I've got it right somehow. And then I need to practice being there more and more and more, which is, well, that's the appropriate thing to try to practice. And that's to come to some negotiated, what would you call it? It's to come to a negotiation with that intrinsic sense of meaning and to realize it as a fact rather than just as an opinion or something that's secondary. Because it's
an
not.
alien concept for people, though, to be so aware of who they are and what they're doing, they could recreate that.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do feel that feeling of meaning, that they could figure out a way to get back into that state, and what were all the extenuating circumstances, and where was my head at? What caused me to have this feeling like things were right?
Yes, well, it's like someone gives you a gift and you think, oh, I'd like that gift again. It's like, yeah, well, you have to figure out what it was that you did to deserve it, so to speak. And yeah, I know it requires a fair bit of careful reflection, but it also requires that ignorance, as you have to think, well, I don't know who I am. I'm going to find some things meaningful. What are they? They might not even be things you want to find meaningful. They might be things that you might even be ashamed of, because sometimes people are interested in things that they don't think that they should be interested in. Like maybe you'll have a guy who was this is kind of a cliche, but who was socialized to be a real tough guy, and he finds out that he's kind of interested in art or aesthetics. It's like, well, he's ashamed of that because maybe it's too feminine or whatever. Well, it doesn't matter, because that's actually that's actually something that's speaking to him from the core of his genuine being. He's going to have to pursue that. Or you might find, that someone who's really agreeable and kind of a pushover stands up to someone just once at work, says what they really think, and then they realize afterwards, wow, that was exactly right. Then they think, oh my God, I've decided when I was a little kid, maybe they had a harsh father, and they decided when they were 4, I'm never going to be angry in my whole life. There's something wrong with aggression. So they've gone out of their way their whole life to be free of conflict. Then they find out that one day they stand up for themselves, that whole domain that they'd parsed off as inappropriate actually contains exactly what they need to put themselves together. But you find what you need where you least want to look. That's the old alchemical dictum. Inster qualinus invenitur, right?
I want to talk to you about activists, because it's something that you brought up earlier, saying that you find them unappealing. I want to know what you think the motivation of a lot of these, like particularly radical left-wing activists that want to shut down lectures and scream people down in these auditoriums. What do you think the motivation of these people is, and what do you think is the root of it?
Well, I think that it's a quick route to moral virtue. It's actually really hard to put yourself together, and you have to do that in ways that you can't trumpet. Because most of the things wrong with you are kind of low, what would you call it? Second rate and embarrassing. All your stupid little habits and your proclivity to procrastinate and all the things that you're minorly ashamed of. And then you have to work on those slowly, because the probability that you're going to be able to fix them quickly is low. And you can't really brag about it because it's so embarrassing just to admit that they exist to begin with that you can hardly brag about it. And it's sort of painstaking private work. And you don't get a lot of quick social status for it. It's effortful, embarrassing, humbling, and difficult. And then you can do something like be an activist, and you get all that public acclaim for being on the good side with no effort whatsoever. So it's a plus.
Do you think that there's any motivation at all to try to make the world a better place?
Yes. I think there's some.
That's part of it.
Sure. Well,
but you think it's flavored by this desire to broadcast your virtue?
Yes, because it's very difficult to make the world a better place. That's the thing young people have a messianic impulse. That's another thing that was documented by Piaget, that there's a stage, in late adolescence where you want to make the world a better place. And I would say that's probably part of the impulse to, establish a permanent relationship and have a family and take care of people, and to take on some of the burden of life. It's the psychological precursor to that. And it's reasonable for smart young people to be concerned about broader philosophical issues if they tilt in that direction as well. But it's all too easy for that to be pathologized into resentment for those who seem to have more unfairly, and also to take the easy route out. And there aren't easy routes. There are only difficult routes to doing useful things. And it's better just to do that. And then, so I think that there's some impulse to, there's some wish that things could be less unfair and that fewer people could suffer. But it's kind of a low-level virtue, that reflexive compassion. I'm not saying it's without merit, because that compassion is the basis for the ability to take care of people who are ill and infants
What
and
makes
so
you
forth.
feel this low level? Like, where is that?
It's not thought through.
Hmm.
Things are complicated. It's hard to make complicated systems work better. And it's
Okay, but
really
what
easy to
about-
make them work worse.
What about activists that want to shut down certain speakers? Like someone who's, in my opinion, fairly innocuous in terms of the net. Like, here's one: Christina Hoff Sommers.
Yeah.
I don't see a good argument for shutting her down. She's so polite. She's a feminist. She's well read.
Yeah.
She's a really nice person. It
Yeah,
just-
Janice Fimenko is like that too in Canada.
It
Same
just
sort of person.
doesn't make sense that people would shout her down, yet they do.
Oh yeah,
They
well,
shout
then,
her down.
you know,
They say horrible things
oh,
about her. They mischaracterize her in a really brutal way that it completely invalidates their argument or their opposition to her, to anyone that's paying attention to what she said.
oh well, a lot
or
of
who
it is.
she is.
A lot of it is also just immature acting out.
Yes.
And there's an
But
arrogance
that's
to it.
tolerated in some
I know,
sort of
I know.
very, very strange way.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, it's part of our doubt, I suppose, about authority and about our willingness to assume that all authority is contaminated by power.
It's the
Like, it's not-
sanctioned heckling too.
Yeah.
It's almost like if you're doing a play, or a musical, or you're singing a song, and someone just decides to start screaming out. Well, that person's an asshole. But
Yeah.
if you're espousing an opinion,
Yeah,
and the person decides to scream out, and they do so under the guise of moral virtue,
yeah. Well,
then
it's
it's tolerated.
undeserved access to power.
Yes.
And it's no wonder that the radical leftists in particular concentrate on power. Everything's about power. Well, then it's okay if they use power as part of their means of expression. It's like, well, you're just playing power games. It's perfectly reasonable, even appropriate for me to play power game because, I'm oppressed compared to you. If everything's power, then everybody gets to yell.
Right.
And one of the things I realized about recently as well is that there isn't a debate about free speech. Exactly. Not the way that we think about it, because there's the classical defense of free speech. So the classical defense of free speech is that it's better for both of us if we're able to exchange our opinions, because I have the opportunity to learn from you, and you have the opportunity to learn from me, and you have the opportunity to learn from your own mistakes and social feedback, and so do I. And negotiation beats war. Okay, so that's kind of the classical. Now, but that's predicated on some assumptions, and those are: you're an autonomous being, you're capable of formulating an opinion that's actually unique to you, and that in dialogue we can mutually modify each other's unique opinions in a way that produces a mutually harmonious and beneficial outcome. That's all the predicate. Well, the people who are opposed to free speech, you see, it's not that they're trying to shut down people whose opinions are different than theirs exactly. It's that they're opposed to the idea that free speech exists. It's a way deeper problem, because at the bottom of the postmodernist mess is the following assumption, is that, well, there's no one way of interacting with the world that's preferable to any other way. And so what people do is organize themselves into hierarchies of power and then struggle for dominance within the hierarchies, and then the hierarchies struggle between each other. So it's a landscape of warring hierarchies. That's all it is. And you think that you're a person and that you have an opinion, but you're not. You're just the mouthpiece of your privileged hierarchy. And so am I. And it's incommensurate if we're from different hierarchies. There isn't a you talking to a me that could come to an agreement. There's just you acting as a mouthpiece for your power and me acting as a mouthpiece for my power. And so since I'm part of my group and I want to win because it's all about power, then why the hell would I ever want you to talk? It's not like I have anything to learn from you, or even that learning is possible, or even that there are two people having a discussion. There's nothing but the mouthpiece of power. There's two mouthpieces of power warring. And so why should I listen to you? I'll just shut you down because then I win. And so this free speech debate isn't about whose opinion should be allowed within, an overarching framework where free speech is a real thing. It's a debate about whether there's such a thing as free speech at all. The radical postmodernist types, they deny even that there's such a thing as an autonomous individual in any way. You're just the nexus of economic forces, economic and social forces. You're entirely socially constructed. There's no you. These are deep criticisms. Like I've made this case before that the postmodern types, although they have to ally themselves with the Marxists for reasons that we don't have to go into, they are going after things that are so fundamental you can't believe it. There is no autonomous individual in the postmodern world. That's a modernist or an Enlightenment viewpoint. Or a Christian viewpoint or a Judeo-Christian viewpoint, or maybe an Abrahamic religion viewpoint. Who the hell knows? It might be that deep. You're the nexus of sociological forces. There's no integrated self. You don't have ideas or opinions, and there's no dialogue between us. That doesn't exist. There's your group, your identity, your struggle for power, and that's all.
This is your interpretation of it? Or is this
no. This is the fundamental essence of postmodernism. It's especially true in the format espoused by Derrida and Foucault. Foucault, everything's about power. Everything's about power. And Derrida was that's why he criticized the idea of logocentrism. Logos is that ability of the individual to engage in dialogue. The root for dialogue is logos or logic. That's all criticized. That's all gone. The identity politics players, the people who are serious about this philosophically, they don't believe in the idea of the autonomous individual. That's gone. So it's not like they're playing a game within, you think, well, this is a game. We're all playing a game where we agree on some things and we're just disagreeing about the details. It's like, oh, no. You don't want to make that mistake. This critique is way, way deeper than that, which is why Derrida was opposed to the idea of logocentrism. He didn't believe in the idea of an autonomous individual. That didn't exist. That's just a fiction set up by those who have used the idea of the autonomous individual to advance their power maneuvering within the confines of the colonialist West.
Now, and what's the rationalization for that perspective? Is this to enhance their argument, to try to push forth their ideas in a less debatable way? Like, why?
I think the motivation is hatred for competence.
Hatred for competence.
I truly believe that. I've been trying to go down as deep as I could to find out. I think it's Cain and Abel.
Wow.
I really believe that. I think that because I can't understand the motivation otherwise. It's like, well, why are you tearing these things down? Well, it's on the basis, we have sympathy for the oppressed. It's like, well, why? Like, where in your conceptualization does that idea of sympathy for the oppressed come from? You don't even have the idea of the individual in your conceptualization. It's like, that's just I don't buy any of that. I think it's Cain and Abel all the way down.
Do you think that when you're talking about the Scandinavian model, where they've made it incredibly equal, and through this massive effort to take away any opportunity, or to rather open up every possible opportunity for women that men also have, and you're seeing these differences in genders actually accentuate because of this, do you think that maybe what we're seeing also, even in terms of the postmodernists and the radical leftists versus people on the right, this same sort of competition aspect of it is also problematic, because it's one of the reasons why there's so much debate in the first place, and that if we had maybe more middle ground and more opportunity, there would be less of an argument. There would be less of a reason to have these extreme polar opposites that may be embracing of more, like there's certain socialist aspects of our society that we just accept, right? Like the fire department, right?
Yeah.
Like police.
Universal provision of infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Schools should be, I think, more emphasized in that direction, but it gears towards privatized schools for people with higher incomes, which gets away more from socialism and sort of reinforces capitalism more, right? But I think things like maybe perhaps even universal basic income, or certainly universal healthcare, which you guys have in Canada, which we don't have here, and definitely higher education, making higher education far more accessible and far less costly. Stop subsidizing these student loans. Stop making student loans something that you can never escape.
Well, I think this is part of the eternal debate, right? Because we've already talked about the utility of hierarchies and the necessity of putting those who can in charge, but the consequence of that, which is an unequal distribution of both talent and resources, well, you don't want that to get so steep that people stack up at the bottom, because your whole society starts to destabilize. And so you have to have a continual discussion between the left and the right to see how you stop the bomb from
suffering.
Yeah, from hitting zero.
Yes.
Because zero's not good. You can't play when you hit zero, and that's not good. And so I don't think there is a universal solution to that problem, because the problem keeps manifesting itself. Think about it as an eternal problem. Here's the problem. There's a set of problems that'll never go away. Now, what the problems are change, but the fact that there are problems never go away. Okay, the fact that you have to produce hierarchies to solve those problems never goes away. The fact that the hierarchies dispossess never goes away. But the details shift all the time. And so the whole reason that you need the political discussion is to take a look at the particulars of the hierarchies and the particulars of the dispossession and say, okay, well, now we need to shim it up here, and now we need to shim it up here, and now we need to adjust this, and now we need to adjust this, because you can't come up with a final solution to those problems. I think that's partly why you have consciousness itself, because if you could automate the solution, imagine there was a permanent solution. Well, there's a permanent solution to breathing. You have a part of your brain that just breathes. You don't think about it. You don't adjust it. Well, you do a bit when you're talking, but you get my point. It's like problem taken care of. Well, there's other problems that are so fluid, like they're eternal problems, but they're so fluid in their detail that you need awareness and linguistic capacity to address them. And I would say the problem of hierarchy and dispossession fit exactly into that category, is that we're going to organize ourselves hierarchically because talent is unequally distributed. It doesn't matter. Like as soon as you invent basketball, and instantly, there's 1% of the population who are super great at basketball. It doesn't matter. As soon as you set up an arbitrary value structure, you get a hierarchy. And then there's the whole schlubs at the bottom that can't put a ball in the hoop to save their lives. And that's an eternal problem. That's why it says in the New Testament that the poor will be with us always. Very pessimistic. There's two lines like that. One is, to those who have everything, more will be given, and from those who have nothing, everything will be taken. That's a rough line. And the second is, the poor will be with us always. Okay, so why? Well, it's a reflection of what we just described, is that you're going to get hierarchical structures and they're going to dispossess. Okay, so then what we want to do is we want to use mercy. Say justice gives you what you deserve. So that's on the competitive end. You get what you deserve. But there's this old idea, an old religious idea. This is a good idea. God rules with two hands. Right hand is justice and the left hand is mercy. Justice means you get what you deserve. But the world can't survive that way because people are flawed and make mistakes. And if you only got exactly what you deserved, it would be a hell of a world, right? Because you'd be punished for every single mistake you make. You'd be held accountable in a way that would be unbearable. So that has to be tempered with mercy. And so maybe the left is the end of the distribution that tempers with mercy when it's functioning properly. But it can degenerate into that Cain-like resentment of the successful, and that's a danger. On the right, you have the opposite danger, which is, you advance because of your competence, but then that can ossify, and so you want to hang on to that position even though your competence no longer justifies it. You start to use the advantages of your position to accrue benefits for yourself that you did not earn. And that's the proclivity of the hierarchy to become blind and tyrannical. And that's an eternal problem. The Egyptians had a god for that, Osiris. Osiris was the god of hierarchies, and he was always threatened by Seth, who was his evil brother. And his evil brother was always conspiring to overcome him. And that's the problem with hierarchies, is that they tilt towards tyranny. And the reasonable left says that. Watch the hierarchies because they tilt towards tyranny. It's like, yes, it's true. But that doesn't mean that the idea of hierarchy itself is flawed. And that doesn't mean that all hierarchies are tyrannical. That's going way too far.
Do you think that the Scandinavian model that has revealed that when you do make things more equal, you will find that people generally tend to gravitate more towards traditional gender roles? Do you think that this makes people happier? Has it been observed that this is a happier result?
That's a good question. The indices of life satisfaction are pretty high in Scandinavia, but I don't know if anybody has done an analysis that would indicate whether the sexual sorting is a contributor to that. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, the general idea has been that the Scandinavians are happier because their societies are more egalitarian, but they're not more egalitarian in the sense that men and women are also more different. So
men and women are more different, but the opportunities are more egalitarian.
Yeah. And then the societies are more satisfied. But it's tough, because there's other variables, because the Scandinavian countries are relatively homogenous, right? And more homogenous societies tend to be more peaceful and happier, not more diverse societies. And they're also small countries, so they're somewhat easier to govern, and they tend to be wealthy. So it'd be hard to parse out all those contributors, right, to figure out what it is that's making the Scandinavians relatively content.
This is almost like a super tribe versus a country.
Yeah, right. Well, and those sorts of societies, in some sense, are easier to manage.
Is there any benefit to this model that we could perhaps bring to the United States or to Canada and maybe mitigate some of the issues that we have between the right and the left? Like maybe there's some sort of a compromise that'll lead to a less debate and dispute.
Well, I think that you guys in the States are doing real well, actually, personally. I mean, you know, your system of checks and balances seems to work out pretty well. There's a fair bit of, let's say, left domination right now of the mainstream media. I think that's a reasonable claim, and also of academia and of the intelligentsia. But the political system is skewed pretty hard to the Republican end of things at the moment. And so that's not a bad balance. And then in the last election, I mean, maybe you could make a case, perhaps, that things had tilted a little too far to the Republican side, but that got balanced out because the Democrats took the House again. And it seems like they were more moderate Democrats. That seems to be the scuttlebutt. So, you know, it isn't obvious to me that your system isn't functioning well. I think that one of the things that's happening that's making things look more contentious than they are is that the mainstream media is under such assault by the up and coming media forms, including people like you, that as their financial models deteriorate and as their journalistic standards take a hit and as they lose their fact checkers and their time to be careful with the stories, they concentrate more on exaggerating the extremes to attract attention. And so, you know, there was an article published in the Atlantic Monthly about a month ago showing that, and it depends on how you calculate these things, but that the radical leftists and the radical right-wingers are only about 5% of the population on each side. And that the vast majority of Americans consider themselves something approximating the relatively silent majority. And so I don't think that things are polarized as badly as they seem. And it is also the case right now that if you poll people and ask them about the conditions of their life in the United States, they tend to say that they're doing quite well, but that other people aren't. And so I think maybe, I don't know this for sure, but I think maybe that the technological pressure that's being put on the mainstream media is driving extreme political views as a means of gathering the attention of a shrinking market share.
That's a very interesting take on it, and I wonder how detrimental that is to us as a whole, because we are constantly dealing with this clickbait nonsense headline. You know, everything is a dispute, everything's a war.
Yeah.
Everything's
Well, it's nerve-wracking.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I noticed this years ago because I really stopped watching the news 25 years ago, although I've been heavily involved in the last 2 years, because I noticed that most of what passed for news wasn't. Because my sense was, well, if it isn't important in a month, if it isn't important a month from now, it was never important. And almost everything that's news is like important now.
Yeah.
And so I tried to stay away from that. It was better for my peace of mind. And I often recommended to my clinical clients who were depressed and anxious that they shield themselves from the news as much as possible. But now the news is everywhere, right? It's everywhere. It's Twitter, it's Facebook, it's YouTube. It's like we're just inundated by it. It's like CNN on steroids. It's 24-hour news cycle, and it's produced by everyone, whether they're informed or not. And it's really high emotion. And I think that is making things look a lot worse to us than they actually are.
I think it's also similar to what we were talking about earlier when it comes to reading comments on Instagram or Twitter. I just think there's just an amount of data that's incomprehensible. I don't think you can handle it. I don't think you can navigate it. You can't navigate that many relationships. I mean, these are the reason why we have this Dunbar's number in our head. If you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, in your case, 1 million followers that are constantly interacting with you, it's going to fucking drive you mad.
Yeah. Well, you don't even know what to do with it. You know, like, because I don't even know what my ethical obligation is to my Twitter followers, you know, because like there's 1 million people following me.
You can't react to all of them.
No, definitely. Well, certainly I know one limitation, which is that having it drive me insane is probably not a good outcome for anyone. Well, except for those who hope that I would crawl back under my rock, let's say.
This is a personal thing, right? Because they're responding, and the mentions are to you personally, but in a lesser way, perhaps. But it's still also overwhelming. Is just the sheer amount of information that's available constantly about everything. There's a million stories every day about every single thing that's going on in your life.
Well, everywhere on the whole planet. Yeah.
And how are you supposed to navigate that? How are you supposed to get through life and concentrate on things that are truly meaningful for you in the present moment without being completely detached from the outside world? It's this balance that people try to find that is so elusive. It's so hard to figure out how much to watch. How much of this political process do I pay attention to?
Well, that's the big technological challenge.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we thought, when I was a kid, we thought, oh my God, you know, kids are sitting in front of the television 4 hours a night. It's like, well, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, right.
You know,
it's all day long.
No kidding.
The phones all day long.
Yeah, and the phones are so much more powerful than television that it's like a typewriter compared to a computer.
Yes.
You know, and it's so we don't know how to adjust to that psychologically, but it's even worse than that, because as soon as you adjust to the degree that you do, the technology changes on you.
Right.
So
it becomes more immersive.
Sure.
And it's always leading in that direction.
Yeah. So it's a real, I mean, you know, I see this especially with parents who have teenage kids. It's like they know the phones aren't, you know, I've been talking to some teenagers lately about you know, maybe these are kids that are getting bullied on social media. It's like, I think, well, when I was 14, you know, it's kind of a rough time of life, and you go to school and you've got your friends and you've got your enemies, and then you come home and your friends aren't there and neither are your enemies. Right. You're outside. There's an outside of that.
Yeah.
But now on social media, there's no outside. You know, and the one kid I was talking to had moved schools and is doing quite well in the new one. But the people from the person's old school are still after them on social media. So, you know, and you think, well, just don't use your phone. It's like, yeah. You tell that to your teenager. You try not using your phone for a whole day.
Yeah.
You think, well, the teenager's going to be able to manage the phone. It's like, no, they're not. You can't manage the phone. Nobody can manage the phone.
Well, it's not just teenagers. My middle daughter is 10 years old, and all of her friends have phones.
Yep.
All of them.
Yep.
There's like 2 of her friends that don't have phones.
Yep.
And they come over the house, and we have a rule at our house: you can't use a phone. Like once you get inside the house, there's no phone. So
Yeah.
their friends come over the house, they want to like constantly be on their phone, and we say like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And they look at you like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, this is my life.
Yeah, yeah.
My life is my phone. They want to make Twitter posts and Instagram, and they want to do Facebook, and they want to Snapchat with each other with bunny ears on. And
Yeah.
these kids are just doing this
Yeah.
all day long.
Well, and they are mastering the technology. That's the
Yes.
other thing. It's not surprising that they're trying
Right.
to adapt to it. But
it's happening at a really early age.
Yeah.
Because if you're giving your kid a phone, you're not putting any parental filters on it. You're allowing that kid to have full access to Google and the World Wide
Oh, yeah.
Web, and they're just gonna.
if you give your kid a phone and you don't think they'll know how to use the phone better than you within a year, you're a fool.
It's true.
You know, they're gonna have that thing figured out in ways that you haven't even imagined. So
Yeah. No.
yeah, you're not controlling it. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
It's it is a very extraordinarily unprecedented time to sort of navigate this world, and I don't think there's not been I mean, civilizations have had to deal with worse things, right, in
Yeah.
terms of violence and
Yeah.
famine and
Yeah. Yeah.
disease, but I don't think anyone's had to deal with such a radically transformative medium
Yeah.
like the
Well, we
internet.
have this range of possibilities. Well, and you ain't seen nothing yet, right? I mean, this is just getting
yeah.
going. Well, have you been watching the Boston Dynamics videos?
Yes.
Oh my God,
Yes,
those
trying to get
robots,
those
man.
guys in here.
Oh yeah, I bet. I mean, the amount of progress they've made in 5 years is just absolutely staggering.
I bet they smell like sulfur and they don't even know
Yeah.
it. I bet you bring them in here like, what the fuck is going on? These guys are dead. Well, Elon Musk was on the podcast talking about some new development they're working on called Neuralink, and that this is some radical new way of accentuating bandwidth between human beings and information and
Yeah.
just increasing the access to it. And he was very vague about it.
Yeah,
He said it was going to come out within, X amount of months.
yeah.
But
Well,
they're-
they've already, there are scientists who've already managed direct brain to computer links, right? So they
Yes.
can get monkeys, for example, to move the robotic arm.
Mhm.
And I suspect that, you can learn to control single neurons in your face. My suspicions are that we'll be able to develop technologies that'll be wearable, that won't have to be neural implants, that you'll be able to communicate with neurally, and
Yeah.
that's not very far down the road. And the the probability that we're going to build, about what's his name, Kurzweil's idea of the singularity.
Yes.
Well, it's a wild idea. It seems somewhat improbable. And I had a friend who once told me that if something's impossible, then it won't happen. There'll be something that will come up to stop it that you won't expect. And maybe the singularity is one of those things. But, I know a lot of guys who are in the high-end computational world, and a lot of them are convinced that we're within a decade of a machine that's as powerful as a human brain. And I know people have been saying that for a long time, but Jesus, computers are getting good at emotion recognition. They're getting really good at facial recognition. They can communicate with one another. They can imitate. Those Boston Dynamic robots are pretty damn impressive, and they're mostly autonomous. We've got all sorts of things that can navigate on their own, like these autonomous cars. Like all these things they're coming together real fast.
Have you ever watched Black Mirror on Netflix?
The only one I watched was the one that outlined what the Chinese are now doing to their own people.
Oh yeah, the CRISPR one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the one where everything you do is rated and tracked.
Right, the social network one. Right,
Mhm.
right.
Yes, which
Yeah.
is quite frightening and reasonably probable.
Oh, 100% probable. I was talking about the one, I think it's called Heavy Metal. It's about autonomous robots that seek out people and kill them. And these artificial intelligence people, they're making these Boston Dynamic robots. And, the scariest one that I read about was a DARPA one called the Eater robot, EATR. It uses as a fuel, it uses biological material as fuel, which means if
You're
this thing-
kidding.
No,
You're kidding.
No, I'm not
Jesus
kidding.
Christ.
EATR. So this is going to be able to eat dead bodies in the field, theoretically, and use it as fuel to
Oh,
continue
good.
to kill
Oh, good.
people.
Oh, good. That sounds like a fine thing to develop.
Just fucking imagine an army of robotic, armed, artificially intelligent things
Corpse eaters.
that eat corpses in order to have fuel to continue to kill
Well,
more
someone's
people.
obviously imagining that.
It's made. I
Hmm.
mean, this is a real thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing with regards to these lectures is, I think that we're in a time of unparalleled possibility.
Yes.
So for good and for evil. And that the more people that there are out there who have their acts together, the better the probability that we're going to be able to manage it. Because we've all got some pretty hard decisions to make coming up real fast. And these guys that are working on these AI systems, I'm hoping that the ones that are more ethically oriented in a proper direction will be the ones that have the upper hand. I'm really hoping that. So
Yeah, collectively, and what's the matter?
I was looking into it because this that came up before, that it breaks the Geneva Conventions if they actually eat dead bodies. You can't do that.
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah,
Once we have a robot war, dude, that Geneva Convention's out the window. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think personally, this is important, and collectively, it's very important. That I just think I think what you wrote, 12 rules to life. We need rules. We need rules to be able to figure out how to navigate this thing. It's complicated.
That's why I think that the individual level of analysis is the right one, is that I'm hoping that, that like every time someone comes up and talks to me and says, look, I was in a dark place and I got my life together and this is how it's going, I think that tilts the scales non-trivially towards a good outcome.
Yes.
And the more people that's happening to, the better. And I don't think there's a more effective way of doing it than to concentrate on the individual.
No, I don't think there is either. And it's happening a lot. I hear it every day. I hear it every day. People that find you and find a lot of other inspirational people online, and just Jocko, and there's just so many of them.
Yep.
There's so many, and there's so much fuel now for inspiration.
Yeah,
there's so much
it's
guidance.
pretty fun that inspiration could become popular.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It
Who
is.
saw this coming?
Yeah, no kidding. And encouragement. And one of the things that's quite sad is how little encouragement people need. And it's so touching, because I'm constantly in a state of like being overwhelmed. Well, even with what happened this morning when I went to Whole Foods, because it's overwhelming to have people come up and like they share these really intimate pieces of their life with you in like 20 seconds. It's like you're an old friend, and like here's what my life was like. It's dark, it's dark, and here's a bunch of good things that are happening. It's like this little blast of, it's like the persona of the person disappears and you get to see the real person there for like 20 seconds. It's like it's overwhelming. But every time that happens, as far as I'm concerned, it's a victory. And it's a victory that multiplies too, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm hoping that, every little bit helps,
It certainly does. And by the way, if you meet me and you have one of those stories and I don't know how to react, that's just how it is. I go, that's amazing.
Yeah, well,
wow,
that's good enough,
awesome.
man.
I'm super happy for you.
That's it.
I'm genuinely happy for you, but I still don't know how to react.
That's how to react.
I never will learn.
That's how to react. It's
Yeah.
like, that's how to react.
Yeah.
That's all you need. It's like, that's great, man. I hope you keep doing it.
That's
And
all
more
I can
power
ever
to
say.
you.
And it always feels flat. Like what they said is so mind blowing, and I'm saying terrific.
Yeah.
But it is terrific.
It is terrific.
It's
Yes,
awesome.
it is. It is.
It's
Absolutely.
We just did it in 3 hours. It's gone. Thank you, sir. Always a
Really
pleasure.
good to see you, Joe.
Jordan Peterson, you're a good man.
It's a pleasure to be
Thank
here
you,
again.
everybody. Bye.
Thanks very much.
Today on Cosmic Disclosure, we're with Dr. Robert Wood. He's a retired aerospace engineer who has worked on everything from the ballistic missile defense to the space station. But more recently, Bob is the editor of a new book on William Tompkins called Selected by Extraterrestrials, Volume 2. My Life in the Top Secret World of UFOs, Think Tanks, and Nordic Secretaries. Bob, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Well, many people remember when they're young having, an out-of-body experience, like when they're lying in bed or, kind of in a dream state, hypnagogic state, or floating or flying around, usually at night. But it seems like we're separating from the physical body. And I know Bill Tompkins mentions this. And what does he mean by that?
Well, he reported that he typed it himself, that when he was growing up, was able to do remote viewing. In fact, that's what I would call it, when you're floating around looking down. Later on, when he became involved with the Nordics through the secretaries and understood there was a Nordic race, he claimed that he was able to actually go to their planet and see them remote viewing, and said that it was a very peaceful, modern, stable society.
So he would sit down, remote view this, possibly astral project, and bring back this information and make decisions, on his life with this. And he took it very seriously, it seems.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Actually, the content that we talked about rarely included his discussions of personally remote viewing, but he did talk about the psychic communication. That's kind of different from, taking your mind and going somewhere,
right,
as opposed to just having his Nordic secretaries give him ideas. Two different functions.
Oh, I see.
And I think the distinction is important.
Well, let's look at this clip from William Tompkins about astral projection.
When I was just a boy, and I was like 7, 8, 9 years old, I used to fly a lot. Now, I didn't have an airplane. I just flew. We were living in Santa Monica. We were living in Hollywood. And I flew a lot, mostly at night, but a couple of times in class in school, recess, I'd just go behind the building, and I'd take a flight. And sometimes I'd put my arms out, but most of the time I'd just go out. And so I could fly all over Hollywood, San Fernando Valley, go down to the beach at Santa Monica, fly up to Malibu, fly all the way down to San Pedro, look at the Navy ships and the dry docks in San Pedro, and fly over LAX and come back. I had a hard time flying over LAX. There was a lot of stuff going on, so I kept myself away from the airports as much as I could. A few times, I would, after I'd had fun, just flying around Loki, particularly it's more fun at night with the lights, I'd just shoot out into the galaxy. And I flew way above 186,000 miles a second, way, way above that. And took everybody a long time to figure out that even the Germans could fly faster than that, and certainly the extraterrestrials could, okay? But what I am saying I do, okay, is I fly out there, and one time I flew into, it was the Admiral's command ship of the reptilian space navy. I flew right into his office. I could see, hear, and smell everything that they were saying. To me, it came to me in English, just like when I flew one time over Russia. Admiral Sergei Gorshkov had been building a whole series of futuristic ships that don't even look like they're from the planet because they were built with stealth. I flew over the base, Vladivostok base, and I actually flew around the base, went down, looked into the edges of the construction facilities.
Well, welcome to Beyond Belief. This is a smartphone. It is on the 4G network, but assuming in the next few months to a year, it'll jump to the 5G network. But what does that mean? So we've got researcher Ben Stewart with us to talk about 5G, how it plays into our current reality, and how it affects our human potential. Ben, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me back.
What's the difference between 4G and 5G?
Well, the whole thing with the numbers and the G is basically the generation of telecommunications. So 1G all the way up to 3G. 3G was where smartphones started. 4G was the next evolution of it. 5G is really, a lot of people are saying it's a faster phone, it's faster internet, but it's a deeper infrastructure embedded into our world. So it's not just about the phone anymore, and the phone may not actually even be as relevant in the 5G world.
Can this phone function in the 5G world, or does the owner of this phone need to get a new one?
Well, these are probably going to be retrofitted. So there will be new phones and people will probably start getting rid of these ones. These will still work in the 5G world.
Okay.
But in the 5G world, the new phones are also going to, in a sense, outsource a lot of what they do on the phone to the city that you live in. And the 5G world that we're talking about, it's not just the internet company, it's not just the cell towers. What it is it's an infrastructure that leads us deeper into a surveillance state.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. How so? How would that work?
Well, currently, as we speak, there are satellites going up, 5G satellites. So whereas before you needed to be somewhere on planet Earth near a cell tower to get service, soon we're going to have 5G pumping all over the world. You could be in the middle of the ocean eventually and still be able to get your 5G service. And so what most people are thinking about is, well, you'll be able to download a movie far quicker. What it used to take maybe 30, 40 minutes, you could download in a couple of seconds. And so that's incredible for people.
That is incredible.
Well, we need, let's say, self-driving cars. It needs high-speed internet. It can't have lag time, otherwise it may miss its turn.
Right.
So this is the explanation as to why we need to move into a 5G world. But what it really is, most people aren't getting the full story of what the infrastructure of 5G has to do to support such high-speed internet.
Ben, why do they have us shut our phones off on a plane?
Well, mainly because of the interference. Supposedly the planes have their own frequencies going, and if everyone has their phone on and there's data from the cell towers going to all these phones on the plane, then it interrupts a lot of the technology on the planes.
Okay, so it's a safety thing.
Right. And I think in the way of the future, that's also not going to matter, because I think where we are getting our signal from is going to start, it's not going to be certain nodes. Like, yes, there will be the satellites, there will be the towers, but it's going to be ever present in the world. Right now, we are swimming in EMFs. We're swimming in about
bombarding us everywhere.
At least 100 million times more EMFs than our grandparents dealt with. But we don't see it, smell it, taste it, hear it. And some people say they can hear it, but it's called microwave hearing, and it's because
Sure.
it's actually affecting neurology.
I think so too. It could be potentially dangerous. If you have a 5G phone, and most people put their phones by their bed when they sleep, I know what I do is I keep it plugged in. So I'm at 100% power when I wake up. Is that dangerous if it's within 3 feet of you?
Well, yes, the closer the proximity to any device, dangerous, it's really like in the immediate, it's not going to be dangerous. I touch technology all the time. I'm a filmmaker. And I notice very little health effects from it, but that's also because I try and keep my health up. For the most part, the people who are immune compromised might have problems with holding technology all the time, especially if you're holding it up to your head. I would say we need to start mitigating the problems. So if you're going to be talking on the phone, put it on speaker and set it down. And we have the ability to do that. But when we say that 5G is dangerous, it can be dangerous. But if we were to wake up into a smarter way of using the system that we are, there's no outrunning 5G. We're entering this world no matter what. It's already happening in China right now.
In a big way. As a matter of fact, Wuhan, China, they had problems. It's fully 5G compatible, isn't it?
Fully blanketed city. It's the first fully blanketed 5G city. And what that means is, so that phone that you have, that's the platform. And in the 4G world, you can opt out by, let's say, getting rid of your phone, running off into the mountains and hiding, right? In a 5G world, you can't opt out. So the phone is less needed because if you're in a city like Wuhan, China, you step out your door and you say Uber. You don't need to say it into your phone. A self-driving car might come
Wait a
up.
minute. You just say Uber into the ether? And an
There's
Uber
cameras
shows up?
everywhere. So right now there's 1 billion cameras in China. By 2022, there'll be 2 cameras for every 1 citizen. So the system, like, whereas right now your phone is always picking up what you're saying.
Right.
The metadata is going to data companies, and that's deciding what media to send you to swing elections.
But you can't get a response back, can you, without the phone?
No, without the phone you can't, but potentially, I mean, if a camera is close enough to hear you, then there could be a speaker system or Siri embedded into Wuhan, China. So let's say you say Uber, a car comes up, it sees who you are, the car does. It knows your digital identity, it docks your pay from that.
Unbelievable.
You say, I want to get a bucket of chicken at the local store. It brings you there, the store sees you coming. Their algorithm detects your face. Even if you have a mask on, it can detect who you are based on your height, the way you walk, several different parameters. It knows what you ordered. It hands it to you. You grab it. The Uber takes you back home. That's the 5G world. Not only can you not opt out, but there's a brigadier general who's talking about this. He retired because of where the surveillance state is heading. He's saying you don't know where the data is going, who's using it, or for what purpose.
Getting it.
Right.
Exactly. How does 5G exactly work technically from 4G? What have they done?
Well, so now instead of having towers every several miles, these tall towers, now
for 4G,
where they're really, really big, tall masts, now you're going to have things the size of a shoebox every couple hundred feet on top of or on the side of every building. So you go to
buildings,
Sydney,
trees, wherever, right?
Yeah, anywhere. So you go to Sydney, you'll see every other light pole has 5G masts on it.
Why so many?
Well, because several things. The way 5G works is a millimeter wave. So it works on a different frequency. And there's actually, you need to have it more spread out. And for such fast internet speeds, what we're going to need is these things need to be in closer proximity to our technology. So that's the platform, that's the infrastructure. And really what it is, what we're talking about is, it's like building a terrarium. It's building an environment for a certain kind of creature, but it's no longer just human creatures we're talking about. I think in the future, we're going to have drones the size of mosquitoes or gnats.
They already have little ones like that.
Right, and you won't be able to tell what they are, but high fidelity video, high fidelity audio, and everything you say can be picked up by these things that you think is a bug listening in on your conversation. The data gets transcribed and that goes into a central database. But the interesting thing is,
people like you guys is, without you, take away you and Fingerprints of the God.
It's summertime, baby. Are you ready for pool parties and backyard barbecues? This dude sure ain't.
Odds take away you, and what are we looking at? I mean, it's very rare when you have two human beings that without them, an entire field of study would be barren of a great deal of its information. I mean, you have John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, and you were obviously a part of all that. And John Anthony West, who's absolutely fascinating.
Fascinating guy.
And another guy, widely maligned, a guy who's ignored, but Magical Egypt is one of the greatest DVD series to this day that I've ever seen in my life. And if you've got the time and the attention span to sit down and watch all of them, it is amazing.
Amazing. John Anthony West is one of my favorite people on the planet.
He's incredible.
Absolutely brilliant researcher. John, more than anybody else, who opened my mind to the mysteries of ancient Egypt. Fantastic work.
And he's a world treasure.
He is a world treasure. He's a great man.
And I think that DVD series is just one petal, one unfolding of the great flower of information that you guys are presenting. And I think,
and another name I'll drop in there, which is Robert Bovard, the originator of the Orion correlation theory. He's done so much to bring back attention to the importance of the skies in the ancient world and what it means for our understanding of our past. And again, his evidence also points back to this period of 12,800 years.
And while we're at it, Robert Schoch really stuck his neck out from Boston University. Really one of the first mainstream scholars that went out on a limb and said, we are absolutely looking at water erosion.
Robert Schoch is a key figure in this field. He's very courageous to be a mainstream academic, to be a professor of geology at Boston. It was John West who introduced Robert Schoch to the notion that the Sphinx might be much older, that the weathering on it didn't fit with the picture of history. And John took Robert Schoch to Egypt, and Robert Schoch went with the data, and he stuck his neck out, and he's taken a lot of criticisms and attacks for it, but he's a very, very important player in this field.
Well, all of you guys are just massively important, and this is such a unique and satisfying object of curiosity for me, at least. When I start thinking about these things, it's almost like little things start firing off in my brain. It's so exciting. I mean, it's horrific to think about the poor people that lived back then that got hit by these massive impacts, and the aftermath of it all must have been insane. But to think about now, in 2015, the slow unveiling of all this data and information, and as it all gets into focus and you try to get a clearer and clearer view of what could have possibly happened in the past, I find it so incredibly enriching and fascinating. It's, to me, one of the most exciting aspects of the potential of archaeology, just to be able to discover, like, oh, that's what happened. Oh,
it's a kind of aha moment.
So
suddenly the pieces fall.
When you clock in,
we understand what we forgot.
And again, it cements that statement that you made that resonated with me, that we are a civilization with amnesia.
Absolutely.
We got knocked on the head, and we lost.
Come on out, man.
We lost a lot, and there is that haunting sense of incompleteness within so many of us that comes from that loss of memory. I feel just like any amnesiac has a sense of something missing. The whole species has that.
I think what makes this really so potent is the fact that there are considerable implications for our own future.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that, how Graham wraps up the book really is about our future. And once now that we've integrated this information into our worldview, what does it imply in terms of where we go from here? Because one of the things that I track, and if you could throw this up on the screen for just a second, I'm going to speed through something really quick here so that you can kind of get the impression.
1989.
Let me just...
Giant asteroid makes close call by Earth.
While Randall's fixing that, let's also remind that we had a relatively close pass with a 0.5 kilometer wide, actually bit of a comet just over Halloween. And the interesting thing is that NASA only found that object on the 10th of October. And it missed us. It passed about the distance of the moon from the Earth.
That's not that far.
That's not that far. But the key thing is that they only found it a few days before it passed.
No, God.
And how many other objects are out there?
And half a kilometer wide.
Half a kilometer wide.
So the one that hit Tunguska was
100 meters.
Oh.
It's a tiny.
Jesus
tiny,
Christ!
yes.
It's freaking me out.
This is a minimum of 150 to 200 times the volume of Tunguska.
And when you look at the universe and just look at our galaxy, the size of our galaxy, look at our solar system, the size of our solar system, that is literally like getting grazed by a bullet. It's like getting grazed.
Absolutely.
And
Clips off a bit of your ear.
That's
right
a good
there.
analogy.
It's a really good analogy.
When you think about it, you say, well, a half a kilometer compared to the Earth, that's not big.
Oh.
But like when you think of a slug from a 32, right? If I threw it at you and hit you with it, it wouldn't do much. But if I accelerate it to 1,000 feet per second, it's going to cause extreme trauma, right? But now we're looking at these asteroids flying in comet debris, and they're 10 times, 20 times the speed of a rifle bullet when they hit our atmosphere. Like, 50, 60, 70,000 miles per hour. And the kinetic punch of something like that is inconceivable. It's like Graham said, I mean, to talk about it, you'd have our entire nuclear arsenal of the peak of the Cold War detonated all at once, and even that would only be a fraction of the forces unleashed. Now watch this. I'm going to go through this real quick here, and you'll get the idea, I think, that where we're at, because astronomers are looking out into our cosmic environment, and this is what they're seeing. Look at this. Like going back here,
most of us are listening.
9 objects have come close to the Earth since 1991. Right?
Read that.
Asteroid estimates are too low. This was
Way too
October
low.
of 2000.
Current predictions for the number of potentially dangerous asteroids have been underestimated by at least 20%, say astronomers. According to recent calculations, there are between 750 and 900 asteroids circling the Earth.
That number has changed.
Yes.
That report's
Yes.
from October 2000.
Yes.
We're now looking at the estimates are now that it's 100,000 potentially Earth-destroying objects that are on Earth-crossing orbits. This is an estimate. The problem is NASA has only identified a tiny fraction of what's out there. And again, I'm not saying this because I want to spread gloom and doom. I'm saying this. I'm saying this because we have the capacity to do something about it.
Right.
It takes goodwill on the part of the human race to stop wasting money on stupid pursuits, particularly warfare, and to apply those resources to sweeping clean our cosmic environment. The technology already exists.
It's going to cause it's going to have to be, there's going to have to be a massive shift in our attention. Like there has to almost be an event that takes place that makes people wake up.
Right. We have World Asteroid Day right now. Some prominent figures are behind it, like Brian May. I think he was one of the guitarists with Queen, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
There is publicity around so-called World Asteroid Day, but nobody's taking it seriously.
Well, we don't take anything seriously unless it smacks us. Like people don't quit cigarettes until they get cancer. There's something about human beings that we don't consider the possible. We have this idea in our head that we're eternal and we're going to live forever and everything's going to be fine. And I just need a new Lexus. You know what I mean? But we have this wacky. I see this watch that I've had my eye on, or this laptop that I want to buy. If something happened, if a massive collision hit China and it wiped out like several million people and then caused the entire Earth to go into nuclear winter and crops died and we experienced global famine, then something like that, then we would wake up and go, all right, Russia, let's talk. Let's get together.
I'm hoping that it doesn't take anything quite that extreme. If we had a repeat of Tunguska in 1908, I think that would be enough.
That would be nice, but would it be? Because there was this incident in Russia that was last year that was caught on all those dashboard cameras. What's a wonderful thing about Russia is apparently there's so much insurance crime and so many collisions with each other that a lot of people over in Russia have dash cams.
Okay, right. I was wondering why.
So because of those dash cams, that's how we have all this footage of these meteors that blew up in the atmosphere and didn't even land, but we have some from inside schools where people were watching like this thing happen and go down, and that was nothing.
And now, yeah, that was a fraction of the size of the Tunguska event.
Yeah.
But nobody was killed, you see. If that object had been a little bigger, if it's a little denser, its angle of approach had been a little steeper, you might have been looking at 1,500 deaths rather than just 1,500 injuries. I think that would have been a wake-up call, perhaps. Maybe not enough to reorient civilization, but I guarantee you a Tunguska event over a major inhabited area of the globe, wiping out 1 million people, I can't imagine that wouldn't have some kind of a effect on our attitude towards our vulnerability in the cosmos, and make people think maybe there's something bigger we need to be paying attention to here rather than,
We've got to
Kardashian's
realize
butt.
we're not invulnerable. This is the illusion created by modern technology.
We need to make a war on asteroids, like we have a war on terror.
Well, Congress just passed.
At least that would be a useful project.
Yes,
is to actually do something that could benefit and serve the human race instead of
long as it's
multiplying
profitable.
fear and hatred.
Well, see, that's the thing. These asteroids are actually extraordinary sources of resources. Natural resources, platinum group metals and hydrocarbons and water and precious metals. All of these things that we're mining from the Earth now exist in those asteroids that are threatening the planet. And we're not that far away from being able to develop the technologies and the industries to actually go and rendezvous with an asteroid. Of course, it's a matter of, like Graham was saying, I mean, this last Halloween asteroid, they didn't find it but a couple of weeks before it passed by the Earth. So we need a lot more capabilities of seeing what's out there. And we're developing that, but at a very slow pace.
So there are practical suggestions that come out of all of this. This isn't just about the past, as Randall said. This is also about the future of the human race and what we do and how we live on this gorgeous planet that the universe gave us, and how we pay back for being given that opportunity.
And so the current ideas are to somehow or another nudge these asteroids out of the way.
There's about 10 different technologies to do it. What you don't really want to do is to blow it up with a nuclear bomb, because then you get buckshot instead of a single bullet. And buckshot can do a lot of harm as well, and it may even push it into a more catastrophic orbit. So you don't want to do that. But what you can do, for example, is to change the reflectivity of one side of the asteroid or a comet fragment. You can alter that, effectively paint it, and that affects the sun's radiation upon it, and that would be enough to shift it slightly out of its course. There are a lot of techniques and suggestions or nudges. This is you put your finger on exactly the right word. This is another of the technologies that you just nudge these things. You just don't need to do much, and you put them into a safe place instead of a dangerous place.
Such a bizarre idea that there's hundreds of thousands of killers out there. You just have to, excuse me, just move over there, please. A little bit of this. And then also we have to look out for all of them. The ones that are coming from down there, the ones that are coming from up here.
Three-dimensional space.
That's
Look
what we really have to think of, because when we look at the sky, I hope an asteroid's not coming our way. Well, from where, fucker? This thing is crazy.
And is it coming from the direction of the sun so that we can't see it except with very special cameras?
And that was the case with Tunguska. It came out of, in fact, if you read the eyewitness accounts, they describe how it looks like it was being disgorged from the sun or being expelled from the sun, or was like a second sun in the sky. And that was because that summertime torrents stream is coming from behind the sun. And so, you can't see them.
Because of the gravity of the sun, the mass of the sun, doesn't that affect how we see things behind it anyway?
Yeah, it should do.
It warps like our vision. So like something could be coming from behind the sun. We literally would not even see it because of the mass and gravity of the sun if it was in the right area.
Yeah, Tunguska was not seen really until it came into the atmosphere.
That was obviously a long time ago, and there was not nearly as much observation of the skies as there are today, right?
These are the steps that we need to take. We need to grow up as a species. We need to leave our childhood behind. It's interesting to speculate what would happen if we had impacts on the scale that happened 12,800 years ago. And I'm pretty sure that it would mean, if it were allowed to happen, that it would mean the end of our civilization. This civilization would go down. This is a very intensely specialized civilization. I think the just-in-time principle is that we have 2-day or 3-day food supply in our cities. You interrupt that, and you have a kind of Walking Dead scenario within a week. You know, it's that bad. This civilization appears to be very strong, but in fact, it's very fragile, and it could easily fall apart. And so many of us in the Western technological world actually have no survival skills whatsoever. We don't know how to survive because we depend for our survival upon the complex network society. Who would survive a cataclysm like that? Would be the hunter-gatherers. People like the hunter-gatherers of the Kalahari in southern Africa, or the hunter-gatherers of the Amazon basin, you know, the meek of the world, those who are not taken into account in the world at all today. They're the ones equipped both with the knowledge and the psychological resources to deal with a situation like that and to carry the human story forward. And I just want to make sure, if I can play some part in this, I just want to make sure that the descendants of those hunter-gatherers 10,000 years in the future are not remembering faintly and vaguely a great lost civilization, a magical civilization which had the ability to go to the moon, which had the ability to, one person could speak to another person on the other side of the planet, magical powers, which was destroyed because of its own arrogance and cruelty. And that lost civilization, of course, would be us.
Well, one of the things that's been disturbing me as I got older is the idea of print about books is sort of going away, and everything is becoming digital, and digital to the form that you can only read with an operating system and a computer and a CPU and all that jazz. Without all that, it's nothing. You look at a hard drive, it's just, there's nothing there.
Just electrons.
Yeah.
Take away the software, and it'll never be read again.
Yeah, and what evidence would there be 1,000 years from now of us if something were to happen?
There might be some. We know they were computer disks, but the descendants of that time would have no idea what they were, and even if they did, they'd have no way of accessing.
And 1,000 years from now, they would deteriorate to nothing anyway.
To nothing. All the plastic would be gone. Everything would just be a complete mess.
Well, that's why I look at megalithic stone architecture as being a textbook.
Yeah.
That's how you might preserve things.
Exactly.
And another way you might preserve things if you developed a mythology around this whole scenario, and then you projected it onto the night sky, so that generations later they would tell these tales based upon the mythological figures juxtaposed on the night sky, and there would be the story, because it's there. It's all the whole mythos, Western mythology, has been juxtaposed onto the fixed stars. And so that's one way, perhaps, of preserving information. And the other way, I think, is massive stone architecture.
So it's clearly not an accident that the Great Pyramid encodes the dimensions of our planet.
Yes,
it encodes them. You measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, and you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth.
Why that number, though? Why?
Well, that's the key thing, and I'll come to that in a second, if I may. You take the height of the Great Pyramid, multiply that by 43,200, and you get the polar radius of the Earth. Actually, Egyptologists know this, but they say it's a complete coincidence, because what's the significance of the number 43,200? But actually, it's a highly significant number. It's a number that is found embedded in mythology all around the world, and it is a multiple of the number 72. It's actually 600 times 72, and 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. 1 degree of change every 72 years. So what they've actually done is they've given us the dimensions of our planet on a scale defined by a motion of the planet itself. And that, in my view, is an incredibly clever way to pass information down to the future. That way they could be sure that any astronomically literate society could work this out. The information would be there. So in all those dark ages, when we had no knowledge that we even lived on a planet or what its dimensions were, those dimensions were encoded into the enduring structure of the Great Pyramid, a monument, as the Arabs say, that time itself would fear.
The Great Pyramids themselves, the Great Pyramid of Giza in particular, is so spectacular that it almost makes you go, well, man, there had to be something going on. We must be missing part of this picture, because you're talking about something that would be, I've heard people say we could reproduce it today. Of course we could. Of course we could. Can you make a stone that's the size of one of the stones in the Great Pyramid. Yes. Well, then we can make the pyramid. But how long would it take? How hard would it be?
And where would be the will?
And you'd have to be perfect. In order to get it to line up at the top the way it sets right now.
Exactly.
You can't be off by a fraction of an inch.
Otherwise, you have a corkscrew instead of a pyramid. That's the whole problem. No, it's an amazing device, a multifunctional device in my view, in encoding knowledge, but also working on human consciousness. I've had the privilege to be alone inside the Great Pyramid, not surrounded by hundreds of others. And as the silence descends, this sense of intelligence seems to come out from the walls. Something is speaking to you there. And I think that partly what it was designed to do was to affect human consciousness. And in a weird way, it's still doing so.
It's just
still
with
beckoning
its
people.
Majestic structure just being so magnificent and incredible that you just go, whoa.
But also the sensory deprivation element, that you're inside the so-called king's chamber, which had nothing to do with any king. This amazing granite geometrical room 300 feet above the ground in the heart of the Great Pyramid. As that silence descends, you feel this monument begin to speak to you. It's almost like it's shy. Put 50 people in there, and the dialogue goes away. Be in there alone, listen to the silence, and it starts to speak.
Wow, that's amazing. It's just, it's such a special thing that we have. This area where you can see these ancient structures and it causes your mind to wander and think about these things and these possibilities. When you add that to all the information that you guys have accumulated over those who are studying and research, it's just an amazing thing to consider.
I should mention another side, which we'll go to, which is Gunung Padang in Indonesia. Again, I don't think the chapters on this. Is a man-made pyramid. And it's been found about 3 hours drive west of Bandung on the island of Java. And for a long time, it was thought to be a relatively young megalithic site. There is a megalithic site on top of what was thought to be a natural pyramid. But now, an amazing Indonesian geologist, Danny Jaja, has been over with his team. They've done ground-penetrating radar and seismic tomography on the whole structure. And they've also put drill cores down into it. And they have pulled out remnants of man-made material associated with the data of organic material that goes back 20,000 years. It goes back right into the past. And I said, this is a 20,000-year-old pyramid sitting in Indonesia. And it's one of the most exciting things in archaeology. And typically, because the discovery work has been done by Indonesian archaeologists.
This is it right here. It says
those are not so for example, third from the left. That's the known megalithic site.
So this is accepted only by geologists, not by archaeologists?
Yeah, the archaeologists say, oh, we know that site. It's 2,500 years old. There's nothing of interest there. We would like the resources that we expect to be spent on that project. In fact, they've lobbied the excavations. I think that it will go ahead.
What is the evidence that shows, what's the geological evidence that shows that this is?
First of all, the ground penetrating radar, the picture of what is inside shows us that it is man-made, not natural. Secondly, that it contains 3 large chambers, one of them at least as large as the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, huge cavities, regular in shape, which have not yet been excavated. And thirdly, the date of this puts us back to 20,000 years, right to the last place of Mexico. And Indonesia didn't look at all the evidence. Indonesia 20,000 years ago was part of a giant continent that geologists call Sundaland, the Sunda Shelf. There wasn't a peninsula, Malaysia peninsula, 1,000 islands in Indonesia with massive landmass. That landmass was submerged predominantly between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. This site sits in an area of high land which was never submerged, and it looks to me, again I'm speculating because the excavation has been stopped, but it looks to me, as does Göbekli Tepe, like a time capsule, something that takes us back to that earlier period. And in fact, when we're looking for a lost civilization, I think we should be looking all over the world. Plato made it clear that Atlantis wasn't just the island, it was projected very cool. Some cultures make it easier. They're still making megaliths today. They're still doing it.
So when we're looking at this, what do you guys see? I'm seeing a hill. I'm seeing a bunch of rocks.
Yeah, that bunch of rocks is the known megalithic site, which has correctly been dated to 2,500 years.
So when you say megalithic site,
This is a material called columnar basalt, which forms naturally, by the way, into regular patterns. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland is columnar basalt. Columnar basalt, when it forms naturally, forms in vertical formations. It's a very useful building material. It can be broken up into blocks, and when you see them laid out horizontally like this, you know absolutely that human beings have been involved. They have made this site. But what's really interesting is what's underneath what we're seeing, what's been revealed by the ground penetrating radar and drill crews. That is really fascinating, because that has not been taken into account by archaeology at all. That's where we need to do this work, and we're going to recover our lost parts into these years and other places.
So someone like me that's looking at this, I'm just seeing a bunch of stones.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Yeah. So like
2,500-year-old site. But what it appears to be the case that site was put there because there was an ancient memory that this was a sacred site. The name Gunung Padang in the Indonesian language doesn't seem to mean very much. It means mountain field. But in the Sundanese language, which is the language that is spoken about what Gunung Padang means, it's a mountain field. Suggestion that it's connected to an ancient system. It's one of many sites that are appearing around the world now that don't fit the mainstream picture.
So this sort of parallels some of the ideas about the old kingdom of Egypt and the ancient structures where the new structures are built on top of them. And as they dig deeper into the sand, they find different construction methods that represent an older time.
Exactly.
But this is 20,000 years old underneath this.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. And is there any images that we could look at, or is there anything that we could see other than this?
I have a lot to look. I'm not sure.
What is that? The image above it? That's an artist rendition. What it used to look like.
That's an absolute artist tradition, which I don't value. That almost takes the form of misinformation. We need to be looking at real things. That painting, you have your cursor just on it, just right there. That is an artist's interpretation of what Gunung Padang would have looked like in its original
20,000 years ago.
before it became overgrown.
That is the mind blower. Then, if this 20,000 years ago, if this actually existed, this gigantic megalithic structure that was created by human beings, advanced civilization beyond a shadow of a doubt, 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And
in an area that was devastated by the global floods of 2,800 years ago, that became completely different from how it was before.
What was the area that had that gigantic super volcano detonation 70,000 years ago?
That's another Indonesian story.
And that is Indonesia, and that is literally where a massive amount of the population of the Earth, of human beings, was wiped out.
It may have been that the
70,000
human
years ago.
population went down to just 2,000.
Jeez, that's like a good comedy show for me. Imagine that. Everybody in the show has to repopulate the fucking Earth.
Sometimes our species hangs by a thread. Sometimes we hang by a thread.
That's crazy. That is crazy. The idea that just the Earth can have a hiccup, and that's not even an asteroid. That's the Earth itself. It spits up, belches, destroys the environment to the point where it creates nuclear winter, kills all the crops. Most of the animals die. 2,000 people scratch and claw their way to existence. Wow. And only 70,000 years ago, so 50,000 years before this. So 50,000. So there's been a series of these.
Yes, there have been a series of these, and we as a species have kind of danced in and out of them. And from time to time, they have radically changed the story.
Our hubris in creating hard drives hard drives and flash drives and computers and phones, and no one remembers anything. I maybe know 4 phone numbers, you know?
We don't use them.
Then we don't write anything down in anything that's going to survive any sort of a disaster.
That's where the systems of things, because here you have a body of symbols, and you have a belief system, and you have a lot of currently active Masons who, in order to become master Masons, have to memorize a tremendous amount of information. Most of them don't have a clue as to what it means, even though they're told by the original. If you want to understand this, you have to understand the strong meaning. You have to understand but a tremendous amount of memory. And this is the ancient system. The oral traditions involved memory on a massive scale. Being able to recite verbatim things that might take you hours to recite. And like you guys have just discussed, we're losing that ability. And this is, to me, it's regrettable that Freemasonry has gotten such a bad rap with all of these silly conspiratorial things in the age of the internet.
I can't tell you how many times Facebook or the internet somebody, and they express it as an accusation. Yeah, Graham Hancock is a Freemason. Well, first off, I'm not a Freemason. I've never been a Freemason, and I never will be a Freemason because I'm not a joiner. I don't join clubs. My job is to write books, and if I join a particular club, that's going to compromise my ability to do that. I have given lectures in Masonic lodges. I've been invited to give lectures there, and I'm very interested to talk to Masons. But I'm not a Mason myself, and it is strange that there is this idea that Freemasonry is connected to some kind of global conspiracy. I think it's much more complicated.
Well, it's an ancient, like as you said, an ancient way of sort of storing and passing down knowledge and ideas. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of writing people that are involved in it too.
Most of them are
Some
in
of them
here.
Frank Beard.
Yeah, Freemasonry is largely a male drinking.
Maybe I'm in one.
Maybe we don't find anything. Actually, maybe that's in the UK. In the US, there's no drinking.
Oh, not in the lodges, not in the lodge itself, but afterwards.
Okay, I'm out.
There's a lot of alcohol goes down.
I was in, and now I'm out. Well, yeah, drinking.
But there is a tremendous amount of sectors, which I think is critical to understanding a lot of these ancient histories.
Has ancient origins.
Well, it's one of the things that's so confusing about our money, right? And so conspiratorially constantly debated the origins of the symbolism of our money, the pyramid, the eyeball on top of it, and there's so many theories as to what this means and that means. And look at the way the structure in Washington D.C. where the Pentagon is, and where all these different buildings are it's all Mason stuff, and we want to take over the world. And I don't know. But it's
I think the important about it is that it's a system of ideas that are definitely, we're seeing a modern manifestation. This shows cancer.
Well, the eyeball on top of the pyramid, man, I was supposed to go back to the dude who created that. What are you doing here? How come you just don't say $1? And have the dude's face, and we're good, right? Why do you have to have a pyramid with an eyeball? What does that mean? I wonder what it meant to them. What is it supposed to symbolize?
Well, I think it means the same thing that meant the ancient Egyptians were trying to the Eye of Horus.
So, doesn't the Eye of Horus represent the pineal gland?
That's a good argument.
Yeah,
it actually looks like that.
From a side profile, it looks exactly like it.
It looks like it. And we know that DMT was available in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian tree of life is Acacia nilotica, which is rich in DMT in its bark.
Well, that's also the tree that they're considering that the modern Jerusalem scholars have attached to Moses in the burning bush. The burning bush being the source of divinity, the source of God, of divine knowledge, God being a burning bush, and that bush being the acacia tree. The acacia tree being rich in DMT. I mean, it only makes sense if you try to break it down and translate it. If anybody who's done DMT knows what a profound and life-changing experience it can be, and how there is this feeling when you do it that you are connected with some sort of divine entity.
In that, we'd have to look at this image.
Okay.
Shut it up. Let me put it up. Well, it's a typical, you find this in all kinds of Masonic.
It's the dude giving a chicken haircut.
Well, you see, what you have here is a juxtaposition of different symbols, and they all have an interpretation, right? You see the old man, Father Time, but he holds the sickle.
Father Time also has wings. How do you get wings?
Well,
time flies.
What?
Time flies.
Time flies. Well,
How dare you?
You notice the hourglass. You notice the hourglass, right?
Okay, the hourglass by the sickle.
Okay, and the sickle is a symbol. I'm going to go ahead and spill some. I can show you on that. You right? Long hair, man.
So he looks a bit like a computer. So as you're looking at the star in the sky and you see the tail, they think of that as the hair of the comet.
Yes, exactly. So what you have there is the long hair. Right there, that's a signal right there. That's a reference. And I can show you a couple of other things to show.
The time's going off. It's all right.
Yeah. Well, he's making up that with his beard whiskers. Yeah. But you'll notice what she holds in her right hand is verification. And what she holds, and so in the Masonic symbols, the acacia represents resurrection, represents restoration after. In the Masonic allegory, you have the death of the master builder and the raising of the master builder. And the symbolism for this, whether it ultimately, I think, goes back to the death and resurrection of Osiris and the death and resurrection, all of these God figures in history, which could be dying and resurrecting. The dying and resurrecting gods, which could be taken the God standing into the future for human civilization. And she's actually she's holding in her left hand a ciborium, which was a symbol from alchemy. And in the Masonic sense, was in that container that she's holding, the alchemy takes place, which you might speculate is maybe an extraction.
I was going to say, it looks almost like one of those incense warmers. Yeah, you get an incense column, you put them in the warm that
Broken cup, actually, that represents very well depicted in this next image here, which is basically destruction of civilization. And that's what she's weeping for, see? And she's holding the acacia because that's the symbol of resurrection. How civilization is then renewed, phoenix-like, out of the ashes of the previous drugs. Maybe assisted, maybe with some assistance. Yeah. So you see there, and then when you go back to this, see it's all there. Once you begin to understand the symbolism of this, you can begin to read it just like a book or a manuscript almost, you see. And there we see the 19th century depiction of the destruction of civilization by a comet. Yes. And absolutely fascinating. Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Boy, there's a lot of work in that. You know, is this a universal description, like the way or interpretation of what you're saying? Does everyone agree on this?
No. In fact, basically, most of them will look at it and really not really understand.
They go, "Wow, that's pretty."
But in many different cultures, a comet is the long-haired star.
Yeah, looks like
sometimes it's the cosmic serpent. Sometimes it's a serpent.
Sometimes it's a serpent.
Yeah. It looks like an old dude that's creeping on young girls trying to read. Like, you know, she's trying to read, he's trying to give her a back massage, he's trying to be kind of being creepy. That's what it looks like. It's kind of what it looks like.
Well, here we have, this is a 19th century Masonic carving. Now you'll notice several things on it. What do you see up on the right?
Yeah.
Yes. And immediately to the left of the comet, you have a lunar crescent, and then you have the seven stars. And what is the seven stars?
It's our part of the
Exactly. And if you superimpose the radius of the Taurid meteor shower, almost bullseye.
right on the Pleiades.
And you find the Pleiades playing an important part in not only the Masonic ritual, but in many traditions.
Many traditions. They're even clearly depicted in Royal Pools in Alaska and France 17,000 years ago. The depiction of the constellation of Taurus with the Pleiades clearly marked on the shoulder. So anybody who argues that there was no ancient knowledge of the zodiacal constellations, go to Alaska and you'll realize there was.
And you'll notice down here, there's the Ark, which of course is symbolizing the Great Flood. And you've got a lot of things going on here. You've got the coffin with the acacia growing out of there, which again is symbolizing this resurrection after.
So that one plant plays an important role over and over.
It's a very important role.
Yes.
It's just, I mean, it can't be coincidental.
The role of DMT in human culture has been radically underestimated.
Is there any depictions in the ancient world of utilization of DMT or smoking?
There's many depictions of the ancient Egyptian figure holding some kind of pipe. And now that we know that Acacia nilotica is a DMT-rich tree, the ancient Egyptians certainly had the chemical knowledge to extract the DMT from that bark. The very word chemistry actually comes from the name of ancient Egypt, which was Kemet, black land. That's where we get the word chemistry from. We can be pretty sure what they were smoking. There is a particular scene, by the way, where we see another visionary agent, the Datura plant. Rays in the form of Datura flowers are descending into the brow, into the third eye of the initiate in that image. The imagery is all there. You just have to dig it out, look for it. In fact, look for it with eyes that are willing to see. That's the crucial thing.
I've never seen the Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Oh yeah.
See? So what are we looking at here?
Oh, just another version of these old Masonic carpets. But the thing that you want to look at here,
What the beehive thing in the lower left-hand corner there?
yeah,
That seems to be over and over again. You see
over and
that?
over again. Yeah.
Why a beehive? Is it a beehive?
It's a beehive, yeah.
It is. So is it supposed to represent like beekeeping, and is it a form of
I will
agriculture? Or?
I'll fill you in on this.
Bees were a symbol of royalty in ancient Egypt.
Oh.
Find them all over.
In the Masonic context, it has a very interesting context, which would be probably beyond what we can get into.
It's another show.
It's another show.
Another show on bees? Is it? I mean, when you look at it's one of the main concerns that we have today is that our cell phone signals and a lot of the pesticides that we're using are killing off bees. The cell phone signals are apparently like really confusing bees and messing them up with Wi-Fi, all the waves, radio waves, different things in the atmosphere, interfere with their communication. But then on top of that, the pesticides we're putting on crops and all these things, and then there's diseases that bees are getting. We have a serious problem with the honeybee population. And to have that as a big part of their culture, have bees as a big part of their culture, says something. Yeah.
Well, what you're superficially told in the Masonic ritual is that bees are a symbol of industry. But when you begin to look into it, the beehive itself is interesting architecture. Because what it does, it has the maximum volume to weight ratio visually of any structure. But there's other considerations there as well, which again is another show. But if you look carefully, right up in here, you'll notice there's a twin stars. You see the tails? And you'll notice that you know that comets, their tails are always pointing away from the sun. They're not like trails, like the wake of the boat. They're pointing away from the sun, you see? And if you look at this, you see you've got the sun right here. You've got these moving away. The heart is a symbol of the earth. The sword is another symbol.
What is this history? Species is in a kind of broken state, psychological. You can see it. There's this miasma of hatred and fear and suspicion that are just enveloping the whole world. And we are being divided artificially from what truly we are, all brothers and sisters. We need to move forward to the future. Thank you very much. Which is for smoking less.
Reintroducing marijuana into your life?
I had 3 years of abstinence from marijuana, and that abstinence ended when we sat down for our last chats, September 2014.
Well, you seem so healthy. I'm like, I don't think pot's a problem.
No, it's not a problem. What's happened is I've completely changed my relationship to that beautiful object. It's not a dependent relationship anymore. It's not an obsessional relationship. If I have it, I enjoy it. If I don't have it, I enjoy it.
That's beautiful. I have a friend who's a drug counselor, and last night he was telling me a story. He's also Canadian. And last night he was telling me a story. Great guy. And he was telling me a story about this kid that is he's trying to help. That he said, I had never met a marijuana addict before. And he met this kid. This kid was smoking this massive amounts of marijuana. He's trying to help him in this clinic. And he realized along the way, it has nothing to do with the marijuana. Like he's got some crazy psychological issue that's going on. And the marijuana just happens to be the thing he's using to try to fill up.
To medicate.
Yeah, it's not that he has this physical addiction that's impossible to.
There is no physical addiction.
No. If the marijuana wasn't very good for something. Yes, that's what it is. And then when he dug deep into it, this poor kid has just a devastating childhood, and there's all sorts of issues psychologically.
Always the case with addiction. Yes, it's the pain in the individual that's the source of the symptoms.
Well, I think we can all relate to a certain amount of madness, and I know I certainly can, because I think we're all capable of going down spirals and paths, and then, the concept of hitting rock bottom. Like sometimes you have to hit something where you can't continue your momentum. You must regroup. And in that regrouping, you reassess, reevaluate. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so addicted to sensory deprivation technique, because that's my regrouping.
It's an amazing place to regroup. Thank you for introducing me to that.
Well, I am so grateful that there's people out there that have continued that tradition of building those things, from the Samadhi tanks from the early 60s, from John Lilly to today, Crash, Flow Lab. Making sure these things are up to date and most modern technology as far as filtration systems and insulation. Now they're patching. I mean, you went to Crash, right?
I went to Crash, and I had
He's
a
the best.
fantastic experience
I
there.
love
And I have to say, I'm really thinking
Do it.
Yeah.
Everybody should. God, man.
and as you say, with some edibles, that's the way to.
Yes,
That's the way
that is the way.
to enjoy the experience to the maximum, to get the maximum benefits out of the.
It's intensely psychedelic.
Exactly. I'm really encouraged by what's happening in America. We are seeing the legalization of cannabis. The American people, state by state, are just putting their finger into the federal authority and saying, we are adults, we have a right to decide what we do with our bodies and our consciousness. There is that air of freedom in Washington State, Oregon, Maryland, Alaska, in Colorado. And that's as part of my book tour that I'm really looking forward to when I go present an event in Seattle, which I'll do in early December, and in Portland, Oregon, and in Denver, and in Boulder.
I'm in Denver Saturday night, and I couldn't be more excited to get there. I'm so pumped. I can't wait to get there. It's a point of freedom, and it's also a point of prosperity.
Yes,
Denver has they have exceeded their what they had in terms of like their expectations for how much money they were going to make out of this in terms of tax revenue. It's gone through the roof. It is the first time ever they make more money from taxes in marijuana than alcohol. Which is fucking crazy.
There you go.
Look around Colorado, you see how many bars there are, how many liquor stores, how many restaurants that are serving booze. They make more money in taxes from marijuana than they do from all of that.
Let's face it, marijuana is a far superior substance to
Far
alcohol.
superior. But
Alcohol
they're
is a
still
horrible
selling booze. It's not hurting the booze.
It's not hurting the booze business.
Violent crime is down. Drunk driving is to the lowest level it's been in decades.
Amazing.
I mean, the whole thing is incredible.
It's a very positive story.
Real estate's gone up,
and what
everything's
Colorado is proving to the world is that the emperor of the war on drugs wears no clothes. The war on drugs is bullshit from beginning to end, and it's a grotesque abuse of the right of adults to make decisions about their own bodies and their own consciousness. So right on with Colorado and the American people who are making this happen. Only in America did this breakthrough take place. It's true that America as a state entity has been a dark force behind the war on drugs, but the American people, state by state, are unraveling that horror and replacing it with something new. This could never happen in Britain. I mean, we have counties in Britain like Yorkshire and Northumberland. I can't envisage a situation ever where Yorkshire would make marijuana legal when London says no. But in America, you can. This is going to change the world. It's not because of marijuana itself. That's not the point. It's not about getting high. It's about respecting the right of adults to make decisions about their own bodies, their own health, and their own consciousness. That is a fundamental human need to be addressed. That's exactly what's being taken away from us.
I think it's also about making decisions based on data, and I think in a way that parallels what you guys are up to. Because I think people are understanding now that we've been sold a bill of goods by these so-called experts about marijuana.
They sold us so many
nonsense. And not only that, the politicians have hired experts to review the data and then buried it when it didn't meet their expectations.
Well, I have to confess that all of this with me started back in the old days when I was camping in these canyon lands in the western states and altering my consciousness, looking at the landscape and going, something is going on here. There's a story here that is wanting to come out, and I think that we have the potential literally to almost time travel with some of these substances and peer into the past and see it in ways that we would have never seen otherwise.
And they're not literally, but like get a sense in your mind, a new perspective, a fresh view. You were talking about it the last time you were here, that you were on acid, right? That's what it was?
Acid and peyote mostly.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah. But yeah, spending, a lot of time out, hiking and camping, from Minnesota to the Pacific Ocean and all those northwestern states. I spent months out there, just hanging in the landscape, living in tents up on mountaintops and thinking about what was I seeing. And that's really where it started for me. And I think that I'm combining, this immersion into the landscape. We're talking about the sensory deprivation, which is a way to powerfully go in. At the same time, you can have the counterpart of that, which is powerfully going out and seeing the night sky in this altered state, seeing the landscapes around you, realizing that a hill isn't just a hill. There's a story there. There's some process that we have to come to reckon in order to understand this planet.
I think there's an interesting point, which is that part of the technological growth is to regard nature as matter as dead. That there's just this dead. We're the only consciousness on the planet in the universe, and they refuse to consider the possibility that nature may be highly conscious and highly intelligent. That there may be intelligence in nature. And it seems to me that what the psychedelics are nature's way of speaking to us. When we've closed our minds and shut ourselves down, when we've taken the soul out of the universe and just turned it into a huge machine, the psychedelics are coming back and saying, hang on, you monkeys, you don't know everything. Listen to us, we got something to teach.
And with that, we just ran through 3 hours. That's it. How crazy is that? That's 3 hours. It seems like 20 minutes. It's probably more than 3 hours, right? We overtime? We're over. Listen, thank you so much. Graham Hancock, Magicians of the Gods. You can get it right now on Amazon. What's your website again? GrahamHancock.com. Sacred Geometry International. Sacred Geometry INT, I believe, is your Twitter handle. Is that what it is?
I think that's right.
I'll check right now, real quick. Yes, Sacred Geometry, Sacred Geo INT. And Randall, thank you so much.
Mine has got an annoying double underscore between the Graham and Hancock.
Well, you can find it, folks, if you go to my Twitter page. It'll be on my Twitter page. You can find both of their Twitter handles on the post we made about this. Let's do this again. Can we do this again?
Yes. I'm up for it.
Let's do it again in a couple months. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Joe, I would like to keep 2 hours.
And we're live. Gentlemen, here we go again. What's happening? Back in the room. A pleasure to see you guys. As always, this is one of my favorite podcasts that we ever do. And this is very timely because, first of all, the big New York Times article about the possibility of a comet hitting Los Angeles, the preparations for what they would do if a comet hit Los Angeles, and the comet known as Donald Trump that's hit the United States, and
he's even got the hair.
It's just the whole thing is, I mean, if the end of the world was coming, boy, it's all on the wall. You know, the writing's all there. It's kind of crazy. So what's the latest and the greatest?
Well, the latest and the greatest is, I mean, last year when we sat down with you, I think it was last November,
Yeah, it was almost a year.
got floated in the discussion the idea that this really important comet research that's going on, which is just changing our whole view of history and prehistory and of the future of humanity. But it would be good to make a film about this and crowdfund it. I actually mentioned that to the scientists, and they said what we really need is more funding for our research. And so they've, inspired by basically by your show, they have put out a crowdfunding campaign, which is linked on my website. It's the Comet Research Group, and it's a big story about that.
So how can people find it really quickly? It's Indiegogo.
Well, no,
Comet Research Group.
Much quicker way. Just go to my website,
Okay.
grahamhancock.com, and there's a revolving banner which is the Comet Research Group. Click on that, and you're in this. Beautiful.
Okay, grahamhancock.com, and then crowdfunding for Comet Research. And so, what are they trying to put together?
Well, they're wanting to. You see, the thing is, these guys have actually not had any official funding. This is a group of major, highly credentialed scientists who, for the last decade, have been investigating the extraordinary story of a massive comet, series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap, 12,800 years. That is the global cataclysm that wipes out a whole civilization from prehistory. So that's why it's of interest to me. They're not coming at it from that point of view. They're coming at it from rediscovering something that we've lost about ourselves, something really important to understand the role of cataclysms in the story of the Earth. And they need to do much more research. They need to go back to Greenland and look for the nanodiamonds in the Greenland ice cores. There's an ancient city which they're not revealing the name of, which they're pretty certain was wiped out by a comet impact about 4,500 years ago. They want to go there and investigate that. So there's a lot of field work need to do to drive home this hypothesis and to, frankly, put down the opposition, because there's been so much opposition to this from people with vested interest in other fields. And that's why these guys have not got funding. So the only place they're going to get funding to do this further research is from members of the general public, and that's what we're hoping that will happen. It's called the Comet Research Group. There's a banner on my site, and all the links are to their crowdfunding, to their website, which is full of masses of scientific information.
It is this very unusual thing, the fact that we know that comets and all sorts of various large objects have impacted the Earth. We see the craters, we know they exist. It's so rarely discussed. It's so strange. If it wasn't for this article in the New York Times, I can't remember when the last time that it even came up. And it's such a huge issue.
It's a massive issue. Both Randall and I really give it a great deal of thought, because I think the point is that catastrophes are the untold stories of our past.
We were given a little hint of it. February of 2013, Charlie Evans said he was going to be there.
Yeah.
Now that was just a little expect. Came in, that was about 50 feet back in, which is about, and it came in at a fairly low angle. It blew up nearly 18, right in front of me, like this.
Yeah, if you flatten it out, it's usually easier.
How's this? Is this better?
Yeah.
All right. So it came in, I think it exploded 12 miles, about 20 kilometers up in the atmosphere, but it was still enough to damage thousands of buildings and injure 1,500 people. Now, the thing about that one is, if it had been slightly larger, if it had come in at a slightly steeper angle, a little bit higher velocity, you could have had thousands of fatalities rather than just injuries. And that would have been major headline news at that point. As it was, it's already forgotten. But you do remember?
Yes.
That,
Oh, yeah.
We may even talk about
I believe we did.
We did. Yeah.
I think we even showed videos of it. Well, what's fascinating is in Russia, is so many of those dash camera cameras, because they have so much insurance fraud apparently over there. People slam into each other all the time. They want to record it. So we're fortunate enough to have so many of those videos because of that.
Which puts it on the record, whereas otherwise it would not be. I think people don't like to talk about cataclysms and catastrophes, and actually nor do I. Nobody wants a horrible cataclysm to occur, but this is the point, which is that the prospect of a comet or asteroid cataclysm on the Earth is actually much higher than has been told to us up till now, and something can be done about it. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. We don't have to, say, okay, it's all over, forget about it. Quite contrary, this is just something that would be prudent and rational for the human species to do. And amongst many other imprudent and irrational things that we focus on instead, we should be focusing on this.
Well, at least just to heighten awareness of it, and also the possibility that we've been nailed a bunch of times and we've forgotten about it. And this is the big thing that you've been dealing with your entire career. This skepticism about past civilizations. I mean, I got into it with Michael Shermer, who's a friend of mine, who's a very famous skeptic. I got into him with it yesterday because I posted that you were going to be on, and he started chirping something about civilizations 12,000 years ago. Where's the evidence? I'm like, dude, you're saying this, and you don't even know about Göbekli Tepe. So I sent him Göbekli Tepe, literally like 5 hours later. He wrote something claiming that, well, that was made by hunter-gatherers. It was all just really to sort of suit his narrative. So he doesn't know that. No one knows.
He knows that. They're so determined to keep the existing model. And when new evidence comes in which can't be explained by the existing model, they just try to explain away the new evidence and not think maybe it's time to change our theory. This is the unfortunate thing. But cataclysms, global cataclysm, a massive event that happened 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas impacts, which were a series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap. This accounts for why we don't have a lot of evidence, hard evidence of a 12,000 plus year old civilization, because it went down in that catastrophe. It was wiped out.
I've been trying to amass the evidence actually that complements what Graham is doing. It really answers that question that Sherman brought up. And it's a legitimate question. Where's the evidence? But I'm quite sure that Sherman is not really educated in the extreme events that have really taken place on this planet in the last 10 to 20,000 years. And what that would do to any kind of evidence. And maybe while we have some time here today, I've brought a few things to try to convey some sense of how extreme some of these changes have been and how one would actually be quite shocked to find anything existing in the aftermath of these events.
Well, Michael Shermer's a brilliant guy. And I don't mean to shit on him, but what is disturbing to me is that his knee-jerk reaction to this, without having any research at all in the subject, not knowing at all about Göbekli Tepe, which was discovered in the 90s. Yeah. So this is, to me, this is something I've looked at. When I read your book, I was just completely enthralled with this idea of history having some sort of a rise and fall and civilization having these resets. So I've been absorbed in it for a long time. But what's fascinating to me is people that consider themselves to be skeptical or I mean, he's a skeptic professional, but many people who question anything that's outside of what they've been told. As soon as they hear any sort of theory outside of what they're told, and this, but it's a weird knee-jerk reaction to something, especially when you talk about asteroids, that is a very real part of our past. We have a ton of evidence. I mean, there's actual craters that you can look at on Earth. The moon, which has no atmosphere, is littered with them. And if we look at the moon as a model for what could possibly have happened to Earth, or at least, some of them, obviously with the moon having no atmosphere, it's going to get hit a lot more than we are. But still, I mean, this is a very real situation that this solar system, at least as far as we know, the only solar system that's doing this, but we know this is a real issue. I mean, we've seen impacts.
But like you just said, on the one hand, you have Earth scientists looking at the Earth, and what they're realizing is that the Earth is pockmarked with scars. And each of these scars represents a tremendously powerful catastrophe that's happened in the history of the Earth. Now, that's accepted by mainstream science, that major catastrophes have happened in the history of the Earth. But where this thing now is about to come full circle is the recognition that these kinds of catastrophes have also influenced the rise and fall of civilization, and a lot more extremely than has been recognized up to this point. And while geologists and earth scientists are looking at the surface of the Earth and realizing that etched into the surface of the Earth, imprinted into the surface of the Earth, are hundreds of scars, of which undoubtedly are only a small percentage of the total that exist. At the same time, astronomers are looking out into near-Earth space and discovering that we cohabit space with a lot of stuff. It's not as empty as we thought. Just within the last 6 or 7 weeks, we've had 2 close flybys.
Of previously undiscovered asteroids. This is the point, because NASA keeps saying, well, we've counted 1,650 asteroids and none of them are going to hit the Earth in the next 100 years. Well, yeah, that's true. But what about all the ones they haven't counted, which are estimated to run into hundreds of thousands and which haven't been seen yet? And what happens is we see them roughly 10 days before they pass the Earth. That is not enough time to do anything about it. But we have time if we're prepared to be rational and reasonable as a civilization to take care of this issue.
Now, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of near-Earth objects that are flying around, what are the things that could be done to protect Earth?
You can paint, it's low tech actually. You can paint one side of the asteroid, affect its albedo so that the sun's rays push differentially on one side rather than the other. That will shift its orbit slightly. It has to be calculated. You can give it a little knock with a rocket, basically. You don't want to blow it up. You don't want to turn, your one big piece of artillery shell into buckshot. You don't want to do that. You want to move it into a safer orbit. You can mount jets on it. People are looking now to mining asteroids. Of course, our society always goes, our civilization always goes for where the money's to be. But if we can mine asteroids, we can move it.
And the asteroids pretty much have unbelievable amounts of resources. I mean, pretty much everything that is being mined on the Earth can be found in NASA, from the hydrocarbons to precious metals, all of these things. And we're not that far away from technologically being able to actually, mount expeditions to asteroids and mine them. And that's the solution I have. Because again, these things are tremendous sources of resources, all kinds of things that would be usable to an expanding civilization, and we could feasibly within a decade or two be mining asteroids. And again, the ones that are the easiest to access are also going to be the ones that are more dangerous because they're the ones that are coming the closest to the Earth.
So, and another point here is that there is one specific danger. There's one specific, if you like, region of the sky that really needs to be looked at. This is the region of the sky. This is why I wrote Magicians of the Gods, because of this discovery that there's a thing called the Taurid meteor stream, which is 30 million kilometers wide and which envelops the solar system. And the Earth on its orbit around the sun passes through the Taurid meteor stream twice a year. It turns out the Taurid meteor stream is the debris of a giant comet that came into the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago. That thing was at least 100 kilometers in diameter, according to their calculations. It may have been more so. And then, like other comets like Shoemaker-Levy 9, which spectacularly hit Jupiter in 1994, it began to break up into multiple fragments. And those carry on orbiting on the original path, which, and as they break up more and more, they degrade, and small bits and large bits break off. It gradually fills up a kind of huge heap of debris that the Earth is passing through twice a year. It takes us 12 days to pass through it. We do 2.5 million kilometers a day on our orbital path. 12 days to get through the Taurid meteor stream. And the scientists of the Comet Research Group have made the point that a big object out of the Taurid meteor stream, multiple objects as a matter of fact, was what hit the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. It looks like there was a second series of impacts 11,600 years ago from the same source. It looks like there were other impacts in the Bronze Age. The most recent, almost definite impact out of the Taurid meteor stream was Tunguska in Siberia. back in 1908. That hit on the 30th of June 1908, and that's at the peak of the torrid June shower. I mean, we passed through the torrid in June and in November. And what they're saying is we really need to focus on this torrid nucleus. Their calculations are that hundreds and hundreds of massive objects in that torrid nucleus. And you know, as a comet breaks up into bits, those bits become asteroids, and those asteroids are circling the torrid meteor stream. And I've likened it to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane interstate twice a year, and just hoping that we don't hit any heavy traffic. You know, that we meet bicycles or motorcycles rather than trucks. But the trucks are out there, and what the Comet Research Group scientists are saying is we need now to be in-depth investigating the torrid meteor stream, because it appears to be the hidden hand in human civilization. It has wiped out episodes of history. There's no reason to expect that it won't do so again unless we do something about it, because the remnants of that original giant comet are still circling the torrid meteor stream. They're fucking dangerous.
Now, how is this being received in mainstream science? I mean, is there any resistance to this? Because it seems like this is all pretty straightforward and traceable.
Mostly being ignored.
Mostly being ignored.
And why do you think that is?
By scientists who have a vested interest in other ideas. First of all, there's a vested interest in not admitting that cataclysms are important. This goes right back to the 19th century, when science began to take shape in the form that we know it now, and they wanted to separate themselves off, understandably, from superstition. So they didn't want anything to do with something that sounds like the biblical flood, for example. They thought they would be contaminated by that, and they preferred to explain any cataclysmic evidence as a result of gradual process.
So you think it's because of the reluctance to accept religion or religious ideas, or to separate themselves?
No, I think that's where it started. They wanted to separate themselves off from that. Now they've gone a long way from that, and many scientists have got a vested interest in what is called uniformitarianism or gradualism. And they don't like to hear about cataclysms having any major impact on the society.
So is it sort of a momentum of these state religious influence that sort of led them down this path?
And then there are others who have a vested interest in current accounts of global warming. There's others who have a vested interest in extinctions taking place now. They want to say that our ancestors were responsible for the extinction of all the mammoths and mastodons and so on and so forth. Whereas the Comet Research Group scientists are saying, no, those huge megafauna of North America were wiped out as a result of a massive series of impacts on North America.
I'm reading a book right now by Dan Flores, a really interesting book called Cold Americans, a wildlife story. He's really an expert on all the different forms of wildlife in North America, what they originated and where they migrated to. And one of the more fascinating things about it is he's talking about all these animals that went extinct, 10,000 plus years ago, this mass extinction. And he's bringing up cataclysms, and there's all these different ideas, and one of the big ones being that human beings with Atlas, which is like really a very weird sort of a spiritual device, wiped out the woolly mammoths and all these other animals. And
to me, it's a lunatic idea. Also, if you have any contact with hunter-gatherers today, you find that hunter-gatherer peoples don't overkill their game. They love them respectfully, they take what they need and they leave the rest because it's a renewable resource for them. So I don't think hunter-gatherers wiped out the mammoths in North America. The evidence is compelling.
Well, the evidence that you brought up when you were here the first time, when you showed the images of all those mammoths that had been literally knocked over with broken legs from the impact of something, and at mass burial grounds, like these mass, not burial grounds, obviously, but mass casualties or casualty sites. You have to have brain activity.
How many are actually there? Like there's 7,000. Two species, one mammoths and 32. And while we were there, interestingly, the guy who gave us the tour there was kind of giving the gradualist explanation about over long periods of time these mammoths followed into a sinkhole in 2011. So I formed an asked the question, what studies have been done on the sedimentary matrix in which their remains are being found? Because as I'm looking at this sedimentary matrix, I'm seeing a massive deposit. In other words, a deposit that was instantaneous. And when I thought that Yet I had an article that was actually written by one of the original scientists who worked on the site, and his description was, well, it could have been that, but also as an alternative, he used the term bloat and float. That what you had was woolly mammoths that had been caught in a flood, drowned, and their bloated carcasses floated into a depression in the landscape, and that's what they were. And that makes a whole lot of sense. The fact that individually over several thousand years, these mammoths wandered into a safe opening to get out. Which got there, I talked about, at the end of the last ice age, 120 species of megafaunus, which is about the same number of megafaunus species as we have in the state of Philippines.
It was a short period of time, something like 65% of the North American mammals were extinct, 70%. Very short period.
Very short period. Pretty much totally coincident with that period.
And so there's nothing resembling what we're capable of doing today. When you look at human extinction events, human-caused extinction events, it's very logical. What we're doing today with pollution and the expanse of civilization and weapons are super sophisticated. If we wanted to, we could wipe out a lot of these species.
Yeah, but what we're actually seeing is that at the end of what's called the bottom of the boundary, which was the gradual warming at the end of the last ice age, preceding the sudden catastrophic change of 12,800. So the lowest structure didn't exist for 500 years, I think.
Yes.
So, but they suddenly were gone, right? Exactly simultaneous with the mammoths. And then there are interesting studies that are coming out now showing that at least continental-wide, there was apparently a major human population crash exactly coincident with the megafaunal extinction. Because you had quarries that had been mined for centuries that are suddenly abandoned, and their campsites that had been that had generations of debris and toolkits accumulating and so on, the debris from the heating of the screw pumps and so on, that are suddenly abandoned, right? So the evidence actually suggests that the human population crashed, which would certainly imply that they would be far less capable of wiping out all of these species of megafauna. Also, the studies of their diet and their lifeways suggest that they were quite diverse. They were hunter-gatherers. And they focused mostly on small game. They got on fish, on shellfish, they gathered food. And why would they go back to the biggest of those dangerous animals in the whole range?
And with incredible efficiency, hunt them to extinction in that 100 years. It doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense.
It seems pretty silly.
And something else from that time, if I may say, rather mention the Clovis culture. This is, for a very long time, really until just a couple of years ago, all of the mainstream academics in fields of archaeology and anthropology were saying there were no human beings in North America before, let's say, 13,000 years ago, give or take 500 years. They came across their land with a very straight continent. Began to be Americas. Then they were before. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, there's just been a whole raft of new scientific research, and no scientist today is prepared to defend the Clovis. It's accepted, of course, that there have been human beings in America for 50,000, 60,000 years, and there's weird genetic links. Like, for example, there's a trace that connects Aboriginal Australians with North Americans. They had a common ancestor. It's a very peculiar thing that's going on. And so what happens is that actually these scientific models, which constrain and restrict research for so long, do get overthrown. And that Clovis model is being overthrown. And that missing piece of the puzzle, I think, the comet. What happened between 12,800 and 11,600?
Mainstream idea. This is very much French, but yet it's not something that we don't have any evidence.
Whenever I put out a book, immediately there's this huge hostile reaction,
like the Michael Shermer thing.
Like the Michael Shermer thing. I mean, I would say Magicians of the Gods, I published in 2015, which deals with this very common issue, is actually the most thoroughly documented, the most thoroughly referenced book I've ever written. It's calm, it's measured, they actually don't read it. They just say, oh, Hancock's brought out another book. He's a pseudoscientist. That's what they want to call me, or a pseudo-archaeologist. And it's obviously rubbish because it disagrees with everything. Well, that's the point of the Heretic Society, is to offer an alternative view and well-documented evidence. But it seems that we're dealing with such a deeply ingrained mindset, which is connected in curious ways to power structures in our society. It's very
absolutely. Even like Ray mentioned earlier, there's kind of a not from a religious movement, right? How it's and again, the idea of everything is something from various factions that will destroy the earth, and the earth has never suffered this kind of assault on it before. And it's causing the sixth great mass extinction, and we're going to cause catastrophic global warming. It's going to cause another 50 or 100 parts per million of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And so, what that has done is like many, I wouldn't say many, but several of the scientists now that have been in the forefront of criticizing the Younger Dryas hypothesis are also very much involved in the global warming. The idea that we are now consolidating the sixth great mass extinction. Having looked now at mass extinctions and been really an obsession point for about 30 years now, I've looked at everything from Cretaceous Tertiary, Triassic, right on down the line to the most recent one, which to me is really in some ways very interesting, because the most recent mass extinction we're talking about is the one that took place while we humans were part of the story.
And between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, the Younger Dryas.
Yes, the Younger Dryas, which is still an unexplained climate anomaly that happened. And I mentioned this, I think, in the previous broadcast, which has an extreme warming followed by rapid shift into extreme cold, literally within a matter of a few years. So we're talking about climate changes that are up to 15 degrees Fahrenheit within perhaps 1 years, which only was anything that we've experienced in the last 60 weeks of the revolution. And we still don't really understand. And that's why this research is so important, because now we understand that there was something positive that happened. It's left its imprint in the landscape over 5 projects.
Yeah, over 50 million square kilometers. Yeah, it's a giant debris field of this stuff that is only produced by massive impacts. These things come in at 70,000 miles away. And if they have any diameter at all, if they're 100 meters or more in diameter, they are going to hit the Earth really hard. They're not going to burn up in the atmosphere. And when they do, they pack a huge amount of kinetic energy, a huge amount of heat and shock, and that creates definite chemical products, so nanodiamonds, so carbon spectra, so melt glasses, like the trinitite produced in nuclear explosions. All of these, when they're all found together in the same layer of soil, and when you can put a date on that layer of soil, and when it's all over the world, there's only one thing that can explain: a massive.
I don't understand why this is controversial. I really don't. I mean, I do understand it because I know that once people start teaching things, and people start doing lectures and speeches, they think they want to stick to their guns, and they want to somehow or another avoid anything that's going to contradict them.
It's a game. This is a game changer. This information, it changes everything. It changes the way we look at our past. It changes the whole story of archaeology, and it changes the way we're archaeology. I think that people in academia are reluctant to embrace that change, and they're afraid of being called pseudoscientists, because there's a whole lobby of skeptics who use this word pseudoscientist or pseudo-archaeologist as an instant dismissal of other ideas. And those who are in the profession, they don't want to get tarred with that brush. They want to keep themselves clean and pure.
I understand that, but you're talking about hard evidence. You're talking about this nuclear glass, you're talking about nanodiamonds, you're talking about core samples that show this massive shift, meaning the ice core samples, massive shift in temperature. And you're talking about with very clear evidence of impacts that we know exists. It's not like the comets theory. It's not like it's big for something. Like we're looking for the final piece of evidence to show the comet's a real thing. It's real.
It's totally real. It's so difficult for those who are invested in our models to accept. And unfortunately, they have the ear of the There are. Oh, by the way, all the scientists in the Comet Research Group are absolutely mainstream scientists, and they have taken a lot of flack from their colleagues for even daring to investigate this area. That's why they've had no funding. They've had to fund themselves.
It's so crazy. That is so crazy. Because this is not a controversial thing. I mean, it should not be. This is not an airy-fairy thing. We're not talking about psychics. We're not talking about UFOs. We're talking about something that no exists. So to bury your head in the sand or something like this seems to be invested interest.
Right now, NASA is spending the equivalent of one attack helicopter a year on investigating the comet asteroid. $50 million. It's peanuts. It's tiny. It's minuscule sum. Hundreds of billions of dollars on massive, sophisticated military equipment which we can use to slaughter one another in ever more sophisticated ways. But just $50 million a year on saving the Earth from a potential cataclysm that could put our civilization back into the Stone Age tomorrow.
And I don't mean to keep harping on Michael Sherman, because I like Michael, but that he highlights this sort of natural inclination to go find something that he has done no research on whatsoever. When I pointed out Göbekli Tepe and I sent him some articles from National Geographic, he went radio silent. I mean,
He should know about it. It's astonishing the
for
number
sure,
of people who.
without mocking it.
Yeah,
If you're going to mock it, you should actually know what you're mocking.
But to say that Göbekli Tepe was created by hunter-gatherers, well, I'm sorry, that's just a theory. That's not a fact. I mean, you have a sophisticated site with astronomical alignments with hundreds and hundreds of measurements, weighing 20 tons each. The world's first perfectly aligned north-south building, which you can only do with astronomy. It's not enough to say, oh, they were just hunter-gatherers. There was something extraordinary from a half a mile away. Well, the biggest one actually is still in the quarry. They left it because of kind of fault in it. They clearly intended to move it 50 times. You're looking at 20-foot high objects, and then it's the putting together of them. See, here's the problem. Hunter-gatherer societies are not the kinds of societies that produce large-scale fixed monuments. Why? Because they don't generate a surplus. You can't pay for somebody to become an architect of those times, somebody becoming a astronomer. You're busy hunting and gathering, and that's what we do. Agriculture generates a surplus, and that is the problem with Göbekli Tepe, because there is no background. This site just appears out of nowhere amidst what appears to be a hunter-gatherer community, but what they're not considering is the possibility of looking at the technology of transfer. But the survivors of a lost civilization who already have that knowledge use that site as a central appreciation to teach the hunter-gatherers how to do that. That's now taken as the beginnings of civilization. I would say it is the reinvention, the remaking of civilization.
So when we're looking back at Sumer, in any artifacts from ancient Mesopotamia in that area of Iraq, those are the people who sort of reinvented
And so actually, when we talk of Mesopotamia, we need to realize the Tigris and the Euphrates. Tepe is sitting right there in the headwaters between the Tigris and the Euphrates. And we cannot separate that from the later cultures that entered history 5,000, 6,000 years ago. They're part of the lineage that descended from Göbekli Tepe times. And what's fascinating about Göbekli Tepe is the way it doesn't fit, the way there's no background to it. That you would expect to see them practicing, learning architectural skills. The oldest stuff should be the worst. And as they carry on, it gets better. That site ran for 1,000 years. The best stuff is the oldest. 1,000 years later, what they were producing. And so forth. This is a real anomaly. It needs to be investigated not by skeptics, but actually explored and considered. Maybe this does rock the whole paradigm.
And it's kind of ironic that in their desire to get away from the ancient myths and tales in the Bible, they've ignored those ancient myths and tales which all talk about cataclysms. Well, part of modern psychology is to imagine so far predecessors, but you're not really civilization, nothing to perceive it as it requires a major psychological shift to admit or accept that our ancestors have been far, far more sophisticated than we had imagined in our 19th century models, which basically still dominate thinking. And, in Graham's book, devotes several chapters to the story of 19th
20th century paradigm. And his story to me kind of encapsulates the whole process of forcing his paradigm shift. And for years, he was out there exploring this evidence that there's been this tremendous flooding in Washington state. And all of his critics were dismissive without ever even going out and looking at the evidence firsthand in the field. But what he did was he stuck to his guns for 3 decades and continued to amass evidence to the point where they just couldn't dismiss it anymore. And finally, the people went out and began to explore the landscape for themselves and what they were. Who was sort of the leader of the skeptic faction that had set out. Their sole purpose was to discredit and make this whole flood heresy of rest once and for all. But he went out in the field and he spent about 8 days in the field. He's seeing this evidence for himself over and over again. And when you look at just one piece of it, you might be able to say, okay, there's all other explanations. But what happens is when you get multiple lines of evidence, all converging, and there's no way to individually explain away each one of those things other than just saying, oh, it's all coincidence. James DeLuey was honest so that after a week out there, they were at a place called Police Falls in southern Russia, which was one of these areas where these tremendous inland tsunamis swept across the lake. And I actually just visited there about 8 weeks ago to show them right on the spot where James DeLuey was standing. He finally had I have images. I found them up here. Yeah, I sure do. I've got some. Which discussing this flooding stuff relates directly to the idea. And you can get into a little bit of that, explaining how these parallel lines of evidence are now converging. But the interesting thing about DeLuey was that in the descriptions of the trip, he wandered off by himself for a long time away from the group and was standing there looking at this massive cavern with 400-foot cliffs and this little tiny ribbon of water flowing over it and this huge canyon below it and these big boulders, and he'd seen for a whole week he'd been seeing this stuff. And it finally got to the point where it was undeniable, and he walked back to the group and words out and he finally admitted, and that was like a turning point. And now, Graham described this very effectively in the book, how in a way the flooding phenomenon was hijacked and then placed within this more gradualistic context to avoid the fact that it was something so anomalous and such a departure from our modern experience that we had to look outside of our modern experience to find an explanation. What they wanted to do was find something within our modern experience, and this is the cornerstone of the uniformitarian approach, is that we look for a positive thing and then we extrapolate that. And so what they did was they said, well, in the modern world, we have glacial lakes that form in front of glaciers. And sometimes these glacial lakes might be held in by an ice dam or another glacier. These ice dams will give way and they will cause great catastrophic flooding. They're very common up in Iceland because you've got several volcanoes under the Icelandic glaciers, and I feel like we use the term Galapagos to describe these outbursts of floods. When you look at the modern versions of it, you basically are looking at floods that are less than 1,000 of one single flood of these floods we're talking about that happened 12 or 13,000 years ago. Less than 1,000. Less than 1,000. He's discharging and filling off. And so, it has been admitted in several places. I've extracted the code saying, well, we do admit that this is a major extrapolation upwards, but
This never mind, it's so disturbing. See, Colin Bretz, for 30 years, walking the walk in Chelsea Avenue, and what he saw was evidence of many, as he called it, that's humongous flood, which actually rose and fell in progress. And he went through decades of being aside by his colleagues, insulted, they mocked him, they laughed at him, just as the skeptics do today. Eventually, the evidence began to mount, and they couldn't deny it anymore. There had been flooding, and actually, eventually, they gave Alan Bretz the Mills Medal, which is the ultimate, the ultimate bestowal of geology in America. He got the accolade. And he said at that, he was more than 90 years old. He said at that time, he said, all my enemies are dead, so I have no one left to gloat over. But the point is, in a way, there was nothing to gloat about, because what they did was they separated him from his central idea. Instead of accepting that there had been one huge flood, and that was always his view, they said, oh, there must have been 70 or 80 floods that caused all this damage, and that's what we are seriously trying to do.
It's so ironic in a way that the human desire for knowledge is what has led us to where we are today. We have this insatiable desire for knowledge and for innovation, but that same human desire to achieve is also what is responsible. And the ego is anything that's contrary to knowledge. As soon as you see somebody that might convention years ago, you've been teaching practicing the life, and I know that you've gone through this with Egypt. And shooting these snakes with Dr. Shock, John Anthony West, who's on the podcast. Yeah, he's amazing.
By the way, I'm going to be doing an event in New York on the 29th of November.
Where?
It's linked on my website. Okay. The details are on the Talks and Events page. It's in some church somewhere, but I'm going to give a presentation and then I'm going to interview John live on stage. First time I've ever done that. I'm kind of podcasting.
He's such a character.
He's an amazing.
I love that dude. And Magic Egypt is, I think, one of the most important things. That DVD series is just insane. It's so spectacular. It's so fantastic. Next to going to Egypt, which I have done, I think that's probably the second best thing.
You bet. And John is an example of why we need it. This is the thing. See, the science today, yes, you're right. We have this thirst for knowledge and human characteristic, but also we get invested in particular positions. If people criticize those positions, we take it as an existential threat, and we get all angry and pointing about it. If we allow that to happen too much, we don't keep a place for heretics in our society, then we're never going to do anything novel. We're actually going to get locked down, ossified into the existing system. We need heretics. John has been the leading Hamiltonian for decades, pointing out we should listen to what the ancient Egyptians said, that their civilization was not a development, it was a legacy. It was a legacy from the common past, and that passed on back to us.
Now, we go back to Taffy's discovery, it vindicated you in so many ways. But what is the possibility today of more of these sites being explored in this world? Are there more that people are looking at right now? Are they going to run down the radar?
Just a year ago, at the bottom of the Sicily Channel, at a depth of more than 120 feet, it's been underwater for at least 9,000 years, is a huge megalithic site. Before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, that site could never have been explained. The dating is absolutely definite. The seas rose and covered it at least 9,000 years ago. We don't know how long it stood there before it was covered by the rising sea. There it sits underwater, and I think underwater discoveries, and I've had part to play in this over the years, are one of the ways forward. We need to look at those areas because there was a 400-foot rise in sea level at the end of the Ice Age. You're looking at the amount of land that would be put together in, say, Europe and China, added together. That amount of land was swallowed by those rising seas. And archaeology has largely proceeded without taking account of those lost lands. I'm not saying they haven't looked at all, but they're primarily in marine archaeology interested in shipwrecks.
Now, this megalithic site, is there images of this?
There are. Yeah. I can probably find it. Monolith at the bottom of the Sicily Channel. Try that search.
So what does this look like? Is this been clearly established that this actually is the work of man? Is this not such a big Yardang? Of course there's this.
Mainstream knowledge just accepts it overnight. Again, it's mainstream science. It's kind of there, absolutely certain. It's like a whole
so here,
so there's that big mechanism. This we can say without doing precisely is dating. They can't date the stone. They have to date organic material associated with the stone, and that can give them misleading the young dates. In the case of a site that's been covered by sea life, there can be no argument. Nobody went down there and built that 9,000 years ago. It had to be built before the sea life rose, and that puts a minimum age.
What are the best images that we can look at? Because right now we see the rocks. It's very difficult because I'm looking at
Well,
something
that's
two-dimensional.
I'm afraid that's all you're going to see. Those are the best images I think that exist. That's in Yonaguni. That's not in
So, what are the biggest pieces down there? Is it this right here? Is this what you're
Yeah, that big thing, maybe 30 feet long.
And is it what pieces were this?
The scientists who worked on it, the fact that there are holes drilled through the stone, the fact that you can go to neighboring areas like Armenia and find really very ancient megalithic sites where they have exactly the same kind of stone, and the holes seem to have been used for astronomical circles. Now this site's a mess, it's been left over by the sea, it's been the ocean is a difficult place to work. Yeah, it's not easy. Visibility can be bad. Dealing with currents, all kinds of problems.
This is where you just have camera and it's crazy sun. It does make sense that we've done that before. See how it makes sense that some things
And during the Ice Age, whatever, you don't have to talk about the civilizations or anything, but during the Ice Age, living on the coastline, from Staten you're going to have probably most cultural development during the Ice Age is going to be close to the soil. So it's going to be underwater. And so this to me is probably the future. And I think that particular thing is a lot of people exciting. It's great to learn and no one's saying, oh, it's true. But what it is we have to keep an open mind and say, well, there are some very strong similarities here, so let's investigate this thing further. And that's the whole point of all this is all of this stuff needs more research. It doesn't need some cavalier dismissal by somebody who's protecting their own paradigm. It needs more research on all fronts. I mean, because I think that there's enough evidence in this point to suggest there is a deep and we're just beginning to really appreciate how much deeper it really is in the conventional science, rather than just waving an arm and dismissing this
with a skeptical sneer.
With a skeptical sneer, exactly.
What's interesting is that there is accepted scientific models of humanity when you're talking about supervolcanoes, right? Like the supervolcano of 60, 70,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much accept that wiped out the vast majority of human beings. And why is the supervolcano hypothesis so easily accepted, but yet the astral impact, both of them are real events, both of them are historically documented. In fact, we've never watched a supervolcano take over the world. We've seen asteroids hit other planets. We've actually watched Shoemaker-Levy that we were talking about before.
With bombarding Jupiter, unbelievable.
Bigger impact than the planet Earth itself.
Yeah. And actually more than 20 impacts. Each one of them would have wiped out your life. So it's a very another thing to look. We're talking about underwater structure. Let's also consider the possibility, and again, John Anthony West work is let's also consider the possibility that we have misidentified a number of structures that are standing in plain view, like the Great Sphinx. Egyptology, read any Egyptological text, any encyclopedia actually, they will tell you that thing was put there by a specific pharaoh, Khafre of the 4th dynasty, around about 2500 BC. That is not a fact. That is an opinion. But it's presented as a fact. There is not a single inscription that relates the Sphinx to that pharaoh, not a contemporary inscription, not one dating from 2500 BC. In fact, there's nothing at all. It's just the assumption, because it's close to a pyramid, which they assume the same pharaoh built, again on the absence of which the Sphinx must be built. John Anthony West was the first to see that actually when we look at the Sphinx, we're looking at a highly eroded stone object. And that erosion is very odd, and that's why he brought Professor Robert Schoch, Professor of Geology from Boston University, to Giza in 1992 to look at the Sphinx and see what actually caused this weather on the Sphinx. And Schoch immediately said what caused it was exposure to a very heavy rainfall. And no such rains have fallen in Egypt in the last 5,000 years, but it did fall during the Younger Dryas. We had a prolonged rainfall from this continent, ice caps pulverized, a massive amount of ice water was thrown up into the upper ice. Prolonged rainfall, which could have been the cause of the erosion of the Sphinx.
Now, what has occurred new? What discoveries have been discovered in the last year? What is new that we can look at?
In terms of archaeology, there's not much new. Göbekli Tepe at the moment is in deep freeze. It's right 30 miles from the Syrian border. There's been massive unrest in Chandler. Archaeology is very difficult for them to carry on. It's basically just frozen.
So they just sort of stopped.
They've just kind of stopped. In fact, there's an amazing number of these sites. Another site I've visited, traditions of absolutely stunning site. And again, I'm convinced that that site is nuanced. It is, yes, there is a Roman temple, but they put that temple there because the site was sacred. This incredible U-shaped nebula which surrounds that, which does not appear to have any connection to the Roman structure at all. Again, that's an area which is subject to tremendous unrest and difficulty, and that's difficult for archaeologists to perceive. But just in 2014, they made a discovery of a buried block which weighed 1,460 tons, which was sitting there on the site. They've been working that site for 100 years. They only found 1,000 tons. 1,460.
Is that 2 million pounds? Is that what it is?
Maybe that was math better than mine.
1 ton is C2.
Yeah, 2,000 pounds. Whatever. 3 zeros on it. I know it had 3 zeros on it.
It's a horrendous amount. It's a single largest block of stone. And they found this just in 2014. They found it in 2014. Now there's another big one right beside it, which has been very huge for about the last 10 years. And it's astonishing to me that this one, which is just below it, was covered by sediment.
You have an actual calculator? You might be the person who lets. I never go anywhere without my calculator. You have a real calculator. Nobody has one of those. We were just talking about that yesterday. They're like, who the fuck finds calculators? I do. I need to ask the guy. Wow. So Bottleneck is also the site of, I mean, there's just many monoliths that have been discovered there, and it's a really fascinating site. I have
to resist. I think a much leaner and more elegant explanation for these huge archaeological monuments is much better. And that's been the case that I've been making for 25 years. I think that the alien thing is a bit of a distraction. Of course there's aliens, of course the universe is full of life, but the ancient archaeological sites are not good evidence for that idea. They're unless you mass archive, not good evidence. I think we are dealing with a lost human civilization, and that while 20 feet above the earth, we have 3 blocks of stone joined so closely together that we can't get it. Edge of a sheet of paper between them. Each one weighs more than 900 pounds, and they are 20 feet. It's a stunning, absolute
how does mainstream archaeology do that?
They say they did do some more specific. They absolutely did. This site is separate from the rest. It surrounds it. It's
In terms of your question, what's happening with I think that a nano diamond rich layer across 3 continents consistent with major cosmic impact at 12,800 years ago. And it's 24, 25 science.
And these are the comet researchers. These are the scientists from the comet research who have funded all their research themselves. They came out with another paper in 2015. That's in the Journal of Geology. Then there's the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Those are a lot of their work as well. And Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences get into trouble for this model. They did.
This is so spectacularly confusing to me because that's rock solid science. I mean, this is evidence. This is actually, you can weigh this stuff. You can measure it. You can run tests on it and find out what its components are. This to me is so baffling.
Yeah, it's very baffling. They brought out another paper in 2015. I won't go into some of the details are boring, but it's called the Bayesian chronological analysis. And basically, what they were looking at is it. They asked themselves, is it possible this evidence, these nanodiamonds, these metallics, the carbon spheres, could that have been laid down gradually? And the chronological analysis that they've done absolutely answers that. No, it was not laid down. This whole thing unfolded.
Oh, what a night. Yeah, what had happened, Joe, was that for years, psychologists had recognized this black matter at about 2 dozen and C.V.'s he wrote an interesting paper saying that and he was the one who noted that along with this black matter, which is only 2 to 3 inches thick in most sites, you found evidence of the Clovis punch. You found the 2 kids saying their spear points and so on. You found evidence of the state megafauna, but not above. You would find this evidence of this cultural activity and the megafauna right up to the bottom of the black mass layer, but not above it. So what finally happened was in 2007, Richard Firestone and Apple West and some of their colleagues, and it was just basically a small group at that point, took a look at this closer look. And that's when they began to discover these impact proxies, usually right at the base of the layer. And the layer itself is carbonaceous, which suggests that we find lots of deposits here which would apply widespread biofilms. In fact, it's a study of just massive biofilms. And then this was preceded by the deposition of this black mat layer. Right at the bottom of this black mat layer is the nanodiamonds, the magnetic grains, the microspherules, the carbonaceous spherules, fullerenes. You find these impact boxes, and they're not all the same at all the sites. In fact, that's been one of the things that the critics have seen. But what they're doing is, I think, taking a more simplified you could be looking at the individual pieces could be a very different proposition. And what we were talking about earlier, the Torah meteor story, I'm not convinced at this point that it was necessarily just a single impact. It may have been a bombardment episode that may have lasted even several decades. It may have been ceased for a while. And we were talking about this last night over dinner, that there seems to be a second spasm at 11,600. That's also associated with a massive rise in sea level. They call there's 2 meltwater spikes, meltwater spike 1A and meltwater spike 1B. I'm quite convinced that these meltwater spikes that have been documented by marine geologists and oceanographers are correlated with these melting rates of the ice sheet that I've been looking at in terms of their geomorphic consequences. Because some of these events, I mean, the only way I can describe some of these meltwater events is that the only modern analog to this would be a tsunami. And we've seen some pretty devastating tsunamis within the last decade or two, both in Indonesia and in Japan. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos of these tsunamis. Anybody listening, it's definitely worthwhile to go online and look at some of these videos where you can actually see the unbelievably powerful effects of a 30 or 40 or 50 foot tsunami, right? Now, some of the landscapes, I have some images places in Montana, Idaho, and Washington, where you literally had a tsunami sweeping over the land. It was over 1,000 feet. And that tsunami came off yesterday. It's a freshwater tsunami. It's a meltwater coming off of this catastrophic melting of the ocean. And I traced the sources of some of these meltwater. I made 2 trips up into the Lake in British Columbia, looking for the source of this meltwater. Because in the conventional models of this flood, that goes back to Harlan Bretz, and basically what they've done is they said initially there could have been no flood because Harlan Bretz didn't provide a source for the rain. They said, the critics said, well, you're saying that all of this evidence in the landscape is evidence of the flood, but what was the source of the flood? And he didn't have a source. So the critics said that the flood had flood water, therefore the flood didn't take place. Then as research all projected, evidence accumulating in western Montana by J.T. Pardee, who was with the U.S. Geological Survey. And he was investigating evidence that the mountain valleys of western Montana filled up with an enormous volume of water. And this volume of water seems to be exactly the same time as Bretz's floods. He then assumed that this was a giant lake, and because you can see, and I think we have some images, I think Jamie has some images, so we'll pull them up here. On the mountainside, you see the shore etched, 1,000 feet above the valley floor. And what he then decided was that, based upon a 19th century interpretation by T.C. Chamberlain, that there had been an ice dam, he said, well, there must have been an ice dam west of here somewhere in the Clark Fork Valley. A giant lake backed up, burst through the ice dam, and then this is what will cause Harlan Bretz's floods. So now the geological community is shifting because, number one, the evidence is overwhelming and they can't deny it anymore. But what they're doing is looking for a gradualistic or more uniform Carrion explanation. So they immediately latched onto this. There's a giant frozen glacier or in front of a glacial lake in western Montana. Well, you're talking about somewhere between 520 and 550 cubic miles of water. That's right? And normally, when you have a large lake, you have a huge catchment basin that is feeding lots of streams and rivers that are feeding into that lake. When you look at any of the big lakes around North America, you have the lake, and then you have this big old catchment basin, and all of that's feeding. In Lake Missoula, the whole lake fills almost the whole catchment basin. It's like, to me, what they did was they said, okay, we're just going to push the source of the water from here over to here, but let's not go into the question of where did the water come from that's filling these mountain valleys in western Montana. And this is what I did. I spent a couple of weeks in September going out into some of these valleys. I went to 2 British Columbians, and they're spectacular evidence. And it's almost like the American geologists stop at the 49th parallel. They say, well, that's the Canadians preserved up there. We'll let them, they've got their own theories, we've got ours. Interestingly, the Canadians are saying that we think that the water from these floods came from up here. But they don't see geologists who are saying that these floods came from Canada. John Shaw, who basically came up with this idea that rubbers, which are these inverted atoll-shaped landforms that are found by hundreds of thousands in regions where glaciers are, but they were formed not by the glaciers grinding over the landscape, but they were actually formed by massive subglacial flows of water. And his critics have all been saying, well, here's the problem. What's the source of your water? It wasn't subglacial floods. It was parallels. very, very closely. Well, here's the thing. Shaw and his colleagues really come up with a plausible explanation for how much it formed these massive subglacial reservoirs. In fact, what they call the Livingstone Lake event required 84,000 cubic kilometers of water. And 84,000 kilometers, I can do it really quickly here. We divide that by 36. That's about 2,300 miles. That's more than all of the Great Lakes combined. Vastly bigger than all of the Great Lakes combined. It's probably every lake in North America combined. And he said this one event required over 2,000 cubic miles of water. Well, where did that water come from? So he basically said, well, there must have been a reservoir somehow that formed. His critics have said, that's impossible. You couldn't form that much water under the ice sheet. Well, what's happened now is the idea of a major cosmic impact into the ice sheet is completely obviated the need for a subglacial reservoir. Because now we have a lake instantaneously melting enormous volumes of ice.
It's no longer a mystery. It's fully explained, and this has been the missing piece of the puzzle until some research began to put down.
Well, it's baffling to me that this is a source of controversy because we know the Great Lakes were created by melting glaciers. We also know that there's vast areas of North America that are flattened by these glaciers. You know, a buddy of mine, my friend Doug, lives in Cazenovia, Wisconsin, which is what's called the driftless area where the glacier didn't go through.
I just was there in May.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's got rolling hills, and it's just it wasn't crushed flat like other parts of North America. Right. So we know that those glaciers melted and they created the Great Lakes. And the Great Lakes were from glaciers. We know that. That's an established fact. So why is all this confusing? I just don't understand why they would just add that to it. We're just going to accept that Great Glaciers somehow or another in the last 10,000 years, the glaciers just decided to stop smashing North America flat and melt and create these great inland oceans of fresh water. Bizarre.
It's very bizarre. Ultimately, a lot of ideology is involved in this. There's this desire, also in the modern world, there's a desire not to panic the public, not to say things that are going to cause panic.
You know, Donald Trump being president? I think people are ready now.
I think people are ready for panic. I think so.
Is anybody debating on this?
Look, you know, I tried to do, well, not specifically on this, I tried to do a debate with Zahi Hawass, who's the guy who runs the Giza Pyramids, and that's madman. Yeah, totally. I mean, very crazy event.
There's a video.
There's a video.
The debate lasts, 30 seconds?
It's something like that. Yeah. And then later on, when he finally agreed to come back into the room because he was so angry with me, he walked out. When he finally came back into the room, he was asked a question about Göbekli Tepe, and just like your skeptic, he didn't know anything about Göbekli Tepe. He claimed not to know about it. I mean, this is supposed to be the world's most famous Egyptologist, and he knew nothing about this incredible site in a neighboring country. One point to make, the was talking about the second 11,000 years ago. We've been with an episode here, which begins 12,800 years ago and ends 11,600 years ago. Both episodes accompanied by massive floods. And the 11,600 years ago date, I may have mentioned this last year, it's in Magicians of the Gods. What's interesting about that is the exact date that Plato gives us for the destruction of the lost civilization of Atlantis. Plato, that's the only source we have for Atlantis. It comes to us, many people think it's all, it is not. Atlantis comes to us from the Greek philosopher Plato, who lived around 340 BC. And he got the story through his family line, his ancestor Solon, who had visited Egypt in 600 BC. And there Solon was told of a great civilization that had existed on earth that was the progenitor civilization of Egypt, but that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. And he argued a cataclysm involving a gigantic flood, and Atlantis was submerged beneath the waves and was never seen again. And so Solon said to the place, when did this happen? And they said 9,000 years ago. That was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC, that's 11,600 years ago, that's Meltwater Pulse 1b. How could they know? We have to start taking this stuff more seriously. Instead of sneering at it and skepticizing it out of existence, we need to leave a little bit of room for extraordinary ideas possibly being developed. That's the main defect now. Is that they want to throw the baby out.
I'm going to add something. In the commands, Plato discusses it as two different things. And in the commands, he prefaces the story of the commands by recounting the myth of fate. Now, the myth of fate is a very interesting story. And basically what it is Phaeton was the offspring of Helios, the sun god, who was raised, didn't know who his father was. His mother kept it a secret from him, and then one day he was being taunted in school because all of his schoolmates had recounting the great deeds of their father and everything. So he went home distraught. Finally, his mother said, "Well, I was your father instead of big granddaddy as well." Helios, the sun god. So Phaeton decides he's going to go and find his father. And eventually does, and he goes to some celestial realm where his father is located. And the way it is with the Greek gods, they have limited powers, except they also have certain restrictions. For example, if a god makes a promise, he or she cannot go backwards, right? So when Helios sees Phaeton, his lost son, I'm so overjoyed, he says, "I'm so happy to see you, I will grant you any boon you want." And Phaeton says, "I want to drive the chariot of the sun. I want to drive your chariot." And Helios says, "Well, I meant anything you wanted except that." So it goes back and forth and back and forth. Finally, Phaeton convinces his father, let me do it. His father says, "Look, you got to hang on to those reins tight because those steeds are going to pull away from you." He gets in there, the gates of the sun open. It describes in the bit and finally, the Jupiter at the beseeching of Poseidon, who's afraid that the oceans are going to boil away, gets Zeus to mount his Mount Olympus and hurl his thunderbolt, which knocks Phaeton from the sky. He falls to earth and falls into the river Eridanus, which is a metaphor for the Milky Way. And his sisters, the Heliades, then weep over the death of their brother, and their tears fall to earth and cover. Plato then, after referencing that myth, he then says, now this has the form of a myth, but what it really represents is a declination or a declining of the bodies in space orbiting around the Earth, and an eventual fall into the Earth of one of those bodies, and a conflagration of all things triggered by the fall of that body.
It's intriguing that he mentions the zodiac, because the Tauride meteor stream is so called because it appears to come at us from the direction of the constellation of Taurus, the actual constellation. That's where those shooting stars, amongst which are some very large objects that have hit us in the past, that's where it comes from. That,
So actually, the conclusion appears that they're not coming from there.
It looks like they come from that area.
So anybody in ancient times who was witnessing it, and according to Baker and those guys who were the British catastrophists and have been around this world for decades on the Tauride meteor showers, have concluded that in times past, it was an extremely active shower and would have created some pretty darn impressive light shows, even if it wasn't causing catastrophes down here below. But what they've conjectured is that there might be times of multiple Tunguska-like impact bombardment when, because there could be thousands of objects within the Tauride meteor stream on the same scale as the Tunguska object. And that, if you go and you read the accounts, the eyewitness accounts, over and over again, people are saying things like, oh, it looked like it was being disgorged through the sun. It looked like it was being born out of the sun, right? It looked like a second sun in the sky. Like, for a short period of time, the sun had a wind, right? Well, the summertime torrents are coming from their perihelion passage around the sun. So you can, during the same, they make an elliptical orbit out to Jupiter and back around the sun in this stream, right? Earth crosses crosses that stream twice each year. One time, late June, early July, we cross, but at that point, they're coming from the direction of the sun. So their arrival to Earth is going to be very difficult to see because they're coming from the direction of the sun, right? But that's exactly where, on June 30th, the Tauride meteor would be coming from. And then also the fact that it's the perfect day for the peak of the shower and the correct place in the sky, to me, is pretty convincing evidence that it was most likely a remnant of that Tauride stream. The other time that the Earth crosses is late October, early November. In fact, we just passed out of it in the last week. But it peaks, interestingly, coincidentally, between like October 30th and November 5th. So it's peaking right around Halloween. In fact, they call it the Halloween meteors, and there's some very interesting Halloween fireworks. But there's some very interesting work done by a researcher back around the early 20th century named Grant Ballard, who spent about 15 years researching the connections between ancient calendars. And he concluded one thing very interesting was that a lot of these ancient calendars were being synchronized by people's observations of the rise and fall of the Pleiades, which is the shoulder of the bow. The Pleiades comprises basically part of that constellation. Yeah, the shoulder of the bow. And what he came up with was that in his research, he discovered that many of these stories that were associated with the slaying of the celestial book, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, in the earliest known story, they fight the celestial book. There's many counterparts and variants of that in the mythical stories. And so what he then found out was that in many cases, our modern Halloween actually goes back thousands of years to an ancient Day of the Dead that we saw observed all over the earth at the same time every year, even in the southern hemisphere. And it usually revolved around a commemoration of the culmination of the Pleiades, which is when the Pleiades crosses the local meridian. In other words, it reaches the keystone of the northern arc of the sun up in the Here's the interesting thing is that discovered was that the Day of the Dead ultimately went back to myths about the destruction of the world by a great flood and fire.
It's fascinating that it's all coming out of the constellation of Taurus too, and it's the celestial bull that they're fighting in these ancient myths, and all these cultures around the world are celebrating the Day of the Dead at this exact same time. It's amazing stuff.
And right now our science is causing its own. I think it's fair to say that the Tauride meteors, which is a very big issue in this discussion, that we are dealing with a hidden hand. It's something that's going to ultimately require us to re-explain, almost like the skeptics hate it on bed, because first of all, it involves mechanics, and secondly, it involves the possibility of losing all civilization. It's really interesting when you look at the dates of this cluster, this episode of bombardment between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. That's the period that just immediately precedes what mainstream academia think of as the very beginnings of civilization. It's just never, maybe it's not even that far. This is so recent, this science is so new that they've not had time to adapt. But if they adapt to it and take this into account, then suddenly what was an extraordinary and absurd and impossible, that there was a lost civilization 12,000 years ago, becomes very plausible and reasonable. And then we start, once we take that on board, then we can start opening our eyes to archaeological anomalies, like the Great Sphinx, like Barbara, like submerged ruins, like Göbekli Tepe, and begin to consider, what does all this mean? Are we in fact a species with amnesia? Are we here forgetful of the truth about ourselves? Maybe that's why we're so far down, because we just actually don't know. We've made up a story about where we came from.
I certainly think it plays a part. And I also think that conservative skepticism is probably prudent when you're dealing with most scientific issues. Most things that come out that people are claiming, and there's so many charlatans out there and crazy people that are claiming new discoveries. But in some cases, they examine the discoveries. Ones that are far enough away from us or weird enough, like this new planet that they believe they have 90+%.
Planet 9, yeah.
They're pretty sure there's something else past the Kuiper belt. And they think it's massive. I think it's at least 4 times, maybe larger than the United States, or then, excuse me, the world.
On the world. They've got an orbit of about 10,000.
Yeah.
And that's interesting with comets because this huge, massive object circulating in the outer solar system through the Kuiper belt, which is the source of many of the comets here, is destabilizing comets from safe orbits, putting them in really dangerous.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what is the source of all these near-Earth objects? Does it have anything to do with Earth-1 and Earth-2? Does it have anything to do with the initial impact that created the moon? Because we were hit by another planet, right, during the formation of the Earth? And this is all scientifically established. Astroscientists, astrophysicists rather, and astronomers all agree on that, right?
There's a lot of debris that would go back to that time. The comets are another story. They're coming in from far reaches of outer space. They're coming in from the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt, just vast distances away. They're voyagers. They're kind of messengers from the distant reaches of the cosmos who come in an unpredictable way because their orbits are destabilized by something.
Isn't there something called Bode's law where you can measure the mass and the orbit of a certain planet and you can accurately depict where the next planet is going to be? And doesn't that fall apart somewhere between Mars and Jupiter? So
the asteroid belt.
Yeah. Which would indicate that something's probably there.
That's been the theory of the asteroid belt. You know, you're right. Skepticism really has an important role to play. It's really essential that we are skeptical.
Otherwise, we'd all be following Zachariah Sitchin and waiting for the Anunnaki to land.
Exactly.
We would have sold our houses December 21st, 2012. We'd all be going, what the fuck, now I'm homeless.
Exactly.
4 years later.
And I have to say, there's a skeptic called Michael Heiser who's done a really excellent job of thoroughly, debunking the bogus translations of Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, is he at sitchiniswrong.com?
Sitchiniswrong.com.
Yeah,
it's a very useful site. So
I hated him and loved him at the same time. I feel so sad. I love the idea of the aliens come down and manipulating the monkeys and making us to mind gold. It's a wonderful story.
But unfortunately, it's a work of science fiction. It's not a work of fact. We need. I knew him. He was a fascinating man. I once drove him from Stonehenge to London. We had many conversations. He was a deep and serious researcher, but I think he got carried away with his own.
I also think that fantasy became very lucrative and it also became a source of identity. I follow this about the 12th planet, and I got really into his research. And this is in my early pot smoking days. When I first started smoking pot, I was all in. I was all in.
Yeah.
And then as I got wiser, and then as I got, maybe not wiser, just I started recognizing objectively why these things are so attractive. The fantastic is more attractive than the attractive.
And so something else. Again, I don't want to put Sitchin down, and I'm here also to say that Sitchin did a lot of really good. He was a clever guy, and he did a lot of very, very, very thorough research. I just lost my track actually.
Well, we were talking about all the difference between the fantastical and the practical, that there's this inclination to accept things that are fun. That's what I was going to say, is that when you start talking about the Anunnaki, those from heaven to earth came, these fantastic creatures from, thank you brought my memory here, I think. I remember what I was going to say.
What's interesting?
Need some problem.
Could be good. What's interesting is that the level of technology that Zachariah attributes to the Anunnaki or League that level of technology is the level of technology that we had in the 1970s when we were, NASA was doing its stuff. So it's NASA technology from the 1970s that is projected out onto. That is projected out onto his theory of the past. Now, it seems to me very unlikely that the Nephilim or the Anunnaki would have had for 400,000 years, which is what he's saying, the same technology that NASA had in the 1970s. It's much more likely that he's projecting that onto the dot rather than that it's actually inherent.
There was also some interesting ideas that he had that turned out to be ideas that scientists have also proposed about preserving our atmosphere by levitating, by suspending reflective particles in our atmosphere. And that is something that the Anunnaki, in his books, were going to use gold for, because gold has such unique properties, which is why they use gold to plate things. So you can take a little tiny piece of gold, you can plate this entire cake. Gold is a really spectacular piece of, it's just, there's nothing like it, right?
No, there's a lot of really good material in situ, but unfortunately, the translations of the texts are not translations. They misrepresent the text. Often what he did was he took a 19th century translation and he massaged it so that it would fit his argument. And that's a pity. So we need skeptics, and they help us to sift out the wheat from the chaff. But occasionally what the skeptics do with this drive to criticize anything that's not mainstream, occasionally what they do is they let go of a really good idea, which deserves investigation, and which the human species could benefit from. And that's my feeling is, we're this amazing species, we've developed all this science, why are we so ready to let go of them?
Well, it's also fascinating to me that because of what Sitchin's been sort of criticized for, people now ignore the stuff that's absolutely undeniable, the actual stone tablets themselves, the clay tablets, where you can see the depictions of the solar system. Somehow or another, these people from 6,000 plus years ago have a detailed map of the solar system.
Clear idea.
With the size in like a relatively correct order, in the planets in the right place. Like they somehow or another knew that Jupiter was bigger than Mars. They knew these things in some weird way, and we don't know why, and we don't know how. Also, the caduceus representing the double helix of the DNA, that's a really fascinating concept too, that the caduceus is used for medicine, and it's used to, it's just, he had some really interesting points that were so it's kind of too bad there's so much crazy involved.
I think what any of us should do when we're exploring deep into the mysteries is to go to a lot of places. Don't just stick with it. But try to bring it all together. And in a way, that's what I'm trying to do in my books, except the skeptics still hate.
Yeah, it's just so hard because it's so fun to go with the crazy story. Like the alien story is so compelling, it's so fun. Like, I mean, if we found some sort of evidence of aliens, it would be so utterly spectacular. Even if it's a simple, like I've always said this, if we found a jellyfish on the moon, we would freak out. But there's really complex, bizarre things at the bottom of our ocean that we've never discovered because they're just not in the correct location for us to be excited.
And then the other issue, the other issue of entities, the encounters with entities, anybody who smoked DMT will know that, as I have as human, that will know that you can encounter entities. And DMT and DMT say they
He was supposed to be here a couple of times. We're trying to reschedule him now, but he had some pretty serious health issues, and we had a date scheduled out. So I got a chance to sit down with him a couple of times.
Of course, you presented the antiquity.
Yeah, he's brilliant, and he's so important to me because I remember when I did it, I was so confused. I mean, to me, it was like my first DMT experience changed everything I thought of the world, and I immediately didn't give a shit about it. Like it was almost instantaneous. Like before then, I was like, "Oh, you got the shit, man. It's in a hangar." But what I encountered doing DMT was so spectacularly alien. It's a pedestrian concept. Something that looks like a person has a bare head and large eyes and high tech. Yeah. It was weird and cool as it would be if it was real. There was nothing, literally not 1 millionth as interesting as what you absolutely can encounter in DMT. That's the aliens.
That's the aliens. Up to the alien realm, filled with alien intelligences. Of course, again, the skeptics say, it's made up of our brain, but we don't know that. And Rick is open to the possibility that we are dealing with areas of reality that are not normally accessible to our senses. become accessible. So it's like retuning the receiver rate. He suggests DMT does, and I think that's very plausible. And at the very least, those who are interested in UFOs and aliens should be also investigating this one. Can we use changes in consciousness to understand the majestic complexity of the universe? And I think the answer is definitely yes. And many of Rick's volunteers, I paraphrase, but they came back with reports that the entities who'd encountered them said, "We are so glad you've discovered this technology. Now we can communicate with you much more easily." You know, it's fascinating. So there's a technology for encountering other intelligences. And again, this mechanistic, simplistic alien meme that's going around now that they're a bit like us, but they came here in higher tech. It's dull by comparison.
It is dull by comparison. If you're interested in advance, it's called DMT and Spirit Molecule. And he has a new book that he's putting out about
DMT and the Spirit and the Soul of Prophecy.
Yeah, and he's just really interesting how his experience in the first, I think, in many decades to get approved by the government. So he did everything above the ground. He was above board.
He did, and because it was government approved, his myth was that he had to find some therapeutic benefit, and he couldn't actually. But that's not the point. I'm sure actually there are therapeutic benefits, but that's not the point. The point is here is a tool for investigating the mystery of consciousness and the mysterious nature of the body. If we get 5 or 6 volunteers who haven't compared notes, all coming back, they've met entities who said, "We're so good, you found this technology." It's hard to explain as just to reduce it to brain.
Things that are so big and undermined by the mainstream culture. This is where it's just like we're talking about the intelligence you can. Millions of mouse cells in thousands of different plants. How many different plants contain DMT? Huge,
Very prosaic ones like peas. You know,
what was the main story?
Acacia.
That's what I was going to say.
The Australian national tree is actually illegal.
Isn't that the Jerusalem, the professors from the University of Jerusalem, I believe?
Penny Shannon.
They were talking about, they believe that that's what the story of the burning bush of Moses is.
So that is mimosa with the DMT and Syrian wood with the monoamine oxidase inhibitor. In other words, it's ayahuasca, but a Middle Eastern alternative, doing the same thing, the electromolecular.
And isn't it possible in some way that the idea of the burning bush was then giving up dry or extract DMT? It's very possible, right? Because you're talking about the burning bush producing God. And it just so happens that this bush is the acacia trees are super rich in DMT, and it's all over the area. And I should probably insert that this would be some culture. That's what 1% leasing.
Every now and then on Facebook, I get accused of being a freemason. Hancock is a freemason. As though it explains everything. I know lots of Freemasons. I've spoken in the Sonic Lodges, but I don't know if I shouldn't have gone to place.
I went to a wedding that my friend Duncan Trussell was performing at. These 2 Satanists in like 2003, and to this day, it was one of the LaVeys, Anton LaVey or Stanton LaVey, whatever it is, his son. And his son got married to some young atheist, and they called themselves Satanists. So Duncan performed at this wedding. I went there. To this day, I get fucking tweets about being a Satanist. I can't join your little club, pal. I can't be one of your Masons. I need to confess. You didn't realize this? I secretly initiated.
Oh my God! Oh, you're in.
So you're in. How do you secretly initiate somebody? Can you do that? First time, I sort of. You could get it if you want. Well, even you. I met a couple of Masons. They're very cool. Most Masons don't really understand the focus of symbolism that they're sitting like us. Not to get off on Freemasons, but simply there's a mass of symbols. And that's the thing that custodians. Most of them don't have a clue what it means, but they're doing an important job by preserving this corpus of symbolism through the layout of the lodge, the meaning of every component in the lodge. The purely has meaning. And you have to celebrate. correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all also an integral part of how Washington D.C. is designed. Is that true?
Yeah, because I haven't been right on this week.
Oh, okay. But what I've seen is that there's a bunch of videos we can watch that sort of describe how the layout is in some way, some sort of sacred geometry. I think that's based on
Freemasons were massively involved in the construction of Washington, as they were of many great cities. The city I live in England is like, major Masonic architecture.
So is it like people like me that when I initially heard this, they hear something like Masons are God, well, get out of here. You know what? Like we assume that all groups of people that follow anything somehow know the Bible.
Masons, in my opinion, they're largely a drinking club. Mainly that. Guys who like it at all, but they can make special arrangements to people. For example, my wife's, when I've given a talk in a lodge, I've given talks in 2 or 3 lodges when been asked to do so. Then they make a special ceremony to allow my wife's son. I won't go anywhere else. And so women can go in. But then there are others within Masonry who are pursuing deeply esoteric interest and exploring the mysteries, and you can have incredible conversations. So it's just another group of people who are doing the thing. It's not for me. I wouldn't join. I would lose. I think if I joined Freemasonry, it would weaken me as a group. I think I'm better able to comment on this things. I'm not.
That's interesting. Why do you think that?
Well, because I think I have to remain open to all possibilities, and if I commit myself to a particular line, I don't commit myself to a particular religion. I don't commit myself to a particular men's club either. Which is what makes me. I think if I commit that, then ultimately I will become a spokesperson for that. And I don't want to be that.
That makes a lot of sense considering your observation and how important being open-minded has been to your life. It's like it's like, absolutely. Without it, how could you have ever done things? I mean, and the thing of the initial thing to tell me about is where they do the Ark of the Covenant, which is one of the most bizarre ideas ever. And that was my first book on historical mystery. It's so interesting. But I've always imagined you as a young guy forced to sort of reconcile this bizarre piece of evidence. We have these old men with cataracts in their eyes, that they're on radiation sites. I mean, no one's allowed to go inside and see this thing. And they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant in there. I'm like, what the fuck is in there? It was the beginning of a magic. It was the beginning of a magical journey. It's been a magical journey for everyone else, because of me. One of my favorites about it was, to me, it was one of those books that just come down and so more innocent years in the heart of it. Yeah. Fucking aliens, man. Favorites, especially when I come out with fucking when I made the case for a lost civilization and a global capitalism and fingerprints of the gods, I can't begin to account for the amount of hostility, anger, and rage that generated in the academic community. The idea was considered to be absolutely absurd. 20 years later, with Magicians of the Gods, it's not so absurd anymore. The evidence is not. We have incredible evidence now for the global cataclysm in exactly the period that counts, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. We have sites like Göbekli Tepe, we have redefinition of distinct. The whole area is just about to explode in the future. We're on the edge of the paradigm shift in this country. What I really appreciate about your courage is that you've also had the courage to admit when you've made mistakes. So you don't in any way pretend to be some sort of bearer of secret knowledge that anyone else possesses.
And it's absolutely not a glue. I don't want to be anything like that. I'm a reporter. That's what I am. I'm a reporter who's reporting on offbeat subjects. And to some extent, I'm an outsider. It's one of the talks I do about being an outsider. I think there is a place for it.
I don't think you're an outsider. I think you're an outsider from the established mainstream ideas. I just think that ideas are the same. We're both outsiders in that area. Don't you think these established channels that are so deeply in distributing information, those things are reliable, so reliable? When you're getting a professor who can do a podcast, he can teach a class, he can write a book, or he can do a podcast on a certain subject. And like, you're aware of Dan Carlin and the Hardcore History podcast, which I just can't stop reading about. What he's done is brought historical, accurate, but really dramatic stories of real events that took place. Really, like, that's just not like this is, but it's not mainstream. Well, what's more mainstream than being number one on the iTunes podcast list, which he is all the time? What is more mainstream? He must be getting millions of downloads.
It's part of the big change that's taking place in our society. The old structures are being overthrown, being thrown away. It's a very uncomfortable time. It's a very uncertain time. It's a very exciting because we can build out of this something amazing in the future. The internet's had a huge part of the fact that people can communicate with one another.
Since I've had a I was late. Any professional. Geologists who are in the world. Interesting, you said earlier about the data. I'm always looking for some people's data. Right. Because I have questions and I think maybe somebody who would disagree with me and say, right. But I try to associate as much as possible with hanging out with professionals. And of course, what I discover is that a lot of them are working in these things part-time, and that's the money without making it part of their. I go on a field trip with geologists and just flood things. None of them are really working full-time. It's all exploration, mineral exploration, whatever. They're doing this research into geological catastrophes on their right. Recently, just the last summer, I got a fight to actually do research. It's made of geological society, which is the largest society for professional geologists in the Southeast. So I jumped to the geologists rather than, and so I presented hoping that in challenge, somebody was trying to say, didn't happen.
So did you make friends with some of these mainstream geologists?
Oh yeah, well I've been knowing, I just took a trip for some campus. So yeah, my objective was to learn geology, not for the energy industry, and I have geological questions.
And you've worked with them. In my opinion, you know more about this stuff than 10 fully PhD geologists.
Yeah, yours. So what's fascinating to me about all of this is that I think what you've done has been very measurable. Everything you back up with facts and photographs and descriptions and disclaimers. When you said, well, it is possible, you would go down other various paths. You're not dogmatic about these ideas, but you've spent so much time going over this. I don't know if there's a commensurate guy in mainstream archaeology that has been public about the Illuminati. Because if there is, I feel like we probably would have heard about them. The podcasts have been, the ones that we've done, they've been seen by millions of people. They've been listened to by millions of people. The information is getting out there, and it makes a real difference. You're always going to have the guys, like I think Michael Schumer is very important, not himself, because that knee-jerk reaction to do something, to mock something or put down something that's not mainstream. Like one of his tweets, he said, like archaeology with evidence, archaeology. How do you do that? This doesn't even make any sense. And that's someone who's not paying attention to your work. That means all you do is focus on evidence.
I'm reminded of a Shakespearean line, he thinks the lady doesn't protest too much. Why does he need to say that it's got evidence? It's like Fox News saying fair and balanced.
He's tweeting at you. Yeah. Meanwhile, your entire book is based on photographic evidence and all the other various pieces of evidence. You get the documents, examining all these pieces of evidence. These are things that
These are actual real sites that you can look at. I'm drawing inferences from them that yeah, like that's
Well, like Robert Schoch and guys like him are so guys who have the courage, who's a Boston University professor who has the courage to look at the stones and say, this is the product.
kudos to Robert Schoch as a geologist, as a career academic geologist who's taken that risk, put himself out there and followed the evidence where it leads. Another one is Dan Gilman in Indonesia, who's been responsible for the investigation of this experience where work has been stopped since 2015. Again, he's a highly credentialed geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, but he's been looking at archaeology, bringing his geological expertise to that. So things are changing. We are finding academics who are willing to engage and willing to discuss. I got into a very interesting email correspondence with a guy called Daniel Lohmann from the German Archaeological Institute, who's an architect and an archaeologist, and he was very civil to me. He answered my question. We went into it in depth. We had quite a long debate. That's very refreshing. That kind of thing wasn't happening.
Yeah, that is very refreshing. Now, what about those pyramids in Bosnia? Is that what is the deal? Are those things?
I've been there. I know Sam Osman personally. Sam's the guy who's provided the songs. I like Sam very much. I must say, when I'm in Zagora, I'm extremely convinced. But when I look rationally at the so-called pyramids, I don't think. I think they're good. I did spend with Sam showing me around, and he spent 3 days in Bosnia looking at the so-called pyramids. I do see that the tourist industry is built up around this, and it's a fabulously beautiful, intriguing site. Massively beautiful, mountainous place, but they are hills. They are not hills. The impression is given that there are tunnels, passageways inside the pyramids. That's not true. The passageways are about 2.5 kilometers away. They're very low tech. I just don't see it, and for that reason, I did not cover the Bosnian pyramids of magicians at the time. I'm not going to say they're not pyramids. I'm not going to write a book saying that they're wrong. But they didn't excite me to justify devoting a chapter. It's much more exciting and important archaeological discoveries that are being made, like the Göbekli Tepe, which need more space.
And there's some pyramid-like structures with hills in China as well.
There's thousands of pyramids in China. Xi'an, the province of Xi'an, it's just one big land. We're seeing pyramids. There are certainly hundreds and hundreds distributed across fields, vanishing off into the distance in all directions. They've been terraced and used as agriculture. Local farmers grow crops on them. I went there with Chinese archaeologists. They haven't excavated a single, not to my knowledge. They said, we don't have, this was nearly 10 years ago, I was there. They said, we probably got the money now, but they said then they didn't have the money. They said, we're an old country. We don't mind if we wait till we're first to get to grips with this. Christ. And the famous tomb of the first emperor is part of this pattern. It is also a pyramid. It has also not been excavated. The terracotta army around it has been.
The terracotta army. It was on display somewhere, wasn't it? You can go and see it.
Yeah, but it's.
I want to see one. I want to look at those things. What a bizarre concept. Now, these pyramids, so this one that this emperor was buried in that had the terracotta army, was that it as well?
It is a pyramid. It is, absolutely. It's a man-made pyramid. The terracotta army was buried around its edges, not in the pyramid itself.
So the army was there to protect him?
Yeah, it was protected so into the afterlife seems to be the idea. And then there's a mythology that's going on. Within the pyramid is connected with mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. There's a whole story about how intensely protected it was, and up to this day.
That's so crazy. How could someone leave that alone?
And you know, even major archaeological sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, for example, you'll find that only about 2% of the site has been excavated. I don't know how we can draw inferences about the site and claim a correction like that. And that's the problem, I think, with archaeology, and it's why we have to consider it.
And what an image of the terracotta in front of these pyramid rooms are spectacular.
They knew they brought some of them. They came to the British Museum. There were a number of them. But it's so much bigger than that. There's thousands of these terracotta figures. And this pyramid is made out of what? Stones? So they just sort of shaped through the ground. Yeah, they've brought in a into a pyramid, but it wasn't. It's not just massive stone blocks. It's not massive stone. That's why they can grow crops on the sides of some. So they would build these giant mounds of dirt and then dig holes in them and support them. Well, they probably created the interior, subterranean as they were building. And they just stacked dirt on it. We have to consider this with archaeological sites. Any site may actually not be the project of this one project that they can rework and work over and use. This is stunning to me. I found out about this because my friend John Ross was here. He showed me he was a child. He showed me some video. And I was like, I don't even know about this. And I had no idea it was this movie. So here's what was exposed. Was this movie? The controversial ancient pyramid of China. That one that was exposed at China. Well, that is another thing about China. We just don't have a clue. When I think about it, the age and scale of things, we're so sudden. We're only around since 1776 when the country was established. It's not really long ago. We're dealing with China. We're dealing with thousands of years of civilization, all rising and falling and taking place and adapting and growing, all in this one area. But still, in our eyes, it's kind of behind, right? I mean, they're behind environmentally, they're behind when it comes to human rights. Consider this. The Portuguese, in the late 14th rounded the Cape. They've entered the Indian Ocean in their little ships. They've entered the Indian Ocean and they actually establish a huge empire against them. Now, they go all over. The seas are open. If they had come 40 years ago, they would have encountered the Chinese treasure. Ships that were 50 times larger than the little caravels the Portuguese were sailing. Last year, you know what the Chinese did at that time? They went through a period where they felt they just wanted to give gifts. And they put together these huge fleets carrying incredibly precious gifts, silks and ceramics. And they took them all around the Indian Ocean and they just gave. So off the coast of East Africa and in East Africa you can find remains of this in this episode. And then the Chinese emperor came along and he closed the doors. Went on the boats, shut everything down, and didn't let anybody speak to China for 2 minutes.
But even because those times the Chinese and keep them created that protect their culture. And the right thing with them. Isn't that generally from other places?
Constant desire to maintain that situation. Sure, but you have to say some kind of hidden issue. I'd love to see something like some drone stuff from the kind of
Yeah, that's
and let's have a look at that. Those Chinese pyramids, they blow my mind as well. That's unbelievable. It's an eerie, spooky scene, and I recommend anybody to see it. It's incredible how many and how unexplained. So it's again, it feeds into my general. Yeah, you look at this one.
Looking at facing western Montana, you see some hills in the foreground, you see a basin in the back. Right here on top of this hill, down on the side, you can see that there's some flooring. Those are flooring forever. Because everything you're looking at is the landscape, including the universe, these large masses. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start sweeping around as the video plays. You're going to notice down here a series of ripples. Okay, I see that. Okay, I'm going to have to pause in a second. Let's keep going around. You start seeing the ripples on the landscape. let's pause right there. Right there, let's pause up. Pushing that. If you look up, you're going to see a flat piece of land like a tuft. And we've got brown, yeah, Jamie's. That's a hitch on these. That's a devil. It's a devil. What a devil is. Devil is when the river goes into a body of water that's carrying sediment. Because the river's moving along, swiftly carrying the sediment. Standing body of water, it slows down and it drops its sediment and builds a devil. The whole city of Portland, for example, is built on a giant devil. Right? New Orleans is built on the devil.
It was unbelievably terrifying. I wanted to protect my daughter. I just didn't know how. It's just hard. What the heck was happening to her in the middle of the night? I feel like there was a darkness that we had somebody that like cursed us. So I called a friend. She came over and she smudged my house not once but twice. Basically what smudging is burning sage. It cleanses the house, spirits. I wasn't hoping anything. But nothing really honestly helped until like we moved out and then everything stopped.
Laura decided to look for an explanation that may help her understand all that her family endured.
I actually did not make the connection that we were living on Mountain Street until after we moved out of there. I called the Baraboo Historical Society and asked them what that road was named for, and they were able to confirm that Mountain Street is in fact named because there's Native American mountains on Mountain Street.
Laura learned that long before the circus tent staked the ground, Baraboo was home to Native Americans of the woodland tradition. In these early centuries, they developed a deep connection to the fertile land and for hundreds of years constructed elaborate earthworks known as effigy mounds.
Here in the Baraboo area between 800 and 1200 AD, there was a group of Native Americans known as the effigy mound builders. There was over 300 effigy mounds here built in the area.
All sacred spaces, the mounds were built in the shapes of animals like bears, buffalo, and eagles. Some were used for ceremonies and rituals, while others served as burial sites for members of the tribe. And some extremely rare mounds, including one in Baraboo, were man-shaped. Today, it is very significant as it is the only one of its kind remaining in the United States.
Alright, so we're heading west on Water Street toward Mound Street.
Tourists come from all over to see this rare earthwork.
We came to Baraboo last year. We knew that Man Mound was a very special historic site, and we decided that we definitely wanted to go visit.
But when Amelia Cotter and Jonathan Pollock arrived at Man Mound Park, they found themselves feeling very unwelcome.
It was a very quiet morning. It was very desolate.
There were no other people around, there were no other vehicles.
But as we were walking around, all of a sudden, we heard this loud, high-pitched sound. And it was coming closer to us. I've never heard anything like that. I immediately had the feeling that we should get out of there. I was spooked, and then when we went to start the car would not start.
We got you in our clutches now. You're coming to the hellhounds. They're gonna rip your
I
face
don't
off.
usually have strong
Turn
feelings
it
and
into a
impressions.
mask.
And this was a powerful feeling.
We have birth to Venus.
We have Jerry Bernstein from the
NSA arriving shortly.
Yeah.
What do you hear about that? Providing
He's been around.
When was the last long-term relationship you had?
Oh, me? Put it on the ground.
Intelligence. New series Sunday, September 13th on Showcase.
Did you see that there's no movie releases?
Everything about you.
Nope.
Who your friends were, your family, how much you make, how much you owe, all your
Give it
secrets.
3 more months and it'll be in clear.
And they could use it against you. Would you let them into your life? Of course not. The problem is, you already have.
When I believe in something, I'm all in. So if I'm going to be blonde, it's got to be great. Superior preference from L'Oreal Paris. Translucent liquid gel
Whatever.
If you're gonna go blonde, it's gotta be great.
Just be blonde.
Our faces reflect who we are. In each emotion and every touch, your skin tells your story. Care for it with Nivea Q10 Power. Containing a Q10 coenzyme identical to the one made by your skin. It hydrates to help boost skin's elasticity. For
Look
visibly
at
firm skin.
1976.
Care for the skin that makes you
Look online and search it. Google whatever's in that right hand corner. Google that and it'll.
Reinhardt, 1976.
Yeah. Google it.
Alright, this is the first time I've
Come on,
heard
then, look. You're my film guy, right?
Well, no, this is, I left this for another time. So Reinhardt, it's Reinhardt.
I know who Reinhardt is.
This is going to be interesting. $20.
Yeah.
Make me carry that around. $20.
Hey, you should ask him if he has a dead computer.
This is a clear aligner from Smile Direct Club. It takes teeth like these and transforms them into those.
Alright,
Join
so
more than 500,000 satisfied earners who let us
Reinhardt, 76.
$10 a month at
There we go.
SmileDirectClub.ca.
let's get it up in the fucking open
Yeah,
here.
Google.
Eating well Italian style is easy.
Reinhardt, 1976.
To eat everywhere. It's the
Quartet picture.
real Italian taste.
Quartet picture.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, okay. In 1976, Reinhardt published a series of fine art posters and prints, many of which have musical motifs and delightful humorous fantasy setting. His best known work, The Four Rehearsal. This is what I got, The Four Rehearsal.
Yep.
A 4 by 6 foot sculpture. So it's yeah, okay, that makes sense. A sculpture of the Albenberg String Quartet. So this is a lithograph of the sculpture.
Yep.
And yeah, it's okay, so it's, I don't know what. So next thing I would say is like worth. Worth.
Yeah, just tag a in brackets after the end of your, so like Reinhardt 76 or quartet lithograph, you put it in brackets and it narrows down your scope, value. Something simple as value.
Yeah. Well, we're getting closer. We're getting closer.
So whatever you put.
Oh, here.
So whatever you put in brackets, that's all the internet looks at. So the algorithm is, first you put a bracket, and you put your word setting in there, and then you put another bracket, and then you hit. Or if you put that in quotations, that also narrows it down too. It's really quite cool. My friend taught me this.
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to know some of those finer goofy things. It's like, that's your best pal. Yeah, always. But yeah, they sell. I don't know what price yet. Closer.
They
Closer.
basically destroyed
Most of the mounds that were
Because
in
I
this
seen the
area-
picture.
When the settlers arrived, they were focused on building homes and farming the land. Any edifices that got in their way were plowed over.
See, posters are ephemeral, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff that survives is it's good. It's
And
been maintained shape and color, and that one's been in a frame, right?
Yeah.
over the mound, cutting his legs off, separating him from the rest of his body.
Yeah, he's probably right. That's
Painted
worth
part of
something.
his legs on the road there.
He wants me to
and
keep
then
it because his intention
plastic
was keep it for a
where
while.
the mound
Okay.
portion
You
of
know?
his feet had
Yeah.
been. They could have built the road anywhere, but they built
But
the
you
road
never
through
know
the
when that
mound,
while is, right?
decades the road,
Because
man
now might be the
road,
best time.
which is pretty incredible to me.
Did the disruption
Grows
of
back.
graves inside the burial mounds at Man Mound and other sites throughout the town unleash the violent spirits that haunt Baraboo to this day?
From what I've been told, the mounds on Mound Street are burial mounds. Anytime you unearth
Yeah.
a cemetery, that is just unbelievably
Drinking your
disrespectful.
coffee, man.
Oh man!
Oh, no.
Yeah, I can spit
Sure.
in it.
Sure.
Freaking- freaking this. Oh fuck!
Disrespected
No. What a freak! No.
bad luck is an understatement.
I don't care.
Ghost hunters, treasure hunters.
That was just insanity.
Perhaps also
Anyways, I got some treasures, actually. Bins. I'm looking for the real ones. They're hard to spot sometimes,
the town came upon hard times.
but I don't have to get to it
decision
yet.
to leave Baraboo in the
Oh,
winter
right,
of
got it.
1917 to 1918 relocate.
That's a
It
big
was a
one.
move that was not expected in its community. It caught them totally off guard. It really
I know
accelerates
the
this
real big one
into the
is.
Great
$200 in the United
Depression.
States,
Oh, yeah.
but that's just for a print.
Oh, right.
So
This is an original lithograph. $200 for a print.
yeah. So
Dude.
here's an offset print. It's in stock. $190 right there.
We're here at the infamous.
Where's that? See them? See the picture.
So what's a lithograph? Is a lithograph a poster?
No,
Oh.
it's a high print.
There you go.
So-
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
So it's like a plate. This has all been etched,
Yeah.
and this has all been etched in a fine high copper. The better the value the metal is, that's where the value comes from. That's why you look at it. So I'm thinking lithography, and the best way to look at it is I want to zoom in, but it's not letting me to zoom in. So
Oh,
where's the zoom on this thing here? That's a shortcut
This
too.
back here is a gangster back bar. It was Al Capone's hang on his gang during Prohibition.
Anyways,
oh. If you want to resume,
yeah.
yeah. If you want to go zoom, you go here.
Yep.
Make sure that the cursor's in the middle there.
Yep.
Take 2 fingers and spread them out.
Oh, okay.
And you might be able to do that with this. It's a modified version on the mouse.
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
Yeah. There you go.
Perhaps this is why BC
Yeah,
Farr
that's
got a
one.
lot more than he bargained for when he bought the place in 1998.
So that's a
So it's worth a
320. That's a high value for that print there.
yeah.
So they're saying 40% off, but that's the original price right there.
Though BC isn't shy about the inn's haunted reputation, local
Well, that's still pretty
Dennis
cool.
and Brenda didn't know what they
Yeah.
were getting themselves into when they came to check out the
Oh.
historic tavern.
Okay. So
It was probably late 2015.
they're limited edition, probably.
Steinberg Manual. What a cool name.
Do we know what the limit was? The editions? How many printed or anything like that?
Let's see.
But the bar is not the only place in the inn where BC's guests have had unsettling
Okay.
experiences.
So if this is an actual Reinhardt,
It presented to me as if it was like I get spiders. Gave me said, I want you to have this. How many times have people do that?
Activities in this dark energy happen in the basement, and it intends to stay there.
You can open her up too if you want.
so this is a print And I know it's a print because there's no, let me look on the back.
To the horrifying acts that occurred there decades later, the basement's
So it might not
energy
be
is so
anything
dark
too special.
that DC rarely allows anyone else to venture there.
I was curious as to what really was down there.
So
Top
there,
end, I think.
It's the people.
If it's not special, it's $350.
so the
Back
there,
to $200.
there'd be a pencil mark on the actual paper.
Right.
It'd say 1
One
over
of
1.
something, right?
So if it's 1 over 1, that's an original. So if it says 1 over 1,000, and this is number 38, the higher it is, the more value it is. And this is so good because there's no damage.
Right.
And that's why those are things you look for.
Yeah, but there's it's not there though.
No, but still,
But it could be underneath it.
$320. There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Here you go. I'll give this to you.
Something was just crushing me. It felt like my whole body was being just ramped up.
It's cool though, eh? Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty neat. Cool story. The story's worth more. You know, and that's the thing over time, right? With whatever story you bring to it.
Legend says that a
The more you know about the story,
this ranch, and for decades,
where it came from,
Yeah.
the more value these items have.
a team of scientists fulfilled their attempts to
Oh,
uncover
but
the
the story.
mystery. From the producers of the Crucible Island comes the next big dig. The Secret of Skid Rock Ranch, new series September 6th.
Said he was
on
a
History.
madman.
Yep.
One week, it's all it takes. Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. Not just any retinol, accelerated retinol SA. For smoother skin in 1 day. Younger looking skin in 1 week. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Neutrogena. High acid, bonding acid. L'Oreal Revitala's highest concentration of hyaluronic acid in the serum.
Moving right along.
On skin and reduces the look of wrinkles by 47%.
So many cool ways to do. Nice tissue is the best way. At the moment.
At YoPlay, we believe that growing kids need strong bones. So go ahead, get out there and play. YoPlay, with calcium and vitamin D to help build
All
strong
come together
bones.
as one.
Those batteries last a long time.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Red Tag Days are here. With great offers on select 2020 models. Start planning for your new Toyota with our online shopping tools at shoptoyota.ca.
Found the best way to keep your electronics charged up so it lasts a little longer. So I get 60%. Then I'll plug it in. It doesn't drain your battery. You're still out of charging there. And I'll bring that back up to 100% for another, 7 or 8 hours. And then,
Now you're free to
by
log
that
off for
time, your
days
batteries are low
and
mode,
receive praise for
so
your
you have
log
lost
ways,
any
which
charge in
turns
the
into
battery.
a log workout
You wake up
craze.
and carry on, and then
Stay
you can
flake free no matter
carry on.
what you do.
So,
Nothing should get in the way of pizza night. At
Yeah.
Little Caesars, we cook ours at
You
75 degrees
go
and
to-
never touch it after. And for a limited
I think that
time,
goes for a lot of
get
things too.
Canadian pizzas for
Like
$6.99 each
cars,
when you order online.
how you drive
Get
them.
yours with not contact carry out and delivery.
Being stuck in your home during this pandemic also means you have a home. Waiting in line for groceries means you have money for groceries. The isolation, being broke and totally scared about what's next. I was feeling that before the crisis.
snare couple
People say we're in this
Yeah.
together, but for me,
You know why?
I've got no
Because you can't really stock these 8 bits in the fucking city. Everything is provided for you, you thought. You thought
You're so helpless.
Yeah,
You
you're
can't
so
live
helpless
without us.
now you can't do it.
The following program contains
And now all our cities are dying. Well, they're dying because maybe it was a bad idea or got too big. You know, you're running out of water because you're idiots. You know, no, it's just like, whatever it is.
Unexplainable encounters are
That's it.
regular occurrences.
They all die.
Several people have attacked by violent
Figured.
spirits
These are good.
feel they have been disrupted or disrespected.
Yeah, my mom too.
Basement
We got Irish jujits, or no, British jujits, gumdrops. Oh my God, this is humbugs.
Yeah.
Those are awesome. Yep.
I could have picked up all that stuff today. She was just.
So kind of your mom.
Yeah, it is very needed.
Yeah, well, I know my mother would have done the same thing. Brought me a basket of food.
Yeah, it's like that's so nice.
Yeah.
Dennis decides to
Oh, here's a pair of shoes. Oh, no. There's a brand new hush puppies. Yeah, I like those. You're a rugged boy.
Guided by BC, Dennis is joined by Brenda, BC's sister Shelly.
I'm tired, though. Like, why doesn't it feel better other than certain categories?
Entities who linger at the old bear
swings both ways.
Dennis, after your experience,
I think we all get this.
I'm a little apprehensive.
You know, it's like,
yeah.
Yeah, I do want to go like that. All right, I'll take it down there. Lots of bad things happened in the basement before. And unfortunately, there's some dark energy trapped down there. And we do not want to disturb the dark energy. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Watch your step.
There's only I
I'm feeling pretty nervous right now. I can hear you. I see you shaking. I feel it too. There's stuff behind that door. Anybody wants to go in there, you can go in there. I'm not going in there. I'll leave.
I think I just go put my pants.
I feel a sharpness in my heart as if I just got stabbed in the chest. I feel a sharpness in the middle of my chest right now. That was an interrogation. People were tied to a chair.
Pushing past his
Oh, yeah.
Dennis follows Perry.
He's going in.
Really? It may be a mistake.
I feel like heaviness in my head. Like a little bit of a pressure in my head that I didn't have upstairs.
I'm nervous about turning the corner.
Okay, we're going to continue on over here. All right. Watch your head. This is the execution. Wow.
I'm getting really tingly.
This is blood bleeding through the forehead and pain. It just keeps bleeding. Bullets all over it. Bullet. I feel like there's bodies buried in this crystal.
I didn't want to bring it out, but
There is definitely bodies that's been buried underneath this.
Whether it's the spirits of the mounds or the souls executed in the basement of the
They just got things stored there.
is certain.
Yeah. Oh. No, like dude, I was in a house just like this, my friend, in Hamilton. Oh, just recent too. When I took my mom to Hamilton, and she moved into the guy's place while I was in the hospital, right? This place was fucking litter. And I spent some time in that basement too. Believe me, something, right? I'll fine. I'll sit fine. You know, it's like, what's that?
More like to go to sleep.
Well, sometimes no, right?
Dennis wants them all.
Every fucking ball.
somebody go with
All right, well, going in a week, you know. This is okay, so I got the flight and everything, you know, the car and everything,
Yeah.
I feel. She stayed there for a while, all by herself.
It's a good feeling, man. Being in the trailer in the bush.
Well, for her, it was this this rat infested thing, right? And it was in a town she knew, but not a sexual town that she was in. I don't think. Anyways, a lot of history, right? A lot of spiritual shit. Anyways, like she's
our most advanced anti-wrinkle protocol by Vichy Laboratoire. Sometimes the best time is time you make for yourself. Aveeno Daily Moisturizing Lotion improves skin hydration.
I laughed, right?
She just needed to put 5 buckets, 45-gallon drums, those small ones, 5-gallon buckets,
Yeah.
plastic. You make them stick, it comes up to the top. You have a metal rod, the bolt around both sides. It just spins. And then you have that ladder come up and put peanut butter in the middle. They walk to the middle, they go to knead it, and they fall into the bucket. And there's only a little hole it's too high for them to jump up. So after I get in the night, there's before I get every mouse in those buckets, so there's 35 or 40, even 50 mice. They're all dead, There you go. You can have mice for supper for the next month.
Yeah. That's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, she was going through stuff she's very logical.
Mm-hmm.
Things that need to be done, right? But at that time, for me, I was just driving her. I didn't sign up. You know what I'm saying in lots of ways, right? I got so many cool things where it's she's got this fucking account. Right?
Yeah.
And she's wondering where these keys, because she's looking for a key to these hospitals, right? And he's like, "Where's that key? What do you mean on this part?" And there was probably about 100 keys on here, and she's just going out of her mind about keys. And she was trying to clean everything, get this house clean. It's just one of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's a very clean woman, right?
Yeah.
Man, just for the sake of this love, right? You gotta
Anti-wrinkle superdose with volcanic water and 10% vitamin C, hypoallergenic. Reignite radiance and smooth wrinkles. Lift Active Peptide C en poudre, our most advanced anti-wrinkle protocol by Vichy Laboratoire.
It was good to see Lucy. Lucy's still up there. Acting.
Yeah.
The following program contains scenes with violence and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
Kill Bell.
Yeah.
Slices his head clean off his shoulders.
Wow. What's squirting everywhere?
The presence of a vicious spirit in the basement of the old Barracudian has once again overwhelmed Dennis.
Somebody go with Dennis. Somebody go with Dennis.
As Dennis retreats upstairs to safety, the others also feel the urge to leave.
Get Shelly out of here. Please get out.
I've had that feeling.
Get her up the stairs.
It's they just for an individual, right? That's the easiest way to still fear, and then you go after at whatever point in time is usually be this right?
Mm-hmm.
I started feeling pain down there.
And so even knowing that you're the weakest link and going into those situations, that
I feel like
that's a very, very brave thing to do.
Somebody else's weight right
But it's all just an illusion, right? It's real. But when you realize it fucking can't really hurt you. Can they? No.
An often violent spirit seems to be unleashed. Sometimes lurking in the town's underground passageways, this terrifying
Hiding doesn't mean that
demands
I don't remember.
that it was once denied.
You know?
I'm saying? I think it's the same energies that are haunting these places because the
Too
stories we
many
hear and the evidence
stories.
that comes there, they're all about the same.
I think anytime you disrupt the cemetery and burial ground, that you're disrupting a lot of energy. This energy tends to reproduce itself, and I think that is a major contributing factor to the haunting of Bear.
There's definitely bodies suspended in there. I don't think we'll ever know what truly we're experiencing. There's a lot of theories out
Yep,
there.
that would have been me. With the
We
bear,
can
there's a
explain
body
everything
dead here.
else away. What's left is the
Right there.
unexplained.
This program is available in described video for the visually impaired.
The chilling tale of a long-lost ghost ship. There were all of these dead bodies. The cause of death was bewildering. A medical mystery that changed the world.
His inventions may never have happened if it hadn't been for a freak near-death experience.
And a gruesome crime with a shocking twist.
The toxicologist didn't find poison. What she found was definitely more peculiar.
These are the mysteries at the museum.
Just off the 130-mile coastline of New Jersey, hidden beneath the waves, lies one of the largest maritime graveyards in the world. Stormy seas and unseen sandbars have contributed to more than 7,000 shipwrecks. Wow. And in the seaside town of Beach Haven is an institution dedicated to unlocking the mysteries of these sunken treasures, the New Jersey Maritime Museum. Among the nautical marvels on display is an unassuming item that recalls a deeply disturbing series of events.
The artifact is around 80 years old. It's a metal box that's gray in color and rectangular in shape. It was designed to communicate across very long distances.
That was it.
This 1940s era radio receiver is connected to a chilling tale that has terrified sailors for decades.
This is a story about a ghost ship on the high seas.
Maritime history is filled with amazing stories of giant squid, bloodthirsty pirates, and fat ships.
Calamari for supper.
But possibly the strangest of all is that of a vessel named the Orang Medan.
I like calamari, by the way.
It's done right. I like it. It's on the crispy side for me.
American merchant
Any
ship
Greek food is fine with me.
Tzatziki sauce always kind of does it. Like Theo's, the livers, those are fucking.
This was no ordinary distress signal. It was
We used to go there for
an
cast parties and
incredibly
stuff.
ominous and in many ways terrifying
But
message.
I don't think their menus
The
changed.
transmission
Not much,
reads,
nope.
all officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead.
And then at the very end of the distress signal, that simply said, "I die," and then trailed off into nothing.
The transmission appears to be coming from a Dutch freighter sailing off the shores of Malaysia's west coast. It's called the Orang Medan. Alarmed, the Silver Star's crew sets a course towards the stricken ship.
The captain of the American ship that received this signal knew that he had to get there as soon as he could. If this message was to be believed, urgency was imperative.
But when the Silver Star reaches the allegedly distressed vessel, it looks perfectly intact.
What they find is sort of bewildering. This ship just sort of drifting aimlessly. There's not a soul in sight, but neither is there any visible damage to the hull. The Americans decide it's time to board this ship and figure out what exactly went down here.
The captain of the Silver Star brings a search party on board the Orang Medan. There, the men are met with a horrifying scene. Strewn about the deck are the corpses of the crew members, each one with a look of terror frozen on his face.
This is like something out of a horror movie.
That's why you don't stare a monkey in the eyes.
Inexplicably, there were all of these dead bodies, but no
right?
signs of
Yeah,
struggle,
man.
no
Don't stare a
sign
monkey
of
in the eye.
anything. The
Don't
cause of
stare in
death
the
was
mirror
a
too long,
total
either.
mystery.
Yeah, it gets spooky.
Before
Just
the crew
reach
of
through
the
the mirror and
Silver
grab
Star
your
can
soul
investigate further,
frozen, sucks you through the mirror.
they spot smoke billowing
Leave
from
your
below
nothing but a
and
dead
quickly evacuate.
skeleton, meat and bones.
They make it back to their ship just in time.
Do you know who I am?
Orang Medan exploded.
You know we have
Left
it.
of
What
it
you gonna do,
plummeted
motherfucker?
beneath the waves, never to be seen again.
Voice in my head.
The crew of the Silver Star files a report about the disturbing event with the American Coast Guard. But when officials investigate, they find
If nobody knew what we're talking about, and they come in and go,
the
what
Orang Medan
fuck
is
is he
listed
talking
on the National
He's gone
Registry
off
of
the
Ships.
deep end.
There was no paperwork for the ship or even any
confirmation.
All right, top end 200 bucks. I think. No, top end 3.
Well,
In
it's
the years
320.
that followed the
That's the
alleged
highest
incident
that
of
I've heard.
1947, the
Okay, hold on to it for a bit more.
Yeah, if you give it another 20 years, it'll be worth 60. By the time you die, it'll be worth probably 15 or 20 years.
Stories of this ship spread.
You know, man.
As the years went on, more and more theories came out, each more outlandish than the last. And many people began to believe that the truth would
Yeah.
never emerge.
Somebody else comes along
So
and
what
finds
really happened?
That's the best. And that's what I want. That's what I want to find, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually hope that this is kind of something like this that I find. Because I know it's that's
Of the mysterious tragedy that befell its crew is finally
Son of-
revealed.
Yep.
It's connected to a sinister
Few I've given away
Japanese
too,
plan
right?
to
That's it.
develop weapons of mass destruction.
If
during
it's there
World
for
War
you,
II.
it's there for you.
The highly covert initiative was known as Unit
But
731.
most of my items are really small.
This story was
Smaller
about to
the
go
better.
from weird to weirder. These Japanese researchers
I
were
wanna get
working on
all those,
biological warfare, really
So
top
I'm really
secret
need
stuff.
all my stuff to be able to travel.
In 1945, Japan surrendered to the Allies, and Unit 731 was officially disbanded.
Suitcase, you know, something like this, right?
However,
It's
some
a labor,
believe
it was
that
a
a few
knapsack.
members of the program
Yeah.
decided to go
35 liter
rogue
knapsack,
and
and that's
catch
all
it.
my world. So I never
These
carried around
renegade
for anything
scientists
else.
are thought to have smuggled potassium
Nothing bad,
cyanide
yeah.
and nitroglycerin on
Food,
merchant
clothes.
ships, such as
Because the mission was so secretive,
We'll do
they
a
would
budget
have used
thing
a
for us.
false ship registry.
Steady period of time, and that's the main thing. And then if
it's
you do a
speculated
training
that
thing,
the
then it's
toxins
different.
stored in oil drums
This
could have
thing
leaked
is-
out and caused the Dutch ships
Oh,
tragic
yeah.
downfall.
Whatever chemicals
Was it
were on
smaller
board
you
could
get,
have been incredibly
or actually-
volatile, which would explain
Smaller you
what
get,
killed
the
the
less
crew
you
on
have.
board.
The bigger
Why
the
the
world
ship
is,
exploded.
right?
Though this story offers the most likely explanation for the odd encounter, the whole truth behind the ill-fated Orang Medan may never be known.
It's understandable why this mystery has lingered. I mean, this is the stuff of nightmares. Despite years of research, nobody has been able to prove conclusively that this ship even existed.
Today, this
Oh.
Morse radio receiver, just like the one used to pick up the Orang Medan's distress signal, is on display at the New Jersey Maritime Museum in Beach Haven. It acts as a chilling reminder of a mysterious ghost ship that may still haunt the ocean. One of the most notorious felons in the history of Colorado was a man named Alfred Packer. In 1883, he was accused of a truly gruesome crime, cannibalism, and served his sentence in the Canyon City
That's where you know
Penitentiary.
civilization is going
Today,
bad.
one section
Oh,
of this
yeah,
now
we're having a
settling
leg tonight.
institution serves
Leg
as a
and
showcase
mushrooms.
of the state's penal history, the Museum of Colorado Prisons. Highlights from the exhibit include a rope fashioned from bed sheets used in a failed attempt to escape during the 1900s. A machine which administered electric shock therapy to inmates. And an assortment of confiscated books that concealed smuggled weapons inside.
Dead man
But
walking.
among these grim relics
Yep.
is perhaps the most disturbing item in the entire collection.
It is 7 inches tall by 7 inches wide. It has a lace pink dress. It's a bit creepy when
It's all
you know
made
where
out
the
of
dog
human
came from.
skin.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
This figurine, handcrafted by an inmate, has a shocking and twisted story to tell.
This doll is linked to a tragic tale of greed and murder.
Beautiful doll.
It's October
Probably
17th,
moves inside
1930 in Denver,
Yeah.
Colorado.
At 322, you know.
Police Chief Captain A.T. Clark has a troubling new case on his desk. The body of a young girl has been found floating in a nearby lake. She is identified as 10-year-old Leona O'Loughlin.
Leona was from a prominent upper middle class family in Denver. She was described as being very sweet, always very well behaved.
Leona's father, Lou, happens to be a member of the police department. When Captain Clark speaks to Lou and Leona's stepmother, Pearl, he learns that Leona has been missing for 3 days. Pearl says she last saw her stepdaughter when she tucked her in for bed.
Pearl said that she put Leona to bed about 8:30. When Leona didn't come down for breakfast the next morning, Pearl knew something was wrong.
At first, Clark considers the possibility that the girl's death is nothing more than an unforeseeable tragedy.
It could have been just an accident. Captain Clark thought maybe she had just wandered off on her own, gotten lost, and drowned.
But an examination of the body reveals a more sinister possibility.
She couldn't have drowned because there was no water in her lungs.
The girl's death may not have been an accident at all, but rather murder. But who would want to kill this child, and why? Clark zeroes in on bruising found on her body during the autopsy and orders a toxicology report. He wonders if Leona was targeted because her father is a cop. He may have made enemies in the local criminal fraternity.
Captain Clark knew that Detective O'Loughlin had been cracking down on some bootleggers. He thought that maybe her father had gotten on the wrong side of somebody who wanted retaliation.
But none of the potential suspects has anything that would connect them to the crime. And without further evidence, the investigation stalls.
Captain Clark began to worry that the killer may never be found.
Then the toxicology report comes back with an astonishing clue that will crack the case wide open in the strangest of ways.
No one deserves this kind of success.
This war between you needs to end.
I don't know what's going on in your mind, but I'm here.
I don't know now.
Dancing themselves to death. These people were suffering from something called hot blood.
Hot blood.
Our faces reflect who we are. In each emotion and every touch, your skin tells your story. Care for it with Nivea Q10 Power. Containing a Q10 coenzyme identical to the one made by your skin. It hydrates to help boost skin's elasticity for visibly firmer skin in 2 weeks. Care for the skin that makes you 100% you with Nivea Q10 Power. Wafer bars. Whole grains are part of a healthy diet. Did you know? They're the first ingredient in Cheerios.
Do I use a toothpaste that only whitens my teeth or one that strengthens enamel? I don't have to choose. Crest 3D White. It removes up to 95% of surface stains and strengthens enamel. Crest. Healthy looking, beautiful smiles for life.
Pills always starts with a pet's biology to anticipate their ever-changing nutrition needs. With differences you can see, feel, and trust. So you're always a step ahead.
Double caramel ice cream bars. Magnum ice cream.
The sleeker, the longer. New Dream Lights with Frizz Eraser Serum by L'Oreal with keratin and cocoa butter. Pump it, sleek it, stretch it. Gain 4 centimeters. Humidity, static, stay sleek. New Dream Lights by L'Oreal Paris. What was it?
With the Insantissimo line, eating well Italian style is easy. Only high-quality tuna, selected legumes and vegetables, many delicious recipes to eat everywhere. Insantissimo line, real Italian taste.
Extraordinary.
Unexpected, mysterious, very awesome.
Let's go.
This is Detour. Let's go.
At the size of this place,
The body of a 10-year-old girl named Leona O'Loughlin has been found in a lake. Investigators initially assumed she drowned accidentally, but toxicology reports tell a very different story. Inside the young girl's body, the medical examiner has detected an unnerving clue.
She found a teaspoon of ground glass.
Then, as Clark tries to figure out how the girl would have ingested glass, he gets a call from Leona's grandfather.
Leona's grandfather came forth with his own shocking new evidence.
According to Dennis O'Loughlin, a few weeks earlier, he had noticed something strange at his son Leo's house when he ate a spoonful of sugar.
The grandfather realized immediately that the texture of the sugar was off. So he spit it in the sink, poured some water on it, and was shocked to see that some of it didn't dissolve.
Confused by this discovery, he saved some of the granules. And when Captain Clark has them examined, he finds a key piece of evidence.
It was actually ground glass mixed with the sugar granules.
Yeah. The police chief concludes that Leona could have died from ingesting ground glass. Then, in a further twist, he learns that Leona's father is also
Not long after she disappeared, Leo fell violently ill.
In fact,
That's a
there's
horrible
only
way to
one
go.
person in the household who hasn't fallen sick. Leona's stepmother.
Captain Clark brought in Pearl for questioning. After hours of intense scrutiny, Pearl finally cracked and confessed.
Investigators conclude that Pearl fed the glass to Leona, struck her on the head, and dumped her body in the lake. Pearl O'Loughlin is charged with poisoning her husband and murdering her stepdaughter. And as for motive, she was after the family's money.
The police found the motive to be basic greed. Pearl's husband Leo had a life insurance policy, and Leo's father was very well off. In Pearl's mind, if she got rid of the grandfather, Leo, and Leona, then all that money would come to her.
The ruthless killer is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. She spends 20 years in jail reflecting on her cruel misdeeds and passing the time crafting figurines using human hair.
I'm gonna do something tonight. I'm gonna play back the Coyote recordings tonight. Around 9:30 or 10:30. And I can play it, crank it up, and see if they respond at all. Then I go, fucking right, more brothers. And I'll get a good fucking lot, and I'll leave. And I'll put some dead coyote, put some shit in the middle of the trail. I have one at 2:30 in the morning. I'm just trotting along. I have my leg on a click. You just stop like this, went around like this, and started coming walking. I went, hey, come on over. They moved for like 10, 15 seconds with the, I saw him go like this. I'm like, oh, come on in. He went, ah, fuck this, turn around. Kept going up the trail, didn't miss the beat. I thought that was a pretty cool encounter.
Yeah. Among the imposing vessels and majestic
Nice
sea craft
boat.
on display is one delicate object that appears completely out of place.
It's 9 inches tall by 3 inches wide. It has a very slim neck, about 1.5 inches in diameter. It's made of dark green glass and it has a square base.
This bottle is linked to a ruthless quest for world supremacy.
This is the story of a glass bottle, a mysterious note, and a nation aspiring to be the dominant power in the world.
It's January 21st, 2018, on Wedge Island in Western Australia. A woman named Tanya Illman is walking along the beach when a glint in the sand catches her eye.
She saw something that was partially buried in sand.
Yeah.
It could be a little bit of discarded rubbish, but she was intrigued to look closer.
It's an
I found all
old
kinds of wild
glass
shit
bottle.
on the beach.
Then she
Nice
notices
bottle.
something unexpected. There's a
Natural
item stuffed
erosion is
inside.
always kind of
It's
circulating.
paper rolled up with twine.
Illman carefully pulls the bound paper out of the bottle and unties the string. To her amazement, written on the paper is some sort of message. The writing appears to be in German, but most astounding of all is the date at the top, June 1886. If genuine, the tiny scroll is 132 years old. She couldn't believe what she saw.
Yeah.
So Illman takes the note to an expert to be translated. The contents of the message are baffling.
It contained a request for the people who found the bottle to write down their exact location and to return this information to Germany.
The strange note also refers to someone named Paula.
Norman thought she might have something really special. What on earth could this mean?
What Illman doesn't realize is that the cryptic instructions are linked to a sinister bid for world domination. So who exactly sent this message and why?
You don't approach the ranch with a degree of reverence.
Legend says that a centuries-old magical curse invades this ranch, and for decades it's been the center of strange activity.
My hope is to get some answers.
Now, for the first time, a team of scientists will film their attempts to uncover the mystery. From the producers of The Curse of Oak Island comes The Next Big Dig, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, new series September 6th on History.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Allegra. Live your life, not your allergies.
Wafer bars. Whole grains are part of a healthy diet. Did you know they're the first ingredient in Cheerios?
Nothing should get in the way of pizza night. At Little Caesars, we cook ours at 475 degrees and never touch it after. And for a limited time, get unlimited 2-topping medium pizzas for $6.99 each only when you order online. Get yours with non-contact carry-out and delivery.
Crest gum and sensitivity. 80% of tooth sensitivity starts here at the gum line. Treat at the source of Crest gum and sensitivity. It lets 2 years of gum line for fast relief and rapid sensitivity protection. Crest.
On the boat to throwing kids in the back to going to the drinking speed. You can pretty much do it all.
Work hard, play hard, that's the F-150.
You said it. Now get it. You pay what we pay here at Ford Employee Racing.
At JackpotCity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 300 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slots Mega Variety. Play for free at JackpotCity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit JackpotCity.net today and with laptop or mobile. Jackpot City Casino, a whole world of casino games.
We all found ways to take care of ourselves while staying inside. And Activia is here with 1 billion probiotics and its delicious taste to support your gut health every day. Activia, feeling good starts inside. When I believe in something, I'm all in. So if I'm going to be blunt, it's got to be great. Superior Preference from L'Oreal Paris. Translucent liquid gel formula for luminous fade-defying color that lasts with incredible dimension. Superior Preference from L'Oreal Paris.
Want old El Paso for dinner, but someone ate all the lettuce? That's okay. Tacos don't need lettuce. Throw some salsa on there. Mr. Taco, and threw the salsa on the floor? No problem. You can enjoy tacos without salsa. Put some ranch on it. Maybe not that much. Taco night doesn't have to be perfect to be perfect.
We have Jerry Bernstein from the NSA arriving shortly. We hear all that, providing things by the rules.
Watch and learn, man. When was the last long-term relationship you had?
Oh, me?
Intelligence, new series Sunday, September 13th on Showcase.
January 21st, 2018, Western Australia. A mysterious glass bottle is found on a beach. Inside is a cryptic message dated 1886. It's the oldest message in a bottle ever found. It's also linked to a chilling conspiracy to take over the world. The story begins in the 1870s. Europe's colonial empires are jockeying for supremacy. Great Britain has long done that. But another nation is desperate to usurp the United Kingdom. Germany.
The newly established Imperial Germany, led by Kaiser Wilhelm I, wanted to expand their political and economic might.
To become the world's next superpower, Germany is looking for ways to surpass Britain's mighty naval technology and gain an edge in global trade. So officials turned to a cunning naval scientist named George von Neumeier.
Neumeier wanted to help his country with economic expansion.
The expert navigator devises an ingenious plan to map the currents across the world's oceans. The goal? To track the fastest sea routes for Germany's trade fleet. To achieve this, he plots out a unique worldwide experiment. The captains of German merchant ships will drop thousands of bottles into the water. The hope is that each of these bottles will be carried on the currents to the far-flung corners of the world. Each bottle has a note with the name of the ship of origin and clear instructions for the person who picks it up.
The slips contained a request for the people who found them at the other end to send them back to the Naval Observatory with the information of exactly where they had been recovered.
As the messages are returned from the bottles thrown overboard, the information can be used to chart faster shipping routes. It's a wild plan, but it works. More than 600 bottles eventually make their way back to Germany.
This allowed Germany to see where the bottles had gone and to track global currents. This really helped shed light on the ocean's currents, thus helping to dominate global trade.
And one of the bottles, thrown off a German merchant ship named the Palm, eventually washes up on the shores of Western Australia, where it remains hidden in the sand for more than a century.
It's a miracle that it survived so long, especially with the message inside it.
Tanya Hillman's incredible find goes down in history as the oldest message in a bottle ever discovered. And today, it's on display at the Western Australian Maritime Museum in Fremantle. It recalls the tale of an extraordinary quest to rule the seas, long buried in the sands of time. In the 19th century, the town of Madison, New Jersey, was the biggest producer of roses in the world. Each day, as many as 50,000 of these fragrant blooms were picked, packed, and sold in New York City. So it's no surprise that Madison is still known by its nickname, Rose City. And located on its main drag is an institution dedicated to the hard-working men and women who put this town on the map. The Museum of Early Trades and Crafts. Among the collection of looms, printing presses, and farming tools is one item which would seem more at home in a child's bedroom.
This artifact is 14 inches high, has a wooden base, and on top of that is a round cylinder. Inside, the strip shows a series of wondrous images. Each image is different but closely related. When it's spun, all of the drawings inside of it come to life.
This enchanting toy recalls the life-changing accident that revolutionized the world of entertainment.
This object is linked to the near-death experience that created a genius.
The brilliant 19th century photographer Edward Muybridge is best known as a pioneering innovator in the field of motion pictures.
Edward Muybridge was a really celebrated and great photographer who became kind of known as the father of moving pictures. He invented a series of important innovations that really moved the medium of filmmaking forward.
He was also seen as a bit of an eccentric.
Edward Muybridge was moody, emotional, and a risk taker.
In 1878, he debuted his most famous invention, a contraption which demonstrated frame-by-frame motion by taking numerous photos of a horse in rapid succession. This allowed the human eye to see action it otherwise could not. Muybridge called his device the zoopraxiscope.
With his zoopraxiscope, Muybridge was the first to capture movement from real-life photographs. This is really moving images. In other words, moving pictures, motion pictures.
Muybridge's contributions to the world of photography and film are without dispute. But few realize that the spark for his remarkable innovations came from a horrific accident that happened in the blink of an eye.
Muybridge's inventions may never have happened if it hadn't been for a freak near-death experience.
Look through the eyes of the
It's
rabbit.
1855 in San Francisco. 25-year-old English immigrant Edward Muybridge
Don't
is
stare
working as a
at the
trader in rare books.
Man, these goodies are good.
Muybridge was a savvy and successful
I don't
bookseller.
want to stop
He was
reading till I
considered
get some.
genial, easygoing, practical, just
Even
a
that
pleasant
freezes.
enough guy.
Oh, yeah. It's like this is the
As sales pick up, he realizes he needs more inventory. So he plans a trip to England to replenish his stock.
Instead of slap cam,
In August
slap
1860,
cheese.
the journey begins with an epic carriage ride across
It's
the
actually a
United
program on
The Transcontinental Railroad was
online.
completed
They
by
investigate ghosts.
Its needed a new
Okay.
supply
And
was USA
suspicious.
stagecoach for hundreds of miles.
The ride begins smoothly, but then Muybridge feels the carriage veers suddenly off the road.
Out of nowhere, the stagecoach went plunging down a deep ravine, and it hit a tree, and Muybridge was flung headfirst into a hole.
I said,
From this moment on, his life takes a drastic turn.
Without this, Muybridge may never have become the great innovator he did.
That's what I said, and then she just kept going. Want that? You want that?
Expensive, mysterious, arrogant
No, it doesn't cost that much. You know, it's like,
detour. Let's go.
just got the money this price too. So we'll see what we can do.
Do you believe in ghosts?
He's spends it.
Oh my God. I'm ready. We'll take note of that. Detour. See where it takes you.
If someone knew everything about you,
There's a lot of people that are
who your
telling
friends
her
were, your family, how much you make,
my
how much
back,
you owe, all your
just telling her
secrets,
directly that any help that is given
they
from
can use it against you. Would you let them into your life? Of course not. The problem is,
a lot of people in my life
you already have
decisions that or the course I'm going or the message that I'm bringing, right?
When I believe in something, I'm all in. So if I'm going to be blonde, it's got to be great.
There it
Superior
is.
preference from L'Oreal Paris. Translucent liquid gel formula for luminous fade-defying color that lasts with incredible dimension. Superior preference from L'Oreal Paris. I'm a big kid now. I'm a big kid now.
It's the weirdest way of thinking.
We're 50 million strong, so put on your pull-ups and help us sing the song.
So you decide, am I crazy?
At
Crazy
Joe
or
Play,
pity?
we believe that grandkids
You know, like, at least have pity. You know,
get out there
but
and play.
I don't care
Joe
about
Play,
pity
with
anyways.
calcium
Right?
and
But it's
vitamin
like,
D to help build strong bones.
Canada United is a movement to show local businesses some love. So we're asking Canadians to buy local. And when you watch our videos or like our posts online, we'll contribute 5 cents towards small business relief. Learn more at GoCanadaUnited.ca.
whatever it is, we're
This is
all
a
right.
pure liner from Smile Direct Club. It takes teeth like these and transforms them into those. Join more than 500,000 satisfied griners who got a smile they love for only $110 a month at SmileDirectClub.ca.
for 60 months, so it's gonna cost you 385 grand. The straight your kids.
Yeah.
Sucker.
Is the right church, man?
We just need to invent an Acme card. Oh, Acme will take care of it.
Yeah. So, anytime someone has to reset, they should always have this. Whatever it is, right? There you go. Reset.
Tim's camps can be life
That's actually a very sound theory. That's the sound.
together virtually.
Because how else is someone gonna get the job that they're in, or the whatever it is, right? You need to start something. It's really hard to make something. Nothing. Yeah, you gotta have access to something at least, right? Yeah. That's coming pretty dark.
No, I can hit them.
Most everyone else.
Then you get tired. I feel that way.
Everyone's happy. You just need to embrace his legs and let him be wonderful.
Brave and worthy. You serious? Sunday, September 13th. Only on Showcase. It's 1860. Edward Muybridge is a mild-mannered bookseller on a trip searching for rare volumes. But when the stagecoach he's traveling in crashes, something happens that jars his outlook and then changes the world forever. As the bookseller slowly recovers from his injuries, he realizes he has undergone some rather bizarre changes.
Before the crash, he was a genial, cordial, pleasant man. And afterwards, he was really completely altered. He was eccentric, obsessive-compulsive, and having really strong emotional outbursts.
With the monkeys all day
Not
long.
only that, he's also developed a new obsession: photography.
This passion for photography really galvanized Muybridge into being much more creative. He developed a thirst for discovery.
Yeah, but
He became a real risk taker. These were all traits that he had not ever exhibited before.
And this leads to his groundbreaking invention of the Zoopraxiscope in the 1870s.
What had started as kind of a curative hobby turned into a completely full-fledged and very satisfying career.
But why Muybridge's personality suddenly changed so drastically remains a much debated unknown. Then in 2002, a neuroscientist named Arthur Shimomura presents a theory.
Shimomura started to look back at Muybridge's symptoms: loss of emotional control, tendencies towards obsessive-compulsive behavior, and this burst of creativity.
Oh yeah. Snap the handle off the air pump.
Shimomura suspects that when
Yeah,
Muybridge
instead
hit
of
his
dropping
head,
a bike and
he damaged a
hit the
part of his
handle and
brain
bent it.
known as the
And went straight, yeah.
orbital cortex.
Snap it off.
This region of the brain is very important. It's connected with memory, emotion, reasoning, and decision-making.
Based on these findings, Shimomura draws a stunning conclusion: that Muybridge had undergone a sudden and extreme mental transformation known as the genius condition. And it's extremely rare.
There's only 25 known cases in the world.
Regardless of how Muybridge became so prolific, he remains a pivotal figure in the history of popular culture.
If Muybridge almost hadn't lost his life in this crash and suffered this brutal blow to the head, we might not have had the innovations that revolutionized entertainment around the world.
Cool, good.
Today, this zoetrope toy is on display at the Museum of Early Trades and Crafts in Madison, New Jersey. It serves as a reminder of how one man's tumbler gave rise to motion pictures. A curious baby carriage from the 1800s designed to look like a shoe. An early bicycle propelled by bouncing up and down on a centerboard. And one of the fastest two-wheeled vehicles of its day, a four-cylinder motorcycle built in 1931 by a company called Henderson. These are just a few of the historical novelties at Space Farms Zoo and Museum in Sussex, New Jersey.
That's cool.
The collection of arcane artifacts got its start in 1927 when a couple named Ralph and Elizabeth Space began accepting donations of objects rather than cash at their family's general store. And within this display of weird Americana is one item that tells a story from across the pond.
It's 19.5 inches tall and is a rusty gray metallic color. It's shaped like a tube and it has a curved handle.
A water pump, much like this one, played a crucial role in stopping a terrifying epidemic.
This is a story about a doctor who used his detective skills to solve a medical mystery.
It's the mid-1850s in London, England. As the Industrial Revolution gathers pace, hordes of laborers leave the countryside and head to the capital city to work in the factories. But for many, it's a journey that ends in tragedy, because London is in the grip of a deadly disease. Symptoms include violent muscle cramps, rapid heart rate, blue skin, vomiting, and ultimately death. It's known as cholera.
There was no cure for this disease. It was very fast acting and could kill within a few days and sometimes within a few hours.
But what causes the disease and how it is spread is a mystery.
Some people believe that it was God's divine intervention. Others believe the cause of cholera was miasmas, which was vapors that people breathed in around rotting carcasses.
But one doctor is determined to find a solution. A personal physician to Queen Victoria, no less. Dr. John Snow.
Dr. Snow had a background in anesthesia, and he had a very inquisitive mind.
Snow zeroes in on the epicenter of the outbreak, a suburb known as Soho. In just over a week, 616 people in this single neighborhood are wiped out by cholera. Snow interviews locals in his quest to find a clue.
Dr. Snow believed he could find the cause to this mysterious disease. He begins investigating by visiting hospitals, collecting public records, and going around the town trying to connect the dots.
Then he plots out his findings on a map.
By looking at where the cholera had taken hold, he believed that he could find what the actual cause was.
As he investigates, he comes upon a strange anomaly. One part of town appears oddly immune from the outbreak. The inmates of a local prison.
They had reported almost no deaths at all at a time when most of the community was suffering horribly from this disease. Dr. Snow realized that there must be some reason that it's not falling victim to the same disease as the rest of the community.
If he can find out why, he might be able to stop the epidemic in its tracks. But time is running out.
The stakes are very high, and he was kind of on the clock. Every day, more and more people were getting sick, and the death toll was rising.
You don't approach the ranch with a degree of reverence. Bad things happen.
Legend says that a centuries-old Navajo curse plagues this ranch, and for decades it's been the center of strange activity.
My hope is to get some answers.
Now, for the first time, two scientists will film their attempts to uncover the mystery. The producers of The Curse of Oak Island comes the next big dig. The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, new series September 6th on History.
You will have heard that. Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Kleenex brand tissues. Grab every moment. Sometimes the best time is time you make for yourself.
Aveeno Daily Moisturizing Lotion improves skin hydration in just 1 day. And for twice the moisture, try the body wash too.
Aveeno, naturally beautiful results.
You've had elements in the sandwich, but what about a creamy chicken saute? Salad for sure, but what about a pasta bake? That was left in your fridge. You can do more with Hellmann's than you think. See the possibilities at Hellmann's.ca.
4 dishwasher brands recommend Cascade Platinum. It's specially designed with the soaking, scrubbing, and rinsing built right in.
And unlike finished tablets, Cascade Platinum dissolves quickly. Cascade Platinum removes stuck-on food for sparkling clean dishes. Cascade Platinum.
We all found ways to take care of ourselves while staying inside. And Activia is here with 1 billion probiotics and its delicious taste to support your gut health every day. Activia, feeling good starts inside.
Nothing should get in the way of pizza night. At Little Caesars, we cook ours at 475 degrees and never touch it after. And for a limited time, get unlimited 2-topping medium pizzas for $6.99 each only when you order online. Get yours with non-contact carry-out and delivery.
Dinner with the Drakes tonight. Alexa, ask me what to start my own for GX. 4 fillets.
Dinner's for their
Kids, thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
The first ever Buick Encore GX. Drive away in a 2020 Encore GX all-wheel drive today. Lease for the equivalent of $79 weekly. Visit Buick.ca for details.
You make your belly wafer bars. Whole grains are part of a healthy diet. Did you know they're the first ingredient in Cheerios?
When I believe in something, I'm all in. So if I'm going to be blonde, it's got to be great.
Superior preference from L'Oreal Paris. Translucent liquid gel formula for luminous fade-defying color that lasts with incredible dimension. Superior preference from L'Oreal Paris.
Chorus Entertainment believes in being accountable to you, the viewer, which is why we participate in the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of broadcast excellence and adhering to the codes of conduct administered by the CBSC. If you have a comment to make about our programming or a concern about something you saw on our network, contact us or visit the CBSC's website, cbsc.ca.
It's 1854. England is in the throes of the cholera epidemic. Thousands lie dead, and there's no known cure. But London physician John Snow has found one institution, the occupants of which seem to be immune. A prison. So is this the key to unlocking this medical mystery? The answer comes down to one thing: plumbing. The prison has its own dedicated water supply, while the residents of Soho all draw their water from a communal well. Dr. Snow felt like he was on something. He believed that this must be the reason why it was reporting no deaths while the rest of the community was. The source of the disease is clear. Dr. Snow believed that the water was causing cholera. Snow takes samples of well water and tests it in his lab. There he makes a telling discovery. He found that there were specks of what he believed was raw sewage floating in that water. The doctor concludes that the disease is not contracted from breathing in polluted air as originally thought. Instead, it spreads through contaminated water. To prove his theory, Snow convinces the city to cut off access to the infected well. In doing so, they remove the handle of the water pump, just like the one on display at the Space Farms Zoo and Museum in Sussex, New Jersey. The impact is remarkable. After the water pump handle was removed, new reports of the disease and infections completely went down. The death tolls from cholera started dropping. This proved that Snow's theory was correct. Snow's groundbreaking research leads to revolutionary new water and waste systems that eventually bring cholera epidemics in Europe and the United States to an end. It permanently changed the way drinking water was treated. Dr. Snow's detective work becomes the foundation for the study of how diseases are caused and spread, known as epidemiology. Dr. Snow is considered to be a hero of modern medicine. And today, this Victorian-era water pump is in the collection of the Space Farms Zoo and Museum in Sussex, New Jersey. It acts as a reminder of one doctor's watershed moment in the battle to stop a killer disease. Massachusetts is one of the nation's most storied bodies of water, Walden Pond. In the 1840s, author Henry David Thoreau lived in a log cabin along these shores for 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days. During this time, he penned his transcendental masterpiece, Walden. Today, this legacy and more is celebrated at the Concord Museum. The collection includes the desk on which Thoreau wrote Walden, a powder horn used in one of the first battles in the Revolutionary War, and a bronze miniature of renowned sculptor Daniel Chester French's memorial to Abraham Lincoln. Among these age-old items is one that played a starring role in the establishment of the nation.
The artifact is about 250 years old. It's made out of tinned iron sheets and cast pewter. There are little flecks of what used to be a red paint finish. It has 4 glass panels, and inside is a cup to hold a candle.
This lantern casts a new light on an iconic chapter in the nation's history.
This is the story of the largely forgotten group of patriots who began the American Revolution.
Among the famous figures from America's War for Independence, one stands out. A 40-year-old silversmith named Paul Revere.
Paul Revere really rightly deserves the term hero. He was maybe the hardest working man in the early days of the revolution.
But there's more to
There's a
the
bunch of
story than the
apricots this
history
morning.
books tell.
My system.
Yep.
On April 18th,
They'll do it.
1775,
Yeah, my guts weren't feeling too good this morning.
Paul Revere
I'm kind of like
received
something was stuck in the bottom of my gut.
on the town of
So I
Concord.
finally went
It
through
was then that the humble
with the help of the
patriots
plums.
went into action.
And,
Revere knew that he was going to be called
Yeah,
upon
plums.
to set the alarm. Everybody knew this was coming.
As a signal to the
Got two
patriot
different
troops to
types.
prepare for an attack from the British,
Yep.
he ensured that 2 shining lamps were hung in the tallest steeple in Boston. One of these lanterns is now on display at the Concord Museum in Massachusetts.
The light of a single candle from a high elevation would carry for miles.
Then Revere mounted his trusty steed and rode north. As the story goes, he traveled from Boston 20 miles to Concord to warn the militia known as Minutemen that the British were coming.
According to legend, he went from house to house and delivered the alarm all the way to Concord.
Thanks to his heroics, the colonists had time to rally their troops. And in the early morning hours of April 19th, more than 400 Patriot fighters were waiting for the British Army when they arrived in Concord.
British soldiers fired on the Patriots, and the Patriots fired back. And that is where the revolution began.
The Minutemen forced the British to retreat, boosting morale within the colonial cause. And Paul Revere's ride goes down as one of the best-known stories in American history.
It's no exaggeration to say that if Revere hadn't done what he did, the events of that day would have gone very differently.
In 1860, writer Henry Wadsworth Longfellow pens the poem Paul Revere's Ride, which immortalizes the horseman as a national hero.
It's probably safe to say that Longfellow's account was the only account that anyone knew at all. By the end of the century, every school child memorized this poem.
But what most people don't know is that the legend is wrong. More than a century after the war, in 1896, historians make an astounding discovery that will turn the time-honored tale on its head.
Paul Revere was unquestionably a hero on that famous night, but he wasn't the only hero.
So what's the real story behind Paul Revere's revolutionary ride?
We have Jerry Bernstein from the NSA arriving shortly. Will you handle that, provided he plays by the rules?
Sure, baby. When was the last long-term relationship you had?
Oh, me? Been on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Intelligence. New series Sunday, September 13th on Showcase.
They were literally dancing themselves to death. These people were suffering from something called hot blood.
New Nature Valley wafer bars. Whole grains are part of a healthy diet. Did you know? They're the first ingredient in Cheerios.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Red Tag Days are here. With great offers on select 2020 models. Start planning for your new Toyota with our online shopping tools at shoptoyota.ca.
Hills
always starts with a pet's biology to anticipate their ever-changing nutritional needs. With differences you can see, feel, and trust. So you're always a step ahead.
Welcome to PokerStars.net, the world's largest poker community. Play what you like, when you like, with more games and tournaments than ever. Play your way at PokerStars.net.
Hyaluronic acid. L'Oreal Revitala's highest concentration of hyaluronic acid in the serum. It visibly replumps skin and reduces the look of wrinkles by 47%. Revitala's hyaluronic acid serum by L'Oreal Paris.
The countdown has begun till everyone can enjoy a professional clean feel at home.
As you head out into a new day, Lincoln is here to make it a bit more effortless, immersive, comforting, intuitive, and beautifully catered to you with thoughtful attention to every detail. And confident, knowing you'll be welcomed like family at the Lincoln Employee Pricing Event. Find sanctuary and your price at LincolnCanada.com.
At YoPlay, we believe that growing kids need strong bones. So go ahead, get out there and play. YoPlay, with calcium and vitamin D to help build strong bones.
If someone knew everything about you, who your friends were in your family, how much you make, how much you owe, all your secrets, and they could use it against you, would you let them into your life? Of course not. The problem is, you already have.
Is it Angelina Jolie?
One story from the American Revolution has been immortalized above perhaps all others. The legendary Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, in which the brave patriot warned the colonists that the British were coming. But there's much more to this tale than history lets on. In 1896, the personal journals of Paul Revere are uncovered and reveal that the legend made famous by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem is in fact wildly inaccurate. Revere writes, on that fateful night, his famous ride was carried out not by one rider, but by three. He was joined by two other loyal patriots, 23-year-old Samuel Prescott and 30-year-old William Dawes. Samuel Prescott was a physician, and William Dawes was a member of the militia in Boston. According to Revere's writings, he set out for Lexington at 11, but William Dawes left an hour earlier at 10 p.m. To prevent capture, they took different routes, and Dawes arrived in Lexington 30 minutes after Revere, having safely avoided the enemy. Just like Revere, he was risking his life when he did that. The pair rode on toward Concord around 1 a.m. and along the way ran into Samuel Prescott, who was eager to help. Samuel Prescott was a sort of accidental rider who was out to visit his fiancée in Lexington. The trio sped off to Concord, but only one of them completed the mission. And unlike the poetic version offered by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, it wasn't Paul Revere. According to Longfellow's account, Revere made it all the way to Concord. He didn't. Around 1:30 a.m., the Patriots were stopped by British troops. Prescott managed to escape and became the only rider to sound the alarm all the way to Concord. Oh. What Prescott did was finish the job that Revere had started. Today, historians consider Dawes and Prescott to be the forgotten riders of the Revolution. To honor the contributions to Revere's extraordinary efforts, parks and memorials have been named in their honor. And every year, on April 19th, reenactments of all three of their historic rides are celebrated in Concord. It's really kind of impossible not to be awed by what these individuals were willing to do. Today, Paul Revere's lantern is on display at the Concord Museum in Massachusetts.
It acts as a reminder of a brave band of riders who lit the way for the Republic. From a dreadful disease to an evil stepmother, a phantom ship to a message. I'm Don Wilder. Mysteries After You See It. This program is available in described video for the visually impaired. Next, on Ghost Nation. This is 60. My goodness. Small rooms like this family is under attack.
It's a little frightening and unnerving.
Is it possible that the body is buried here? Looks like he attached an idea once. I write dark horror. When I write, that's when the activity really stirs up. He looks down at his feet, which is oozing blood. Hello?
I felt a sudden punch. Closet door started to follow me.
There's something dark here.
There is something else in this house. Make some sort of a noise. Let us know you're here with us. We are a community of searchers. This family is under attack. We are Ghost Nation. All right, welcome to Philadelphia, and we have quite a treat for you guys tonight. Joining us in studio, Jason Hawes, Steve Gonsalves, and Dave Tango. So it's been quite a few years. What have you guys been doing? Steve and I have created United Paranormal Research Organization. Yeah, we're creating a network all over the country that investigate under our protocols, and when they sort of need the next step, they're going to get in touch with us. And when you guys have a set protocol like that, it helps with validation of any kind of evidence you come up with. Yeah, absolutely. Today, we are just outside Philadelphia, talking to local paranormal investigators Doug Hogate and Rick Pruitt on their podcast cleverly called Paradelphia.
That gets me thinking about a very difficult case. For the last 12, 13 years, I've ran my own paranormal research team, Jersey Unique Minds Paranormal Society, also known as JUMPS. And we have a case that has me on a speed bump.
Cool stuff, man.
Twice already, but things seem to keep happening to the family and intensifying. And if you were interested in taking a look at it, I could show you some of the things we found and explain it to you.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested in checking it out. This is exactly why we created the United Paranormal Research Organization.
Yep, branching off, finding each other.
Difficult
Yep.
cases.
The client, Mario, he is actually an art writer. His creativity and the way he's always thinking things up in his writing could have an effect on the activity they are having. The client's daughter's 10-year-old seems to be having the most experiences.
So what's happening with the daughter?
And forcefully ripped off of its hinges.
I would think that the daughter being
The ghost is coming through the
if
screen.
anybody was to manifest the activity, it would be her manifesting. Sure. Poltergeist, self-manifestation. I mean, it's a common thing for young girls as they're getting ready to enter into adulthood. Poltergeist is a German word meaning noisy spirit. It's often associated with an unseen force that has the ability to throw objects around your head. These manifestations were long thought to be the work of demons. Today, we believe these evil spirits to be caused by an individual who is under extreme emotional distress. Oftentimes, the victim of these otherworldly forces are adolescents.
And also, she sees all around the house.
Interesting. I never had that.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
I had some very vivid dreams. I'll tell you that.
He was a target for a long time.
Yeah, I wasn't. They always left me alone on those. I wanted to confront them or notice that they were there.
With him till the end. So that is why my next step was call for help
Well, at any time the case involves a family, especially with children, it jumps to the priority list for us. So let's just get over there and meet the family and start trying to figure out what's happening.
And we thrill. I know their one answer.
Cases that involve poltergeist activity are rare and extremely dangerous. If this family is experiencing both spirit and poltergeist activity that is being intensified by the father's horror writing,
All these guys lost weight, eh?
Yeah.
Did they lose weight for the camera?
Yep.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah, Doug filled us in a little bit on what's happening here, and it all sounds pretty intense.
Yeah. When we bought this house, it was a fixer-upper. It literally within a couple weeks, that's when stuff started to stir up.
Before we moved in here, just a normal family. I write dark stuff, dark horror. When I write, it's almost like whatever's in this house is feeding off of my dark energy.
My daughter Summer was the first person that experienced anything paranormal.
Summer has told us multiple times that she has a relationship with this little girl.
It's a little unnerving to think that my daughter is speaking to someone that's not physically here. One day, Summer was in the bathroom and I heard her screaming my name. So I went up there and Summer had an entire new vision of this little girl with black hair and black tears crying in the shower. It was more frightening.
I saw a black cloud in my bedroom. And it really scared me. The cloud would hover over top of me.
You ever have this? Rusk and
No.
no?
Well, this is.
So it's just those things
Oh yeah.
there, butter, and then these are like tastes like kind of licoricey.
Yeah.
It's a Dutch thing, but it's also like kind of an Englishy thing too.
Yeah.
I had to run and grab it before the entire thing fell on her. Later on, Summer saw a man in the backyard when she was playing near the tree. Anytime she was out there playing, she said she would see him.
Tastes so good.
In the living room, I have experienced shadow people go up and down the stairs.
I've experienced stuff on my own. In the basement. I was just laying down to go to sleep. One of the toys went off. Then another toy went off. It happened again.
Busy.
That's when I ran out of the basement.
As soon as that incident happened, we had no choice but to call somebody to finally figure out what was really going on here and try and put an end to it all.
How are your children being affected with this?
I had to physically move my daughter's room. She won't sleep in there.
a female child of that age a lot of times can manifest the activity themselves, especially poltergeist type activity. They can actually create the things that are going on in the house. What's the most recent activity you all have had?
A couple times when I've been here with my son, he'll point, he'll say, monster. He's looking for the basement and he's saying, it's down there. I do have video footage of that. What do you see down there? Where? Jeez. I don't get freaked out because, you know what I mean, I'm in the house with my son seeing monsters and I don't see anything.
Where do you think the hottest spots of paranormal activity are in the house?
My daughter's old room, which is now our office, and the tree in the backyard. When we first moved in the house, my daughter was instantly drawn to the backyard and to this tree.
Well, do you want to show us this tree?
Absolutely.
You guys mind if I set up command center?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the tree right here.
Do you think we can talk with Summer about her connection to this tree?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, son, come here.
Okay.
Oh, this way. Oh, wow. Here she comes. How are you, Summer?
I'm good.
I'm
I'm Jason. This is Steve. Hi, Summer. So we're talking to your mom and dad about the street. Have you had any experiences or have you seen anything over here?
There was a guy right over there I could see, just kind of glide towards me, and it really scared me.
What do you look like?
Like, really pale, white, and I could see him, and then he just went away.
It's possible Summer could be the catalyst for the poltergeist activity in this house. She doesn't appear to be anything but a normal young girl. But then again, that's often the case. It's usually the inner conflict of youth that can cause a poltergeist to manifest. Well, I think we got everything we need.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
While Charmaine and the two children leave their home, we've asked Mario to join us tonight for an experiment. We're going to set up a camera in every room where the Cerritos have experienced paranormal activity. In the living room, we'll focus the camera on the stairs, one in Summer's bedroom, and one in the office. We're also going to cover the backyard, where the Cerritos' daughter Summer has seen the apparition of a man near one of the trees.
All right, we have most of the equipment set up and ready to go.
Well, with everything going on in the backyard in summer, I can walk around with the full spectrum camera right there, Stephen. And the full spectrum camera is able to see those sources of light that we're not able to see.
I think that's a great idea.
With poltergeist activity being reported in the house, Dave and I are going to start our investigation in the basement playroom, where Mario Cerrito has experienced toys going off on their own, and where little Mario has reported seeing what he called monsters.
What do you see down there?
I saw magics.
Playroom. These are the toys, huh? He says that a good handful of them all went off at the same time. Like just started.
Do you know a little girl by the name of Summer who claimed to see you walking around?
If there's any toy in here you want to play with, we'll play with it.
Are you into playing games? Summer says she's seen a man hanging around this tree. You're frightening her. Who are you? I have this device, which will let me see you.
Look what just happened. One toy fell on this one went off, this one went off, and this one went off.
I wonder if something like that happened to Mario.
3 or 4 of them went off at once. You know, I scared him.
He's already on edge because of all the strange things happening in the house.
He just got spooked. Yeah.
It's one explanation, but I want to keep my eye on this room.
We've got lightning, we've got tornado warnings. That's perfect to help electrify the air for activities.
I mean, the theory is it could ionize the atmosphere. If you guys want to head in and see if reciting some of that, written word could work as a catalyst.
Yeah, you're all set.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right.
Homeowner Mario Cerrito believes that writing his horror stories in the house could be triggering the paranormal activity. So to test his theory, sending Doug and Mario to the most active room in the house, Summer's old bedroom, which is now Mario's office. This is where a door became mysteriously unhinged and fell on her, and where she's seen the apparition of a little girl. It's also where Doug called his EVP.
This is one of your scripts for one of your movies, correct? Yes. So if you want to go ahead and just start reading part of it, and we'll see if we can get any kind of reaction.
He looks down at his feet and sees a brown box, which is oozed with blood.
Hello? Did you just knock?
Feels good. Clean teeth.
All right.
His eyes widen in fear as he sees what's inside. Blood, fresh, bleeding intestines and organs. Matt grabs the note that is inside and reads it. Unless you want to end up in the next box, leave this house. Okay, hold on one second. It sounds like a very slight movement. Are you moving around in the elevator? I'm not trying to change it to the house.
When I step into the light,
Where you
when I step into the light, I'm searching wildly. Would you come to me? Sit down and free.
Would you not hate to be? Okay. When I'm walking by the water, it stops me and brings me back. When I'm walking by the water, from my toes to my ankles to my head to my soul, I blow away.
Here, he died of diphtheria at age 11. It looks like he was sick for 9 days.
Looks like you died in 1882.
Exactly.
And any of the other children pass away there too, or is that the only one?
That was the only one in the Wood family that died that we found. So in that same area, also the Jones family lived there. So this is Jones Corner. The Surreal family home is probably right about here, so their borders and neighbors. Exactly. They purchased that property in 1911 as Isaac and Bertie Jones. And just like Anna, they lived there with 3 daughters. 2 of them actually died. One baby girl, Evelyn, she only came to 2 years old. And then the other one was Margaret. We had a death certificate for her as well. Margaret died of scarlet fever. She was 6 years old.
A century ago, 2 children died of heartburn near the Springs Mine. 6-year-old Marshall Jones died of Rose heartburn, and 15-year-old Marjorie Scalia used to be the Springs Mine. Both children were suspected of investigation. It's not so heartbreaking. Marjorie Scalia claims he has traveled to his house. Authorities have there might be a connection between Gerard Wood's death and his It really happened in a central area of the house. Right there. Right, and we can hear and see things at the staircase, like you see the shadows in the staircase. I'm Steve. Here's Jason. There's a good family here. Yeah, children of them. Raised in animals. And obviously the nurse who lived here.